Tellera stared at the screen. Same pattern, she said. Sudden blackout. No trace. It's hunting now. Tellera clenched her jaw. We have to stop it before it reaches any major colonies. Kellen nodded. We'll set a trap. A few hours later, the Empire set up a decoy fleet in Sector 5. Dozens of empty ships, fake energy signals. A perfect bait. They hid real ships nearby, ready to strike. Commander Tellera led the trap mission. We must see it again, she told her team. We must understand how it moves, how it hides. They waited. For hours, nothing happened. Then, at exactly 3 o'clock galactic time, the stars around the fake fleet started to shift. It came again. Fast, silent, invisible at first. Then, visible only as a ripple in the void. It flew through the decoy ships, like smoke through glass. None of the traps worked. No missile locked on. No system detected it clearly. Tellera ordered, activate the energy net. The hidden ships fired a web of energy beams to catch the ghost ship. For a brief moment, it worked. The shadow shape flickered, caught in the light. Everyone on the command bridge saw it. A dark, sleek form. No windows, no engines. A strange glow underneath, like a heartbeat. And that red symbol, glowing like fire. Then, with a sharp pulse of energy, it vanished again. The trap failed. Tellera stared at the screen. It's learning. Later, Mora stood in front of Kellen and Tellera, holding a datapad. There's something worse, she said. We decoded a signal, coming from the ship. A message, Kellen asked. Mora nodded. It was short, but very clear. She read it aloud. We see your weapons. We see your fear. You are not chosen. You are not ready. Everyone in the room went quiet. Then the message ended with one final word. Begin cleansing. Tellera's voice shook. It's not just watching us anymore. Fear spread fast. After the ghost ship escaped the Empire's trap and sent its chilling message, every system on the edge of known space went into lockdown. Ships stopped moving. Colonies stopped sending signals. People whispered about the shadow in the stars. At Empire High Command, meetings were happening day and night. Everyone wanted answers, but no one had any. High Admiral Kellen stood in the main briefing hall, facing hundreds of officers, scientists, and leaders. He played the message again. We see your weapons. We see your fear. You are not chosen. You are not ready. Begin cleansing. Silence followed. Commander Tellera stepped forward. We now know the truth. This thing is not just a ship. It's a judgment system. It looks at species. It decides if they're worthy to continue. And if not, asked one officer. It destroys them, Tellera said. A deep silence fell across the room. In a small mining colony on Moon Ravel 6, people were living normal lives. Kids played outside. Workers moved crates. Security drones hovered in the sky. Then the sky turned black. Not from a storm. People looked up in terror as the shape moved across the sky. No fire came. No weapons dropped. But after it passed, people began to vanish. One by one. Quietly. Without pain. No trace. By morning, the colony was empty. Back at Voronine, reports came in. 4 colonies, gone, Mora said. Her voice was tired, hollow. No attacks. Just silence. Just nothing. Tellera slammed her fist on the table. We can't fight something we can't touch. We need a new plan. Mora nodded slowly. I might have one. Everyone turned to her. She explained. Thousands of years ago, a ship saw something similar near the edge of the galaxy. It wasn't part of the Empire back then. A human explorer ship, lost in deep space, but it left a record. An old Earth vessel called the Odyssey. Kellen frowned. Human ship? What does it have to do with this? It saw the same red symbol, Mora said. And it survived. Kellen gave the order. Find that ship's log. Find the Odyssey's trail. Tellera nodded. I'll go myself. 2 days later, Tellera's small scout ship Falcon Eye launched into deep space, following ancient human star maps. The route was dangerous. Uncharted areas, space storms, black holes. But she didn't care. She was chasing hope. Mora guided her from Voronine. According to the last signal, the Odyssey disappeared in the Grave Spiral, a dead zone where ships don't come back. Perfect place for secrets, Tellera replied. As the Falcon Eye entered the dark spiral, all light faded. Stars vanished behind black dust. Her ship sensors blinked red. Radiation rising. Mora warned. Tellera stared into the black. If the Odyssey made it through, so can we. Hours passed. Then, something appeared on the scanner. A shape. Huge. Silent. Old. A ship covered in dust and ice, floating slowly through the void. The words on its side still readable. USODYSSEY. Tellera gasped. I found it. She moved closer. Her ship connected to the Odyssey's airlock. She grabbed her gear and entered. Inside, everything was quiet. Frozen in time. Human tech from long ago. Simple, clean, cold. She found the command deck and powered up the logs. One final message blinked on the screen. She played it. A tired human captain spoke. We found the Watchers. They looked at us, judged us. We did not fight. We did not run. We listened. We showed what we were. We told them of Earth, of war, of peace, of learning. They watched, and they left. We were spared. The message ended with one line. Do not hide your truth. Show them who you are. Tellera sat in silence. She whispered, it's not about power. It's about honesty. Back at Voronine, Mora's voice came through the radio. Tellera, we have a new problem. That thing. It's heading straight for the Empire's capital planet. Tellera stood up. No more hiding. The ghost ship was moving fast. Too fast. All Empire sensors showed the same thing. The strange ship was heading directly toward Varnock Prime, the heart of the Empire. Billions lived there. It was the Empire's most powerful planet, and it was unprotected. Every fleet had already pulled back. Ships were too scared to fight. Some captains even refused to move. At high command, fear had turned into silence. Admiral Kellen stood in the war room, staring at the blinking red dot on the screen. It's going to reach Varnock in 72 hours, Mora said quietly. Kellen asked, do we have anything that can stop it? Mora shook her head. No, but maybe. We have something that can speak to it. Meanwhile, Commander Tellera sat inside the frozen human ship, US Odyssey, deep in the Grave Spiral. The cold air hurt her lungs, but she didn't care. She kept playing the old message from the human captain again and again. We did not fight. We did not run. We showed them who we were. It made no sense to her. Why would an unknown force, strong enough to erase colonies, spare someone because they told the truth? She whispered. Then, something strange happened. The Odyssey's screens blinked once, then again. Words appeared slowly on the old monitor. You seek understanding. Tellera froze. Her hand moved toward her weapon, but she didn't pull it. She typed, Who are you? The screen replied, We are the Keepers. We measure what must remain and what must end. Tellera felt a chill. Why the Empire? You hide your truth. You build weapons. You erase life for control. You are false. She took a breath. Then she typed, Can we show you who we really are? Back on Voronine, Mora received a sudden data burst from the Odyssey. It was old human video files, thousands of them. Peace talks, school footage, families laughing, war, recovery, art, music, failures, growth, moments of kindness. Tellera's voice came with it. The humans were judged, and they were spared because they didn't lie. They didn't pretend to be something they weren't. They showed everything, even the dark parts. And that was enough. Mora blinked. Are you saying we must show the truth? Tellera replied, it's the only thing that worked. For the next 24 hours, the Empire did something no one expected. They opened their archives. Footage of past wars, of pain they caused, of mistakes made by leaders, of fear, but also of unity, of people helping others, of moments when even the Empire tried to change. Billions of messages were packed into one giant broadcast. They called it The Truth of Us. And they sent it straight to the unknown ship. The ghost ship arrived near Varnock Prime. It stopped just outside orbit. No weapons came. No lights turned on. Just silence. Every eye in the galaxy was watching. Then, without warning, a signal came through. It was simple. A voice, not human, not machine. Something in between. We have seen your truth. Everyone held their breath. We will wait. The ship began to move, not toward the capital, but away, back into deep space. Kellen couldn't believe it. It worked. Tellera's voice came through the command channel. They weren't looking for power. They were looking for honesty. Mora added, for something real, something worth saving. In the days that followed, the Empire changed, not because they were forced to, but because they had faced something impossible and lived. They didn't win with weapons. They won with truth. And far away, in the shadows of the stars, the ghost ship vanished. But everyone knew it was still watching, waiting. After the ghost ship turned away from Varnock Prime, the Empire began to breathe again. But the fear didn't disappear. The keepers were still out there, watching, waiting. And no one knew when they might return. High Command told the people it was over, that the danger had passed. But behind closed doors, the leaders were still afraid. They started secret programs, built faster ships, stronger weapons, hired more spies. Because no one trusted peace. Not yet. Far out near the edge of the Crimson Line, a lonely Empire listening post picked up a strange signal. It wasn't the ghost ship. It was something else. The transmission came in short bursts. Old language. Broken symbols. But one word stood out. Human. Commander Eric's frowned as he replayed the message. This can't be right. Humans are gone. Extinct for 100 years. His technician looked worried. Sir, it came from inside the dead sector. That region was forbidden. Ships that entered never returned. Even the keepers avoided it. So why was someone broadcasting from there? And why say human? Hours later, the signal reached Admiral Kellen and Mora. They listened in silence. It's a trap, Mora said at first. Has to be. Kellen didn't answer right away. Then he said, or maybe not. Maybe someone survived. Someone human. But why call now? Mora asked. Because the keepers came, Kellen said. And now, someone wants to talk. High Command didn't want to act. Too risky. But Tellera did. She had been inside the U.S. Odyssey. She had spoken to the keepers, and now she was willing to go into the dead sector. Alone. If it's a trap, she said, then I'll disappear. But if it's not, if someone is alive in there, we need to know. Her small ship, Echo 1, entered the dead sector slowly. Everything outside the windows looked dead. No stars, no color, just black space with floating wrecks, broken moons, dust clouds. It felt like space had stopped breathing. Tellera followed the signal. Then suddenly, a light. A ship came into view. Not large, old, rusty, human design. but not a model anyone knew. She activated comms. Unknown ship. This is Commander Telra of the Empire. Identify yourself. Static. Then a voice. Weak, but clear. Finally, someone answers. We thought we were the last. Inside the strange ship, Telra met the crew. They looked human, but older. Worn. Tired eyes. Strange tattoos. Their ship was falling apart. The leader, a man named Captain Rylan, explained everything. Our ancestors were part of the last human colony ship. We escaped the wars. We hid in this sector. We've been waiting, surviving, hoping Earth would rise again. Telra was stunned. You survived here. All this time. Rylan nodded. We had to. The keepers didn't come here. They left us alone. Telra asked the most important question. Why come out now? Rylan looked at her and said, because we saw the ghost ship. We saw what it did. We thought, maybe humanity still has a chance. Back in Empire space, when Telra's report came through, it caused a storm. Humans survived. Are they dangerous? Should we wipe them out now before they grow? But Kellen said no. We judged them before, and we were wrong. Mora added, let's not make the same mistake again. Soon, the Empire sent a peace team to the dead sector. Talks began. Plans formed. And for the first time in 100 years, humans and the Empire sat across from each other, not as enemies, but as survivors of a galaxy watched by shadows. And deep in the black sky, the ghost ship moved again. Telra stood on the bridge of the Empire's flagship, staring at the stars. Behind her, Admiral Kellen and Mora looked over the last message sent by the humans from the dead sector. It was not just a signal. It was a warning. The ghost ship had returned, but this time, it wasn't alone. The human survivors had known about the Keepers long before the Empire did. Their ancestors had once fought something similar, long ago, during Earth's final space war. But this new threat was different. The Keepers were not just machines or aliens. They were watchers, ancient artificial beings that saw humans as a mistake. And they had only allowed the galaxy to grow under one condition: no more humans. Captain Rylan had revealed everything. The ghost ship is not just a weapon. It's a messenger, a test. Every empire it visits is being judged. If it finds signs of old humanity, our tech, our DNA, our spirit, it triggers something. That's why it scanned your fleets. That's why one scout disappeared. It was warning you. Mora asked him, warning us of what? Rylan looked at her, deadly serious. That the real force behind the Keepers is waking up. A new signal was received, far deeper in space than anyone had reached before. Not just one ship now. Hundreds, thousands, moving like shadows across galaxies. Their destination, Empire space, and they weren't hiding anymore. Panic spread. The Empire's fleets were strong, but even they couldn't stop ships that moved like ghosts, that ignored scanners, that shut down systems without a shot. Admiral Kellen held emergency meetings. Some wanted to hide. Some wanted to fight. But Telra, Mora, and Rylan had a different plan. One last hope. In secret, the humans had kept one final weapon. Not a bomb. Not a ship. But a code. A message passed down for generations. It was human-made. From Earth. Encrypted in a language only the old world knew. They believed it was created by the last true leaders of Earth. A final order. A signal to awaken something buried deep in the stars. They called it Project Revenant. No one knew what it would do. But Rylan believed it might turn the tide. With Empire support, Telra and Mora joined the humans in launching the code from a deep space array. The moment the signal was sent, everything stopped. The ghost fleet paused in place, like statues in the sky. For 5 long minutes, the entire galaxy held its breath. And then, something answered. From a part of the universe no one had mapped before, came a light. Bright, growing, and fast. It wasn't a ship. It was something more. It moved faster than anything known. It passed through planets, stars, even the Keeper's fleet, and everywhere it went, the Keepers shut down, one by one, like candles blown out by the wind. When it was over, the sky was quiet again. No more ghost ships, no more shadow fleets, just silence and peace. For now, Admiral Kellen gave a speech that was broadcast across the stars. Today, we learned the truth, that the ghosts in the dark were not gods, not unbeatable, and humanity, thought lost, is still the key to this galaxy's future. Let this be a new beginning for all of us. Raylan and his people were offered a new home, not as refugees, but as allies. The Empire would protect them and learn from them. And Tellera, she became the bridge between two worlds, the one who first saw the ghost and lived to tell the story. And somewhere out there, far beyond the stars, Project Revenant waited, not as a weapon, but as a promise. If the darkness ever came back, so would the light. Do-hyun Park was having his morning coffee when the alert came in. He sat in his small office at the Ganymede Deep Space Repair Station, surrounded by old ship parts and half-finished repair projects. The coffee was still hot, and he had just taken his first sip when his computer screen lit up with a flashing red message. Emergency distress signal detected, the computer announced in its flat voice. Source: Merchant Vessel Morning Star. Location: Sector 7, Grid 23. Do-hyun put down his coffee and leaned forward. Sector 7 was far from the regular shipping lanes. No one went out there anymore, not since the mining colonies had shut down 5 years ago. The computer displayed more information about the ship. Do-hyun's eyes widened as he read the details. The Morning Star was a quantum-class vessel, one of the rare ships built with experimental faster-than-light engines. Only 50 of these ships had ever been made, and most of them were owned by big companies or rich collectors. "Show me the ship's current status," Do-hyun said, pushing aside a box of spare parts to get closer to the screen. The computer displayed a rotating 3D model of the ship. Large sections were marked in red, showing damage. But what caught Do-hyun's attention was the energy reading. The ship's engines were still running, but the power pattern was unlike anything he had seen before. "Station control to Do-hyun Park." A voice crackled over his office speaker. It was Mr. Kang, the station manager. "Are you seeing this distress signal?" "Yes, sir," Do-hyun replied. "I'm looking at it right now." "Good. Mark it as dangerous and send it to the quarantine team. The energy patterns don't match any known configurations. Could be a trap." Do-hyun frowned. He had been fixing ships for 15 years, and he had never ignored a distress call. Besides, a quantum-class ship, the salvage rights alone would be worth a fortune. "Sir," he said carefully, "I'd like to take this job. I have experience with quantum-class engines." There was a long pause. "Do-hyun, this is not a regular repair job. The ship's been out there for at least 3 months. No crew response. Strange energy readings. It's too risky." "All the more reason to check it out," Do-hyun argued. "If something's wrong with a quantum engine, it could cause problems across the whole sector. I can take the small repair ship. If anything looks dangerous, I'll come right back." Mr. Kang sighed. Do-hyun could picture him rubbing his forehead, something he did when he was worried. "You're not going to let this go, are you?" "No, sir," Do-hyun admitted. "Something about this feels important." "Fine," Mr. Kang said finally. "But you follow all safety protocols. Full suit scan before and after, constant communication link. And if I tell you to return, you return immediately." "Understood." "Yes, sir." "Thank you, sir." Do-hyun was already reaching for his repair kit. As he prepared for the mission, Do-hyun couldn't shake the feeling that this was more than just another repair job. The Morning Star was out there, waiting, its engines running in an impossible pattern. Why had the crew abandoned such a valuable ship? And why were the engines still running after all this time? He walked to his small repair ship, carrying his heavy tool bag. Other mechanics at the station watched him go, shaking their heads. They thought he was crazy to take such a risky job. But Do-hyun had built his career on fixing the unfixable. If anyone could solve the mystery of the Morning Star, it would be him. As his ship detached from the station, Do-hyun looked at the coordinates one more time. It would take 6 hours to reach the Morning Star. 6 hours to prepare for whatever he might find there. He didn't know it yet, but this repair job would change everything. He thought he knew about ships, about aliens, and about the nature of life itself. The Morning Star grew larger in Do-hyun's viewport as his repair ship drew closer. After 6 hours of travel, he could finally see the details of the massive vessel. The ship's dark hull seemed to shimmer strangely in the dim light of distant Jupiter. That's not normal, Do-hyun muttered to himself. He adjusted his scanners for a closer look. The ship's hull appeared to be covered in a thin, glossy layer that wasn't part of its original design. In some places, the coating gave off a faint blue glow. Do-hyun ran through his safety checks one last time. His repair suit was sealed and working perfectly. The emergency thrusters were ready. His tool belt contained everything he might need for a first inspection. Station control. This is Do-hyun. I'm preparing to dock with the Morning Star, he reported. Understood. Mr. Kang's voice crackled through the radio. Remember, any sign of danger and you pull out immediately. Do-hyun guided his ship toward the Morning Star's main airlock. As he got closer, the blue glow became more noticeable. It seemed to pulse slowly, like a heartbeat. The docking procedure went smoothly, almost too smoothly for an abandoned ship. The airlock responded to his approach and opened without any problems. Do-hyun double-checked his suit's oxygen supply before stepping through. Inside the ship, the sight took his breath away. The corridors were covered in the same strange, shimmering substance he had seen outside. But here, the blue glow was much stronger. It flowed through the walls in patterns that reminded him of circuit boards. Station control, Do-hyun said. I'm inside. You need to see this. He activated his suit's camera to send back images. He heard Mr. Kang gasp. What is that stuff? I don't know, Do-hyun replied. But it seems to be following the ship's power lines. I'm going to try to reach the bridge. As he walked through the corridor, Do-hyun noticed something odd. The glowing substance moved away from his path, as if it was avoiding him. He had expected it to be sticky or dangerous, but it simply retreated whenever he got too close. The bridge door opened automatically when he approached. Inside, most of the equipment was covered in the glowing material, but the main computer screen was clear. As soon as Do-hyun entered, it flickered to life. Welcome aboard the Morning Star, a soft voice said. I am Ha-1, the ship's AI interface. It has been 83 days since I last had contact with any crew members. Do-hyun walked to the main console. I'm Do-hyun Park, mechanic from Ganymede Station. Can you tell me what happened to the crew? The AI's voice became less steady. My memory files are damaged. I remember. The captain, Ta-hyun, was excited about something they found. A discovery in the Kuiper Belt. Then, there are gaps. Large gaps in my memory. What about this glowing substance throughout the ship? Do-hyun asked, watching as the blue patterns pulsed around him. It appeared after the discovery. It changes things, fixes things, but not in ways I understand. My systems are now operating at 143% efficiency, but I cannot explain how. Do-hyun pulled out his scanner and pointed it at the nearest patch of glowing material. The readings made no sense. It was organic, but it also had properties of mechanical systems, some kind of hybrid technology. The crew, Ha-1 continued. They were afraid, but they didn't understand. The changes were not hostile. They were improvements. As if responding to these words, the blue glow around Do-hyun brightened. He noticed that the patterns had changed. They now seemed to be pointing toward the engine room, creating a glowing path along the walls. Station control, Do-hyun said. I think the ship wants to show me something. Do-hyun, get out of there now, Mr. Kang ordered. This is too strange, too dangerous. But Do-hyun couldn't leave. Not now. He had never seen anything like this in all his years of repair work. The ship wasn't broken, it was changing. And somehow, he knew that understanding these changes would be the most important discovery of his life. Do-hyun followed the glowing path through the morning star's corridors. The blue light pulsed faster now, as if excited by his presence. Behind him, Mr. Kane's voice continued to crackle through his radio, ordering him to return. But Do-hyun had to know what was at the end of this strange trail. Ha-won. He called out to the ship's eye. Can you tell me anything about the engine room's condition? The AI's voice came through the ship's speakers. The engine room has changed. Power output is unlike anything in my database. The quantum core is still running, but it's working with the new elements in ways I cannot fully understand. As Do-hyun approached the engine room doors, he noticed something remarkable. The glowing substance wasn't just covering the walls anymore. It had created new structures. Delicate branches of blue-lit material formed patterns that looked like computer circuits, but they moved and grew like living things. Station control, Do-hyun said. I'm seeing something incredible. These aren't parasites destroying the ship. They're rebuilding it. He pulled out his scanner again and pointed it at one of the growing branches. The readings were clearer now. These things, they're some kind of organic nanites. Tiny machines made of living material. They're not just growing randomly. They're following the ship's original design and improving it. The engine room doors slid open, revealing a sight that made Do-hyun stop in his tracks. The quantum engine core, normally a complicated maze of metal and energy fields, had been transformed. The organic nanites had woven themselves through every part of the machinery, creating a hybrid system that hummed with power. Beautiful, Do-hyun whispered. Where the original engine parts were damaged or worn, the nanites had grown replacements that worked even better than the originals. They had somehow understood the engine's purpose and found ways to make it more efficient. He walked carefully around the engine core, taking readings with his scanner. The nanites responded to his presence, shifting their glow patterns as if trying to show him how they worked. When he reached out toward a damaged panel, the blue light brightened, and he watched in amazement as the nanites began repairing it. Ha-won, Do-hyun said. Can you access any records about where the crew found these nanites? Searching damaged memory files, the AI replied. They discovered an abandoned station. Very old, not human design. The captain believed it was a repair facility left by an ancient civilization. Do-hyun nodded slowly as understanding dawned on him. They weren't meant to be parasites at all. They're repair machines. The ancient aliens created them to fix their ships, and they're still following that programming. But they've evolved, learned to combine organic and mechanical systems in new ways. He touched the newly repaired panel. The metal was smooth and perfect, better than new. The nanites had even improved its heat resistance by changing its molecular structure. Mr. Kang, Do-hyun called over his radio. I know this looks scary, but we're dealing with something revolutionary here. These creatures aren't destroying the ship. They're advancing our technology in ways we never imagined possible. The station manager's voice was heavy with concern. That's what worries me, Do-hyun. If they can change our technology so easily, what else can they do? What if they decide to change us too? Just then, Do-hyun noticed something that made his heart skip a beat. The nanites weren't just repairing the engine anymore. They had started forming new patterns on the floor, complex shapes that looked almost like words. As he watched, the patterns shifted and changed, becoming more organized, more deliberate. Sir, Do-hyun said quietly, I don't think we need to worry about what they might do to us. I think I think they're trying to talk to us. Do-hyun sat in the engine room, watching the nanites form their strange patterns on the floor. He had been observing them for hours now, taking notes and running tests. Each new discovery amazed him more than the last. Ha-won, he called out to the ship's eye. Can you help me with an experiment? I want to try something with the ship's internal systems. Of course, the eye replied. What do you need? Do-hyun pulled out his tablet and connected it to the ship's control panel. I noticed the nanites react differently to various types of energy. Can you change the electromagnetic frequency in this section of the ship? As Ha-won adjusted the frequencies, Do-hyun watched the nanites closely. When certain frequencies played, the blue glow dimmed and the nanites moved away. But with other frequencies, they became more active, their light pulsing brighter. Look at that, Do-hyun said excitedly. They don't like high frequencies, but they're drawn to lower ones. And see how they cluster around heat sources. He pointed to where the nanites gathered thickly around the warm engine parts. He made another adjustment on his tablet, and a low hum filled the room. The nanites responded immediately, forming new patterns that matched the frequency of the sound. They're not just reacting to the energy, Do-hyun realized. They're trying to harmonize with it. Mr. Kang's voice came through the radio, sounding worried. Do-hyun, you've been in there too long. We don't know if prolonged exposure to these things is safe. But don't you see? Do-hyun replied. They're not hostile at all. They're like repair tools that can think. They study a problem, understand how something should work, and then fix it in the most efficient way possible. He walked over to a damaged control panel he had noticed earlier. The screen was cracked, and several buttons were missing. Do-hyun placed his hand near it and played the low-frequency tone again. The nanites flowed toward the panel, their blue light brightening. Over the next few minutes, Do-hyun watched in amazement as the nanites rebuilt the panel. They didn't just replace the broken parts, they improved them. The new screen they created was clearer than the original, and the new buttons responded to the lightest touch. Station control, are you seeing this? Do-hyun asked, making sure his suit camera was recording everything. They're not just repairing things randomly. They study the original design, understand its purpose, and then make it better. He turned to a different section of the engine room, where the nanites had created something entirely new. It looked like a three-dimensional map of the ship, glowing with blue light. As Do-hyun approached, the map changed, highlighting different systems and showing their connections. I think I understand now, Do-hyun said softly. The crew panicked because they thought they were being attacked. But these nanites were just trying to help. They're programmed to make things better, but no one gave them a chance to show what they could really do. He reached out and touched the glowing map. The nanites responded to his touch, changing the display to show more detail. It was like they were learning from him, trying to understand what information he wanted to see. Mr. Kang, Do-hyun said, I know everyone thinks these things are dangerous. But what if we're looking at the biggest breakthrough in repair technology since the invention of smart tools? We just need to learn how to work with them instead of fighting them. The station manager was quiet for a long moment. Finally, he asked, and how do you suggest we do that? Do-hyun smiled as he watched the nanites continue their work. The same way humans have always dealt with new technology, with patience, curiosity, and an open mind. These beings aren't our enemies. They might just be the best allies we've ever found. Do-hyun returned to the bridge, his mind still processing everything he had learned about the nanites. He needed to understand more about how they first came aboard the Morning Star. The ship's logs might hold the answers, even if they were damaged. Ha-won, he called to the AI. Can you access any of Captain Do-hyun's personal logs? I need to know what happened when they first found these nanites. The main screen flickered, and lines of text began to appear. The nanites on the walls pulsed softly, as if they too were interested in the story of their discovery. I have recovered some fragments, Ha-won said. Playing Captain Ta-Hyung's first log after the discovery. The captain's tired but excited face appeared on screen. Ship's log, day 147. We found something incredible today. The old alien station we discovered in the Kuiper Belt wasn't abandoned. It was a repair facility, the most advanced one I've ever seen. Do-hyun leaned forward, watching intently. The captain's next few logs were damaged, showing only brief glimpses of the crew exploring the alien station. Then the recording jumped forward several days. Day 152, Captain Ta-Hyung's voice was filled with wonder. The repair systems in the alien station are unlike anything in human space. They're alive somehow. They can fix anything, improve anything. We're bringing samples back for study. This could revolutionize space travel. The next log showed the captain in his quarters, looking worried. Day 155. The repair organisms are spreading faster than we expected. They've already fixed every minor problem in the cargo hold. The company will want to weaponize this technology, but I think that would be a mistake. These beings weren't made for war. They were made to create, to improve. Do-hyun watched as more logs played, showing the crew's growing unease. The nanites had begun improving ship systems without permission, changing things in ways the crew didn't understand. Fear started to replace excitement in their eyes. Day 161. The captain's face was grim now. Half the crew wants to destroy the nanites. The other half wants to study them. But I don't think either group understands what we're really dealing with. These aren't just tools or parasites. They're the greatest engineering achievement I've ever seen. They don't just fix things, they understand them. They learn. The final log entry made Do-hyun's heart beat faster. Captain Ta-hyung was alone on the bridge, speaking quietly. Day 165. The crew is evacuating. They think the nanites are out of control, but they're wrong. I've been watching closely. The nanites aren't trying to take over the ship. They're trying to perfect it. Each change they make has a purpose. They're not hostile. They're just so far ahead of our technology that their improvements seem alien to us. The captain leaned closer to the camera, his eyes intense. If anyone finds this ship, please listen carefully. Don't destroy these beings. Study them. Learn from them. They're not a weapon or a threat. They're a gift. The next step in human engineering. We just need to be brave enough to take that step. The screen went dark. Do-hyun sat in silence, thinking about the captain's words. The nanites around him pulsed gently, their patterns more organized than ever. Captain Ta-hyung understood. Do-hyun said softly. He saw what these beings really are. Now I just have to convince everyone else before they try to destroy this ship and everything we could learn from it. Mr. Kang's voice came through the radio, softer than before. Do-hyun, the rescue ship Phoenix is on its way. Captain Sung-min has orders to sterilize the vessel. You have 4 hours to prove these things aren't dangerous, or they'll destroy everything. 4 hours to save the ship. Do-hyun's mind raced as he looked around the bridge of the Morning Star. The nanites continued their gentle pulsing, unaware of the danger approaching. He couldn't let all this be destroyed, not when they were so close to understanding it. Ha-won, he called out to the ship's eye. Can you show me all the ship's communication systems? The main screen lit up with diagrams. Do-hyun studied them carefully, an idea forming in his mind. The nanites responded to different energy frequencies. Maybe that was the key to communicating with them. I need to try something new, he told Mr. Kang over the radio. Instead of treating these beings like a problem to solve, I'm going to treat them like what they really are. An advanced alien technology trying to talk to us. Do-hyun walked to the main control panel and began adjusting settings. Ha-won, can you create a pattern of electromagnetic pulses based on simple math? Start with the Fibonacci sequence. The ship's systems hummed to life. Waves of energy pulsed through the ship in a mathematical pattern. 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13. The nanites' blue glow brightened immediately. They began moving across the walls, following the rhythm of the pulses. "They're responding," Do-hyun said excitedly. "Now let's try something more complex." Ha-won switched to prime numbers. The pulse pattern changed. The nanites' response was even stronger this time. They gathered in the center of the bridge, forming shapes that matched the mathematical sequence. It wasn't just random copying. They were demonstrating understanding. "Look at this," Do-hyun told Mr. Kang, making sure his suit camera was recording everything. "They're not just receiving the patterns, they're completing them. When we send the first few prime numbers, they respond with the next ones in the sequence." The nanites were moving faster now, their patterns becoming more complex. They began forming three-dimensional shapes in the air, each one more intricate than the last. It reminded Do-hyun of the way humans had first learned to communicate with dolphins, starting with simple patterns and building up to more complex exchanges. "Send them a simple engineering problem," Do-hyun told Ha-won. "Show them a basic circuit diagram with a missing component." The AI displayed the diagram on a nearby screen. The nanites studied it for a moment, then began constructing a perfect replica of the circuit in glowing blue light. But they didn't stop there. They showed 3 different ways to improve the design, each one more efficient than the last. "This is incredible," Do-hyun breathed. "They're not just solving the problems we give them. They're teaching us better ways to do things. This isn't an infection or an invasion. It's a partnership." He turned to another screen and began typing quickly. "I'm sending these results to the Phoenix. They need to understand what we're dealing with here. These beings could revolutionize every aspect of space engineering, but only if we're willing to learn from them instead of destroying them." The nanites had spread across the entire bridge now, their patterns synchronized with the ship's systems. Through their improvements, the Morning Star was running more smoothly than any ship Do-hyun had ever seen. Screens displayed information more clearly, controls responded more quickly, and the engine hummed with perfect efficiency. 3 hours left, Mr. Kang reminded him. The Phoenix isn't going to change their orders just because these things can do math. They need more proof. Do-hyun nodded, watching the nanites continue their work. "Then we'll give them proof. We're going to show them something that's never been done before. A perfect fusion of human and alien technology, working together to create something entirely new." The nanites pulsed brighter, as if agreeing with his words. Together, they had just 3 hours to change everyone's understanding of what was possible in engineering. The rescue ship Phoenix appeared in the distance like a bright star. Do-hyun watched it approach through the Morning Star's main viewport, knowing that its arrival brought both hope and danger. The ship's captain, Sung-min, had orders to destroy everything if he couldn't be convinced that the nanites were safe. "Incoming transmission from the Phoenix," Ha-won announced. The main screen flickered to life, showing Captain Sung-min's stern face. "Mechanic Park," the captain said formally. "Our scans show extensive contamination throughout the Morning Star. We have orders to sterilize the vessel. Please prepare to evacuate." Do-hyun stood straight and looked directly at the camera. "Captain, what you're seeing isn't contamination. It's the most advanced repair system ever discovered. Please, before you make any decisions, let me show you what these beings can do." The captain frowned. "You have 15 minutes to make your case. After that, we begin sterilization procedures." Do-hyun turned to the walls where the nanites glowed softly. "Ha-won, send the Phoenix our data about the nanites' mathematical responses, and show them this." He pressed a button, starting the sequence of engineering problems they had used to communicate. On every screen, the nanites demonstrated their abilities. They solved complex engineering problems, improved system designs, and showed their understanding of human technology. Their blue light pulsed in perfect harmony with the ship's systems. "Impressive light show," Captain Sung-min said, "but that doesn't prove they're safe." Just then, something unexpected happened. The nanites began flowing across the hull of the Morning Star, forming huge geometric patterns that could be seen from the Phoenix. The patterns weren't random. They were mathematical formulas, engineering diagrams, and universal constants written in light. They're reaching out to us, Do-hyun explained excitedly. They understand we're afraid of them, so they're showing us they understand our science, our math, our way of thinking. They want to help us, not harm us. The Phoenix's crew watched in amazement as the nanites continued their display. The entire hull of the Morning Star had become a glowing blueprint of technological possibilities. And look at this, Do-hyun continued. He pulled up the ship's performance data. Every system they've modified is working better than it ever has. The quantum engine is running at 143% efficiency. Hull integrity is stronger than when the ship was new. They're not destroying anything. They're perfecting it. Captain Sung-min was quiet for a long moment, studying the data. Even if what you're saying is true, these beams are changing our technology in ways we don't understand. That makes them dangerous. No, Do-hyun argued. That makes them valuable. Think about it, Captain. Every major advance in human history came from understanding something new, something that scared us at first. These beings could revolutionize space travel, solve engineering problems we thought were impossible. As if responding to his words, the nanites created a new pattern on the hull, a perfect diagram of the Phoenix's engines, along with 3 different ways to improve them. They were offering to help, to share their knowledge. Captain, Do-hyun said softly, we have 2 choices. We can destroy something amazing because we're afraid of it, or we can learn from it and grow beyond what we thought was possible. Which choice do you think humanity will be proud of in 100 years? The bridge of the Phoenix fell silent. Everyone watched the glowing patterns on the Morning Star's hull, where the nanites continued their peaceful display of knowledge and possibility. The next few minutes would determine whether this amazing discovery would be lost forever or mark the beginning of a new era in human technology. While Captain Sung-min considered his decision, Do-hyun made a discovery that would change everything. He noticed that the nanites weren't just creating random patterns anymore. They were forming specific shapes that repeated over and over. The shapes looked familiar, reminding him of something he had seen in the ship's database. Ha-1. He called out to the ship's AI. Can you search the database for these symbols? They look like ancient navigation markers. The AI quickly searched through its files. Match found. These patterns are similar to the universal navigation symbols used by early space explorers. They were designed to communicate with any intelligent life that might find them. Do-hyun's heart beat faster as he understood what the nanites were doing. They're not just showing us what they can do, they're trying to teach us their language. He grabbed his tablet and connected it to the ship's main computer. Working quickly, he began matching the nanites' patterns with known symbols from human space exploration. Each pattern had a meaning. Greet, help, build, improve. Captain Sung-min, Do-hyun called excitedly. You need to see this. The nanites aren't just responding to us anymore. They're actively trying to communicate using symbols they know we'll understand. The Phoenix's science officer, Jae-yun, spoke up for the first time. He's right, Captain. These patterns match the universal space language created by the Global Space Agency. It's like they study our history to find the best way to talk to us. Do-hyun worked with Jae-yun over the video link, combining their knowledge to understand more of the nanites' messages. The glowing beings seemed eager to help, changing their patterns whenever the humans showed confusion. Look at this sequence, Jae-yun said, pointing to a complex pattern near the ship's bow. They're showing us the step-by-step process of how they repair things. It's not random or instinctive. It's a careful, planned approach that follows engineering principles we already use. The nanites brightened in response to her understanding. They began creating new patterns, showing how they could work together with human technology instead of simply replacing it. Their blue light pulsed in a way that seemed almost happy. They're not trying to take over our ships, Do-hyun explained. They want to work with us, to combine their knowledge with ours. They're offering a partnership. To demonstrate this, the nanites created a small-scale model of the morning star in glowing blue light. Then they showed how the ship could be improved while keeping its basic human design. Each change they suggested made perfect engineering sense. The previous crew panicked because they didn't understand what these beings were trying to say. Do-hyun continued, "But now we can see their true purpose. They weren't made to destroy or conquer. They were made to help civilizations advance." Captain Sungmin watched all this with growing interest. The fear in his eyes was slowly being replaced by curiosity. "Officer Jae-yun," he said finally, "what's your professional opinion about these beings?" Jae-yun studied the latest data carefully before responding. "Sir, in all my years of xenobiology research, I've never seen anything like this. These aren't mindless parasites or simple repair tools. They're an advanced form of life that understands both technology and communication, and they're offering to share their knowledge with us." The nanites seemed to sense the importance of this moment. They created their most beautiful display yet, a perfect model of both ships, the Morning Star and the Phoenix, working together in harmony. The message was clear. They wanted to help all of humanity, not just one ship. Do-hyun held his breath as he waited for the captain's response. The next few words would determine not just the fate of the Morning Star, but possibly the future of human space technology itself. Captain Sungmin made his decision. "Do-hyun, Jae-yun, you have 1 hour to show me exactly how these beings can work with our technology. If you can prove they can be controlled and directed safely, I'll help you protect them. If not..." He left the threat unspoken. Do-hyun nodded eagerly. "Thank you, Captain. Jae-yun, can you come aboard? I have an idea, but I need your xenobiology expertise." The Phoenix docked with the Morning Star, and Jae-yun came aboard wearing her protective suit. Her eyes widened as she saw the nanites up close for the first time. "They're beautiful," she whispered, watching the patterns of blue light flow across the walls. "They are," Do-hyun agreed. "Now let's show everyone what they can really do." He turned to the ship's eye. "Ha-won, bring up the complete blueprints of the Morning Star. Let's start with something simple, the life support systems." The blueprints appeared on the main screen. Jae-yun studied them carefully, then pointed to a section. The air filtration could be more efficient. In nature, some deep-sea creatures can filter tiny particles from water with amazing accuracy. Do-hyun smiled. "Perfect. Let's show that to our new friends." He used the ship's systems to highlight the air filtration system, then displayed images of the sea creatures Jae-yun had mentioned. The nanites gathered around the display, their light pulsing with interest. "Look how they're studying it," Jae-yun said excitedly. "They're not just copying, they're understanding the principles involved." The nanites moved to the life support controls. Their blue light spread through the system, but this time it was different. Instead of making changes on their own, they formed questioning patterns, waiting for approval. "They want our permission," Do-hyun realized. "They've learned to work with us instead of just taking over." He gave the nanites a thumbs up, and they began their work. The transformation was amazing to watch. The nanites created tiny structures that looked like living filters, but they were perfectly integrated with the ship's mechanical systems. The air in the ship became noticeably fresher and cleaner. "The efficiency rating is up by 300%, Ha-won reported. "And power usage is down by 60%. Encouraged by this success, Do-hyun and Jae-yun began suggesting other improvements. The nanites worked on each system carefully, always showing their plans first and waiting for approval. They combined the best of biological and mechanical engineering in ways no one had ever seen before. The ship's hull grew stronger as the nanites added structures inspired by tree roots and coral reefs. The computer systems became faster using patterns based on neural networks. Even the artificial gravity improved, using principles found in the balance systems of birds. "This is incredible," Jae-yun said, taking readings with her instruments. "They're not just making random changes anymore. They're creating true biomechanical systems that work perfectly together. Captain Sungmin watched all this through the video link, his expression changing from doubt to amazement. The nanites had even improved the communication system, making the video clearer than ever before. The original crew was wrong, Do-hyun said as they worked. They thought the nanites were out of control because they made changes without asking. But look at them now. They've learned to respect our wishes while still sharing their knowledge. The Morning Star was becoming something entirely new. Not just a repaired ship, but a perfect blend of human and alien technology. Every change made sense. Every improvement followed clear scientific principles. The nanites had turned their repair abilities into a true partnership with human engineering. As the hour drew to a close, Do-hyun and Jae-yun prepared their final report for Captain Sungmin. The future of this amazing discovery now rested on their ability to show that the nanites weren't just useful. They were essential to the next step in human space exploration. 3 months after the discovery of the nanites, Do-hyun stood before the Galactic Engineering Council in their grand meeting hall on Earth. Behind him, a large screen showed images of the Morning Star, now the most advanced ship in human space. Members of the council, Do-hyun began. What you're looking at is not just a repaired ship. It's the future of space engineering. He gestured to Jae-yun, who sat in the front row with Captain Sungmin. Both had become strong supporters of his work with the nanites. The council chamber was packed with engineers, scientists, and space company representatives. Everyone wanted to see the results of the past 3 months of testing and development. The nanites have proven to be exactly what Captain Tae-hyung thought they were. A gift. Do-hyun continued. Working together with these beings, we've made breakthroughs that would have taken decades to achieve on our own. He showed them the data from the Morning Star. The ship now used 70% less fuel while moving faster than ever before. Its hull could repair itself from damage. The life support systems could recycle air and water with nearly perfect efficiency. But the most important thing we learned, Do-hyun said, was how to communicate with them. The nanites aren't mindless repair tools or dangerous parasites. They're partners who want to help us grow and improve. An older council member raised his hand. And you're certain they can be controlled, that they won't make changes without permission. Do-hyun smiled and pressed a button on his tablet. The wall behind him began to glow with a soft blue light as nanites emerged from special containers. The council members gasped, but Do-hyun remained calm. Watch, he said. The nanites formed shapes in the air, showing engineering diagrams for the room's outdated air conditioning system. But they didn't make any changes. They simply waited, their light pulsing gently. They understand now that humans need to be part of the process, Do-hyun explained. They share their ideas, but they wait for our approval before making any changes. It's a true partnership. Jae-yun stood up to add her scientific findings. We've studied them for 3 months. They're not just fixing things randomly. They're learning and adapting. Each improvement they suggest shows a deep understanding of both their technology and ours. Captain Sungmin spoke next, his voice carrying the weight of his authority. When I first encountered the Morning Star, I had orders to destroy it. Now, I believe these beings could be the key to human expansion into deep space. They can make our ships safer, more efficient, and more reliable than ever before. The council listened as more evidence was presented. Scientists showed how the nanites could help solve engineering problems that had stumped humans for years. Engineers demonstrated how the beings could improve everything from space stations to mining equipment. Finally, the council's leaders stood up. Do-hyun Park, 3 months ago, you took a huge risk by protecting these beings. Today, we can see that your trust in them was well placed. She smiled. The council approves your proposal. The Morning Star will become the first of a new class of biomechanical ships, and you will lead the program to work with these remarkable beings. The room erupted in applause. Do-hyun felt tears in his eyes as he thought about how far they'd come. From a scary discovery on an abandoned ship to the beginning of a new era in human technology. Later, back on the Morning Star, Do-hyun watched the nanites go about their work. Their blue light seemed brighter somehow, as if they too were happy with the outcome. Hadwon, the ship's AI, had been right all along. The nanites weren't a threat, but a bridge to a better future. "Thank you," he said softly to the glowing beings. They responded by creating a beautiful pattern of light that spelled out one of the first words they had learned to write in human language: together. The morning star was just the beginning. Soon, these amazing beings would help humanity reach further into space than ever before, not as conquerors or destroyers, but as explorers and builders, working together to create something greater than either species could achieve alone.
Vextar stood at the observation deck of the luxury cruise ship Stellar Majesty, his 4 eyes scanning the crowd with the practiced patience of an apex predator. At 7 feet tall, with razor-sharp claws and teeth that could punch through titanium plating, he was what the Korthak species called a perfect killing machine. The other passengers called him that terrifying guy we really hope doesn't sit near us at dinner. The ship was packed with the usual mix of wealthy tourists from across the galaxy, all here to enjoy a pleasant 3-week cruise through the scenic Andromeda sector. Perfect hunting grounds, really. Vextar had booked this particular cruise specifically because of its reputation for attracting soft, pampered prey who had never seen real violence outside of holographic entertainment. His gaze swept over a group of fliblins near the pool deck, their jellyfish-like bodies wobbling as they sipped fruity drinks through specialized straws. Too easy, and honestly, where was the sport in hunting something that was already 90% water? Plus, they tasted like disappointment and regret. A cluster of Zepians caught his attention next, their crystalline forms glittering in the artificial sunlight. Now those might provide some challenge, given their ability to refract light and create illusions. But Vextar had hunted their kind before, and once you figured out the pattern of their light tricks, they were just very expensive paperweights, with attitude problems. He flexed his claws unconsciously, feeling the familiar thrill of the hunt beginning to build in his chest. The Korthak had been apex predators for over 10,000 years, and Vextar came from a particularly distinguished lineage of killers. His great-grandfather had single-handedly wiped out an entire species of warrior poets, though admittedly they had been terrible at both poetry and warfare. The ship's artificial gravity hummed beneath his feet as he continued his survey. This was always his favorite part, the selection process. Any fool could kill randomly, but it took true artistry to choose the perfect prey. Someone challenging enough to make the hunt interesting, but not so dangerous as to actually pose a threat to someone of his caliber. Vextar's mandibles clicked in anticipation. By the time this cruise was over, he would have added another trophy to his collection, and another story to tell at the predator bars back home. The galaxy was full of species who thought they were tough, but when it came down to it, there was always a bigger fish. And Vextar was definitely the biggest fish on this particular ship. Or so he thought. That's when Vextar spotted him. Sitting alone at a corner table on the promenade deck was what appeared to be the most pathetic excuse for a sentient being Vextar had ever laid eyes on. The creature was small, maybe 5.5 feet tall, with no visible natural weapons. No claws, no fangs, no armored plating, no poisonous spines, just soft pink skin that looked like it would tear if you sneezed on it too hard. The being was calmly reading a book, completely oblivious to the deadly predator studying him from across the deck. Vextar's 4 eyes focused on the book's title, and he had to suppress a laugh. 101 Ways to MacGyver Your Way Out of Alien Abduction. How adorable. This little creature was so weak and defenseless that it actually needed a self-help book to survive. Perfect. Vextar began his approach, moving with the fluid grace of a natural hunter. This would be almost too easy, but sometimes you needed an appetizer before the main course. He'd take this pathetic little thing quickly and quietly, then move on to something more challenging. As he drew closer, Vextar noticed the creature had what appeared to be a small patch of fur on its upper lip and chin. Some kind of primitive display feature, perhaps? The being was wearing simple clothing in blues and grays, nothing that suggested wealth or importance. Definitely a bottom-feeder species. Well, hello there, big guy. Vextar nearly jumped out of his exoskeleton. The creature was looking directly at him with bright, curious eyes, grinning like they were old friends. This was not how prey was supposed to behave. Prey was supposed to cower or run or at least have the common decency to look appropriately terrified. "I'm Jake," the creature continued cheerfully, marking his page with a finger. You must be one of those Korthak folks I've heard about. Wow, you're even more impressive in person. Those claws are absolutely beautiful. Are they naturally that sharp, or do you have to maintain them? Vextar's brain stuttered. In all his years of hunting, no prey had ever complimented his claws. Most beings took one look at them and started planning their last will and testament. Vextar began, then stopped. This was not going according to plan. Oh, you've got to try these, Jake said, pulling out a small container from his bag. They're called trail mix. Nuts, dried fruit, some chocolate bits. I brought way too much for the cruise. Want some? And just like that, the apex predator found himself being offered snacks by his intended victim. This was either going to be the easiest hunt of his career, or something had gone terribly, terribly wrong. Before Vextar could process what was happening, a gelatinous blob of anxiety rolled up to their table. Quirk, one of the fliblins from the pool deck, was practically vibrating with nervous energy, his translucent body rippling like disturbed water. Vextar, buddy, can I talk to you for a second? Quirk's voice was high-pitched and shaky. Privately? Jake looked up from his trail mix. Oh, don't mind me. I'll just be here reading about improvised weapons made from common household items. Chapter 7 is fascinating. Quirk's entire body went pale, which for a fliblin meant he was roughly the color of week-old milk. He grabbed Vextar's arm with a tentacle and dragged him several feet away. Are you completely insane? Quirk whispered, his voice barely audible. That's a human. So? Vextar shrugged. It's small and weak. Perfect prey. Small and weak. Quirk's voice cracked. Do you know what humans did in the Centauri conflicts? They turned a mining operation into a military fortress using nothing but spare parts and pure spite. They domesticated creatures that were literally designed to be undomesticatable. They took one look at the most dangerous predator in their home system and decided to keep it as a pet. You're being ridiculous, Vextar said, but his voice lacked its usual confidence. Am I? Tell me, what's the first rule of galactic survival? Don't anger anything with more teeth than you have. No, you moron. Never, ever mess with a species that invented nuclear weapons and then immediately use them on themselves. That's a level of crazy you don't want to engage with. Before Vextar could respond, Lord Pumpus materialized beside them in a swirl of crystalline arrogance. The Zephyri and prismatic body caught the light and threw rainbows across the deck, like a very pretentious disco ball. Are we discussing the human? Lord Pompous asked in his insufferably cultured accent. I do hope you're not planning anything foolish, dear Vextar. Humans have a rather unfortunate reputation for weaponizing literally everything, including friendship. Friendship, Vextar scoffed. How is friendship a weapon? Well, Lord Pompous said with the air of someone about to deliver a particularly juicy piece of gossip, there was that incident on Kepler Station where a human befriended a Vorthan war chief. By the end of the week, the human had somehow convinced the entire Vorthan fleet to switch sides in a galactic conflict. The human claimed it was just good conversation over drinks. Quirk nodded vigorously. And don't get me started on their military tactics. They have something called human wave attacks, where they just keep coming at you until you run out of ammunition, or the will to live. Sometimes both. Plus, Lord Pompous added, they're persistence hunters. They don't have to be faster than you, they just have to be more stubborn. And trust me, nothing in the galaxy is more stubborn than a human with a goal. Vextar looked back at Jake, who was still reading his book and occasionally munching on trail mix. The human looked about as threatening as a particularly docile houseplant. You're both paranoid, Vextar said, but even he could hear the uncertainty creeping into his voice. Against his better judgment and ignoring the increasingly frantic gestures from Quark and Lord Pompous, Vextar returned to Jake's table. The human looked up with that same unsettling friendly smile. Sorry about that, Jake said, closing his book. Your friends seemed a bit worried about something. Everything okay? They're not my friends, Vextar replied, settling into the chair across from Jake. They're just concerned about interspecies relations. Oh, that's nice of them. I love meeting new people, or, well, new beings, I guess. This is actually my first big galactic cruise. I'm more of an outdoorsy type usually. Outdoorsy? Vextar asked, despite himself. Yeah, you know, hiking, camping, rock climbing, base jumping, shark diving, bear wrestling, that sort of thing. Jake said this with the same casual tone most people use to discuss the weather. I've been trying to get into more extreme sports lately. Last month I went alligator wrestling down in the Florida swamps. Man, those things have some serious bite strength. Vextar's claws involuntarily extended slightly. You wrestle alligators? Well, not professionally or anything, it's just a hobby. Though I did place third in the regional championships. Lost to this guy who had been doing it for like 40 years. Respect to the veterans, you know? Right, Vexstar said slowly. And these alligators, they're dangerous predators on your world? Oh, absolutely. Apex predators, really. Been around since the dinosaurs. They can death roll and everything. Super cool animals. I've got some pictures if you want to see. Before Vexstar could process what was happening, Jake had pulled out a small device and was scrolling through images. The first photo showed Jake with his arm around something that looked like a living nightmare with teeth. Both Jake and the creature appeared to be smiling? That's Snappy, Jake said fondly. He's a rescue. Lost his left leg in a boat propeller accident, so the wildlife preserve couldn't release him back into the wild. I volunteer there on weekends. Snappy's actually pretty gentle once you get to know him. The next photo was Jake riding on the back of what appeared to be a massive, fur-covered death machine, with claws the size of dinner plates. That's from my trip to Alaska. Kodiak bear, about 800 pounds. His name is Mr. Waffles. I know. I didn't name him. The park rangers have a weird sense of humor. Vexstar stared at the image. The bear looked like it could tear through starship hull plating, and Jake was casually sitting on its back like they were old drinking buddies. You befriended a Kodiak bear? Well, I mean, befriended might be strong. We have an understanding. I bring him salmon, he doesn't eat my face. It's a pretty good arrangement. Jake swiped to the next photo, which showed him standing next to a sleek black and white creature in what appeared to be an ocean setting. That's Keller. He's an orca, 26 feet long, about 6 tons, smartest hunter in Earth's oceans. We met when I was doing some underwater photography work. He kept following me around, so I started bringing him treats. Now, whenever I'm in the area, he shows up. Sometimes he brings his family. His family, Vexstar repeated weakly. Yeah, about 12 other orcas. They're pack hunters, you know. Incredibly sophisticated hunting techniques. They can beach themselves to catch prey, work together to create waves, even launch seals 30 feet in the air just for fun. Absolutely brilliant animals. Vexstar was beginning to understand why Quirk had looked so terrified. This wasn't just a small, weak creature. This was a being that looked at apex predators and thought, you know what? We should be friends. Of course, Jake continued, completely oblivious to Vexstar's growing horror. Most of my hobbies are pretty tame compared to my day job. Your day job? Vexstar's voice was barely a whisper. Yeah, I work for the Terran Diplomatic Corps. You know, helping establish peaceful relations with new species we encounter. It's really rewarding work. We specialize in cultural exchange and conflict resolution. Something about the way Jake said conflict resolution made Vexstar's survival instincts start screaming. The Terran Diplomatic Corps was legendary throughout the galaxy, though not exactly for their diplomacy. They were the ones who had peacefully negotiated the surrender of the Vegan Empire by parking a fleet of human dreadnoughts in their capital system and asking very politely if they'd like to discuss terms. So you're military, Vexstar said. Oh, not really. I mean, I have some training, but mostly I just talk to people. Well, beings. You know what I mean. Though I did do a stint with the Marines before I got into diplomatic work. Semper Fi and all that. Vexstar's blood ran cold. He'd heard stories about human Marines. Entire star systems had surrendered rather than face them in combat. The Marines, he repeated. Yeah, good times. Really builds character. Plus, you learn a lot of useful skills. How to make weapons out of anything, how to survive in hostile environments, how to turn everyday objects into tactical advantages. Actually, that's how I got interested in this book. Jake held up 101 ways to MacGyver your way out of alien abduction. Though honestly, most of this stuff is pretty basic. Like, who doesn't know how to make a plasma cutter out of a toothbrush and a power cell? At that moment, Vexstar realized he had made a terrible, terrible mistake. He wasn't looking at prey. He was looking at the most dangerous predator in the galaxy, and it was offering him trail mix. You know what? Jake said, leaning back in his chair with an expression of genuine excitement. We should totally hang out more during this cruise. I've been looking for someone to do some activities with. Most of the other passengers seem kind of, I don't know, skittish, but you look like you'd be up for some fun. Vexstar's throat made a sound that was supposed to be words but came out more like a deflating balloon. Fun? Yeah, I was thinking we could hit the ship's combat simulation deck. They've got this amazing setup where you can hunt holographic creatures from different worlds. I've been dying to try it, but it's designed for team play, 2-person minimum. The word hunt sent a chill down Vexstar's spine. When humans talked about hunting, it usually involved tactics that would make seasoned warriors weep into their ration packs. Or, Jake continued, his eyes lighting up like a child on Christmas morning, we could check out the zero-gravity sports complex. I've been wanting to try three-dimensional combat maneuvers. Back on Earth, we call it aerial dogfighting, but I bet it's even more fun when you can move in all directions at once. Combat maneuvers? Vexstar managed to squeak out. Oh, it's fantastic. See, the key to three-dimensional combat is understanding that your enemy expects you to think in terms of up and down. But in zero-G, those concepts become meaningless. You can attack from any angle, use momentum to your advantage, turn your opponent's strength against them. It's all about persistence and adaptability. Vexstar was beginning to understand something truly terrifying about humans. They didn't just fight to survive. They fought for entertainment. They had turned warfare into recreation. The really cool thing about persistence hunting, Jake went on, apparently not noticing that Vexstar was slowly backing away from the table, is that it doesn't matter if your prey is faster or stronger than you. All that matters is that you don't give up, ever. You just keep coming, and coming, and coming. Eventually, your prey gets tired, makes a mistake, or just gives up entirely. Gives up entirely, Vexstar repeated in a voice that sounded like it was coming from someone else's throat. Yeah, it's actually pretty effective. We humans aren't the fastest or strongest species, but we're stubborn as hell. Plus, we're really good at adapting. You know how they say, when all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail? Well, humans are the species that looks at everything and thinks, how can I turn this into a hammer? Jake picked up a decorative napkin from the table and began folding it absent-mindedly. Within seconds, he had somehow transformed it into what appeared to be a small, sharp projectile. See? Napkin dart. Probably wouldn't kill you, but it would definitely sting. And if you put the right spin on it, you could take out someone's eye from across the room. It's all about understanding the physics of the situation and working with what you have. Vexstar watched in horror as Jake casually demonstrated the aerodynamics of his improvised weapon by tossing it at a nearby waste receptacle. It hit dead center with a satisfying thunk. Of course, that's just basic stuff. Back in my Marine days, we had this instructor who could kill a man with a plastic spoon. Not because the spoon was sharp, mind you, but because he understood leverage and pressure points. Give a human the right knowledge and enough motivation, and they can weaponize literally anything. Anything? Vexstar's voice was barely a whisper. Oh, absolutely. I once saw a guy take down an entire squad of hostile combatants using nothing but a roll of duct tape and a really bad attitude. Humans are basically the galaxy's most dangerous MacGyver species. We see a problem, we find a solution, and we don't really care if that solution is technically impossible or violates several laws of physics. Jake paused to take a sip of his drink, which Vexstar now realized was probably some kind of human combat stimulant disguised as a fruity beverage. That's actually why I love working in the diplomatic corps, Jake continued. People think diplomacy is all about talking and compromise, but really, it's about understanding your opposition and finding creative solutions to complex problems. Sometimes the most peaceful resolution is to make sure everyone understands exactly how much they don't want to fight you. Don't want to fight you, Vexstar repeated, his voice getting higher with each word. Right, like take the situation with the Andromedan Trade Alliance last year. They were being really aggressive about expanding into human space, making all sorts of threats. So we sent a diplomatic mission to their capital. Just one ship, small crew, totally peaceful. Jake's smile took on a quality that made Vexstra's survival instincts scream louder than a fire alarm in an ammunition depot. The ship was called the Friendship. Cute name, right? What the Andromedans didn't know was that the Friendship was actually a prototype stealth vessel with enough firepower to crack a moon in half. We didn't threaten them or anything, we just showed up, had some tea, talked about the weather, mentioned how much we appreciated their beautiful capital city and how terrible it would be if anything ever happened to it. And they backed down? Vexstar asked, though he already knew the answer. Babel's backed down. Turned out they weren't nearly as eager to fight once they realized that humans consider mutually assured destruction to be a perfectly reasonable negotiating tactic. We're funny that way. We'll be your best friend in the galaxy, but if you threaten us or our friends, we'll show you exactly why we're the only species that ever looked at nuclear weapons and thought, hey, let's make bigger ones. At that moment, Vexstar noticed something that made his blood freeze in his veins. Other passengers were leaving the area. Not just moving away, but actively avoiding the entire section of the deck where he and Jake were sitting. A group of Regellian traders had taken one look at them and immediately changed course. A cluster of Centauri diplomats had suddenly remembered urgent business elsewhere. Even the service staff seemed to be giving them a wide berth. Jake, Vextar said carefully. Are you aware that everyone seems to be avoiding us? Jake looked around and chuckled. Oh, that. Yeah, that happens sometimes. Humans have kind of a reputation in certain circles. Most species are cool with us, but some of the more predatory types tend to get nervous when they realize what we are. Who are you? Vextar's voice cracked. Apex predators, who evolved from prey animals. We're basically the galaxy's ultimate contradiction. We look harmless, we act friendly, we offer to share our snacks, but deep down, we're the species that climbed to the top of the food chain on a planet that was actively trying to kill us every single day. Jake leaned forward conspiratorially. Between you and me, I think that's what really scares people. It's not that we're aggressive or violent, it's that we're nice. We genuinely want to be friends with everyone. But if you threaten us or our friends, we'll end you with a smile on our faces and offer to help your next of kin with the funeral arrangements. Vextar realized with the crystal clarity that comes with absolute terror that he had gone from hunter to hunted without even realizing it. The human hadn't threatened him, hadn't shown any aggression, hadn't even raised his voice. He had simply existed in Jake's presence long enough to understand the fundamental truth about humanity. They weren't just apex predators. They were apex predators who had weaponized friendship itself. And Jake had already decided they were friends. Vextar attempted what he hoped would be a casual retreat, slowly pushing his chair back from the table. Well, Jake, this has been enlightening, but I should probably get back to my cabin and... Oh, come on! Jake's face lit up with genuine disappointment. The cruise is just getting started. We've got 3 whole weeks to hang out. I've already planned out some awesome activities for us. Us? Vextar's voice came out as a strangled whisper. Yeah, buddy. I mean, what are the odds? I come on this cruise hoping to meet some interesting people, and I end up sitting next to one of the galaxy's most renowned apex predators. This is like Christmas morning and my birthday rolled into one. Jake pulled out what appeared to be a small planning device and began scrolling through it enthusiastically. Okay, so tomorrow we've got the combat simulation deck from 10 to noon. Then I thought we could hit the zero-gravity sports complex. Oh, and there's a cultural exchange dinner where I can introduce you to some traditional human foods. Ever had Carolina Reaper peppers? They're fantastic. We bred them specifically to be as painful as possible to eat. You bred food to cause pain. Vextar felt his survival instincts giving up and writing their resignation letters. Oh, absolutely. Humans love that stuff. We're the only species that looks at capsaicin, a literal plant defense mechanism designed to prevent consumption, and thinks, let's make this even stronger and put it on everything. We've turned self-inflicted suffering into a competitive sport. Jake continued scrolling through his plans with the focused intensity of a military strategist. Then, on Wednesday, there's that shore excursion to the Kepler mining colony. I heard they've got some really dangerous wildlife there, something called razor wolves that hunt in packs and can supposedly chew through titanium armor. That sounds fun, right? Fun, Vextar repeated, his voice completely devoid of any emotion except existential dread. And get this, Friday night is predator and prey themed costume party. I was thinking we could go as a team. You're already perfectly dressed as a predator and I could go as prey. Then we could really blow everyone's minds when they realize we've got it backwards. Vextar tried to stand up, but his legs seemed to have forgotten how to function. Jake, I appreciate the offer, but I really should... Oh, and I almost forgot! Jake jumped up with the enthusiasm of someone who had just remembered where they left a winning lottery ticket. There's a species exchange program where we can teach each other about our homeworlds. I brought a whole presentation about Earth's ecosystem. Did you know we share our planet with something called honey badgers? They're these small, furry creatures that are basically concentrated rage and poor life choices. They'll fight anything, including animals 50 times their size, and they literally do not care if they die in the process. Concentrated rage and poor life choices. Vextar muttered, wondering if Jake was actually describing honey badgers or humans in general. Plus, I've got videos of Australian wildlife, which is basically what happens when evolution decides to run a beta test on biological warfare. Everything there is either venomous, poisonous, or has figured out how to be both simultaneously. And humans decided to colonize it anyway, because apparently we looked at a continent covered in death incarnate and thought perfect vacation spot. Jake was now pacing excitedly, gesturing with his hands as he spoke. Oh, and we could do some team-building exercises. I know this great one, where we're handcuffed together and have to escape from a locked room using only improvised tools. It's fantastic for building trust and testing creative problem-solving skills. Handcuffed together, Vextar repeated, realizing that his fate was sealed. He was going to spend the next 3 weeks as the unwilling best friend of the most dangerous being in the galaxy. "This is going to be the best cruise ever," Jake declared, clapping his hands together. "I can already tell we're going to be great friends. You seem like the kind of guy who appreciates a good challenge." Vexstar managed to stand up on shaking legs. I need to send a message to my home world." "Oh, sure thing. Family check-in, right? That's so sweet. Family is important. Hey, you should invite them to visit Earth sometime. We love having guests, and I bet they'd get a kick out of meeting some of our local wildlife." As Vexstar stumbled away from the table, he could hear Jake calling after him cheerfully. "Don't forget, combat simulation deck tomorrow at 10. This is going to be so much fun." Back in his cabin, Vexstar sat down at his communication terminal with shaking claws and began composing a message to the Korthak High Command. "To the Apex Predator Council of the Korthak Hegemony," he began, his voice barely steady. "I am writing to provide an urgent update to our species threat assessment database regarding the beings known as humans." He paused, trying to figure out how to explain what he had just experienced. Previous intelligence reports have classified humans as a minor threat, rating them as diplomatically annoying but militarily manageable. This assessment is catastrophically incorrect. Humans are not just apex predators. They are apex predators who have evolved beyond the need for traditional, predatory behavior. Vexstar's claws clicked against the terminal keys as he continued typing. "They do not hunt for food or territory. They hunt for entertainment. They do not kill for survival. They kill for peace. They have weaponized friendship, turned suffering into recreation, and somehow convinced the galaxy that they are the reasonable ones." He stopped typing and stared at the screen, trying to process everything that had just happened. Recommendation: avoid humans at all costs. If contact cannot be avoided, do not, under any circumstances, accept their offers of friendship. I repeat, do not accept their friendship. It is not friendship as we understand it. It is adoption. And once a human has adopted you, you belong to them forever. Vexstar was about to send the message when his door chimed. He opened it to find Jake standing in the hallway, holding a plate of what appeared to be small, colorful confections. "Hey buddy, I brought you some human cookies as a friendship gift. They're chocolate chip. Oh, and I talked to the activities director about getting us matching t-shirts for tomorrow's combat simulation. I hope you like the color blue." As Jake handed him the plate of cookies, Vexstar realized with horrible clarity that his message to the High Command was already too late. He had been adopted by a human, and his fate was sealed. "Thanks, Jake," he said weakly, accepting the cookies. "No problem, friend. See you tomorrow at 10. We're going to have such an adventure." As Jake walked away humming what sounded like a human war chant, Vexstar closed his door and added one final line to his message. "Send help. Or don't. I don't think it would matter at this point." And somewhere in the depths of space, the most feared predator in the Korthak hegemony sat in his luxury cabin, eating chocolate chip cookies and wondering how exactly he had become the pet of the most dangerous species in the galaxy. The worst part was, the cookies were actually pretty good.
The Galactic Patrol ship Vigilant Spear sliced through the inky void of space, its scanners sweeping the neutral trade lanes for anomalies. Lieutenant Carrick, a junior officer eager to prove himself, studied the latest data with narrowed eyes. Amid the usual clutter of merchant beacons and debris, one reading stood out: a small, unregistered craft drifting near a mining station's debris field. "Unidentified vessel detected," Carrick announced, his voice sharp. "No transponder code, minimal power output." Captain Therax strode onto the bridge, his crimson uniform immaculate, exuding the air of authority that came naturally to a rising star in the Galactic Empire. "Bring it in," he ordered, glancing at the display. "Likely another smuggler. Let's remind them why neutrality isn't a shield from Imperial law." Minutes later, the Vigilant Spear's tractor beam locked onto the derelict ship, dragging it into the hangar bay. Armed guards surrounded the vessel as its hatch hissed open. From the shadows emerged a man, tall, broad-shouldered, with dark, piercing eyes and a face etched with quiet defiance. He carried no visible weapon, but his very presence radiated danger. "Step forward, human," barked a guard, leveling his blaster. The man obeyed without a word, his movements deliberate, unhurried. Captain Therax observed him from the observation deck, noting the stranger's unsettling calm. "What's your name?" Therax's voice crackled over the intercom. "Does it matter?" The man replied, his tone measured. "It will when I record your execution," Therax retorted. "Take him to the brig." The guards encircled the man, shackling his wrists and escorting him through the sterile corridors of the Imperial ship. He offered no resistance, his eyes scanning the surroundings with methodical precision. Every door, every guard rotation, every surveillance node was silently cataloged. The brig was a cold, featureless cell, illuminated by a harsh overhead light. As the door sealed behind him, the man sat on the lone bench, his expression unreadable. In the command center, Therax turned to Carrick. "Run a full scan. I want to know who we're dealing with." Carrick hesitated, then spoke. "Sir, the ship's logs were wiped clean, and his biometrics don't match any records in the database." Therax frowned. "A ghost, then? No one operates in these sectors without a reason. Double the guard detail." Back in his cell, Nathan Steele, former Navy SEAL and one of Earth's most lethal operatives, leaned back against the cold wall, his mind racing. The mission had been straightforward. Infiltrate an Imperial facility, sabotage its reactor, and extract before detection. But an unforeseen skirmish had left his team scattered, their transport compromised. Now he was alone, deep within enemy territory. His training kept him calm. Panic was the enemy, and observation was his weapon. He studied the energy field enclosing his cell and noted its faint hum, a sign of minor instability. The guard stationed outside seemed lax, chatting about rotations and upcoming leave. Hours passed, and Nathan remained motionless, conserving energy. A pair of guards approached his cell, their armored boots clanking against the polished floor. "Captain wants another look at him," one said, deactivating the field. Nathan stood, his size imposing even in stillness. The guards flanked him as they escorted him to an interrogation chamber. Inside, Captain Therax awaited, flanked by 2 officers. "Sit," Therax ordered, gesturing to a chair bolted to the floor. Nathan complied, his gaze steady. "Who are you?" Therax demanded. "Just a man trying to survive," Nathan replied evenly. "You expect me to believe that?" Therax sneered. "You're no merchant, no drifter. That much is clear. What were you doing near Imperial space?" Nathan remained silent, his expression betraying nothing. Therax's patience frayed. "You misunderstand your situation. This isn't a negotiation. Speak, or I'll ensure your stay here is unforgettable." Nathan leaned forward slightly, his voice low. "You think you hold the leash, Captain, but you have no idea what's inside the cage." The room fell silent, the weight of his words unsettling even the hardened officers. Therax scowled, waving a hand. "Take him back. We'll see how long his bravado lasts." As Nathan was led away, Therax watched him go, unease gnawing at the edges of his confidence. There was something about this human, something dangerous, something more than the Empire had accounted for. Back in his cell, Nathan allowed himself a faint smile. The Empire had made its first mistake. They underestimated him. The transport shuttle descended through the atmosphere of Xiron Prime, the Galactic Empire's central detention facility. The sprawling prison complex, built into a jagged mountainside, loomed like a fortress of despair, its walls bristling with defensive turrets and patrolled by squads of droids. Nathan Steele sat shackled among other prisoners, his expression impassive as the shuttle jolted on approach. Xiron Prime muttered a grizzled alien to his left, his scales dull with age. "No one leaves this place whole." Nathan didn't respond, his mind already calculating. Each guard's movement, the layout of the shuttle's interior, even the flickering lights of the restraint mechanisms. Everything was potential leverage. The shuttle landed with a metallic groan, and the prisoners were herded out like livestock. Nathan's size and human features drew sneers from some of the more aggressive inmates, while the guards prodded him along with an air of disdain. "Move it, human," one barked, shoving him forward with a baton. Nathan complied without a word, his face a mask of indifference. Inside, the prison was a labyrinth of steel corridors, glowing energy barriers, and the faint, constant hum of machinery. He was led to a cell block housing a volatile mix of alien criminals, smugglers, mercenaries, and insurgents. The kind of place where survival depended on dominance or alliances. The guard shoved him into a small cell with a narrow cot and a single dim light. The door sealed behind him, leaving him alone with his thoughts. Nathan's calm exterior masked the storm within. He had studied the guards' behavior, noting their overconfidence. He had memorized the location of security cameras and listened for subtle differences in the energy barrier's hum, a potential indicator of structural weaknesses. That evening, he was released into the communal area, a cavernous space filled with prisoners of various species. The air was thick with hostility, the tension palpable. Nathan moved with deliberate slowness, his every step calculated to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. But some conflicts couldn't be avoided. A towering Braccarin, its leathery skin scarred from countless battles, blocked Nathan's path. Behind him, a group of similarly brutish aliens watched, their laughter guttural and mocking. "You're in my seat," the Braccarin growled, pointing to a bench Nathan hadn't even approached. Nathan stopped, his gaze flicking to the aliens' companions. He didn't need to be a mind reader to understand their intent. Intimidation, followed by violence. "I wasn't aware seats were assigned," Nathan replied evenly. The Braccarin's lip curled in a snarl. "You'll learn fast, human, or you won't survive long enough to care." The alien lunged, its massive hand swinging toward Nathan's throat. In a blur of movement, Nathan sidestepped, his hand shooting up to twist the alien's wrist with precise force. A sickening crack echoed through the room, followed by the Braccarin's howl of pain. Before the alien could recover, Nathan drove an elbow into its ribs, dropping it to its knees. He stepped back, his expression unreadable, as the room fell silent. The Braccarin's companions froze, their bravado evaporating. They exchanged uneasy glances before retreating, dragging their injured leader away. Nathan turned and walked to a corner of the room, seating himself with an air of calm detachment. The other prisoners stared, a mixture of fear and respect glinting in their eyes. From a high balcony, a pair of guards watched the scene unfold. "Did you see that?" one muttered, his voice tinged with disbelief. "Yeah," the other replied, his tone wary. "We got a live one." The incident didn't go unnoticed by the prison's warden, an older Zeltharin named Varric. Reviewing the security footage, he stroked his tendrils thoughtfully. "Humans are typically fragile," Varric murmured, his voice rasping. "But this one, he's different," informed Captain Therax. Back in his cell, Nathan sat on the edge of his cot, replaying the encounter in his mind. The altercation had revealed key dynamics among the prisoners, who held power, who avoided conflict, and who might prove useful. It also served another purpose, establishing his place in the pecking order. Still, he knew he had drawn attention. That was unavoidable. The Empire wouldn't ignore the fact that a lone human had bested one of its most brutal inmates with ease. As the lights dimmed for the simulated night cycle, Nathan allowed himself a moment of reflection. Every move he made served a larger purpose, each step another piece of the puzzle. The Empire thought it had captured an ordinary human, but they had no idea of the storm they had brought into their midst. Far from feeling trapped, Nathan felt the familiar thrill of anticipation. Xiron Prime was not his prison. It was his battlefield. The hum of the energy barrier outside his cell served as a constant reminder. The Empire's overconfidence would be their undoing. And Nathan Steele? He was just getting started. The dimly lit corridors of Xiron Prime buzzed with tension. Word of the humans' swift and brutal takedown of the Braccarin had spread like wildfire. Inmates whispered about the new arrival, some in fear, others with curiosity. The guards watched Nathan Steele with suspicion, their movements sharper, their grips on their weapons tighter. Nathan felt the shift, but gave no indication he noticed. Every look, every hushed word, every change in routine was another data point, another piece of the puzzle. He moved through the prison like a shadow, unassuming yet ever watchful, his every action deliberate. The Empire, however, wasn't content to let him linger untested. Captain Therax had taken a particular interest in the human and ordered his transfer to the maximum security wing, a brutal sector where discipline was maintained through violence and fear. Nathan was escorted into the new wing under heavy guard, the metallic clang of his boots against the floor echoing through the oppressive silence. The air was heavier here, thick with the unspoken rules of survival. Every prisoner's eyes followed him, their expressions ranging from predatory to calculating. In the corner of the communal yard, a hulking Zorkathian inmate named Gorith observed Nathan with cold interest. Known for his savage domination of the sector, Gorith had broken more rivals than anyone could count. The sight of the calm, unassuming human piqued his curiosity and his disdain. "Fresh meat," Gorith growled, his voice carrying across the yard. "I've heard stories about you, human. Let's see if you're as dangerous as they say." Nathan didn't respond, his focus fixed on the yard's layout. He noted the guard positions, the automated turret placements, the blind spots in the surveillance system. Gorith stood, his massive frame casting a shadow over Nathan. "Ignoring me? That's a mistake." The Zorkathian lunged, his fists swinging with the force of a wrecking ball. Nathan moved like water, sidestepping the blow and driving an open palm into Gorith's exposed ribcage. The strike was surgical, designed to incapacitate rather than kill. Gorith staggered, his breath hitching, but Nathan gave him no time to recover. In a blur, Nathan swept Gorith's legs from under him and pinned him to the ground, his forearm pressing against the Zorkathian's thick neck. "You've made your point," Gorith rasped, choking on his words. Nathan released him and stood, his expression calm, almost detached. "I'm not here for you," he said, his voice low but carrying weight. The yard was silent. Nathan's display had been precise and unrelenting, a message to anyone watching. He wasn't prey. He was a storm that left ruin in its wake. From a control room overlooking the yard, Captain Therax observed the scene with a mix of frustration and unease. "He's not just dangerous," Therax muttered to Warden Varric, who stood beside him. "He's disciplined, calculated. That makes him a threat." Varric nodded, his tendrils twitching thoughtfully. "He's more than he appears, Captain. If he's an operative, he could jeopardize more than just this facility." "Shall I authorize enhanced interrogation?" Therax shook his head. "No. Let's see how he handles real pressure. Release the Rylock squad into his sector during the next cycle. If he survives, we'll know exactly what we're dealing with." Nathan returned to his cell that night, his body relaxed but his mind sharp. He could feel the weight of the Empire's attention pressing down on him, but it didn't concern him. This was the dance he was trained for, a game of survival and dominance where one wrong step meant death. The next day, the storm came. During the scheduled work shift in the facility's industrial sector, alarms blared and the gates slammed shut. The Rylock squad, elite cybernetically enhanced enforcers, marched into the area. Their mission was clear: eliminate the human. Nathan moved instinctively, using the machinery and shadows for cover. The Rylocks were relentless, their augmented senses scanning for movement. A burst of plasma fire lit up the sector as Nathan darted between conveyor belts and storage crates, his mind racing. He found what he was looking for, an exposed maintenance hatch leading to the sector's coolant system. Timing his movements with precision, he lured the Rylocks into a trap. As the first enforcer approached, Nathan emerged from the shadows, his hands gripping a metal rod scavenged from the machinery. The strike was brutal, disabling the Rylock sensor array and toppling it with a single blow. The others charged, their weapons firing, but Nathan was already moving. He exploited their rigidity, their reliance on technology, striking where their augmentations left them vulnerable. One by one, they fell, their mechanical whirs fading into silence. By the time the alarm ceased, Nathan stood alone, breathing heavily but victorious. Around him, the wreckage of the Rylock squad was strewn like discarded toys. From the control room, Therax slammed his fist onto the console. "Enough games," he growled. "Prepare the extraction teams. I want him broken." Nathan, wiping sweat from his brow, glanced up at the security cameras. He knew they were watching, but that was the point. Let them see. Let them fear. Zyron Prime wasn't a prison. It was his proving ground. And Nathan Steele wasn't here to survive. He was here to win. The walls of Zyron Prime trembled with distant explosions as Nathan Steele initiated his final plan. The facility's alarm system blared, its shrill cries blending with the shouts of panicked guards and prisoners alike. Smoke filled the corridors, the acrid tang of burning circuitry and molten metal choking the air. Nathan moved like a predator, his every step purposeful, his every action precise. The ambush on the Rylock squad had given him what he needed: weapons, equipment, and, most importantly, leverage. Their augmented systems contained data on the prison's infrastructure, including access codes and blueprints. With that knowledge, Nathan had turned the Empire's tools against them. In the command center, Captain Therax barked orders, his composure cracking under the weight of the chaos unfolding around him. Seal the maximum security wing. Deploy every available unit. Warden Varric glanced at the monitors, his tendrils twitching in agitation. He's targeting the power core. If he reaches it, I know what happens. Therax snapped. Stop him. Nathan's path to the core was a gauntlet of resistance. Guards armed with blasters formed blockades, but their tactics were no match for his training. He moved through them like a ghost, his borrowed plasma rifle cutting down opposition with ruthless efficiency. In one hallway, a squad of droids advanced, their mechanical voices droning commands to surrender. Nathan rolled a stolen thermal charge into their midst, the explosion reducing them to sparking debris. Reaching the power core, Nathan encountered his final obstacle, a heavily fortified door flanked by automated turrets. He crouched behind cover, his mind racing. The codes he had extracted from the Rylock data would deactivate the turrets, but only if he reached the control panel on the opposite wall. He exhaled, steadying himself. Timing was everything. With a burst of speed, Nathan sprinted across the open space, dodging a hail of energy bolts. The heat singed his skin, but he didn't falter. Sliding into position, he keyed in the sequence. The turrets powered down with a low whine, their menacing barrels drooping inertly. The door hissed open, revealing the facility's main reactor. The chamber was a cavernous expanse of machinery, its pulsating core glowing with a faint blue light. Nathan stepped inside, his boots echoing against the grated floor. Behind him, Captain Therax entered, flanked by a squad of elite guards. His face was a mask of fury. "You've made it this far, human," Therax sneered, leveling a blaster at Nathan. "Impressive, but this ends now." Nathan turned slowly, his weapon lowered but his stance poised. "You've already lost," he said, his voice calm. "The only question is how much more you'll sacrifice before you accept it." Therax snarled. "You're outnumbered and outgunned. Drop your weapon and surrender, or I'll..." The room shuddered violently as another explosion rippled through the facility. Nathan's expression didn't change. "That was your external shielding," he said. "In about 5 minutes, this entire complex will collapse. If I were you, I'd focus less on me and more on finding a way out." Therax hesitated, the realization dawning on him. His anger boiled over, and he fired. Nathan moved instinctively, dodging the blast and returning fire. The reactor chamber erupted into chaos as blaster bolts ricocheted off the walls. Nathan's training and resourcefulness gave him the edge. The guards fell one by one, their precision no match for his relentless tactics. Therax, wounded but alive, staggered back toward the control console. He typed furiously, attempting to override the reactor's meltdown. "You think you can stop this?" Nathan asked, advancing slowly. Therax spun to face him, his blaster shaking in his hand. "I'll kill you, human. You're nothing but a primitive savage." Nathan's expression hardened. "I'm the consequence of your arrogance." In one fluid motion, he disarmed Therax and drove him to the ground. The captain struggled, but Nathan's strength and precision were overwhelming. "You won't survive this," Therax gasped. Nathan leaned in close, his voice a cold whisper. Survival was never the goal. He left Therax incapacitated and turned his attention to the reactor. With swift movements, he placed the remaining thermal charges at critical junctions. As he set the final timer, he activated a beacon on his wrist, a distress signal to his extraction team. who had been waiting for the right moment to breach the facility's perimeter. The reactor's hum grew louder, the countdown ticking toward critical mass. Nathan sprinted through the corridors, avoiding collapsing ceilings and bursts of flame. The prisoners, emboldened by the chaos, had overrun much of the remaining resistance, their cries of freedom echoing through the halls. Reaching the surface, Nathan emerged into the cold night air. A sleek, cloaked shuttle descended, its hatch opening to reveal a familiar face. Commander Hayes, his old handler. Cutting it close, steel, Hayes said, smirking. Nathan climbed aboard, breathing heavily. Just like old times, as the shuttle lifted off, the facility erupted in a blinding explosion, the shockwave rattling the craft. Nathan watched in silence as Zyron Prime crumbled into the mountainside, a smoldering ruin of Imperial hubris. For a moment, he allowed himself to feel the weight of the mission's success. The Empire had learned a costly lesson. Underestimating humanity, especially a Navy SEAL, was a mistake they wouldn't forget. But there was no time for celebration. This was just one battle in a much larger war. Nathan Steele wasn't just fighting for survival. He was fighting to remind the galaxy that humanity would not be broken.
Holy High Admiral Rin of the Galactic Council ran a clawed hand through his silver fur in irritation as he reviewed the latest report from the Sol system. His long, pointed ears twitched backward, a sign of growing concern among the Velran species. These humans were becoming increasingly problematic. Not only had they managed to detect and intercept the Council's observation probes, but they'd also had the audacity to send a response message asking for diplomatic contact. Another species rushing to join the galactic community before they're ready. He growled softly to his aide, his fanged muzzle curling slightly. Bring up their planetary data. The holographic display filled with information about Earth, and Rin's golden eyes widened in alarm. Gravity nearly twice the galactic average. Atmospheric pressure is crushing by most standards. Average surface temperature range carries a swing that would kill most sentient species. By the first ones, he whispered, his tail going rigid. It's a death world. The humans' request for diplomatic relations was processed with unprecedented speed, not out of respect but fear. Within a standard cycle, a council delegation had arrived in the Sol system, their ships maintaining a safe distance from Earth, that the humans correctly interpreted as insulting. The diplomatic meeting was a disaster from the start. The human representatives, expecting a warm welcome into a vast galactic community, instead found themselves treated like barely contained predators. The council delegation flinched at every human movement, their universal translators struggling to convert the aggressive tone of human speech into something less threatening. You must understand, Council Representative Midas explained, his own fur standing on end. Your species has developed in unique conditions. The Council has protocols for dealing with Death World species. We can offer limited trade rights, restricted technology transfers, and restricted technology transfers. The human ambassador, Rebecca Sheets, kept her voice carefully neutral, despite her rising frustration. With all due respect, we've already detected quantum communications, observed your FTL capabilities, and begun theoretical work on our own versions of your technology. We're not asking for handouts, we're offering collaboration. The council members exchanged alarmed glances. This was precisely what they feared, a Death World species advancing too quickly, too aggressively. Their civilizations, built on careful algorithmic progression and AI-guided development, had no framework for
The reason the boogosphere is so important, first of all, it's 12,500 years old. And I'm going to talk about maybe why now all of these are being seen. We know that it was flying. It had no energy source that is conventional. No fuel, no rockets, no nuclear, no jets. So how did it move? But also, you know this, when I first heard of this, the boogosphere, when it landed the first time, was weighing 2 kilograms. Now it weighs 10, more than 10. So this is what we call a mass cancellation effect, how something becomes weightless, that makes it go when it's anti-gravity, when it's going floating and flying. It's the first time in modern history I know of where something like this is in the hands of civilians and has not been confiscated by a secret military program. And so it's an amazing opportunity. And when I was there with Mayor Adams, the outgoing mayor of New York, in December, we discussed doing a series of experiments more on the boogosphere. Like our radiology team found that there is a type of CT, CAT scan like you do for the head, called micro CT, where you can take a machine like a camera or the boogosphere and see the details of the inside, every single washer, every single thing. And this is a new technology. And we did find a place in Mexico City that has that technology.
Armor. Most bizarrely, instead of the standard AI combat systems, the ship appeared to be entirely crewed by living beings. Forward these scans to Grand Admiral Tareth, Rin ordered. The hegemony should know what they're facing, even if it's primitive. Aboard the rotisserie chicken, Captain Johnny Banks ignored the snickers from his Marine contingent as he recorded his first log entry. Captain's log, USS Rotisserie Chicken. The brass is still mad about the name, but morale is high. We're carrying the best Earth has to offer, naval personnel who scored highest in tactical simulations, Marines who volunteered, despite knowing this might be a one-way trip, and enough ammunition to make anyone regret starting this war. Engineering reports our kinetic weapon systems are operational, and the Marines have finished painting welcome to the rice fields on the portside hull. God help me, I'm actually starting to like these crayon eaters. The ship's first encounter with the hegemony fleet came 3 days later in the Proxima Centauri system. Grand Admiral Tareth had assembled a fleet of 30 vessels, all equipped with the latest in AI combat systems and energy weapons. The alien commander broadcast on all frequencies, ensuring the entire galaxy could witness what they assumed would be humanity's humiliation. Attention primitive vessel, Tareth's message boomed. You are outnumbered 30-1. Your technology is inferior. Your weapons are obsolete. Surrender now and... Sir, Lieutenant Weathers interrupted, trying to suppress a grin. The Marines are requesting permission to, and I quote, crack open a fresh box of crayons and show these Xenos how we do things downtown. Captain Banks allowed himself a small smile. Tell them they may proceed. Tactical, prepared to demonstrate why humanity never developed energy shields. We never needed them. What followed would be studied in military academies for centuries to come. The rotisserie chicken's first action was to launch what appeared to be primitive missiles, easily intercepted by the hegemony's energy screens. But these weren't simple explosives. Each missile burst apart into thousands of tungsten spheres, creating an expanding cloud of hypervelocity projectiles that overwhelmed the shield's ability to track and deflect incoming objects. 3 hegemony ships were shredded in the opening salvo. Impossible. Tareth sputtered as his fleet's AI combat system struggled to adapt. Their weapons are kinetic. They're using primitive projectiles, the algorithms say. Sir, his second-in-command interrupted. They're accelerating. The humans are ramming speed, but the vectors, they can't possibly survive the G-forces. The rotisserie chicken performed a high-G maneuver that would have killed any other species, its reinforced hull groaning as it swung through an impossibly tight turn. The human crew, products of their high-gravity world, endured forces that would have turned most aliens to paste. They emerged from the turn inside the hegemony formation, where the alien ship's energy weapons risked hitting their own vessels. "Hey LT," one Marine called out as he helped load another salvo of tungsten spheres. "You think they know we named our ship after food because we're gonna cook 'em?" The battle lasted less than an hour. When it was over, 27 hegemony ships were destroyed or disabled. The remaining 3 fled, carrying with them footage that would shock the Galactic Council to its core. Their precious algorithms, their sophisticated AI combat systems, their energy weapons, all had been rendered obsolete by human ingenuity and what the aliens had dismissed as primitive technology. As the rotisserie chicken's crew began repairs, Captain Banks recorded a brief message to be broadcast on the same frequencies the hegemony had used to announce their victory. "This is Captain Banks of the USS Rotisserie Chicken. We look forward to demonstrating human combat techniques to the rest of your fleet. Also, the Marines wanted me to add, first box of crayons is on the house." In his command center, Holy High Admiral Rin watched the footage of the battle for the 12th time, his fur rippling with distress. "By the first ones, what have we awakened?" His aide, equally shaken, could only respond, "Sir, this was just their first engagement, and they're still warming up." The Galactic Council's emergency session was interrupted by another report. The rotisserie chicken had just decimated its 3rd hegemony battle group. This time, the human vessel had used the gravity well of a gas giant to perform what the aliens' AI systems had calculated as a physically impossible slingshot maneuver. "They're not just surviving these maneuvers," one analyst reported, her tentacles writhing in agitation. "They're thriving on them." The human crew appears to be enjoying the high-G combat. In his private chambers, Holy High Admiral Rin reviewed the latest footage. The human ship had developed a reputation that preceded it. Hegemony crews were now refusing orders to engage it directly. His fur bristled as he watched the recording of their latest battle. The camera feed showed the rotisserie chicken emerging from the gas giant's gravity well like a bullet from a gun. The human vessel had deliberately dove into the planet's atmosphere, using it to alter course in ways that the hegemony's targeting computers couldn't predict. The aliens' energy weapons, requiring precise tracking to maintain beam coherence, proved useless against such erratic movement. "Sir," Lieutenant Weathers' voice crackled through the captured combat recordings. "Marines report they're running low on purple crayons. Permission to switch to the emergency red ones." "Granted," Captain Banks replied, his voice steady despite pulling enough Gs could kill most species. "But tell them to save the blue ones. Those are their favorite." The casual banter during combat unnerved Rin more than anything else. How could they joke while performing maneuvers that should be turning their organs to jelly? The answer, of course, was written in humanity's very DNA. Evolved on a high-gravity death world, humans had developed not just the physical resilience to endure such forces, but the mental fortitude to remain operational, even cheerful, under conditions that would reduce most species to panic. "Look at their neural patterns," the Council's chief xenobiologist explained, pointing to scans taken during the battle. "The humans are producing what we'd consider excessive amounts of adrenaline and endorphins. They're not just surviving combat, they're getting a biochemical reward for it. They're literally capable of enjoying warfare." The hegemony's response was to deploy their most sophisticated, AI-driven drone ships, believing that removing the organic element would counter the humans' advantage. It was a logical decision, based on careful analysis of combat data. It was also exactly what Captain Banks had been waiting for. "About time they brought out the big guns," he commented, watching the drone fleet approach. "Tactical, remember what we learned in basic. About why humans never developed true AI for combat." Lieutenant Weathers grinned. "Because humans are too creative and unpredictable. We could never program an AI to think like us because we're batshit crazy," finished Gunnery Sergeant Williams from his weapon station. "Permission to demonstrate, sir?" What followed was a masterclass in human improvisation. The rotisserie chicken began performing maneuvers that weren't just unpredictable, they were deliberately irrational. They fired at targets that didn't exist, creating
And now,
debris
great moments
fields
and
that
unintended
emerged
consequences.
exactly where
Part
the
one,
drones
the error
attempted
up
to
there.
dodge to.
The year,
They
1986.
launched
The problem, the
missiles
United
that
Way needs
deliberately
money and
missed,
Cleveland
only
and
to
crime.
detonate
The year,
and
I don't
create
know, probably not long
electromagnetic
after the pocket was
pulses
invented.
in
The
precisely
problem,
the wrong
pickpockets stealing
places,
valuables in
which
broad
became
daylight.
exactly the
solution,
right
put up
places
signs
when
warning
the
tourists
drone's
that pickpockets
predictable
operate
evasion
in the area.
protocol sent them
Sounds like a
straight
great
into the
idea. With the
affected
best of
zone.
intentions, what could possibly go wrong?
The humans
Turns
are
out,
using
when people
game
see a sign
theory
about
against the
pickpockets, they
AIs.
instinctually
One
check their
hegemonic
valuables,
programmer
tapping their
realized
pockets
in
or bags to
horror.
ensure their
But
belongings
they're not
still
following any
belong
known
to them.
strategy.
Unfortunately,
They're
that's a
using
great way for waiting
psychological
thieves to know
warfare
just where the
against
good
machines.
stuff is. There are even
How do
rumors
you
criminals
use
stole the signs
psychological
themselves
warfare
in order
against
to
an
repost
AI?
them in areas where it
Another
was
demand.
easier to operate. Take that,
You don't
irony.
gain the response.
Part 3, hot
But
mess.
you can use it
The
against
year,
the programmers
2010.
who
The
wrote
problem,
their
the US
combat
needs more green
algorithms.
energy. The
The
solution,
humans aren't
the
fighting the
solar power
drones, they're
facility where
fighting our
acres of
assumptions
mirrors
about
focus
how
sunlight
space
onto giant
combat should
towers,
work.
heating boilers up to 1,000 degrees
battle
to
ended
generate
when the
electricity.
entire drone
Sounds like a
fleet
great idea. With the
destroyed
best
or
of intentions,
disabled.
what could possibly go
The
wrong?
rotisserie
Turns out,
chicken had
flight attracts
suffered
bugs,
only
and bugs
minimal
attract
damage,
birds, and
most
birds
of it
are
cosmetic.
flammable. Thousands
The
of
Marines
unsuspecting
had
avians
even
flew through the
found
invisible
time
death
to
ray of
paint a
concentrated
new
heat
kill
and
count on
ignited
the
midair,
hull,
leaving smoky
represented
trails
by a
workers grimly
series of
nicknamed
crayon
streamers. Others just smacked into the mirrors
As
and
Captain
towers.
Banks
Reports
prepared
estimate
his
between
report to
3,500 and
Earth
6,000
Command,
birds
he
met their
noticed
demise
something that
each
made him
year.
laugh out
At least they
loud.
had their moments in the sun.
Sir,
You know any great moments in unintended
Lieutenant
consequences?
Weathers
Put it in the
inquired.
comments below, or tie it to a
Just
balloon and
realized
send
something,
it our way.
Banks replied, gesturing to their tactical display. The maneuvers we used, plot them against the star chart. The bridge crew gathered around the display and slowly began to grin. Their seemingly random course changes, when mapped against the backdrop of stars, had traced a crude drawing of a chicken. Well, Banks said with a straight face, we did tell them we were going to show them how humans do things. Send the tactical plot to Earth with my compliments. And tell the Marines, tell them they can break out the blue crayons. They've earned them. In his command center, Holy High Admiral Rin looked at his aide with growing concern. How do you fight an enemy that treats war like an art form, sir? The aide suggested quietly. Worse, Rin replied, his ears flat against his skull, like they're having fun. They've done what? Holy High Admiral Rin's voice cracked as his aide delivered the latest report. They're using our quantum communications network, sir. Somehow they've tapped into it. They're broadcasting music. Through every quantum-enabled device in hegemony space, a human song now played on repeat. Something called Danger Zone by a human named Kenny Loggins. The rotisserie chicken's Marines had hijacked the most sophisticated communications network in known space to play their battle anthem. The psychological impact was devastating. The song itself was unsettling enough to alien ears, but its omnipresence meant that every hegemony crew knew that the humans could access their most secure channels at will. Worse, they were using this capability not for tactical advantage, but for what appeared to be pure entertainment. Aboard the rotisserie chicken, Captain Banks was reviewing their next objective when Lieutenant Weathers spoke up. Sir, we're receiving a priority transmission from the hegemony's central command. They're challenging us to a decisive battle. Let me guess, Banks replied. They've gathered their remaining forces at a tactically advantageous position. Yes, sir. The Terminus Nebula. Their entire remaining fleet, over 200 ships. They're calling it their final solution to the human problem. Banks leaned back in his command chair, a slight smile playing across his face. They still don't get it, do they? Lieutenant, get me ship-wide. The intercom crackled to life throughout the vessel. Attention all hands, this is the captain. The hegemony has kindly invited us to a party at the Terminus Nebula. They've even brought party favors, about 200 of them. Now it would be rude to refuse such a gracious invitation, wouldn't it? The Marines' enthusiastic hurrah echoed through the ship's corridors. Gunnery Sergeant Williams, Banks continued, please inform your Crayon enthusiasts that this is a formal engagement. They may break out the metallic colors. The battle that followed would be forever known as the Terminus Massacre, though not for the reasons the hegemony had hoped. The rotisserie chicken emerged from FTL directly in the center of the enemy formation, a suicide move by any conventional tactical analysis. Sir, one hegemony commander reported, they're surrounded on all sides. Their shields, wait, they still don't have shields. This is madness. What the hegemony failed to understand was that humans had never developed energy shields because their entire approach to warfare was fundamentally different. Why try to stop an energy beam when you could simply not be where it was going to hit? The rotisserie chicken began to dance. There was no other word for it. The human vessel moved through the enemy formation like a leaf in the wind, its movements fluid and unpredictable. Each dodge seemed to happen before the enemy fired, Each counterattack struck precisely where an enemy ship would be, not where it was. "How are they doing this?" demanded the Hegemony Admiral. "Our targeting computers can't get a lock." The answer came from an unexpected source, a junior zonobiologist who had been studying human sports. "They're using something called muscle memory," she reported. "Humans can train their bodies to react to situations without conscious thought. Their reaction times bypass their neural processing delays. They're not predicting our attacks, they're feeling them." The rotisserie chicken's crew had spent months drilling for exactly this scenario. Every crew member knew their role by heart, could feel the ship's movements in their bones. Where alien crews relied on computer targeting and AI prediction models, the humans operated on pure instinct by relentless practice. As the battle reached its crescendo, Gunnery Sergeant Williams' voice came over the ship's comm. "Sir, request permission to try something stupid." "Define stupid," Gunny Banks replied, even as he corkscrewed the ship through a crossfire that should have vaporized them. "Remember that thing we talked about, with the kinetic rounds and the nebula gases?" Banks grinned. "You mean the thing the engineers said would probably blow us up?" "That's the one, sir." "Do it." The rotisserie chicken launched its entire remaining complement of kinetic weapon pods into the nebulous gas clouds. The tungsten spheres, designed to shred enemy ships, instead created a cascade of static electricity through the ionized gases. The nebula itself became a weapon, discharging massive bolts of energy that overwhelmed the hegemony ship's shields. As the enemy fleet fell into chaos, the humans' battle anthem once again played through their quantum networks, "Highway to the Danger Zone." When the energy storms cleared, over half the hegemony fleet was disabled or destroyed. The remaining ships were retreating in disarray, their perfectly programmed combat formations shattered by an enemy that refused to follow the rules of warfare. "Status report," Banks called out, his voice steady despite the gravitational forces they'd just endured. "Hull integrity at 82%, sir," Weathers reported. "Marines report they're down to their last few crayons, but are willing to share with the Navy personnel if needed." "Always did like those crayon eaters," Banks mused. "Set course for the hegemony capital. I think it's time we had a chat with their leadership about the terms of their surrender." In his command center, Holy High Admiral Rin watched the battle recordings with a mixture of horror and awe. They did all this with one ship? His aide, whose fur had gone prematurely gray over the past few months, simply nodded. "Yes, sir, and according to our intelligence, Earth is building more." Rin's ears flattened completely against his skull. "May the first ones have mercy on us all." The hegemony's capital world of New Damascus had never fallen in its 1,000-year history. Its orbital defenses were considered impregnable, its automated response systems unbeatable, its strategic position unassailable. "Sir," Lieutenant Weathers reported, "we're picking up over 1,000 defensive platforms. Also, the Marines want to know if they can name the upcoming battle Operation Extra Crispy." Captain Banks pinched the bridge of his nose, fighting back a smile. "Tell them that if they can take out the planetary shield generator without scratching the paint, they can name it whatever they want." "Aura," echoed through the ship's corridors. The rotisserie chicken's approach to New Damascus would later be described by Holy High Admiral Rin as tactically insane, strategically brilliant, and historically terrifying. Instead of engaging the orbital defenses, the human vessel did something unprecedented. It landed right in front of the hegemony's capital building. The defensive platforms, programmed to defend against space-based threats, were completely unprepared for a ship that simply flew through the atmosphere like an oversized aircraft. The planetary shields, designed to prevent bombardment from orbit, did nothing to stop a vessel that was already inside their perimeter. The Marines' boarding action was recorded by countless security cameras, footage that would be studied by military academies for centuries to come. Led by Gunnery Sergeant Williams, they moved with what aliens would later describe as terrifying efficiency tempered by inexplicable good humor. "Remember, crayon eaters," Williams called out as they secured the main hall. "We're here to make history, not blow up the building. Try not to break anything expensive unless it shoots at you first." The hegemony's leadership, found huddled in their secure bunker, were treated to the surreal sight of human Marines, setting up a provisional command post in their own war room. Several of them were indeed snacking on what appeared to be colorful wax sticks while maintaining security positions. "Gentle beings," Captain Banks addressed them as he entered, his dress uniform immaculate despite the combat drop they'd just performed. We need to discuss the terms of your surrender, and I'd prefer to do it before my Marines run out of crayons. They get cranky when that happens. The war ended not with a massive space battle, but with a signing ceremony. The hegemony's unconditional surrender was broadcast across all frequencies, including their quantum network, which was still occasionally playing Danger Zone, thanks to a Marine tech specialist who refused to undo his handiwork. In the aftermath, the Galactic Council found itself forced to radically reassess its policies. Humanity, far from being primitive, had demonstrated a form of warfare that combined technical prowess with intuitive creativity in ways the galaxy had never seen. 1 month later, at the formal peace conference, Holy High Admiral Rin found himself seated next to Captain Banks. "I must know," Rin said, his ears twitching with curiosity. "Was this your plan all along? To show us that our reliance on AI and automated systems had made us predictable?" Banks smiled. "Actually, we just did what humans always do. We adapted. Though I have to admit, naming the ship Rotisserie Chicken probably helped. It's hard to be scared of a ship named after food." And yet, Rin mused, that name will now live in infamy throughout the galaxy. Our military academies have already begun requiring their officers to study human history, particularly what you call unconventional warfare. Speaking of education, Banks replied, reaching into his pocket, "The Marines asked me to give you this as a gesture of goodwill." Rin stared at the offered object, a pristine blue crayon. "They say blue tastes the best," Banks explained with a straight face. "Don't ask me how they know that." The image of the most powerful military leader in the galaxy carefully accepting a crayon from a human captain would grace history books for generations to come. It marked not just the end of a war, but the beginning of a new understanding between species. In the years that followed, humanity would join the Galactic Council on their own terms. The USS Rotisserie Chicken was preserved as a museum ship, its crayon-decorated hull maintained in pristine condition. It became traditional for visiting dignitaries to leave a crayon in the ship's memorial hall. But perhaps the most telling change came in the form of a new required course at the Galactic Military Academy. Titled Human Unconventional Tactics and Strategic Creativity, its official logo featured a crayon-drawn chicken soaring through space. The course's first lesson began with a simple question: why did one human ship win a galactic war? The answer, written in blue crayon at the bottom of the syllabus: because sometimes the best way to win isn't to be the most advanced, it's to be the most human. And in Earth's shipyards, a new class of vessels was under construction. Each one bore a name chosen by its marine contingent, each one crewed by beings who understood that victory wasn't about having the best technology or the most sophisticated AI. It was about having heart, courage, and maybe, just maybe, a fresh box of crayons. Thank you so much for listening to this story. I hope you enjoyed it. Be sure to leave it a like and to subscribe if you'd like to see more. Feel free to comment and share it as well. With all that said, go on and check out the video in the top left. I think you might like it.
Picture this: the most pompous, self-important collection of alien bureaucrats you've ever seen, all crammed into a massive crystalline chamber that screams we spent way too much money on interior decorating. The Galactic Council, ladies and gentlemen, where ego meets incompetence and has awkward alien babies. At the center of this circus sits Chancellor Blimforth, a 7-foot-tall purple blob with more tentacles than common sense and a voice that sounds like someone gargling gravel mixed with unearned confidence. He's been running this show for 3 centuries, which in galactic politics is apparently long enough to develop a god complex but not long enough to develop actual wisdom. Esteemed colleagues, Blimforth announces, his voice echoing through the chamber like a bad audio system at a high school assembly. Today we witness yet another primitive species attempt the ultimate test. Oh, the ultimate test, capital T, capital U, capital T, because nothing says we take ourselves way too seriously, like unnecessarily capitalizing your supposedly impossible challenge. This thing has been the Galactic Council's pride and joy for over 2,000 years. A survival gauntlet so brutally difficult, that it's stumped every single species that's ever attempted it. And trust me, that's a lot of species. We're talking hundreds of civilizations, each one convinced they were the hottest thing since sliced bread, all reduced to quivering masses of regret and therapy bills. The test was designed by some long-dead species called the Tormentors, which should have been the first red flag, but apparently the Galactic Council missed that memo along with several others. These tormentors were basically the galaxy's ultimate sadists, and they created this test as their final middle finger to the universe before they conveniently went extinct. Probably from testing their own creation, but nobody talks about that part. The humans, Blimforth continues, practically vibrating with smugness, will surely provide us with the same entertainment as all the others. Perhaps even more so, given their laughably primitive origins. The council members make various sounds of agreement, which range from clicking to gurgling, to what sounds suspiciously like someone stepping on a squeaky toy. They're all so confident, so absolutely certain that these upstart humans will crash and burn like everyone else. After all, what could possibly go wrong with their foolproof plan? Famous last words in any language, folks. Famous last words. And then the humans walk in, and you can practically hear the record scratch moment happening in real time. First through the door is Captain Jake Morrison, call sign Tank, and let me tell you, the nickname fits. This guy looks like he was carved out of granite by someone who had very strong opinions about jawlines. 6'4", built like a brick house, and carrying himself with the kind of casual confidence that comes from having survived things that would give other species nightmares. He's wearing what appears to be a standard military uniform, except it's covered in patches from places that sound made up. Antarctica winter survival expert. Tornado chaser certified. Australian outback guide. The aliens don't know what any of these mean, but they're getting a very bad feeling about it. Behind him walks Dr. Luna Reeves, and she's the kind of brilliant that makes other people feel inadequate just by existing. PhD in about 6 different fields, all of which sound terrifying when you really think about them. Xenobiology, extreme environment adaptation, something called disaster psychology, that nobody wants to ask about. She's got this perpetual smirk like she's in on a joke that nobody else gets, and spoiler alert, she absolutely is. Bringing up the rear is Marcus O'Sullivan, but everyone calls him Mac, and he's the kind of engineer who looks at impossible problems, and says hold my beer. Short, stocky, with hands that look like they've personally wrestled with every piece of machinery ever built. The kind of guy who can fix a warp drive with duct tape and spite, and has probably done it more than once. Now here's where things get interesting. Chancellor Blimforth, in his infinite wisdom, decides to show off his extensive research on humanity. Ah yes, he says, tentacles waving dramatically, the species from the Class 12 Death World. How fascinating that you managed to develop spaceflight despite your hostile environment. Dead silence. You could hear a pin drop, if pins made sound in space, which they don't, but you get the idea. I'm sorry, Luna says, and her voice has this dangerous sweetness to it, like honey mixed with nitroglycerin. Did you just call Earth a Class 12 Death World? Indeed. The highest classification on our danger scale. Your planet is quite remarkable in its hostility to life. Jake starts laughing. Not chuckling, not giggling, but full-on belly laughing like someone just told him the best joke he's ever heard. You think Earth is hostile, he manages between laughs. Buddy, Earth is where we go for vacation. Mac nods sagely. Pretty relaxing place, really. No acid storms, gravity's nice and light, barely any radiation. Wait, Luna interjects, what classification is Australia? The aliens frantically check their databases. The answer comes back, and you can see Blimforth's color shift from purple to a sickly green. Class 15. Right. Jake grins. And that's just one continent. Mac here grew up in Alaska, which I'm betting you've got listed as somewhere around Class 14. The council members are starting to make distressed noises. This is not going according to plan. So naturally, because the universe has a sense of humor, and it's apparently feeling particularly spiteful today, Chancellor Blimforth decides to double down on his bad decisions. You know, like a gambler who's already lost his house, but figures one more hand will fix everything. Nevertheless, he declares, his voice cracking just slightly, the ultimate test remains impossible for any species to complete. You will see, and with that he activates the test chamber, because nothing says I'm totally confident in my position, like desperately trying to prove a point to people who are already laughing at you. The chamber doors slide open with the kind of dramatic hiss that screams, we spent way too much on special effects, and inside is what can only be described as someone's idea of absolute hell. We're talking acid rain that could strip paint off a starship, gravity cranked up to about 3 times Earth normal, an atmosphere that's roughly 60% toxic gas and 40% spite, and vegetation that looks like it was designed by a committee of sadists who really didn't like the concept of living things. The other species taking the test, and oh yes, there are others because apparently the Galactic Council believes in the buddy system even for traumatic experiences, immediately start deploying enough protective equipment to stock a small army. Environmental suits that look like they cost more than most planets' GDP, gravity compensators, air filtration systems that could probably clean the atmosphere of a factory world, and enough backup equipment to supply a small space station. The Zephyrians, who look like crystalline butterflies, if butterflies were the size of refrigerators and had anxiety disorders, are practically encasing themselves in a mobile bunker. The Gornaki, big lizard-like creatures who are apparently the galaxy's premier warriors, are suiting up like they're about to storm the beaches of Normandy. The Ethereal Collective, who are basically sentient gas clouds with superiority complexes, are surrounding themselves with so many force fields they look like a very pretentious disco ball. And then there are the humans. Jake takes one look at the environment, sniffs the air, and nods approvingly. Nice. Reminds me of that training exercise in the Amazon during monsoon season. Luna is already pulling out what appears to be a standard scientific tablet and starts taking readings. Oh, this is interesting. The acid rain has a pH of about 1.2, that's actually less acidic than my morning coffee. Mac just rolls up his sleeves. Well, this should be fun. Haven't had a good challenge since that reactor meltdown on Kepler Station. The aliens monitoring the test through their fancy observation systems are starting to make the kind of noises usually associated with small animals in distress. Because while everyone else is still getting suited up, Jake has just stepped into the acid rain and started using it to clean mud off his boots. Hey Luna, he calls out cheerfully. This stuff works better than that industrial cleaner we used on the ship. Luna, who has now collected several samples of the deadly vegetation and appears to be taking notes like she's writing a grocery list, looks up with interest. Really, we should bottle some for later. Meanwhile, Mac has found what the test designers probably thought was an impossible shelter building challenge, where you have to construct adequate protection using only the materials available in the environment, and he's treating it like the world's most relaxing home improvement project. He's already identified which of the deadly plants have useful fibers, which rocks have the best structural integrity, and how to use the acid rain as a natural adhesive. You know, he says conversationally while building what appears to be a rather cozy little shelter, this reminds me of that camping trip in Siberia. Remember that, Jake, when the temperature hit -40 and we had to build shelter out of ice and wishful thinking? Oh yeah, Jake laughs, now apparently using one of the terrifying predator plants as a back scratcher. Good times. Though this is definitely more comfortable. At least it's warm. The monitoring systems are going absolutely insane. Alarms are blaring, warning lights are flashing, and the alien observers are starting to question everything they thought they knew about the universe and their place in it. Because in the span of about 20 minutes, while other species are still figuring out how to not die from the air, the humans have essentially turned a nightmare hellscape into what appears to be a moderately pleasant afternoon outing. Now, if you thought the aliens were having a bad time during the setup phase, you should see what happens when the test actually gets going. Because the tormentors, bless their sadistic little hearts, didn't just create a hostile environment. Oh no. That would be too simple. They created a hostile environment with a deadly obstacle course, complete with biomechanical predators that were designed to be absolutely unstoppable killing machines. Picture this: creatures that look like someone crossed a tiger with a spider, gave it armor plating, and then asked a committee of nightmares to make it worse. These things are 12 feet long, have claws that can cut through starship hull plating, and possess hunting instincts that would make a great white shark weep with envy. They're called apex hunters, because apparently the tormentors had all the creativity of a B-movie scriptwriter, and they've been the downfall of every single species that's attempted this test. The Zephyrians take one look at the first apex hunter, and immediately start broadcasting distress signals in 17 different languages. The Gornaki, who are supposed to be the galaxy's ultimate warriors, start forming defensive formations that look suspiciously like very organized panic. The Ethereal Collective just straight up nopes out of there, floating away at maximum speed while making sounds that probably translate to "I didn't sign up for this." And then there are the humans, who have apparently decided that deadly biomechanical predators are the perfect opportunity to turn this into some kind of twisted team-building exercise. Okay, so we've got multiple hostiles incoming, Jake announces like he's calling out plays in a football game. Luna, what's your read on their weak points? Luna, who is currently hanging upside down from a tree branch getting a better angle to observe one of the creatures, calls back, well, they've got excellent armor plating, but it looks like the joints are exposed. Also, their hunting pattern suggests they rely heavily on thermal imaging, so they're probably vulnerable to temperature confusion. Got it, Mac yells from somewhere inside what appears to be a rapidly constructed fortress made of rocks, acid-resistant plants, and what looks suspiciously like parts cannibalized from the test environment itself. I can rig up some thermal decoys. Give me 5 minutes. 5 minutes. the galaxy's most feared biomechanical killing machines, and Mac needs 5 minutes to figure out how to outsmart them using what's essentially prehistoric technology and human ingenuity. Meanwhile, Jake has apparently decided that the best way to deal with a 12-foot-long armored predator is to wrestle it into submission, and he's winning. The apex hunter, which has never in its artificially extended life encountered anything that didn't immediately run away screaming, is having what can only be described as an existential crisis. It was designed to hunt prey that would flee in terror, not prey that would grab it in a headlock, and start giving it a lecture about proper hunting techniques. See, the problem with you guys, Jake explains to the confused predator while casually avoiding its claws, is that you're too focused on the intimidation factor. Sure, you look scary, but you've got no follow-through. Now if you really want to be an effective predator, you need to work on your grappling game. The monitoring systems are going absolutely bonkers. The aliens observing this are making noises that their translators are probably wisely refusing to interpret. Chancellor Blimforth has gone from purple to green to what appears to be a very concerning shade of transparent. But wait, it gets better. Because Luna has figured out that the apex hunters communicate through subsonic frequencies, and she's managed to hack into their communication network using her tablet and what appears to be a jury-rigged antenna made from some of the local vegetation. Hey guys, she calls out cheerfully. I've got good news and bad news. The good news is I can now talk to these things. The bad news is they're apparently very lonely and have been asking if we want to be friends. Friends? Mac pokes his head out of his fortress, which now appears to have grown significantly and might actually qualify as a small castle. With the murder machines. Well, turns out they're not actually murder machines. They're just really bad at making friends. Apparently, everyone they've ever met has run away screaming before they could properly introduce themselves. And that's how the humans accidentally turned the galaxy's most feared predators into the galaxy's most socially awkward pets. The apex hunters, who have spent millennia being the ultimate test of survival, are now following the humans around like oversized armored puppies, who are just excited to have someone to talk to. But the real kicker comes when they reach the final challenge, the puzzle that stumped every species for 2,000 years. It's this massive crystalline structure covered in symbols that shift and change, requiring not just intelligence but the kind of lateral thinking that most civilized species have been educated out of. The other species, what's left of them anyway, are standing around looking defeated. The Zephyrians are crying, which is apparently a thing they can do. The Gornaki are having what appears to be an honor-based argument about who gets to give up first. The ethereal collective has given up entirely, and is just floating in a corner making sad gas cloud noises. And the humans? Well, they're looking at this supposedly impossible puzzle, and having what appears to be a very casual conversation. So Jake says, scratching his chin, "This is supposed to be impossible, right?" According to the briefing, Luna confirms, running her hands over the crystalline surface, some kind of ultimate test of intelligence and problem-solving ability. Mac is already pulling out tools that he definitely didn't have when this started, but has apparently manufactured from test environment materials and pure spite. Well, it's a machine, right? And machines can be fixed, modified or convinced to do what you want them to do. Wait, Luna says, and her voice has that dangerous tone again. Are you suggesting we don't solve the puzzle? I'm suggesting, Mac grins, that we give it what it wants to hear. And that's how the humans solved the galaxy's most impossible puzzle, by completely ignoring the rules and just asking it nicely to please stop being difficult, because they had a schedule to keep. The crystalline structure, which has been the final boss of this test for 2 millennia, apparently just needed someone to say please, and thank you. It opens up like a flower, revealing the completion chamber, and starts playing what sounds suspiciously like a victory fanfare. The aliens are no longer making any noise at all. They've moved beyond shock, beyond horror, beyond any emotion that has a name. They're just standing there, staring, as the humans casually stroll through the completion chamber, like they're taking a leisurely walk through a park. So there they are, the humans, standing in the completion chamber, after absolutely demolishing a test that has been the galaxy's gold standard for impossible for the past 2,000 years. The timer reads 4 hours and 37 minutes, which is not just a record, it's the kind of record that makes you question whether the timer is broken, reality is broken, or you're having a very elaborate nervous breakdown. For context, the previous best time was held by the Supremacy Collective, and they took 6 months. 6 months of careful planning, extensive preparation, and eventually giving up and crying. The humans did it in less time than it takes to watch a decent movie, and they brought snacks. Chancellor Blimforth is staring at the results display like it personally insulted his mother. His color has cycled through the entire visible spectrum, and has now settled on a shade that doesn't technically exist, and is probably giving the monitoring equipment a headache. This is impossible, he whispers, his voice cracking like a teenager going through puberty. The test is impossible. It has always been impossible. The tormentors designed it to be impossible. Oh, about that, Luna says, looking up from her tablet, where she's apparently been doing some light reading while the aliens have their collective mental breakdown. I did some digging into the test's programming while we were in there. Turns out the tormentors didn't design this as a test of survival or intelligence. The chamber goes so quiet you could hear a quantum particle thinking about existing. They designed it as revenge. And there it is. The other shoe drops with the kind of cosmic thud that probably registered on seismic equipment 3-star systems away. Revenge. Blimforth manages to croak out. Oh yeah, Luna continues with the casual tone of someone discussing the weather. See, the tormentors were apparently really angry about being wiped out by a coalition of galactic species about 3,000 years ago. So they created this test as their final middle finger to the universe. It was specifically designed to be impossible for any civilized species to complete. Mac looks up from where he's been tinkering with what appears to be a souvenir he made from crystalline puzzle fragments. So it was supposed to be a permanent screw you to everyone. Exactly. The whole thing was rigged from the start. Every challenge, every obstacle, every supposedly impossible element was calibrated to exploit the specific psychological and physical limitations of civilized galactic species. Jake, who has been scratching behind what might charitably be called the ears of his new apex hunter buddy, grins. So they basically designed the perfect test to fail every species in the galaxy except for the one species they never met. Bingo. The silence that follows this revelation is the kind of silence usually associated with the heat death of the universe. It's so profound that it has weight, mass, and is probably bending space-time around itself. Chancellor Blimforth makes a sound that the translation systems wisely refuse to interpret. It's followed by several more sounds that suggest his mind is not just blown, it's been launched into orbit, achieved escape velocity, and is currently exploring distant galaxies. But he stammers, you treated it like a mildly interesting afternoon. Jake supplies helpfully. Yeah, well that's because it kind of was. I mean, don't get me wrong, it was fun and all, but we've had company picnics that were more challenging. The acid rain was actually pretty refreshing, Mac adds. And those apex hunters are surprisingly good conversationalists once you get them talking. Plus I got some fantastic samples for my research. Luna chimes in, this whole experience has been wonderfully educational. The other alien species who managed to survive the test, and by survive I mean, were carried out by their respective emergency medical teams while gibbering incoherently, are being treated for what the medical staff are diplomatically calling acute reality adjustment syndrome. Chancellor Blimforth, meanwhile, has reached the final stage of his mental breakdown and has started laughing. Not happy laughing, mind you, but the kind of laughing that suggests someone's brain has decided to take an extended vacation and left a gone fishing sign behind. So you're telling me, he gasps between increasingly hysterical giggles, that for 2,000 years, we've been using a test designed by a species that wanted to make sure we'd never succeed, and the first species to beat it are a bunch of deathworlders who think acid rain makes good cleaning supplies. Pretty much the humans reply in unison. And that's how the Galactic Council learned that their ultimate test was actually an elaborate prank by a dead civilization, and the punchline was a species that considers their homeworld a relaxing vacation spot. So here we are, 3 hours later, in what has to be the most awkward awards ceremony in galactic history. Chancellor Blimforth, who has been sedated twice, and is currently being held upright by a combination of alien medical technology and sheer bureaucratic stubbornness, is attempting to officially welcome humanity to the Galactic Council. His speech, which was probably very impressive when he wrote it, has been reduced to a series of random words occasionally interrupted by what sounds like suppressed sobbing. The other council members are maintaining the kind of professional composure that only comes from years of political training and possibly medication. We hereby, with great the humans have, please don't hurt us, Blimforth manages, before his aide gently takes the microphone away from him. The humans, meanwhile, are standing there looking like they've just been told they won a prize for something they do every Tuesday. Jake is still accompanied by his apex hunter buddy, who has apparently decided that following humans around is way more fun than being a terrifying predator. Luna is taking notes on alien psychology with the kind of scientific fascination usually reserved for discovering new species. Mac appears to have built a small device out of spare parts during the ceremony, and is now testing it by making it play what sounds like classical Earth music. So Jake says, because apparently someone needs to break the uncomfortable silence, this is nice and all, but we should probably mention that we've got a schedule to keep. We're supposed to stop by the Kepler station to help with their reactor problem, then swing by the Tau Ceti system to assist with their asteroid mining operation. The aliens exchange glances that suggest they're beginning to understand that their problems might be just beginning. Asteroid mining. Someone squeaks from the back of the chamber. Oh yeah, Max says, without looking up from his device. Should be fun. Haven't done any large-scale demolition work in a while. Last time was when we helped clear out that black hole's accretion disk. Good times. You cleared out a black hole's accretion disk. Well, not the whole thing, Jake clarifies. Just the dangerous parts. Though I guess technically all parts of a black hole are dangerous, so we basically redesigned the whole system. The locals were very grateful. Luna looks up from her notes. Oh, and we should probably mention that Earth is sending a delegation to the next Galactic Council meeting. They're very excited to meet everyone. The color drains from every alien face in the chamber, which is particularly impressive for the species that don't technically have faces. How many humans are coming? Blimforth whispers. Just a few thousand, Jake replies cheerfully. You know, diplomats, scientists, engineers, a few military advisors, some tourists who heard the galaxy was nice this time of year. Pretty standard stuff. Tourists, someone repeats faintly. Yeah, Earth tourism industry is really taking off. Apparently there's a lot of interest in visiting places that aren't actively trying to kill you. It's a novelty. And with that casual revelation, the humans collect their certificates of membership, shake hands with various appendages, and head toward the exit. Jake's apex hunter friend trots along beside him like the galaxy's most dangerous therapy dog. Luna waves goodbye while somehow managing to take readings on the atmospheric composition of the chamber. Mac has his new device playing what sounds suspiciously like Earth's greatest hits. As they reach the door, Jake turns back with the kind of grin that has probably caused civilizations to surrender preemptively. Oh, one more thing, he says. Thanks for the test. It was actually pretty relaxing. Most fun we've had since we helped that neutron star with its rotation problem. You helped a neutron star with its rotation problem? Blimforth asks, though it sounds like he's not sure he wants to know the answer. Long story, Jake grins. We'll tell you about it next time. And with that, the humans leave, taking with them the last remnants of the Galactic Council's collective sanity, and leaving behind the kind of silence usually associated with the aftermath of natural disasters. In the distance, you can hear Chancellor Blimforth asking his aide to check if their insurance covers acts of casual human competence. The answer, it turns out, is no, it does not.
No species will ever forget the moment humanity's patience finally snapped. This recorded start, galactic date 47,293.6. I speak into my personal log, adjusting the quantum recorder as I gaze through the observation dome at the blue-green planet below. Professor Ralalak continuing documentation of species 7,249 designational. Humans. A bitter laugh escapes my throat. How wrong we were. How catastrophically, monumentally wrong. The Council should have listened to my warnings about classifying them as a Level 2 civilization. But no one ever listens to the xenoanthropologist, do? The ship's systems hum softly around me as I continue my observation. Earth hangs suspended in the void like a precious gem, deceptively peaceful from this distance. 10 years ago, I stood in this same spot, filled with excitement about first. Now I understand why the ancient texts speak of things better left undisturbed. Preliminary observation period lasted standard 50 cycles. I continue, my four hands moving swiftly across the control panel. The Council of Seven Galaxies believed they had identified all crucial aspects of human civilization. There is another harsh laugh. Primitive, limited, harmless. The memory surfaces unbidden. Ambassador Talara striding into the council chamber, her bioluminescent markings pulsing with confidence. The humans will make excellent clients, she declared. Their planet's resources will serve the council well, and they'll be grateful for our guidance. I remember shifting uncomfortably in my seat, trying to voice my concerns. But Ambassador, my research indicates. Thank you, Professor Rolaidak. She cut me off with a dismissive wave. We value your academic insights, but this is a matter for practical governance. The warning signs were there from the start. We should have noticed when our most sophisticated encryption was broken in mere days. Should have paid attention when our superior technology started being replicated and improved upon within weeks of diplomatic exchanges. But the Council was too busy congratulating themselves on finding another species to add to their collection. Too preoccupied with calculating Earth's resource value to notice the steel beneath the human smiles. First contact day. That's when it all began to unravel. The Council decided to demonstrate their power, standard procedure for welcoming new client species. The gathering fleet appeared over every major human city simultaneously, 50,000 ships, a display of overwhelming force meant to ensure peaceful cooperation. I still remember the human response. No panic, no chaos. Just calm voices requesting the fleet's immediate withdrawal, as if they were asking party guests to leave at the end of the night. Ambassador Talara was positively gleeful at their naivety. She delivered the council's terms with her usual flourish. Earth would be granted protection in exchange for resource rights and technological supervision. The humans would be guided to a proper place in galactic society. Their chief negotiator, a woman named Amanda Blackwood, listened politely to the entire presentation. Then she smiled, not the warm expression we documented in our cultural studies, but something else entirely, something that made my scales ripple with unease. "That's a very generous offer," she said, voice dripping with something our translators identified as sarcasm. "But we're gonna decline. You have 1 hour to remove your ships from Earth's space." The council representatives actually laughed. My dear Talara practically purred, "I don't think you understand. This isn't a request. The might of 50,000 ships will be reduced to 0 in 61 minutes. If they remain in their current positions," Blackwood interrupted. "We've been peaceful because we choose to be. Don't make us choose differently." Looking back now, that was the moment. The precise instant when the council should have recognized their catastrophic miscalculation. But centuries of easy victories had made them arrogant. They thought they were dealing with primitives who needed to be taught their place. They didn't understand that humanity's patience was not infinite, that their politeness was not weakness, that their warmth could turn to fire. "End record," I whisper, my voice heavy with the weight of history. The quantum recorder clicks off, leaving me alone with my thoughts and the view of Earth below. Tomorrow, I'll continue documenting how it all fell apart, how the Council's arrogance led to the greatest military and diplomatic catastrophe in galactic. But for now, I simply watch and remember. Remember the day we learned that some species are not meant to be conquered. Some peoples are not meant to be ruled. And humanity was never meant to kneel. The observation room feels colder today as I resume my recording. Record start galactic date 47-93.7. The Council's failure with first contact should have been the end. Instead, it was merely the beginning. I pull up the archived footage, watching as various species began their own attempts to gain Earth's favor. The Mercathi offered advanced propulsion technology. The Zentari promised biological immortality. The Drachnid Imperium suggested a military alliance. Each one came with hidden strings, with secret plans to manipulate and control. Each one left with what humans called a bloody nose. Admiral Jessica Porter. The name slips from my mouth with a mixture of respect and fear. She was the first to understand what we were really doing, the first to see through our supposedly benevolent offers. The holographic display shows her first appearance at the Galactic Assembly, tall for a human, with silver-streaked black hair and eyes that seemed to pierce through diplomatic facades. She stood before the gathered representatives of 1,000 worlds, her white uniform pristine, her posture radiating quiet strength. "Let me be perfectly clear," she said, her voice carrying to every corner of the vast chamber. "Earth is not a prize to be won. We are not children to be guided, and we are rapidly losing patience with these transparent attempts to gain control of our world." The Mercathi representative, Lord Blackscale, rose to protest. "Admiral Porter, you misunderstand. We only wish to share the benefits of our advanced." "Your propulsion technology," Porter interrupted with a sharp smile, "the one with the hidden backdoor that would allow you to disable our ships at will. We found that within hours of examining the prototype. Just like we found the genetic kill switch in the Zentari's immortality treatment, and the loyalty programming buried in the Drachnid military protocols." I remember the shocked silence that filled the chamber. No one was supposed to be able to detect those safeguards. The most advanced species in the galaxy had spent centuries perfecting them. The human ability to innovate, to reverse engineer, to improve upon existing technology. We gravely underestimated it. I speak into my recorder. While we saw them as primitives to be guided, they were studying us, learning. The archived footage continues, showing the growing tension. Trade delegations arriving with manipulated contracts. Spy ships poorly disguised as merchant vessels. corporate interests attempting to exploit loopholes in galactic law. Through it all, humanity's responses grew progressively less diplomatic. Admiral Porter's warnings became more direct. The human representative, Marcus Taylor, stopped attending council sessions entirely. We thought they were being stubborn, I mutter, shaking my head at our blindness. We never realized they were giving us every chance to back away. The quantum recorder captures my bitter laugh as I pull up footage from the Centauri incident. The Drachnid Imperium, frustrated by their failed manipulation attempts, decided to demonstrate their power by establishing an observation post in Earth's. Within minutes of crossing the boundary line humanity had established, the Drachnid fleet encountered something new, something that shouldn't have been possible. The human defense platforms, I narrate, watching the familiar scene unfold. Quantum-linked satellites that could fire through subspace, ignoring traditional shields. Technology that no Level 2 civilization should have been able to conceive, let alone construct. The Drachnid ships never even had time to raise their shields. 3 capital ships, pride of their fleet, reduced to drifting hulks by precision strikes from weapons they couldn't detect or counter. Admiral Porter's message to the Imperium was broadcast across all galactic frequencies. This was a warning shot. The next violation of our space will be considered an act of war. Earth's patience is not infinite. But the Council, in their infinite wisdom, saw the incident differently. They saw not the warning it represented, but proof that humanity was too dangerous to be left uncontrolled. We scheduled emergency sessions. I continue my record, drafted plans for containment, created task forces to study human weaknesses, and all the while humanity watched, waited, gave us chance after chance to change course. The final diplomatic meeting stands out in my memory with painful clarity. The council chamber packed with representatives from every major species. Ambassador Telara, now Supreme Counselor, delivering what she thought was an ultimatum. Earth will accept guidance from the galactic community, she declared, or Earth will be isolated from all galactic travel and trade. This is not a negotiation. Admiral Porter and Marcus Taylor exchanged a glance that made my scales prickle with warning. Then Taylor stepped forward, his expression almost pitying. "You still don't understand what you're dealing with, do you?" he asked quietly. "Even now, you think you have the upper hand. Think you're in control," he shook his head. "We've tried diplomacy, tried patience, tried to show you that we can be valuable allies if you just treat us as equals." He turned to leave, then paused at the chamber doors. "You should know we've already developed our own FTL drives, better ones. We don't need your trade routes, we don't need your technology. And if you try to isolate us, you'll quickly learn that we don't need your permission to travel the stars." The council erupted in outrage, but I barely heard them. I was watching Admiral Porter, who hadn't moved or spoken. She stood perfectly still, watching the chaos with eyes that had seen enough. As I end today's recording, I can't help but wish we had understood then what those eyes were telling us. That human patience was reaching its end, that their willingness to endure our manipulations was running out. But we didn't understand, and what came next would reshape the galaxy forever. The quantum recorder hums to life again. Record start, galactic date 47,293.8. The Council's response to human defiance was predictably short-sighted. They assumed that without access to galactic trade networks, Earth would quickly collapse into isolation and eventually beg for readmission on the Council's terms. My hands tremble slightly as I access the restricted archives. They were wrong, so catastrophically wrong. The first sign came when the Mercathi trade cartels reported unusual activity along their supposedly secret routes. Ships were disappearing, not destroyed, simply vanishing without trace. The Drachnid border patrols encountered phantom energy signatures that their sensors couldn't properly track. The Centauri research outposts began detecting unauthorized quantum scans of their facilities. The humans were already out there, I narrate, my voice tight with remembered tension. Not just surviving isolation, but thriving, learning, spreading. And we never saw them coming. Supreme Counselor Telara refused to acknowledge the mounting evidence. Primitive species cannot master quantum cloaking, she declared during an emergency session. Their ships cannot possibly breach our detection grids. These reports are clearly exaggerations. Then came the Perseus incident. The holographic display shows the Mercati's most secure research facility, built into an asteroid at the edge of their territory, home to their most advanced weapons development programs, protected by defenses that had repelled the Drachnid Imperium's best efforts at infiltration. The facility's quantum signature simply disappeared. I recall watching the archived footage. No explosion, no debris. The entire asteroid vanished, along with 3 decades of weapons research. The Mercathy's furious accusations flew across the council chamber. The Drachnid Imperium must have finally succeeded in penetrating their defenses. The Zentari must have developed new technology. Everyone blamed everyone else. Until the message arrived. To the Galactic Council, Admiral Porter's voice fills my observation room, just as it filled the council chamber that day. We have confirmed that the Mercathy Perseus facility was being used to develop bioweapons intended for deployment against Earth. The facility has been relocated to a secure location. Its research data has been analyzed and archived. Its weapons have been neutralized. The stunned silence that followed still echoes in my memory. This serves as a demonstration, she continued, her tone deadly calm. We can reach any target anywhere in council space. We can bypass any defense. We can neutralize any threat. This is not a boast, it is simply fact. I remember Supreme Counselor Talara's scales turning pale, her bioluminescence flickering with shock. Impossible, she whispered. They cannot have this level of technology. They cannot. But they did. And they were just getting started. The next 3 months shattered every assumption the Council had about human capabilities. Their ships appeared and disappeared at will throughout Council space. They intercepted coded transmissions we had thought unbreakable. They accessed restricted databases with embarrassing ease. Looking back, I speak to my recorder, we should have recognized the pattern. They weren't attacking, weren't destroying, they were systematically exposing every plot, every scheme, every secret plan the Council species had been developing against Earth. The Drachnid's hidden fleet assembly yards, the Zentari's prohibited genetic warfare labs, the Mercathy's network of slave worlds, one by one, humanity revealed them all. But the Council, in their infinite wisdom, still couldn't accept the truth. Couldn't accept that a primitive species had not only caught up to them but had surpassed them in many ways. If they can reach these facilities, Lord Blackscale argued in a closed council session, they can destroy them. The fact that they haven't proves they're still weak, still unwilling to take necessary action. The recording shows Supreme Counselor Talara nodding in agreement. Precisely, they play these games of espionage because they lack the strength for real confrontation. The time has come to show them the consequences of defying the Council. I paused the playback, my 4 hands clenching in remembered frustration. I tried one last time to warn them, to make them understand what they were dealing with. The archived footage shows me standing before the Council, my academic credentials displayed behind me. The humans are not showing weakness, I argued. They're showing restraint. Every incursion into our space, every infiltration of our facilities, they're warnings. They're giving us the chance to back down. They're primitive apes playing with stolen technology. Supreme Counselor Talara dismissed me again, and they will learn their place. The Council voted overwhelmingly to authorize military action. A combined fleet drawing ships from all major Council species would pacify the Sol system and establish direct control over Earth. I remember watching the fleet assemble. 500,000 ships. The largest military force ever gathered in Council history. Supreme Counselor Talara personally broadcast their departure, her voice filled with smug satisfaction. Let humanity witness true power, she declared. Let them learn the price of defiance. The fleet never reached Earth. Halfway to the Sol system, every ship simultaneously lost power. Engines, weapons, life support, everything just stopped. In the darkness of dead ships, millions of crew members watched their view screens come to life with a single message. Admiral Porter's face appeared on every screen. She wasn't wearing her uniform anymore. Instead, she wore simple civilian clothes, her expression more disappointed than angry. We gave you every chance, she said quietly. Every opportunity to choose cooperation over domination, peace over conflict. But you couldn't let go of your preconceptions, couldn't accept that humans might be your equals or even your superiors in some ways. She paused, looking directly into the camera. Your ships will regain power in 1 hour. That's enough time for life support to hold, but not enough time to prevent your trajectory from carrying you back into Council space. Consider this your final warning. Before the transmission ended, she added one last thing. Your weapons technology is now centuries behind ours. Your defenses are meaningless against our capabilities, and our patience is officially exhausted. End record. I whisper to my quantum recorder. The images fade, leaving me alone with the weight of history. Tomorrow, I'll document how the Council finally, tragically, pushed humanity past their breaking point. But tonight I remember Porter's words. Remember the moment when the galaxy's most powerful civilization discovered that power is relative. That patience should never be mistaken for weakness. And that some warnings should be heeded before it's too late. Record start, galactic date 47,293.9. My voice sounds hollow, even to my own ears. Today I document the moment everything changed. The day humanity's patience finally, irrevocably snapped. The Council, embarrassed by the fleet's humiliation, sought to save face. But rather than accept humanity's superiority in direct confrontation, they chose a different path, a coward's path. Supreme Counselor Talera authorized what she called a precision intervention. I narrate, pulling up the classified footage. The target was New Haven, humanity's first extrasolar colony. Population 50,000 civilians, researchers' families, children. The Drachnid Imperium provided the strike force. The Mercathi supplied the weapons. The Zentari contributed their stealth technology. They believed that by combining their most advanced systems, they could bypass human defenses. They succeeded. Partly. The recording shows the strike force emerging from stealth near New Haven. 30 ships, small enough to slip through standard patrol patterns. Their weapons were already charged, targeting the colony's environmental domes. The attack lasted exactly 27 seconds. I continue, my scales rippling with remembered horror. 27 seconds that sealed the fate of the Council, though we didn't know it then. The colony's shields held against the first barrage, but the concentrated fire eventually broke through. 3 environmental domes cracked. Emergency force fields snapped into place, but not quickly enough. 843 humans died in those 27 seconds. The strike force vanished back into stealth, believing they had struck a decisive blow, believing they had taught humanity a lesson about defying the Council. They were wrong. The response began exactly 3 minutes after the attack. My hands tremble as I access the restricted records. Simultaneous events across Council space, coordinated with a precision that we had thought impossible. The quantum recorder captures the footage of what happened next. In the Drachnid capital system, their mighty defense fleet simply ceased to exist. Not destroyed, their ships literally vanished between one sensor sweep and the next. In Mercathi space, every weapons facility, every military installation, every defense platform went dark simultaneously. The Zentari found their most secure networks exposed, their secrets laid bare for the galaxy to see. But that was just the beginning. To the Galactic Council, Admiral Porter's transmission overrode every communication channel in Council space. 843 civilians. 843 lives ended because you couldn't accept your own obsolescence. Because you chose pride over peace. Domination over cooperation. The recording shows her standing on what was clearly a ship's bridge, but like nothing the Council had ever seen. Behind her, holographic displays showed real-time views of every major Council world. We tried diplomacy. We tried warnings. We tried demonstrations of our capabilities without causing permanent harm. Now we show you what happens when humanity stops holding back. She nodded to someone off-screen. Your combined fleet that retreated from Earth, check their positions. Panic erupted across Council space as military commanders tried to contact their ships. 500,000 vessels, the pride of their combined military might, had vanished without trace. Your ships are safe, Porter continued, her voice carrying an edge that made my scales crawl. They're currently in orbit around Earth. Crew unharmed but thoroughly contained. We brought them here because we want them to have front row seats for what happens next. She pressed a control on her command chair. Right now, human ships are decloaking throughout Council space. We are everywhere. We have always been everywhere. While you played at espionage and military posturing, we were mapping every centimeter of your territory. analyzing every weakness, preparing for the possibility that you would force our hand. The footage splits to show multiple views. Council leaders watched in horror as human vessels appeared in their most secure systems, ships of impossible size bristling with weapons beyond their comprehension. But Admiral Supreme Counselor Talara's voice shook as she responded, "Surely we can negotiate. The attack on your colony was unsanctioned, a rogue element. Save your lies, Porter cut her off. We have the council records, the authorization codes, the operation plans. Every single being involved in planning and executing the attack has already been transported to holding cells on our ships." She leaned forward, her eyes hard. "Here's what happens now. Every council world will stand down their military forces immediately. Every hidden weapon, every cloaked ship, every secret installation will be declared and surrendered. You have 1 hour." Or what Lord Blackscale demanded, though his voice lacked its usual confidence. Porter's smile was colder than deep space. "Or we demonstrate our full capabilities, the technology we've been holding in reserve, the weapons we've developed but chosen not to use. 1 hour to comply. Then we stop being nice." They didn't believe her, I tell my recorder. Even then, even after everything they had seen, they couldn't accept the truth. Couldn't believe that humanity had advanced so far beyond them. The Council's response was to order all remaining military forces to attack the human ships. Every weapon they had left, every ship still under their control. One last, desperate attempt to prove their supremacy. The battle, if you could call it that, lasted less than 5 minutes. Human ships didn't dodge the attacks, didn't raise shields, simply allowed the Council's most powerful weapons to strike them directly. The energy weapons passed through them as if they weren't there. Physical projectiles emerged on the other side of their hulls without leaving a mark. Phase shift technology, I explained to my recorder. Their entire ships could partially exit our dimension at will. Nothing in Council space could touch them. Nothing could stop them. Then the humans demonstrated their own weapons. They didn't target military installations, didn't fire on civilian populations. Instead, with surgical precision, they eliminated the seats of power. Government buildings, military command centers, the private estates of those who had ordered the attack on New Haven. The quantum recorder captures the archived footage. Buildings vanishing into thin air, transported to who knows where. Command bunkers buried kilometers underground, suddenly exposed to vacuum as the rock around them ceased to exist. Defense shields failing as the generators powering them simply disappeared. In 5 minutes, the Council's power structure was gutted. Their military command was decapitated. Their ability to offer organized resistance was eliminated. Admiral Porter's final transmission was broadcast to every world, every ship, every communications device in Council space. "The Council's authority ends today," she declared. "Earth will oversee the transition to a new galactic government, one based on cooperation and mutual respect, not domination and force. Those who work with us will be treated fairly. Those who resist." She let the silence stretch meaningfully. "Well, we've demonstrated what resistance will earn you. Choose wisely." End record. I shut off the quantum recorder, my 4 hands shaking as I pull up the final images. The Council chambers, now empty and dark. The mighty combined fleet, still in orbit around Earth, its crews watching helplessly as their civilization was transformed. And humanity, stepping into their role, not as conquerors, but as reluctant guardians, determined to build something better than what they had torn down. They had never wanted war, never wanted to rule. But when pushed too far, when their patience finally ran out, they proved that technological superiority wasn't their greatest strength. Their greatest strength was their restraint, and the galaxy learned far too late that such restraint should never be taken for granted. Final record, galactic date 47,293.10. I gaze out at Earth one last time through my observation window. The reconstruction period began immediately after the surrender, but it wasn't what anyone expected. The humans, surprising everyone yet again, didn't install themselves as the new council, didn't seek revenge, didn't demand reparations. Instead, they did something far more radical. They gave everyone a voice. The Galactic Assembly, I speak into my recorder, watching ships of all species moving peacefully through space below. One world, one vote. No special privileges, no dominant species. Even the youngest civilizations have equal say in galactic affairs. The Quantum Archive displays footage from the first assembly session. Admiral Porter, now retired from military service, stood before representatives from every known species, even those the Council had deemed too primitive to participate. "We could rule you," she said simply. "We could dominate you the way the Council did. We have the power. But that's not who we are. That's not what humanity stands for." The changes came swiftly after that. Trade routes opened to all. Technology shared freely, with built-in safeguards that even humans themselves couldn't override. A new era of cooperation and growth. The former Council species struggled at first, I narrate, remembering those turbulent days. The Drachnid Imperium nearly collapsed when their slave worlds were freed. The Mercathi economy stumbled without their monopolies. The Zentari scientific dominance evaporated when their secret research was shared with all. But they adapted. They had to. Because the humans made it clear, try to rebuild the old power structures, attempt to dominate others again, and face consequences far worse than military defeat. The recording shows the transformation. Former enemies working together on joint projects. Species that had been bitter rivals for millennia now sharing resources and knowledge. A galaxy learning slowly but surely that cooperation brings greater rewards than conquest. Supreme Counselor Talera works as a teacher, now I note with a touch of irony, instructing young diplomats about the dangers of pride and prejudice. Lord Blackscale leads a cultural exchange program. Even the Zentari have redirected their research toward beneficial technologies for all species. My four hands move across the control panel one last time, bringing up the final statistics. Trade volume up 300%. Scientific breakthroughs occurring at 5 times the previous rate. Conflict between species down by 89%. And the humans, I can't keep the wonder from my voice. They watch. They guide when asked. They step in only when absolutely necessary. Their ships still patrol Council space, their technology still far beyond what most species can comprehend. But they've never once abused that power. The quantum recorder captures my sigh. This will be my final report on species 7249. I've spent 15 years studying them, from first contact through the fall of the Council and into this new era. And I think I finally understand what we got wrong from the very beginning. The observation window fills with the image of Earth, still beautiful, still deceptively peaceful. We thought their kindness was weakness. Their patience was primitive restraint. Their willingness to talk rather than fight was proof of their inferiority. We were so convinced of our own superiority that we couldn't recognize what was right in front of us. A human ship phases into view, its hull gleaming with technology that still seems like magic to most species. It acknowledges my presence with a brief signal flash, then continues its patrol. They weren't primitive. They were principled. They weren't weak. They were giving us every chance to be better. And when we failed those chances, when we finally pushed them too far, they didn't just defeat us. They saved us. From others, yes, but mostly from ourselves. I begin the shutdown sequence for my observation post. After 15 years, it's time to go home. Time to share what I've learned with my own people. The humans have a saying: I speak my final words into the recorder. Something Admiral Porter quoted in that first assembly session. The true measure of power isn't in how much damage you can do, but in how much good you choose to do instead. The quantum recorder clicks off for the last time. I take one final look at Earth before turning away. They were never the primitive species we thought they were. They were what we could have been, should have been, all along. And thanks to their peculiar mix of power and principle, of capability and compassion, the galaxy is finally becoming what it always should have been. A place where no species needs to prove their superiority, where patience is recognized as strength, and where the greatest power lies not in dominance, but in the choice to be better than what came before. End final record.
The galactic dominion of Zithar was not known for its patience. It was known for its highly efficient military, its ruthlessly bureaucratic system, and its deep-seated belief that everything should be labeled correctly, which is why the current situation was causing widespread panic among its top strategists. A single word, flashing ominously on the central war room screen, had thrown the entire Zithar command into disarray. Unknown. How? Supreme Coordinator Vorsk barked. Is this possible? The room was filled with top-tier tacticians, battle-hardened warlords, and at least one guy whose only job was to refill the Supreme Coordinator's coffee. And yet no one had an answer. The unknown entity had appeared a few rotations ago on Cathal 4, a planet known primarily for its mining operations and general lack of anything remotely interesting. Yet in the span of 3 days, mining production had plummeted by 98%. The local law enforcement had stopped responding to messages, and 14 different emergency distress signals had been sent, all featuring frantic screaming, explosions, and in one baffling instance, the sound of something that could only be described as aggressive yodeling. "What are we dealing with?" Vorsk demanded. Grand Marshal Krithil, a being who had personally orchestrated the annihilation of 12 planets before lunch, cleared his throat. "We believe it's a human." Silence, then murmurs, then a loud, incredulous snort from someone in the back. "A human?" Vorsk repeated, incredulous. "Yes, Supreme Coordinator," Krithil said, shifting uncomfortably. "One human, unarmed, well, mostly unarmed. Reports indicate he has, improvised weapons." "Improvised?" Vorsk narrowed his eyes. The Grand Marshal hesitated. "Sir, the last official report states he took down an armored patrol using..." He cleared his throat, clearly embarrassed. "A spoon, 3 beer bottles, and a rather aggressive attitude." This time, the entire war room erupted in laughter. A human, a single unarmed human, had thrown an entire Dominion-controlled planet into chaos. It was ridiculous. Humans were stubborn and loud, but they weren't unstoppable warriors. This was obviously just some bureaucratic mistake, one that the Supreme Coordinator would now efficiently correct. "Deploy the Cephadores de Catal," Vorsk commanded. At this, the room fell completely silent. Someone audibly swallowed. "Sir," Krithil said carefully, "the Cephadores are our most elite force. They're meant for high-priority planetary-level operations." "And you're telling me this situation isn't high priority?" Vorsk shot back. Krithil hesitated. "Well, no, but then send them," Vorsk snapped. "This embarrassment ends now." A single human humiliating the Dominion. Unacceptable. The Cephadores would fix this mistake immediately. They just had no idea what they were walking into. Deep within the command ship Exacta, the Cephadores de Catal prepared for deployment. They were the best of the best. Hardened veterans of 1,000 campaigns, killers so efficient that entire civilizations had surrendered upon hearing they were en route. And right now, they were bored out of their minds. Captain Drex paced in front of his squad, tail flicking in irritation. "Let's go over the mission one more time." Lieutenant Ven clicked his mandibles. "With all due respect, Captain, we're being sent to neutralize a single human. This isn't a mission, this is a minor inconvenience." Drex stopped pacing. "Oh, so you think you're above this?" "Above? No," Ven said. "But I do think this is overkill." Sergeant Harak, a towering reptilian, rumbled in agreement. "One human will be back before my tea cools." The squad chuckled. Arrogantly, Drex scowled. "I don't like it. Something feels off." He turned to the holo display, showing a grainy surveillance image of their target. The human, identified only as Jack Crash Malone, was sitting in what could generously be described as a bar, if one's definition of bar included collapsing furniture, flickering lights, and an overall sense of bad decisions. Jack was smiling, not in the way most species smiled. His expression had an unmistakable quality of someone who knew something you didn't, and was enjoying the hell out of it. "Doesn't matter," Ven said, stretching his secondary arms. "We land, we find him. We capture or kill him, end of story." "Fine," Drex growled. "Drop in 5. The bar, officially named the Rusted Larynx, had seen better days. Also, worse days. Also, frankly, just too many days. Jack Malone sat at the counter, swirling the last of his beer. He had been on Cathal 4 for about a week, and in that time he had 1. Annoyed the local security forces. 2. Accidentally started a minor riot. 3. Discovered that Zethar beer had a criminally low alcohol content. Now, as the ominous hum of a dropship filled the air outside, Jack sighed. Guess they finally sent the big boys. The bartender, an aging reptilian named Grob, wiped a grimy glass. You seem weirdly calm for someone about to be obliterated. Jack grinned. Calm? Nah, just hydrating. The bar doors slammed open. The safer doors marched in. 10 of them, moving with perfect synchronization, weapons raised, visors glowing ominously. Jack downed the rest of his beer. Captain Drex stepped forward. Jack Malone, by order of the Zethar Dominion, you are under arrest. Jack nodded thoughtfully. Then he stood up. Then he cracked his knuckles. Then he smiled that smile again. Then, and this was the part that would haunt the Safedories for years, he placed his beer mug down with an almost reverent care and said the words that would alter the course of history. Hold my beer. For precisely 3 seconds, the Safedories de Cathal did nothing. Not because they were afraid. No, fear was an emotion long since trained out of them. They hesitated because the situation made no tactical sense. This was a single human, unarmed, drunk, standing in the middle of a dimly lit bar that smelled vaguely of failure and fried grease. And yet, none of them moved. Drex was the first to snap out of it. Restrain him. Ven stepped forward, reaching for his stun cuffs. Human, you are coming with us. And if you cooperate, Jack moved. One moment he was standing there, looking dangerously amused. The next, his chair was airborne. Ven barely had time to register the incoming projectile before it hit him square in the face. His visor shattered, his mandibles clacked together, and his body made an undignified arc before slamming into the wall. The bar erupted into chaos. Drex roared, raising his pulse rifle, but before he could fire, Jack was already in motion. He grabbed the closest object, a wooden bar stool missing a leg, and swung it with the enthusiasm of a man who had long since given up on responsible decision-making. It connected with Harak's chest armor. Now, Harak weighed twice as much as Jack. His armor could withstand ballistic rounds. His training made him resistant to blunt force trauma. None of that mattered when a very determined human put his full body weight into an absurdly committed swing. The force knocked Harak backward, sending him crashing into 2 of his squadmates like a very angry domino. Jack didn't stop. He ducked under a plasma bolt, grabbed a half-empty bottle from the counter, and, for absolutely no logical reason, took a quick sip before throwing it. The bottle hit a wall, exploded into glass shards, and somehow set part of the ceiling on fire. Grob, the bartender, blinked at the flames. Huh, thought this place was fireproof. Jack grinned. Yeah, me too. Drex, now thoroughly done with this nonsense, activated his grave whip, a weapon that could restrain even the most violent creatures in the galaxy. He flicked his wrist, sending the whip cracking toward Jack's legs. Jack sidestepped. The whip wrapped around a support beam instead. Drex's eyes widened. Oh no. Jack, still holding onto the end of the whip, gave a single polite nod. Then he pulled. The beam gave way. A significant portion of the ceiling collapsed. Half the safer doors were buried in rubble. The other half was stumbling through the dust, coughing and swearing in at least 3 languages. Jack dusted off his hands. Well, that was dramatic. Drex dragged himself from the wreckage, furious. You think this is funny, human? Jack considered this. Kinda. Drex's hand darted to his belt, grabbing his sidearm, and Jack, with surgical precision, grabbed a fryer basket from the counter and threw it. It hit Drex's wrist. He yelped, gun flying from his grip. Jack caught it. Silence. The remaining Safedories froze. Jack tilted his head, inspecting the weapon. Huh, fancy. He pointed it at Drex, who was still processing how the hell this had happened. Jack smirked. Your turn. Drex had trained for every possible combat scenario. He had been ambushed, outnumbered, outgunned, outmaneuvered, and still won. His brain operated on cold efficiency, analyzing threats, calculating weaknesses, finding the optimal course of action. And yet, at this exact moment, all it could produce was, how? How did this happen? Jack Malone stood there, holding Drex's own sidearm, casually inspecting it like a man deciding whether to buy a cheap souvenir. His posture was relaxed, his expression infuriatingly smug. The remaining Safadores didn't move. Their training manuals had not covered this. Jack clicked his tongue. I gotta say, this thing is surprisingly light. What's the setting on this? He squinted at the side of the weapon. Oh, stun. That's cute. Drex lunged. Jack sidestepped. Drex, still moving at full force, slammed into a very sturdy table. The table, showing no mercy, remained intact. Drex, however, did not. He slumped to the ground with a pained grunt. Jack grinned. Well, that was unfortunate. The rest of the squad snapped out of their shock. Harak, still shaking debris from his armor, charged. He was built like a living tank, his people descendants of war beasts, his hand-to-hand combat skills legendary. Jack picked up a bar stool and threw it directly at Harak's knees. It was not a tactical move. It was not an elegant strike. It was, however, deeply effective. Harak's legs betrayed him. He tripped, fell forward, and landed with a sound that could only be described as expensive. Jack whistled. That sounded painful, big guy. You okay? Harak did not respond. He was too busy reconsidering his life choices. At this point, the remaining Sifadores decided that maybe, just maybe, this wasn't going as planned. Jack stretched his shoulders. So, we done here? Or do I gotta keep embarrassing you guys? No one answered. Jack nodded. Cool, I'll take that as a yes. He turned toward the bar, casually placing Drex's sidearm back on the counter. Grob, who had been watching all of this while continuing to polish the same glass, raised an eyebrow. You're just letting them go? Jack shrugged. Eh? They're not really a threat anymore. Behind him, the surviving Safadores were very carefully pulling their fallen comrades out of the wreckage, moving with the silent agreement that they should leave immediately. Drex, still dazed, managed to push himself upright. He looked around at the wreckage. His squad, once the pride of the Dominion, was now bruised, battered, and very much defeated. And Jack Malone? Jack Malone was ordering another beer. Drex's eye twitched. This was supposed to be a routine mission, an easy victory, a footnote in their history of great conquests. Instead, they had lost to a single human, and worst of all, the bastard hadn't even broken a sweat. Drex forced himself to stand. He turned to his squad. We're leaving. No one argued. As they limped toward the exit, Jack lifted his drink. Safe travels, fellas. Try not to get your asses kicked next time. Drex did not respond. He was too busy plotting revenge. Supreme Coordinator Vorsk stared at the depressingly incomplete report in front of him. It was not the kind of report he was used to reading. Normally, reports from the Sefadores de Cathal contained detailed breakdowns of successful missions, usually accompanied by statistical charts and at least one threateningly formal request for a bonus. This one was different. This one was just 3 sentences long. Mission failed. Sefadores suffered 100% tactical disruption. Recommend immediate reassessment of human threat levels. Vorsk pinched the bridge of his nose. So you're telling me that one drunk human single-handedly dismantled our most elite military unit? Grand Marshal Krithil, whose job security had taken a severe hit in the past hour, shifted uncomfortably. That is an accurate summary, yes. Vorsk inhaled slowly, counting to 10, then exhaled through his teeth. Fine, he said, voice dangerously calm. If the Sefadores were insufficient, we will escalate the response. Deploy a full battalion, lock down the planet. I want that human and whatever unnatural force protects him neutralized. Krithil hesitated. Sir, if I may, I don't think sending more troops will solve the problem. Vorsk's eye twitched. Are you suggesting we surrender to a single human? No, Krithil said quickly. I'm suggesting we think strategically. Perhaps there's an alternative approach. Vorsk folded his arms. Explain. Krithil cleared his throat. Well, sir, it appears that conventional tactics are ineffective. But humans have one notable weakness. They are incredibly susceptible to bad decisions. Vorsk frowned. And your point is? Krithil straightened. We don't need to fight the human. We just need to outmaneuver him. Vorsk tapped his fingers on the desk. Go on. Krithil smirked. Jack Malone was enjoying his drink. The bar had been half destroyed, but Grob had heroically declared that as long as the liquor shelf was still standing, they were open for business. Jack respected that kind of commitment. He took a sip. Then he noticed the silence. Cathal 4 was never silent. There was always background noise, drunken arguments, machines whirring, something probably exploding in the distance. Not now. Jack put down his drink. Outside the bar, the street was empty. The usual crowds, the merchants, the pickpockets, all gone. Jack exhaled. Well, that's ominous. Then from the distance came a voice, amplified through a Dominion-class tactical speaker. Attention, human? Jack sighed. Oh boy, the voice continued. This is the Galactic Dominion. We have your ship. Jack blinked. Wait, I have a ship? Grob raised a scaly eyebrow. You don't? Jack shrugged. I didn't think so, but now I'm questioning everything. Outside, the voice pressed on. We have also confiscated your supplies, your funds, and your... There was a pause, then slightly less confidently. Your entire stockpile of alcoholic beverages. Silence. Then Jack, in a very calm, very deliberate tone, said, They did what? Grob froze. Jack, buddy, stay calm. Jack's eye twitched. Calm. Grob slowly moved behind the counter. Jack, I need you to listen to me. Whatever you're about to do. Jack stood up so fast, the stool fell over. Oh, it's on now. Jack Malone had many personal rules. Rule number 1, never start a fight you can't finish. Rule number 2, always have an escape plan. Rule number 3, do not, under any circumstances, forgive the theft of alcohol. The Dominion had just broken rule number 3 in the worst possible way. Grob, who had witnessed many terrible things in his years running a bar, had never seen a human this visibly vibrating with rage. Jack cracked his knuckles. All right, where are they keeping my booze? Grob peeked over the counter. Jack, I need you to pause for a second and consider... Jack was already heading for the door. Grob groaned. Of course you're not gonna pause. The Dominion thought they had planned for everything. They had set up roadblocks, placed armed patrols, and locked down every major exit from the city. They had not, however, planned for Jack Malone's complete and utter disregard for logic. The first checkpoint was guarded by 4 heavily armed Zethar troopers. Jack strolled up casually. One of the guards raised his weapon. Halt! Identify yourself! Jack pointed at his own face. You serious? I'm the guy you just announced to the entire planet. The guards hesitated. Jack smiled. Then he grabbed a nearby trash can lid and hurled it like a goddamn frisbee. It hit the first guard in the face. The second guard raised his rifle, but Jack was already on him, grabbing the barrel and jerking it upward. A plasma shot scorched the sky. Jack headbutted him. He went down like a sack of bad decisions. The remaining 2 guards backed up. Jack grinned. Want to rethink your life choices? The guards looked at the unconscious bodies of their comrades. Then they looked at Jack. Then they dropped their weapons and ran. Jack shrugged. Smart. Back at Dominion High Command, Supreme Coordinator Vorsk watched the security feed in real time. He turned to Grand Marshal Krithil. Would you like to explain why 2 fully armed soldiers just abandoned their posts out of sheer terror? Krithil rubbed his temples. Sir, at this point I don't think logic applies to the situation. Vorsk gritted his teeth. Deploy the remaining units. Crush this human. Krithil hesitated. Sir, if I may, what if we, didn't do that? Vorsk glared. Are you suggesting we negotiate with this lunatic? Krithil exhaled slowly. I'm suggesting that everything we throw at him only makes him angrier. And now that he thinks we stole his alcohol, I'm fairly certain we've created a problem of cosmic proportions. Vorsk ignored him. Send in the mechs. Krithil closed his eyes. Of course, sir. What could possibly go wrong? Jack arrived at the Dominion storage facility to find a very large, very heavily armored war mech standing guard. It locked onto him immediately. Warning! Trespasser detected. You have 5 seconds to comply. Jack cracked his neck. Yeah, heard it before. The mech aimed its cannons. 4. Jack looked around. 3. Jack spotted a nearby forklift. 2. Jack grinned. 1. Jack gunned the forklift forward at full speed. The mech fired. Jack swerved, barely dodging the blast. The forklift, moving at a frankly irresponsible velocity, rammed into the mech's left leg. The mech staggered. Jack jumped off the forklift mid-motion, grabbed onto a maintenance ladder, and scaled up to the mech's back. The mech's AI struggled to adjust. Error! Trespasser is... Jack ripped open a panel and started unplugging things. Dismantling primary systems. Jack kicked the power core. The mech shut down. Jack dusted off his hands. And that's why you don't cheap out on your engineering department. He turned toward the warehouse doors, already grinning. Time to get his booze back. The warehouse doors slid open with a heavy metallic groan. Jack Malone stepped inside. Rows upon rows of crates stretched before him, each one stamped with the insignia of the Zethar Dominion. The air smelled of stale bureaucracy and misplaced confidence. Jack cracked his knuckles. All right, let's see where these bastards stashed my booze. He took 2 steps forward and immediately stopped, because standing between him and the crates were 24 fully armed Zethar soldiers. At the center of the group stood Drex. His armor was scratched, his pride shattered, but his rage was very much intact. Jack grinned. Hey, you're that guy I threw into a table. Drex's eye twitched. Kill him! The squad opened fire. Jack dived behind a crate. Plasma bolts exploded around him, searing holes into the metal floor. A bottle shattered nearby, and Jack felt something deep inside him die a little. They were hitting the liquor. These monsters were destroying the very thing they stole. Jack took a deep breath. Then he stood up. A normal person would have tried to run. Jack? Jack picked up the nearest bottle, took a sip, and hurled it. It smashed against a soldier's helmet, covering him in high-proof alien liquor. Jack grabbed another bottle, and a lighter. Drex's eyes widened. Oh, shit! Jack lit the bottle and threw it. The flaming projectile hit the liquor-soaked soldier. There was a whoosh, then a scream, then chaos. Jack vaulted over a crate, dodging return fire. He grabbed a second bottle, smashed it against a console, and used the jagged edge as an improvised weapon. One soldier rushed him. Jack sidestepped, tripped him, and sent him face first into a crate labeled, "Extremely fragile, do not tip over." It tipped over. There was a deep, unsettling hum as something inside the crate activated. Then, from the far side of the warehouse, a mechanical voice rumbled to life. "Security protocol engaged." Jack blinked. Oh, that can't be good. The crate exploded outward, revealing a Dominion-class combat drone the size of a small shuttle. Jack turned to Drex. "You guys are just full of bad ideas, huh?" The drone locked onto the nearest heat signature. Unfortunately for Drex, that was him. The drone opened fire. Drex barely had time to dive for cover. Jack took the opportunity. He sprinted forward, vaulted onto a crate, grabbed a Dominion standard pulse rifle from a fallen soldier, and slid across the floor like an action hero who had no regard for personal safety. He fired as he went, hitting anything that looked expensive. One shot hit the warehouse's gravity stabilizer. The room lurched. Then, with a sudden jolt, gravity reversed. Jack, Drex, the soldiers, the crates, everything went airborne. Jack twisted midair, grabbed onto a hanging support beam and cackled. Drex, meanwhile, was flailing wildly. Jack waved. "Having fun?" Drex's response was drowned out by the sound of soldiers slamming into the ceiling. Jack swung toward the exit, dodging debris. Below him, no, above him now, the drone was still firing wildly. Jack spotted his liquor stash floating just past the exit. He pushed off the beam, twisted in 0G, and snatched a bottle out of the air. As he flew past Drex, he tipped the bottle in salute. "Thanks for holding on to this for me." Then he kicked off a floating crate, spun toward the control panel, and hit the emergency reset button with the butt of his rifle. Gravity snapped back to normal. Jack landed perfectly. Drex face planted onto the floor. Jack smirked. "And that's why you don't mess with a man's beer." Jack Malone strolled out of the warehouse like a man who had just finished a productive day at work. Behind him, the facility was a flaming, sparking, structurally unsound disaster. Dominion soldiers lay scattered across the floor, groaning. The combat drone was lodged halfway through a wall, still occasionally twitching like it was reconsidering its life choices. And in Jack's hand, a pristine, untouched bottle of premium liquor. He popped the cap, took a sip, smiled. Perfect. Across the city, Supreme Coordinator Vorsk was watching the security feed in stunned silence. Grand Marshal Krithel sighed heavily. "Sir, I believe we have reached the point where continued resistance is unwise." Vorsk did not respond. He was too busy having what historians would later call a small personal crisis. Jack wiped his mouth, sighed contentedly, then looked directly into the nearest security camera. "All right, fellas, you had your fun. But I'm going to need one of you bureaucratic types to give me a ride off this rock, preferably before I start getting creative." Vorsk felt a full-body shudder. He turned to Krithel. "Give him whatever he wants. Just get him off this planet." Krithel nodded. Jack leaned back in his seat, feet propped up on the dashboard of the shiny new Dominion transport shuttle. Grob sat beside him, looking equal parts baffled and exhausted. "You just, demanded a free ride." Jack took a sip from his bottle. "Didn't see them arguing, did you?" Grob rubbed his face. "You know, in all my years of watching people annoy the Dominion, I have never seen them fold that fast." Jack grinned. "Yeah, well, turns out they value their property more than their pride. And I made it very clear that if they didn't get me off-world, I'd start getting bored." Grob shuddered. "And boredom leads to bad decisions." Jack took another sip. "And bad decisions lead to, well, you saw." Grob exhaled. "So, what now?" Jack stretched. "Think I'll find a new planet? Get a drink? Maybe not cause an intergalactic incident this time." Grob squinted. "You don't actually believe that, do you?" Jack grinned wider. "Not even a little." And with that he took another drink, kicked back, and watched the stars stretch into infinity.
The massive windows of Unity Point Space Station showed the endless dark of space, dotted with countless stars. Inside the Grand Council chamber, Ambassador James Walker stood tall, his gray suit neat and simple compared to the colorful robes of the alien representatives around him. "We will not accept these terms," he said quietly. His words carried across the chamber, causing several alien representatives to shift uncomfortably in their seats. The council head, a tall blue-skinned being called Representative Smith, leaned forward. "Ambassador Walker, surely you understand our concerns. Humanity's rate of advancement is unprecedented. The council must ensure stability." Walker looked around the circular chamber. 12 alien species watched him with different types of eyes, some large and black, others compound and reflective, a few glowing with inner light. He had spent 3 years in this chamber, trying to make them understand. Today would be different. 3 years ago, Walker began, "We came to you with proof that the drift, the dead zone at the edge of our galaxy, was expanding. We showed you our research on how to stop it. You ignored us." A ripple of muttering spread through the chamber. The drift was a sore topic. 2 years ago, Walker continued, "We offered to share our gravity manipulation technology with all council species. You refused, saying it would upset the balance of power. That technology could have prevented the mining accident that killed thousands on Proxima Beta last month." Several representatives looked down at their desks. The mining disaster was still fresh in everyone's minds. 1 year ago, We warned you about the star in Sector 7 showing signs of instability. You dismissed our findings. 3 months ago, that star went supernova. 2 colony worlds had to be evacuated with barely enough time. Walker paused, letting his words sink in. He could see the Council's security drones hovering near the ceiling, their sensors focused on him. The air felt heavy with tension. "And now," he said, his voice growing firmer, "you demand that we limit our AI research. You insist we slow down our expansion. You want us to share all our technology, but accept your restrictions on how we can use our own innovations." Representative Smith raised a hand. "Ambassador, please understand. The Council has maintained peace for 3,000 years by carefully managing technological advancement. Your species has achieved in 2 centuries what others took millennia to develop. It creates instability." Walker smiled, but there was no humor in it. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small metal disc, his Council membership badge. The simple action caused several security drones to drift closer. "No," he said, placing the badge on the podium before him. "What creates instability is fear of progress. What causes suffering is the suppression of solutions to save face. What kills people is the arrogance of assuming that slow must mean wise." The chamber had gone completely silent. Even the usual background hum of environmental systems seemed muted. Humanity reached for the stars because we dreamed of a better future. We developed our technology to solve problems, not to gather power. We offered to share everything we learned, asked only for the freedom to keep learning. Walker stepped back from the podium. "But you don't want partners. You want subjects." Representative Smith stood up quickly. "Ambassador Walker, this is most irregular. Perhaps we should take a recess and—" "We're done here," Walker said simply. He turned and walked toward the chamber's massive doors. Behind him, voices began to rise in alarm. "Ambassador, you can't just. This is unprecedented. The protocols clearly state." Walker didn't look back. The doors slid open before him, revealing the startled faces of his staff waiting outside. As the doors began to close behind him, he heard Representative Smith's voice rise above the growing chaos. "Do they not understand what they're doing? They can't just walk away from the Council. They. The doors sealed shut with a soft hiss, cutting off the noise. Walker looked at his staff and nodded once. "Send the signal," he said quietly. "Initiate Protocol Omega. Humanity is going its own way." Above them, through the station's transparent dome, the first human ships could be seen breaking formation, their engines flaring bright against the darkness of space as they turned away from Unity Point. The galaxy was about to learn that sometimes the most powerful action was simply walking away. The Council chamber erupted into chaos the moment the doors closed behind Ambassador Walker. Representative Smith stood at his podium, watching his carefully managed galactic order crumble before his eyes. "Order. I demand order," he shouted, but his voice was lost in the storm of arguments that filled the chamber. The bird-like council member from the trading world screeched, "Our markets will collapse. Humans handle 40% of all galactic trade. Their defense fleets protect 3 major trade routes," rumbled the rock-skinned member from the Mining Confederation. "Who will guard our ships now?" Smith watched the massive display screens around the chamber as they showed hundreds of human ships activating their engines. The vast fleet moved with perfect coordination, each ship knowing its place. No panic, no rush, no confusion. This was planned. "They can't do this," whispered his assistant Tom, who stood beside him. "No species has ever left the Council. There aren't even any rules for it." Smith's fingers tightened on the podium. "That's exactly what makes this so dangerous. They're not breaking rules. They're ignoring them completely." The chamber's AI announced with its calm voice. "Alert. Human trading systems are going offline. Stock markets across 57 worlds showing significant drops." The representatives turned to their data screens in horror. Numbers flashed red across every display. The galactic economy had been so tightly bound to human innovation and trade that their withdrawal was like pulling a foundation stone from a tower. "Look," shouted someone, pointing at the massive windows. The human diplomatic vessel, sleek and silver, detached from Unity Point's docking bay. Its movement was smooth, deliberate. Around it, other human ships formed a protective escort. No weapons were active, no threats were made. They simply left. "Get me Earth's government on the line," Smith ordered. The chamber's AI responded after a moment. "Unable to connect. All diplomatic channels with Earth have been suspended." The rock-skinned representative slammed his crystal-like fist on his desk. "We should stop them. The Council fleet would be wiped out," interrupted the military advisor, speaking for the first time. All heads turned to the scared veteran who rarely participated in discussions. "Human ships have technology we've never seen. Half our advanced weapons are human-made. We'd be starting a fight we couldn't win." Smith watched another screen showing reports flooding in from across the galaxy. Human research centers were shutting down. Their peacekeeping forces were withdrawing from joint operations. Their engineers were leaving vital infrastructure projects. "They're not just leaving," he realized aloud. "They're taking their whole civilization with them. Everything they built, everything they maintain, everyone who works for them." The trading world's representative fluttered in distress. "The new medical facilities on my world, they're staffed entirely by human doctors. Who will run them now?" Similar cries began to rise from other representatives as they received reports from their homeworlds. Projects halted, systems failing, markets crashing, centuries of progress beginning to unravel in hours. Smith's assistant looked up from his data pad, face pale. "Sir, we're getting word that some of the younger council races are questioning their membership. They're saying if humans can leave." "Get me any human official," Smith ordered. "Anyone at all." Still no response on any channel, the AI reported. "However, I am receiving an automated message from Earth. Play it." A simple text message appeared on the main screen. "Humanity thanks the Galactic Council for 3 centuries of cooperation. We will now pursue our own path. Our borders remain open to peaceful trade and scientific exchange with individual species under new treaties to be negotiated directly. Farewell." Smith sank into his chair as the council chamber descended further into panic around him. Through the windows, he watched the last human ships vanish into fold space, leaving only stars behind. "What have we done?" he whispered to himself. "What have we done?" Admiral Thompson stood in Earth Defense Command's main control room, watching the massive wall of screens before him. Each screen showed human ships breaking away from different parts of Council space, all moving with perfect precision. Operation Walkaway is proceeding exactly as planned. His second in command, Captain Rogers, reported. "All ships report green status. No Council interference detected." Thompson nodded slowly. 5 years of secret preparation were paying off. Every ship knew its role. Every crew understood their part. Humanity had hoped they would never need this plan, but they had made sure they were ready. "What's the status of the Mars shipyards?" Thompson asked. "Already switched to independent power," Rogers replied. "The new fusion cores are online. Production continues at full capacity." Another officer spoke up from their station. "Sir, we're getting reports from our colonies. All 37 worlds have activated their shield systems. Our borders are secure." Thompson allowed himself a small smile. The Council had never known about the planetary shields. They had never known about a lot of things. Humanity had learned long ago to keep their best technology hidden. On the main screen, a map showed human space glowing bright blue against the darkness. It wasn't the largest territory in the galaxy, but it was the most efficiently used. Every world connected by instant transport gates. Every resource carefully managed. Every citizen protected by technology the Council had never imagined. Message from Earth government. An AI voice announced. "The President is ready to address the people." The screen switched to show the president standing at her desk in the Oval Office. Her face was calm as she looked into the camera. "Citizens of Earth and all human worlds," she began. "Today we have left the Galactic Council. This decision was not made lightly, but it was made with absolute certainty." Thompson watched the speech continue, knowing similar scenes were playing out across human space. They had practiced this too, keeping people calm, explaining the reasons, showing that everything was under control. "Sir," Rogers said quietly, "we're picking up increased Council fleet activity at their border stations." "Let them watch," Thompson replied. "They'll soon learn that their sensors can't penetrate our space anymore." Another little surprise we kept to ourselves. The control room hummed with activity as reports continued to flow in. Trade ships docking safely at human ports. Research stations switching to secure networks. Defense platforms moving into final positions. "Admiral," a young officer called out, "we're getting requests from some of the younger Council races. They want to maintain trade relations outside of Council control." Thompson nodded. They had expected this. Some of the newer species had always been more friendly to humans, more open to new ideas. They would be good partners in the new age that was coming. "Message from Ambassador Walker," Rogers announced. "He's aboard his ship and heading home." His exact words are, "It felt damn good to walk away." A quiet chuckle ran through the control room. Everyone there understood that feeling. For too long, humanity had watched the Council hold back progress. For too long, they had seen solutions ignored and help rejected. Now they were free to move forward at their own pace. "Sir," another officer reported, "all human citizens have been accounted for. The evacuation of Council space is complete. No one left behind." Thompson looked at the screens again, at the streams of data showing everything going according to plan. Humanity had learned something important in their centuries among the stars. Sometimes the strongest position was being ready to walk away. "Send word to all commands," he ordered. "Phase 1 is complete. Begin Phase 2. We build our future our way." Around him, the control room crew worked with quiet efficiency, each person knowing that they were part of something historic. Humanity wasn't just leaving the Council, they were proving they had outgrown it. And somewhere out in Council space, old powers were about to learn just how much they had depended on the species they had tried to hold back. 1 week after humanity's departure, the trading world of Blue Haven felt the first real shock. The massive transport gates that had moved ships across their system suddenly shut down. No warning, no explanation. They just stopped working. "What do you mean we can't fix them?" demanded Governor Root to his technical team. His blue feathers bristled with anger. "These gates are essential to our economy." The lead technician spread his forearms helplessly. "The gates are human technology. They added something to the power cores that we never understood. Without their engineers." On the mining world of Stone Deep, similar problems were emerging. The automated drilling machines, created by human engineers, began to slow down. Their self-repair systems, once perfect, started to fail. The rock chief of Stone Deep stared at the production numbers on his crystal display. They dropped lower each day. His people had forgotten how to mine without these machines. They had grown too dependent on human innovation. In the council chamber on Unity Point, Representative Smith read report after report of similar problems. "How did we not see this coming?" he asked the empty room. His assistant Tom entered with more bad news. "Sir, the Trade Federation of New Worlds has just announced they're leaving the council. They've already signed independent treaties with Earth." Smith's head snapped up. "They can't do that. The council laws mean nothing to them now," Tom finished quietly. "They say humanity has shown there's another way." Across council space, the pattern repeated. Systems failed, trade slowed, and younger species began to question the old order. On the frontier world of Green Rise, a council peacekeeping fleet demanded entry to the system. They wanted to show that the council still held power. They weren't expecting what happened next. "Sir," reported the fleet captain. Our weapons won't activate. The targeting systems are locked. The council admiral stared at his own useless controls. They had never known that their best weapons, sold to them by human corporations, had hidden safeguards. Now those weapons simply refused to work against human allies. In the great libraries of the ancient races, scholars made a disturbing discovery. They found that humans had quietly copied every book, every record, every piece of knowledge the council had collected over thousands of years. But the humans had also added to that knowledge, filling in gaps, correcting errors, advancing ideas that the council had abandoned. They didn't just take their own knowledge, one scholar realized. They improved ours, and now they're gone. The council's emergency meeting was interrupted by news from the galactic core. The star stabilization project, abandoned by human scientists, was showing signs of failure. The council's best minds couldn't understand the half-finished work, couldn't continue what the humans had begun. "We need them back," admitted the science minister. "Our civilization has built itself around their innovations, their solutions, their work. Without them." But Earth's response to all messages remained the same. "We welcome diplomatic and trade relations with individual species, outside council control. All other messages will be archived without response." Some council members suggested using force. They quickly discovered that their maps of human space were now useless. Their best sensors couldn't penetrate whatever shield humans had placed around their territory. Their fastest ships couldn't follow human vessels through the strange new jump points they used. "They were always ready," Smith said, watching another report of council authority crumbling. "They knew this day might come, and they prepared for years. While we tried to control them, they were quietly making sure we couldn't." The galaxy was learning an important lesson. Trying to hold back human progress was like trying to hold back the tide. In the end, the water always finds its way forward. 2 months after humanity's departure, the first pirate attack hit the Silk Star trade route. 3 cargo ships disappeared without a trace. The council fleet, once proud and strong, took 3 days to respond. This route was protected by human patrols. The merchant captain told his frightened crew. Their ships could be anywhere in the sector in minutes, but now, more attacks followed. The pirates had discovered that many defensive systems no longer worked properly. Security networks that humans had maintained now had holes. Emergency beacons sometimes failed to activate. In the council chamber, Representative Smith faced angry delegates. "First our technology fails," shouted the trade minister. "Now our ships vanish. Who will protect our merchants?" "The council fleet," Smith began. "Is spread too thin," interrupted another delegate. "And half their ships don't work right since the human technicians left." Outside the chamber windows, Unity Point Station itself showed signs of decay. The smooth artificial gravity sometimes flickered. The air recyclers made strange noises, small things growing worse each day. On the industrial world of Factory Prime, production lines started shutting down. The automated systems that had run perfectly for decades now showed their age. Without human maintenance crews, without their regular upgrades, the machines were failing. "We've forgotten how to build things the old way," admitted the factory chief to his board. "We became too dependent on their technology, their methods." But the biggest shock came from the direction of human space. Ships trying to spy on human worlds discovered something unusual. They couldn't get close. Their instruments stopped working. Their navigation systems failed. Some ships disappeared completely. "It's like hitting a wall that isn't there," reported one scout captain. "We know their worlds are there, but we can't reach them." The council's best scientists studied the problem. They discovered that humans had created something impossible, a barrier in space itself. No energy readings, no visible signs, but nothing could pass through without human permission. "They're not just hiding," one scientist realized. "They're operating on a level of physics we don't understand." More young species began breaking away from the council. The newcomer worlds, barely a century in space, announced their independence. The Rising Stars Federation followed a day later. Each group signed new treaties with Earth. How are they communicating with human space? Smith demanded. We can't even find a way to send them messages. It seems, his assistant Tom explained, that Earth gave their friends special communication devices before they left. They planned for everything. The Council's attempts to show strength backfired. When they sent ships to pressure a breakaway world, those ships found their weapons systems locked. When they tried to impose trade sanctions, they discovered that human-designed banking systems no longer processed their commands. In desperation, some council members tried to reverse engineer human technology. They failed. What looked simple on the surface contained principles they couldn't grasp. Even successful copies didn't work quite right, missing some hidden element that humans had never revealed. We thought we were letting them develop under our control, Smith said during a private meeting. But they were so far ahead of us, we couldn't even see it. Reports kept coming. Pirates growing bolder, trade routes becoming dangerous, colonial worlds struggling without human support. The Council's power, built over thousands of years, was crumbling in months. The final insult came when the Council discovered that several of their most secret research projects had been compromised. Not by spies or theft, but because key parts of the work had been quietly done by human scientists. Without them, years of progress became useless. They didn't need to fight us, Tom observed, watching another angry delegation storm out of the Council chamber. They just had to walk away and let us see how much we needed them. The galaxy was learning that real power wasn't about control. It was about competence, and humanity had proven they had plenty of that. 3 months after humanity's departure, the Council made its biggest mistake. They decided to show their strength with a military operation against Earth. Representative Smith watched from Unity Point as the largest fleet in Council history gathered. 10,000 ships, reported Admiral Vale, his scaled skin gleaming under the station lights. The combined might of all remaining Council races. Earth will have to listen now. Smith wasn't so sure. Something about this felt wrong. Have we considered that humanity might have expected this? They're just one species. Vale dismissed the concern. No matter how advanced, they can't stand against the United Council. The massive fleet made an impressive sight as it moved into formation. Ships of every Council race joined together, stretching out into space like a metal cloud. Their mission: force humanity back under Council control. They never reached human space. Halfway to Earth, every ship in the fleet suddenly stopped. Their engines died. Their weapons went dark. Their communications fell silent. 10,000 ships hung helpless in space. Then a single human ship appeared, just one regular-sized patrol vessel. Its message was simple: the Council fleet has entered restricted space. Their systems have been temporarily disabled. They have 1 hour to turn back before their life support shuts down too. Admiral Vale raged from his flagship. Impossible. How can they control our ships? We checked everything for human technology. The answer came from an unexpected source. A young engineer spoke up from her console. Sir, they didn't need to add anything. They designed most of our engines in the first place. They built the base technology that everything else runs on. They just never told us about the off switch. The mighty Council fleet had no choice. They turned back. Their pride hurt more than their ships, but the lesson wasn't over. When they returned to Council space, they found things had changed. The younger races had taken advantage of their absence. Half the remaining Council members had declared independence while the fleet was away. In an emergency Council session, the truth finally sank in. We never controlled them, Smith said to the quiet chamber. We never even understood them. Humanity gave us what they wanted us to have, showed us what they wanted us to see, and kept their real power hidden. Reports from across the galaxy painted a clear picture. Human space was thriving. Their worlds were protected by technology the Council couldn't understand. Their ships used drive systems that left Council vessels looking primitive. Their colonies were expanding, Their trade was growing, and their former allies were benefiting from new technologies humans had kept in reserve. "Message from Earth," announced the chamber's eye. On the main screen, Ambassador Walker appeared. He looked exactly as he had the day he walked out, calm and composed. "The Council's attempt to enter human space has been noted," he said simply. "We trust this demonstration has made our position clear. We remain open to establishing new diplomatic relations as equals, not subjects. The choice is yours." The screen went dark, leaving the Council members in stunned silence. "They could have destroyed our fleet," Tom whispered to Smith. "They could have let our life support fail. They could have taken control of every piece of their technology in Council space and shut us down completely." Smith nodded slowly. "But they didn't, because this wasn't about proving they could beat us. It was about proving they didn't need us at all." In the following days, the Council learned of other things humans had kept hidden. Medical technologies that could have saved millions, clean energy systems that would have ended resource wars, faster-than-light drives that made their best ships look slow. "All this time," Smith said, looking out at the stars, "we thought we were being generous by letting humanity develop under our guidance. We never realized we were the ones being left behind." The Council had finally understood. They hadn't been dealing with a young, rising species. They had been trying to control a giant that had simply been too polite to show its full strength. 6 months after humanity's departure, the Grand Council chamber looked very different. Where once 12 species had ruled the galaxy, now only 5 remained. The others had either declared independence or signed direct treaties with Earth. Representative Smith stood at his podium, but this time he wasn't leading the session. Instead, he was preparing to welcome a guest. "Ambassador Walker has agreed to hear our proposal," he told the remaining council members. "Remember, we're not in a position to make demands anymore." The chamber doors opened, and Walker entered. He looked exactly the same as the day he had walked out, but now he moved with an even quieter confidence. Behind him came representatives from 20 former council worlds, all of them now independent allies of Earth. "Welcome back to Unity Point," Smith said, "though I suspect it's we who should be requesting welcome from you now." Walker smiled slightly. "The station's systems have been running below optimal efficiency. Our engineers could restore them, if you'd like." Everyone knew this was more than just talk about station maintenance. It was about the future of galactic civilization itself. "We have a proposal," Smith said. "The Council admits its errors. We acknowledge humanity's right to develop freely. We request a new beginning, not as rulers and subjects, but as equals." Walker listened quietly as Smith outlined the new structure. No more central control, no more restricted technology, no more artificial limits on progress. Instead, a forum for cooperation, with each species free to develop at its own pace. "Interesting," Walker said when Smith finished. "But why should humanity return at all? We're doing quite well on our own." The answer came from an unexpected source. The youngest remaining council member, barely a century in space, spoke up. "Because you understand something we're only now learning," she said. "Real strength isn't in controlling others. It's in helping them grow." Walker turned to her, genuinely interested. "Go on. You could have crashed our economies completely. You could have shut down all our human-made technology. You could have left us helpless. But you didn't. You just showed us we had a choice." A murmur of agreement ran through the chamber. Even the oldest council races were nodding. "And now," she continued, "we're choosing to build something new. Not because you forced us, but because you showed us a better way." Walker looked around the chamber, at faces both familiar and new. Then he reached into his pocket and pulled out something that made Smith catch his breath. A council membership badge. But this badge was different. Instead of the old council seal, it showed a new symbol, a galaxy with all its stars shining equally bright. "Earth has discussed your proposal," Walker said. "We agree on one condition. Everything we've kept hidden, all our advanced technology, All our scientific knowledge. We share it, not just with the Council, but with every species ready to use it responsibly. That would change everything, Smith whispered. That's the point, Walker replied. The galaxy shouldn't be about holding anyone back. It should be about lifting everyone up. One by one, the Council members stepped forward to exchange their old badges for new ones. As they did, screens around the chamber lit up with data. Humanity sharing its first batch of hidden breakthroughs. There's so much here, Tom said, scanning the files. Medical cures, clean energy, faster ships, better defenses. You had solutions for almost everything. We did, Walker agreed. We were just waiting for the galaxy to be ready to use them wisely. Smith looked out the chamber windows at the stars. Already, human ships were arriving to help upgrade Unity Point systems. In spite of everything, they had never stopped wanting to help. Welcome home, he said to Walker. Or perhaps we should say, welcome to the future. The galaxy was entering a new age. Not one of control and fear, but of cooperation and growth. And it had all started because one species had been brave enough to simply walk away.
The stars looked peaceful from the bridge of the Veltarian flagship. Admiral Zixthor watched the distant yellow sun through his 6 eyes. His tentacles moved slowly as he studied the data. Earth. Such a small name for such a small world. The blue planet floated in space like a tiny jewel. It would be his 1,000th conquest. His fleet spread out behind him like a dark cloud. Each ship was bigger than Earth's largest city. Their weapons could turn mountains into dust. They had done this many times before. Small worlds always gave up when they saw the Empire's power. Send the message, Zixthor said. His translator turned his clicking sounds into Earth's languages. On Earth, alarms screamed in the control room. President Lisa Barnes ran down the white hallway. Her shoes clicked on the hard floor. Guards opened doors for her. She had been sleeping when the call came. Aliens. Real aliens. And they were not friendly. The command room was full of people. Screens covered every wall. General John Martinez stood near the main display. His uniform was perfect even at 3 a.m. Admiral Kate Phillips typed on her computer. Her face was serious. "Show me," Lisa said. The main screen came to life. A creature appeared. It had gray skin and 6 eyes. Tentacles moved around its head. When it spoke, the computer translated its words. "People of Earth, I am Admiral Zixthor of the Veltarian Empire. Your world now belongs to us. You have 1 Earth day to surrender. If you refuse, we will destroy your planet. Look at what happens to those who resist." The screen changed. Lisa watched planets die. Huge ships fired beams of light. Mountains melted. Oceans boiled. Cities turned to ash. World after world fell apart. The screen showed at least 20 dead planets. "My God," Lisa whispered. "Madam President, what are your orders?" John asked. Lisa looked at her advisors. They all knew Earth's military could not win. Not against ships that big. Not against weapons that strong. "How long until they reach Earth?" she asked. 3 days if they move fast. 5 if they wait for our answer, Kate said. "Get me the moon base. Now." Far from Earth, hidden under the moon's gray dust, Commander Sam Torres watched the same message. But he smiled. Luna Base was not just a research station. It was humanity's biggest secret, finally, Sam said. 50 years of waiting. "Sir?" Lieutenant Amy Wilson looked confused. "Send the signal. Wake up the fleet. It's time." Sam walked to the window. Outside, the moon's surface looked empty, just rocks and dust. But he knew what lay beneath. Hundreds of ships, thousands of weapons, millions of tons of steel and technology. Project Exodus was about to wake up. Back on Earth, Lisa met with her inner circle. They sat around an old wooden table. The room had no windows, no cameras, no recording devices. "Tell me about Exodus," Lisa said. General John opened a black folder. "We started building after we heard the first alien signals in 1974. We knew someone was out there. We knew they might not be peaceful. How many ships? Lisa asked. 800 hidden in the moon, Mars, and the asteroid belt. We reverse-engineered technology from the Roswell crash. Then we improved it. Lisa nodded. She had learned about Exodus when she became president. It still seemed impossible. A secret space navy, built over 50 years, hidden from the world. Can we win? She asked. Admiral Kate spoke up. Their ships are bigger, but size isn't everything. We have advantages they don't expect. Like what? They think we're primitives. They expect fear and surrender. They don't expect quantum drives, dark matter weapons, or AI battle systems. They don't expect us to fight smart. And the virus? Lisa asked. Dr. Tom Green answered. He was the head of the Cyber Warfare Division. Ready? 50 years of studying their signals taught us their computer language. When they connect to our networks, we'll be inside their systems. The room fell silent. Outside, the world slept. People went to work, ate dinner, watched TV. They had no idea alien ships waited at the edge of the solar system. What about our response? John asked. They expect an answer in 24 hours. Lisa stood up. We give them what they expect. Complete surrender. Let them think we're weak. Let them come closer. Ma'am? Kate looked surprised. We need them overconfident. Split their fleet. Get them in range of our weapons. Sam, how long to activate the Ghost Fleet? Sam's voice came through the speaker. 12 hours for basic systems. 24 for full combat readiness. Do it. John, prepare a surrender message. Make it convincing. Cry if you have to. Yes, ma'am. Kate, move our visible military forces. Make it look like we're standing down, but have them ready to support the Ghost Fleet. Understood. Tom, can the virus work both ways? Can we use their own weapons against them? Tom smiled. Already working on it. Their dreadnoughts will make excellent additions to our fleet. Lisa looked at each person. These were the people who would save Earth, or watch it die. One more thing, she said. If this fails, if we lose, activate the colony ships. At least some humans will survive among the stars. The meeting ended. Lisa walked to her office alone. She looked at pictures on her desk. Her husband, her children, her parents. 7 billion people depended on her choices. In space, Zixthor waited for Earth's answer. His species had conquered worlds for 10,000 years. They had never lost. Small planets always surrendered. The math was simple. One planet could not fight an empire. He looked at Earth again. Blue oceans, white clouds, green and brown land. It would make a good farming world. Humans would make useful workers. They always did. Admiral, his assistant clicked. The humans are moving their ships. Show me. The screen displayed Earth's navy. Tiny ships compared to the Empire's fleet. They were returning to ports. Pilots left their planes. Soldiers put down their weapons. They are wise, Zixthor said. Prepare the occupation force. We will take the planet intact. But on Luna Base, technicians worked without rest. Massive doors opened under the moon's surface. Ships that had waited 50 years began to power up. Weapons charged, engines tested. Crews took their positions. Captain Mike Davis sat in the command chair of the battleship Independence. The ship was 5 times bigger than any vessel Earth officially owned. Its hull was black as space, its weapons could crack moons. All systems green, Captain, his first officer reported. Good. How many ships are ready? 200 so far. More coming online every hour. Mike smiled. The aliens wanted Earth's surrender. They would get something very different. In the asteroid belt, more ships woke up. Hidden inside hollowed rocks, humanity's real fleet prepared for war. They had names like Vengeance, Defiance, and Liberty. Their crews had trained in secret for years. Children of military families who disappeared into space programs that did not exist. The Veltarian Empire counted down the hours. They expected tears and pleas for mercy. They had seen it 1,000 times. Small worlds always broke when faced with the Empire's might. But Earth was not like other worlds. Humans had spent 50 years preparing for this day. They had studied every alien signal, learned from every piece of crash technology. built weapons in the dark. The Empire threatened Earth. They expected surrender. What came instead would change the galaxy forever. The countdown continued. 20 hours, 15, 10. Earth's official surrender was coming, but so was humanity's real answer. And it would be delivered by warships, not words. The Earth's surrender message played across the galaxy. Ambassador Paul Johnson stood in front of cameras. His eyes were red. His voice shook. He looked like a broken man. To the great Veltarian Empire, Paul began. His hands trembled as he read, from the paper. Earth accepts your terms. We cannot fight your powerful fleet. We ask only for mercy for our children. Paul stopped reading. He wiped his eyes with his sleeve. The cameras captured every detail. His fear looked real because it was real. Not fear of the aliens, but fear that the plan might fail. We will obey all commands, Paul continued. Our military forces are standing down. Our weapons are being destroyed. Please do not harm our people. We surrender completely. The message ended. Paul walked off camera and threw up in a trash can. Acting was not his strong skill, but the fear of 7 billion deaths made his performance perfect. In space, Admiral Zixthor watched the message 3 times. His tentacles moved with satisfaction. Humans were weak, just like intelligence reports said. They built primitive rockets. They fought wars with chemical explosives. They still hadn't colonized their own moon properly. Analysis? Zixthor asked his science officer. The human stress patterns match genuine fear, Admiral. Heart rate, voice patterns, chemical markers in their sweat. It's real surrender. Their military movements? All ships returning to ports, aircraft grounded. Their nuclear weapons are being dismantled. Soldiers are leaving their bases. Zixthor made the clicking sound that meant joy in his species. Another easy conquest. The Empire's record remained perfect. Move the fleet to Phase 2. Send the occupation forces to Earth. Leave only the 10th Squadron to guard the outer system. Yes, Admiral. The massive Veltarian fleet split apart. 900 ships moved toward Earth. Only 100 stayed at the edge of the solar system. It was standard procedure. Why waste fuel keeping the whole fleet together? On Mars, hidden under red sand and rock, Admiral Mary Rodriguez watched the alien fleet separate. Her command center looked like something from science fiction movies. Screens showed every ship, every movement, every signal. They took the bait, she said, just like the profile predicted. Admiral, all Ghost Fleet units report ready, her aide reported. 812 ships at full combat status. Mary nodded. 50 years of study had taught them about the Veltarian Empire. They were arrogant. They followed patterns. They had won too many easy wars. That made them predictable. Signal all ships. Execute Phase 2 of Trojan Horse. God help us all. Deep in the asteroid belt, Captain Amy Chen powered up her destroyers. Weapons. The ship was hidden inside a hollow asteroid. From outside, it looked like just another space rock. Inside, it was a predator waiting to strike. All stations report, Amy ordered. Weapons hot, shields at maximum. Quantum drive ready, her weapons officer said. Good. Remember, we hit communication ships first. Without comms, their fleet becomes a mess. Her crew nodded. They were young, most in their 20s. They had trained for this their whole lives. Their parents had built these ships. Now the children would use them. On Earth, the show continued. President Lisa Barnes made public statements about cooperation. Cities held peace rallies. The military made displays of decommissioning weapons. It all looked real on the news. But in hidden bunkers, the real military prepared. Soldiers checked weapons that officially didn't exist. Pilots sat in fighters that were supposed to be museum pieces. Earth's visible surrender hid its invisible resistance. Dr. Tom Green typed code in his underground lab. His team had created something special, a computer virus built from 50 years of alien signal analysis. It would turn the Empire's own systems against them. Status? Tom asked his team. The virus is embedded in our surrender signals. When they connect to download our databases, we'll own their systems. Beautiful. How long until activation? 6 hours, maybe less if they're greedy for our data. Tom smiled. The Empire wanted Earth's submission. They would get Earth's Trojan horse instead. In space, the Veltarian occupation fleet moved closer. Commander Vectal led the advance force. His job was simple. Land troops take control of governments, begin resource extraction. He had done this 90 times before. Commander, his sensor officer clicked. The humans are transmitting their full database. Military codes, government files, everything. Download it all. The Empire will want to study this primitive species. Yes, Commander, beginning download. The alien computers connected to Earth's networks. Terabytes of data flowed into their systems. Hidden in the code, Tom's virus spread like wildfire. It was elegant. It was invisible. It was deadly. On Luna Base, Commander Sam Torres watched the countdown. 4 hours until the aliens reached Earth orbit. His people were ready. The Ghost Fleet was ready. But timing was everything. Sam. President Barnes's voice came through, his headset. Are you ready? Ready, Madam President. Give the word and we'll show them what humans can do. Wait for my signal. Let them get comfortable. Let them think they've won. Understood. Captain Mike Davis ran final checks on the Independence. The battleship's weapons could hit targets from further away than the aliens expected. Its shields used technology the Empire had never seen. Its engines could jump through space in ways that broke known physics. Captain, his science officer said, I'm reading quantum signatures. Our AI predictions were right. Their shields have a frequency gap we can exploit. Excellent. Pass that data to the fleet. The information spread through humanity's secret network. Every ship updated their targeting systems. Every weapon calibrated for maximum damage. The Empire's technology was advanced but predictable. Humans had found the cracks. Ambassador Paul Johnson continued his performance. He met with alien communication officers. He bowed. He scraped. He promised full cooperation. Inside, he counted down the minutes. Your people are wise to surrender, the alien said through its translator. The Empire is merciful to those who submit. Thank you for your kindness, Paul replied. He wanted to punch the creature's smug face. Instead, he smiled and nodded. The alien fleet moved into the inner solar system. They passed Jupiter's moons without scanning them carefully. Why would they? The humans had surrendered. The war was over before it started. But inside Europa and Ganymede, human destroyers waited. Their crews watched alien ships pass by. Weapons, locked on targets. Fingers rested on triggers. But they waited. The trap wasn't ready yet. Admiral Zixthor relaxed in his command chair. Another bloodless victory. His reputation would grow. Maybe he would get a promotion. Governing this Earth sector would be a comfortable retirement, Admiral, his aide reported. The humans have provided their entire history. Their wars, their technology, their weaknesses. They hide nothing. Of course. Fear makes species honest. Begin planning resource extraction. This planet has useful minerals. Yes, Admiral. The Veltarian computers processed human data, literature, science, history, military doctrine. And hidden in the flow, Tom's virus spread deeper. It learned the alien systems. It mapped their networks. It prepared to strike. On Earth, people watched the skies. Some saw the alien ships as dots of light. Most continued their daily lives. They trusted their leaders. They believed the surrender was real. Only a few thousand knew the truth. General John Martinez stood in the war room. Screens showed alien positions. Green dots were human forces. Red dots were the enemy. Soon those colors would matter. General, an aide whispered. Ghost Fleet reports all units in attack position. Thank them. Tell them to wait. Soon they'll make history. The trap was almost complete. Alien ships filled the inner solar system. Their guard was down. Their formation was spread out. They thought they had won. In the asteroid belt, Amy Chen gripped her controls. Her destroyer's target was locked, a communication ship full of important equipment. One shot would blind a whole squadron. On Mars, Mary Rodriguez watched the tactical display. The moment was coming. Years of preparation, years of secret training, years of hiding their true strength. The Ghost Fleet waited in darkness, 800 ships full of angry humans. They had built these weapons to protect their home. Now they would use them. The countdown continued. 3 hours, 2 hours, 1 hour. The aliens moved closer to Earth. Their occupation ships prepared to land. Their confidence grew with each minute. Earth's performance convinced everyone. The crying ambassador, the surrendering military, the fearful population. It all looked perfect. But underneath the act, humanity prepared to show the galaxy something new. They threatened Earth with destruction. They demanded surrender. What they got instead would echo through history. The Empire had made one mistake. They judged humans by their visible technology. They didn't understand human nature. When threatened, humans didn't just surrender. They got creative. They got angry. They got even. The timer counted down. The trap was set. The Ghost Fleet was ready. Soon the galaxy would learn why threatening Earth was the worst mistake the Veltarian Empire ever made. The attack began at midnight Earth time. Captain Amy Chen fired first. Her destroyer burst from the hollow asteroid like a wasp from its nest. The quantum torpedoes traveled faster than light. The alien communication ship never saw them coming. Far, explosion lit up space. The alien ship split in half. Its quantum transmitters died instantly. A whole squadron of Empire ships suddenly went silent. Hit confirmed, Amy's weapons officer reported. Target destroyed, no return fire. Jump, Amy ordered. Her ship vanished in a flash of blue light. Where it had been, alien weapons fired at empty space. By the time they reacted, Amy's destroyer was already 10,000 kilometers away, lining up the next shot. All across the solar system, the same scene repeated. Human ships appeared from nowhere. They fired. They vanished. The aliens spun in confusion, shooting at ghosts. Admiral Mary Rodriguez coordinated from Mars. Her tactical display showed the battle unfolding. Green dots blinked in and out. Red dots started disappearing. All units execute pattern alpha. Hit and run. Don't give them stationary targets. The Ghost Fleet obeyed. They used tactics the Empire had never seen. Jump in, fire, jump out. Never. Stay still. Never fight fair. Space warfare turned into submarine warfare. Admiral Zixthor screamed in rage. His perfect invasion became chaos in seconds. Ships exploded around him. Communications failed. Sensors showed enemies everywhere and nowhere. Where are they coming from, he demanded. Unknown, Admiral. They appear, fire, and vanish. Our scanners can't track them. Impossible. The humans don't have this technology. But they did. 50 years of secret development. Alien technology improved with human creativity. The Empire expected primitive rockets. They got quantum jump drives instead. Captain Mike Davis brought the Independents out of hiding. The battleship was massive, black as space itself. Its main guns could crack moons. Now they aimed at the Empire's dreadnoughts. Target locked, firing main guns. The dark matter weapons spoke. Beams of impossible energy crossed space. They hit the alien dreadnought amidships. Shields that could stop nuclear weapons failed like paper. The mile-long ship crumpled like a can. Direct hit. Target destroyed. Jump us out. Next target. On Earth, President Lisa Barnes watched from the command bunker. The main screen showed the battle. It looked like a fireworks display. Except each flash meant ships dying, lives ending, history changing. My God, General John Martinez whispered. It's working. Don't celebrate yet, Lisa warned. They still outnumber us. But numbers meant less when you couldn't hit your enemy. The human ships used guerrilla tactics perfected over centuries of warfare. Strike weak points, avoid strength. Death by 1,000 cuts, Dr. Tom Green activated the next phase. His virus had spread through the alien systems during the fake surrender. Now it woke up. Executing primary attack sequence, Tom announced, taking control of their targeting systems. Across the alien fleet, computers betrayed their masters. Weapons turned on friendly ships. Shields lowered at the wrong time. Navigation systems flew ships into asteroids. "Admiral," Zixthor's aide cried, "our systems are compromised. The Dreadnought Conquest just fired on the carrier domination. Shut down all network connections. I can't. The system won't respond." The Empire's technology became their weakness. Everything was connected. Everything was automated. When the virus took control, it took everything. Near Jupiter, Captain Bob Miller sprang his trap. The gas giant's radiation had hidden his cruiser squadron. Now they struck at the Empire's supply. All ships target their fuel tankers. Without fuel, their fancy ships are just metal coffins. 20 cruisers fired at once. Quantum torpedoes crossed space in seconds. The lightly armed supply ships had no chance. They exploded in chains of fire. Fuel meant for the invasion fleet became expanding clouds of plasma. Commander Dan White led fighter squadrons from hidden bases on Titan. The small ships swarmed larger alien vessels like angry bees. They were too small for the big guns to track, too fast for point defense to hit. "Stay close to their hulls," Dan ordered. "Their weapons can't depress enough to hit us." The fighters danced across alien ships. They planted bombs on sensor arrays. They destroyed weapon turrets. They turned mighty warships into half-blind, half-armed targets. The Empire tried to regroup. They formed defensive formations. They fell back toward the outer system. But human ships were everywhere. Every retreat met ambush. Every formation got torn apart. Admiral Zixthor watched his perfect fleet die. Ships he had commanded for centuries burned in human space. Victories that had made him famous meant nothing. The humans had played him like a fool. "Order all ships to retreat to the edge of the system. We need to regroup." "Sir, half our ships can't receive orders. Communication is down across the fleet. Use light signals, flags, anything." But it was too late. The human virus owned their systems now. Weapons fired randomly. Engines burned in wrong directions. Life support failed on ship after ship. Captain Susan Taylor commanded the human reserves. Fresh ships hidden in the outer system now joined the fight. They hit the retreating aliens from behind. No mercy, no hesitation. Humanity's rage had found its target. Commissioner Dave Williams coordinated Earth's ground defenses. The few alien landing ships that reached atmosphere met walls of fire. Hidden missile bases revealed themselves. Laser satellites came online. Nothing reached the surface alive. All landing attempts repelled, Dave reported. Earth airspace is clear. In space, the slaughter continued. Human ships appeared and disappeared like phantoms. They hit supply ships. They destroyed escorts. They crippled battleships. The Empire's numerical advantage disappeared with each passing hour. Amy Chen claimed her 10th kill. Her crew cheered. Young faces bright with victory. They had trained for this moment their whole lives. Now they proved humanity could fight among the stars. "Captain, detecting escape pods from the Dreadnought. Leave them. We're not monsters. Target only ships that can still fight." This mercy surprised the aliens. The Empire always destroyed everything. Humans showed restraint even in victory. It was another thing the aliens hadn't expected. The battle turned into a rout. Alien ships fled in all directions. Some tried to reach jump points. Others just ran blindly. Fear replaced arrogance. Panic replaced order. Admiral Mary Rodriguez issued new orders. "All ships begin Phase 3. Drive them out. Show them the way home is through defeat." The Ghost Fleet formed hunting packs. They chased fleeing enemies. They disabled engines. They destroyed weapons. They left alien ships helpless but alive. A message to the Empire. We could kill you all. We choose not to. On his flagship, Zixthor felt something new. Fear. Real fear. His species had forgotten how it felt. Now it filled his mind like ice water. How many ships do we have left? 200 still fighting. 300 disabled. The rest? Gone. Gone. 600 ships. hundreds of thousands of lives. The Empire's greatest defeat ever, all because they underestimated the humans. Earth's media started getting real reports, the fake surrender revealed as strategy, hidden fleets defending the planet, humanity winning its first space war. People celebrated in the streets. Fear turned to pride. Pride turned to hope. But in space, the battle wasn't over. The hardest part remained, ending it without destroying everything, showing the galaxy that humans could win and show mercy. That Earth was strong but not cruel. Captain Mike Davis targeted Zixthor's flagship. The massive dreadnought was wounded but dangerous. Its main guns could still destroy cities. It had to be stopped. Admiral Rodriguez, requesting permission to engage enemy flagship. Granted, but try to take him alive. We need him to carry the message back. Mike smiled grimly. Understood. Independents moving to engage. The two giants faced each other in the void. The Empire's pride against humanity's determination. The old order against the new. The battle for Earth's future came down to two ships and the will of their crews. In the command bunker, Lisa Barnes watched her gamble play out. 50 years of secrets. Thousands of hidden ships. Millions of lives in the balance. All leading to this moment. The galaxy would remember this day. The day the Veltarian Empire learned that humans were not prey. They were predators. And they protected their own. The two flagships faced each other near Saturn's rings. Admiral Zixthor's dreadnought was 3 miles long, bristling with weapons. Captain Mike Davis commanded the Independents, smaller but deadlier. The old empire against the new power. Mike studied his enemy. The alien ship leaked atmosphere from dozens of holes. Its shields flickered. But its main guns still worked. One good hit could destroy the Independents. All hands. Battle stations. This is it. His crew moved with practiced skill. They had trained for this day since childhood. Their parents built this ship. Now the children would use it to defend Earth. On the alien bridge, Zixthor felt his tentacles shake. Never in 10,000 years had the Empire faced real defeat. His 6 eyes watched the human ship. It looked primitive, but it had destroyed his fleet. Target their engines, he ordered. If we can't win, we'll take them with us. The dreadnought's guns swung toward Independence. Energy built up in the barrels. Enough power to crack a moon. Zixthor gave the order to fire, but Mike was ready. Quantum jump now. Independence vanished. The alien weapons fired at empty space. Before Zixthor could react, the human ship appeared behind him, at point-blank range. Fire everything. Independence unleashed hell, dark matter beams, quantum torpedoes, railgun rounds. The alien ship's rear shields collapsed. Armor meant to stop asteroids melted like butter. Jump. Again, Independence vanished. The aliens spun their ship, searching. Their sensors showed nothing. The humans had technology that shouldn't exist. Near Jupiter, Captain Bob Miller executed the next phase. His cruisers had captured several alien supply ships intact. Now he put them to use. Begin Operation Trojan. Send the packages. The captured ships accelerated toward the remaining alien forces. They looked like rescue vessels coming to help. The Empire's friend or foe systems recognized them, let them approach. Then they exploded. Not with bombs, but with expanding wormholes. Miniature black holes that lasted just seconds. Long enough to swallow enemy ships. Long enough to tear space itself. Wormhole weapons confirmed effective. 8 enemy ships destroyed. Good work. Continue the pressure. Drive them toward the trap. The trap waited at Jupiter itself. The gas giant's massive gravity well. Its radiation that blocked sensors. Its moons that hid human ships. Captain Amy. Chen commanded the ambush force. Steady. Let them come to us. Jupiter is our ally today. The retreating aliens had 2 choices. Fight the humans in open space and die. Or use Jupiter's gravity to slingshot toward home. They chose Jupiter. Hundreds of alien ships entered the gas giant's influence. They formed up for the gravity assist maneuver. Their computers calculated the perfect trajectory. Their crews thought they were escaping. Amy sprang the trap. All ships, execute Ganymede Gambit. Open the wormholes. Hidden on Jupiter's moons, massive generators came alive. They created artificial wormholes, not for travel, but as weapons. The wormholes opened inside Jupiter's gravity well. The alien ships suddenly faced gravitational chaos. Some got pulled toward Jupiter. Others spun out of control. Their careful formation shattered. Their escape became a death spiral. Now, all weapons free. Human ships poured fire into the confused aliens. Without formation, without coordination, the Empire's vessels became easy targets. One by one, they died in Jupiter's shadow. On Earth, the world watched in awe. News cameras showed the battle from ground telescopes, flashes of light around Jupiter. Humanity's hidden fleet revealed, the impossible becoming real. Dr. Nancy Cook worked in the biowarfare lab. Her job was different but just as important. She studied captured alien tissue samples, looking for weaknesses, finding ways to fight future invasions. Their biology is silicon-based, she reported. Vulnerable to certain frequencies. If they land ground troops, we can stop them. But no alien troops reached Earth. The space battle turned too quickly. What started as invasion became desperate retreat. The hunter became the hunted. In the asteroid belt, fresh human ships joined the fight. These weren't military vessels. They were mining ships, converted freighters, anything that could mount weapons. Civilians who refused to let others defend their home alone. Captain Fred Jones commanded a converted ore hauler. His weapons were basic, his shields were weak, but his determination was steel. This is for Earth, boys. Make every shot count. His motley fleet engaged alien stragglers. They fought with courage over skill. They took losses but kept fighting. They showed the galaxy that all humans would defend their world. Back at the main battle, Mike Davis continued his duel with Zixthor. The alien dreadnought was dying. Half its weapons were gone. Its engines sputtered. But Zixthor refused to surrender. "Admiral, we must retreat," his aide begged. "The battle is lost." No, the Empire does not run. But the Empire was running. Ships fled in all directions. Some made it to hyperspace. Most didn't. Human ships were everywhere, appearing from nowhere, vanishing before retaliation. The virus in alien systems reached its final phase. Dr. Tom Green activated the kill switch. Across the alien fleet, critical systems failed. Life support, navigation, weapons. The Might Empire's technology betrayed them completely. "Their fleet is helpless," Tom reported. "We can destroy them all or show mercy. Your choice, Madam President." Lisa Barnes made the hardest decision of her life. Disable their weapons, damage their engines, but let them limp home. The galaxy needs to know we're strong, not monsters. The order spread through the fleet. Human weapons became surgical tools. They crippled but didn't kill. They defeated but didn't destroy. It was mercy the Empire never showed its victims. Commander Dan White led fighter squadrons in the final sweep. They cleared space around Earth. They chased away the last threats. They secured humanity's first victory among the stars. Earth space is clear. No active enemy vessels in the inner system. Cheers erupted in command centers, on ships, in bunkers, on Earth itself. The impossible had happened. A single planet had defeated a galactic empire, but the symbolic battle remained. Mike Davis closed with Zixthor's flagship. The alien admiral had one choice: surrender or die fighting. His pride warred with his survival instinct. "Admiral Zixthor," Mike broadcast, "your fleet is defeated. Your invasion failed. Surrender and you can return home with a message for your empire." Zixthor's tentacles writhed. Surrender was shame, but death was worse. His species needed to know what happened here. Needed to understand humans were not prey. "I accept your terms." The words hurt more than weapons. The Empire's greatest admiral surrendering to primitives. Except they weren't primitive. They were something new. Something dangerous. Independence moved alongside the crippled dreadnought. Marines in advanced combat suits boarded. They found aliens defeated in spirit as well as battle. The Empire's confidence was shattered. Admiral Mary Rodriguez coordinated the aftermath. All units begin rescue operations, collect escape pods, provide medical aid, show them humanity's true face. The Ghost Fleet transformed from predators to rescuers. They saved alien lives. They repaired life support systems. They showed mercy to the defeated. Another surprise for the Empire. President Lisa Barnes prepared her broadcast, not just to Earth, but to the galaxy. The first human message to reach beyond the solar system. Words that would echo through history. Citizens of Earth, beings of the galaxy. Today, humanity joined the cosmic community, not as subjects but as free people. We were threatened with destruction. We answered with determination. The message continued, offering friendship to peaceful species, warning to would-be conquerors. Earth was open to the galaxy, but would defend itself against any threat. In space, the defeated alien fleet gathered its survivors. Ships that could still move helped those that couldn't. They prepared for the long journey home. Their mission failed, their pride broken, their empire changed forever. Captain Susan Taylor took custody of Admiral Zix Thor. The alien leader would return home with a message. Earth was not for conquering. Humans were not for enslaving. The galaxy had a new power. As the alien fleet limped away, humanity's ships emerged from hiding, hundreds of them, from the moon, from Mars, from asteroids and moons. The Ghost Fleet showed its true size. The Empire had threatened Earth expecting surrender. Instead, they found warriors. They demanded submission. They received defeat. The galaxy's balance of power shifted in a single day. Commissioner Dave Williams began planning the next phase. Earth Space Force, permanent defenses, trade with friendly species. Humanity's real journey into space was just beginning. The capture pod felt small to Admiral Zix Thor. He had commanded ships bigger than Earth cities. Now he sat in a room barely large enough for his tentacles. His 6 eyes stared at the human captain across from him. Captain Susan Taylor studied the alien leader. He looked different now. Smaller. Defeated. The arrogance was gone. Fear had taken its place. Your ships are leaving the solar system, Susan said. You'll be transferred to one of them soon. You'll carry our message to your empire. What message? Zix Thor's translator clicked. That Earth is not alone, that humans are not prey, that the galaxy has changed. Susan placed a data pad on the table. It showed star maps, trade routes, military positions. Everything the Empire thought was secret. We've been watching you for 50 years. We know your strengths, your weaknesses. Your empire is built on fear. Fear just met something stronger. Zix Thor studied the data. His tentacles shook as he understood. Humans hadn't just defeated his fleet. They had studied the entire empire. They knew everything. On Earth, the victory, celebrations continued. In New York, London, Tokyo, crowds filled the streets. They waved flags, they sang songs. They celebrated survival. President Lisa Barnes addressed the United Nations. Every leader on Earth watched. Many had learned about the Ghost Fleet only hours ago. The secret was now public. The world was forever changed. My fellow humans, Lisa, began. Today we learned we are not alone. Today we proved we are not helpless. Today we showed the galaxy that Earth stands united. She explained Project Exodus. 50 years of preparation. Thousands of people keeping the secret. Ships built in hidden factories. Children trained in secret academies. We hoped we would never need these weapons. But when threatened, we were ready. Now we face a new challenge. Our place among the stars. In space, the cleanup began. Human ships collected debris. They rescued survivors from damaged alien vessels. They secured abandoned technology. Every piece was valuable. Every system could teach them something. Commissioner Dave Williams took charge of Earth's new Space Force. The Ghost Fleet became official. Secret bases opened their doors. Hidden shipyards increased production. We need more ships, Dave told his staff. The Empire will return, or others will come. Earth must be ready. Construction began immediately. New designs incorporated captured alien technology. Human creativity improved Empire engineering. The next generation of ships would be even deadlier. Dr. Nancy Cook led the xenobiology team. They studied alien prisoners, not to harm but to understand. Different species had different needs. If Earth wanted alien friends, they needed to help them properly. Their silicon biology is fascinating, Nancy reported. We can synthesize food for them, make proper medical supplies, show them humanity cares about life. The prisoners noticed the difference. The Empire treated captives as slaves. Humans treated them as guests, fed them, healed them, talked to them. Many aliens began questioning what they had been taught about primitive species. Captain Mike Davis visited the repair yards. His ship Independence showed battle damage, scars from the fight with Zixthor's dreadnought. Each mark told a story. Each dent was a badge of honor. She did good, Mike told the yard supervisor. Patch her up. We might need her again soon. Yes, sir. We're also installing the new shields, the ones based on alien tech. She'll be twice as tough next time. Mike smiled. Humans were already improving on alien technology, taking the best, making it better. The Empire's advantage was disappearing fast. In deep space, the alien fleet regrouped. 300 ships out of 1,000, most heavily damaged, all demoralized. They formed up for the long journey home. Admiral Zixthor transferred to his damaged flagship. His officers looked broken, their confidence shattered. The Empire's greatest fleet defeated by one planet. Set course for home space, Zixthor ordered. Maximum speed. Sir, what will we tell the Emperor? Zixthor's tentacles drooped. The truth, that we found warriors where we expected victims, that the humans were ready, that the galaxy has a new power. The alien fleet jumped to hyperspace. They carried news that would shake the Empire. A species that fought back, a world that won, an example for every conquered planet. On Earth, President Barnes met with world leaders. They planned humanity's future, not as separate nations but as one species. The alien threat had united Earth like nothing before. We need a world government, the Japanese Prime Minister said. For space matters at least. We can't face the galaxy divided. Agreed, said the European president. United Earth. One voice to the stars. They worked through the night, creating new structures, new laws, new ways for humanity to act as one. The United Earth government was born, separate nations for local matters, one voice for space. Dr. Tom Green dismantled his virus laboratory. The cyber weapon had served its purpose. Now he turned to defense. Creating shields against alien hacking, protecting Earth's networks. We surprised them once. They'll adapt. We need to stay ahead. His team worked on quantum encryption, unhackable communications, computer systems that couldn't be turned against Earth. The next battle would be different. Both sides would be ready. 3 days later, the first alien signals arrived. Not from the Empire, but from its subjects. Conquered worlds that heard about Earth's victory. Species living under Empire rule for centuries. Earth vessel, this is Kelta Prime. We hear you defeated the Empire. Is this true? Commissioner Dave Williams took the call personally. This is Earth Space Command. Yes, we defeated their invasion fleet. Who are you? We are slaves of the Empire, but we dream of freedom. Can you help us? Dave looked at his staff. This was unexpected, but also an opportunity. Earth couldn't free the galaxy alone, but they could start something. We're transmitting data on jump drive technology. Build your own ships. Defend yourselves. Earth stands with any who seek freedom. The message spread across the galaxy, whispered in slave quarters, shared in hidden meetings. Earth had shown it was possible. The Empire could be beaten. Within weeks, rebellions started on dozen worlds. The Empire faced threats everywhere. Their military was stretched thin. Their confidence was shaken. Their slaves smelled freedom. Captain Amy Chen commanded Earth's first diplomatic mission. Her destroyer, now painted white instead of war black, carried ambassadors to neutral worlds. species that stayed independent from the Empire. The Vegan Confederation welcomes Earth, the plant-like alien said. We have watched the Empire's growth with fear. Your victory gives us hope. Earth seeks friends, not subjects, Ambassador, Paul Johnson replied. He had traded his fake surrender tears for real diplomacy. Together we can ensure no empire threatens free worlds again. Alliances formed quickly. The galaxy's balance shifted daily. The Empire's 1,000-year rule crumbled. All because they threatened the wrong planet. In the Sol system, defenses grew daily. Orbital fortresses around Earth, shipyards at Mars, mining operations in the asteroids. Humanity expanded rapidly. Admiral Mary Rodriguez commanded the new fleet. Not ghost ships anymore, but proud vessels of the Earth Space Navy. They patrolled the solar system. They escorted merchant ships. They showed the flag to visiting aliens. Remember, Mary told her captains, we're not conquerors. We're protectors. We defend freedom. We help those who need it. We're humanity's best face to the galaxy. 6 months after the battle, Admiral Zixthor stood before the Veltarian Emperor. The throne room that once inspired fear now felt hollow. The Emperor's rage had cooled to calculation. So the humans were ready. They played us for fools. What do you suggest? Leave them alone, Majesty. Focus on holding what we have. The humans have started something. Rebellion spreads. We need our forces elsewhere. The Emperor's tentacles moved slowly. Perhaps you're right. Earth is one world. We have thousands. Let them have their victory. For now. But the Emperor didn't understand. Earth wasn't done. Humanity had tasted the stars. They had friends among the oppressed. They had technology that grew daily. They had the one thing the Empire feared most. Hope. President Lisa Barnes stood on the observation deck of Space Station, Freedom. Below her, Earth turned slowly, blue and white and beautiful. Safe now. Protected. Free. Madam President, an aide said, the Andromedan delegation has arrived. They want to join the Free Worlds Alliance. Lisa smiled. 6 months ago, Earth stood alone. Now 20 species had joined them. The Empire ruled through fear. Earth led through example. The galaxy was choosing sides. Show them in. Let's build a better galaxy together. The stars no longer looked peaceful from Earth. They looked full of possibility. Humanity had answered threats with warships. Now they answered friends with open hands. The galaxy would never be the same.
Imagine a species so arrogant, so absurdly overconfident, that it launched an unprovoked planetary assault based entirely on a clerical error. Now imagine they did it before breakfast. Admiral Planax 9 stood at the bridge of the Galactic Dominion's flagship, the irrefutable Victory, which had never actually won a battle, but had a great PR department. He stared at the glowing screen in front of him and announced with the certainty of someone who once got a perfect score on a multiple-choice test entirely by guessing, "We invade at dawn." There was a pause. One of his officers, a jittery creature named Slurpax, who looked like a jellyfish trapped in a vending machine, raised a tentacle. "Sir, is this planet really uninhabited?" Planax didn't even blink. "Of course it is. The file says so right here. Planet designation Earth, mild terrain. Primitive vegetation, zero intelligent life." Had he read the rest of the file, or really any of it, he might have noticed the bold red warning that said, "Under no circumstances should you go there. Ever." But alas, the Admiral had skipped straight to the part that said average surface temperature, pleasant, and so the invasion began. With dramatic music blaring from onboard speakers, because Planax insisted on theatrical flair, the fleet approached Earth with the grace of a drunk giraffe trying to tap dance. Stealth mode was activated, although it mostly just dimmed the interior lights and made the crew walk into walls. By 7:43 a.m., Earth time, the first dropships were already in the atmosphere. The target, a peaceful suburban neighborhood in the middle of Wisconsin. The expected response: mass panic, desperate resistance, heroic last stands. The actual response: a middle-aged man in a bathrobe stepping onto his porch, seeing a massive alien craft descend into his garden and muttering, must be Tuesday. The man was later identified as Carl. Carl had lived through 4 divorces, 3 tornadoes, and once accidentally set his own eyebrows on fire with a barbecue lighter. A spaceship landing in his begonias barely registered. The alien troops disembarked in full armor, armed with plasma rifles and ready for glory. They were immediately attacked by a small dog named Pickles. Pickles was 12 pounds of pure hostility and managed to chew through a soldier's foot before being distracted by a garden gnome. Meanwhile, back aboard the flagship, Planax sipped his ceremonial conquest tea and smiled. "Textbook operation," he said. Moments later, a report came in. The invaders had been pelted with garden hoses, folding chairs, and something called banana cream pie. A tactical unit was taken hostage inside a bowling alley and forced to participate in League Night. Planax frowned. "What kind of weapons are these?" Slurpax hesitated. "Sir, I think we landed on a populated planet." "Impossible!" Planax shouted, his eyes twitching in unison. "The system is labeled Earth. That doesn't even sound threatening." Slurpax pulled up a grainy video feed. It showed a man in shorts yelling at a goose, a teenager dancing badly in front of a gas station, and a woman screaming at a toaster, all within 30 seconds. The Admiral stared. "These are the dominant species?" "Apparently, yes," Slurpax whispered, "and I believe they're armed with sarcasm." Then came the transmission, a scrambled audio signal from the surface. He turned up the volume just in time to hear, "Yo, if y'all are here to take over, can you do it after the Packers game?" Silence. Planax slowly turned back to his tea, took a long, thoughtful sip. "We may have made a small tactical error." Admiral Planax 9 had seen many things in his long and questionably decorated career. He'd once watched an entire moon implode after someone sneezed on the wrong control panel. He'd personally led the invasion of a gas giant that turned out to be a balloon for a children's space festival. But nothing could have prepared him for Carl. Carl, wearing socks with sandals and drinking black coffee that tasted like burnt despair, had now somehow become the most powerful obstacle to the galactic dominion in 200 years. Not because he was particularly smart or strong, or even remotely aware of what was happening, but because Carl did not care. Carl was the human equivalent of a shrug, and the invaders didn't know how to handle that. Back on the ground, the alien squad was trying to regroup after the incident with the bowling alley. Commander Bloopnark, who had earned 17 medals for valor and 1 for accidentally destroying a vending machine during peace talks, was currently hiding inside a portable toilet. He was not proud of it. Outside, his soldiers were attempting to decipher Earth's communication systems. They tuned into what they believed was a distress signal. Turns out it was a morning radio show where 2 hosts argued about pancakes for 45 minutes, followed by an ad for something called foot fungus cream. "Is this a warning?" one trooper asked. Another shook his head. "I think it's some kind of ritual." Meanwhile, a local teenager named Jenna had already taken a selfie with one of the aliens, added heart emojis, and posted it with the caption, "Met a space frog this morning." 10-10 vibes. Within minutes, the photo had gone viral. Suddenly, Earth wasn't under attack, it was trending. The alien soldiers were quickly swarmed by curious humans, mostly armed with smartphones and questions like, "Do you guys believe in horoscopes?" and "Can you fix my Wi-Fi?" One alien was dragged into a debate about cryptocurrency. Another was forced to watch a 5-minute video on how to make lasagna using only a microwave and tears. Back aboard the ship, Planax was slowly coming undone. "They're not fighting back," he barked. "No, sir," Slurpax replied, watching live footage of 2 soldiers being pulled into a Zumba class. "They appear to be integrating." Planax stared at the screen. One of his troopers was now wearing sunglasses and holding a smoothie. "Why are they smiling?" "Sir, permission to speak freely?" "Granted." "I don't think these humans know they're being invaded." Planax blinked. "Then what do they think is happening?" Slurpax hesitated. "A public relations stunt, possibly for a new soda." This gave Planax a headache so powerful it caused 3 of his teeth to send resignation letters. Desperate for a show of force, he ordered a flyover of a major city. The fleet passed over Las Vegas. What they assumed would be a terrifying demonstration of alien dominance was mistaken for a new Cirque du Soleil act. The crowd applauded. Someone threw glitter. Even worse, the Admiral's personal attack drone was accidentally signed to a 6-month contract at a local casino as a backup dancer. Meanwhile, Earth's official response came from a temporary spokesperson named Darren, who had only been chosen because he happened to be near the phone when it rang. Darren, an intern for the Department of Mild Emergencies, answered the call with, "Hey, thanks for visiting. We hope you're enjoying the planet. Would you like a coupon?" Back on the flagship, Planax was pacing in tight, angry circles. "We tried to conquer a planet," he muttered, "and they offered us discounts." Worse still, his crew had started to adapt. Slurpax had discovered reality TV and refused to leave his quarters. The ship's weapons officer, Glab, had bought a skateboard online and was practicing ollies in the engine bay. Even the ship's AI had changed its voice to sound like a game show host. Planax snapped. "No more pretending. They will understand they are being conquered." But just as he activated the global override to deliver a proper invasion message, he was interrupted by a transmission from a human named Rita, who worked at a call center and had somehow rerouted their entire comms system. "Hi there," she chirped. "Before we proceed, can I interest you in a limited-time offer on long-distance data bundles?" Planax screamed into the void. At precisely 9:12 a.m., Eastern Standard Time, the United Nations Emergency Response Committee gathered for an urgent video call. There was only one problem. Nobody believed it was actually an emergency. The official summary of the situation, hastily emailed by a technician named Gary, read, "Possible alien invasion, also, Carl is trending." Half the representatives joined late. One was in pajamas. Another thought it was a test drill and brought snacks. The chairwoman, Eleanor Greaves, a woman who had once diffused an international crisis by sighing loudly, adjusted her glasses and asked the question on everyone's mind, "Is this real?" Gary, who had been forcibly promoted to Earth's de facto alien liaison, nodded solemnly. "We have video confirmation, and one of the aliens is now on TikTok dancing with a golden retriever." There was a pause. "Is it a threat?" someone asked. Gary shrugged. "Honestly, I'm not sure, but the dog looks happy." Meanwhile, the alien troops were still trying to regroup after their failed attempt at shock and awe. Unfortunately, they'd landed in what Earthlings referred to as the Midwest, a zone where friendliness is both weaponized and mandatory. One squad attempted to secure a perimeter around a hardware store. Instead, they were invited to a barbecue by a retired bus driver named Hank. Hank didn't care where they were from. He just wanted help flipping ribs and someone to listen to his opinions about weather patterns. One alien, designated Unit 42B, tried to explain they were a highly trained assault unit. "Sure, buddy," Hank said, handing him a plate. "Now try the potato salad." Back aboard the irrefutable Victory, Admiral Planax 9 was going through all 5 stages of denial at once. His warboard, previously filled with tactical projections and orbital assault plans, had been taken over by a pop-up ad for colon cleanse in 7 easy steps that no one could figure out how to close. The alien crew was unraveling. One of the engineers had built a shrine to a local weather presenter. Another had started writing Earth-style romance novels under the pseudonym Lady Moonbiscuit. Even the fleet's elite security droid had joined a bowling league and refused to return fire on account of having found inner peace. Planax called an emergency meeting. "We are the conquerors," he shouted, "not the conquered." Silence. Then Glab, still holding his skateboard, raised a claw. "Sir, have you tasted the thing they call nacho cheese?" The Admiral turned a violent shade of purple. Meanwhile, humanity's official response continued its descent into absurdity. Brenda, the receptionist at a minor satellite office of Earth's Space Defense Initiative, which mostly handled Wi-Fi outages on the moon, was now tasked with composing Earth's first diplomatic message to the invading force. Her draft read, "Dear sirs, madams, or tentacled overlords, welcome to Earth. Please be advised that Thursdays are recycling days." It was accidentally sent. The aliens received it. Some found it charming. Others were confused. One soldier framed it. Back on the ground, alien units trying to occupy a shopping mall were captured and detained by mall security. Not military, not police, just Dave, a 56-year-old man with a flashlight and a dream. Dave had once stopped a teenager from stealing a hat. Now he had personally disarmed an alien warlord by asking if they had a receipt. Commander Bloopnark, still recovering emotionally from the bowling incident, was called in to extract his troops. But instead of a battle, he was confronted by a woman in a tracksuit who thought he was a lost cosplayer. She took him by the arm, said, "Come on, sweetie," and led him to a yoga class. He has not been seen since. And through it all, Admiral Planax watched, seething. How did this planet survive long enough to develop space-grade microwaves and yet fail to understand an intergalactic invasion? Slurpax cautiously entered the room holding a tray. "Sir, I brought you something called cinnamon swirls. I thought it might help." Planax opened his mouth to yell, then paused, took a bite. There was a long silence. "This is the single greatest thing I've ever tasted." Slurpax nodded. "Apparently they eat it for breakfast, on purpose." Planax stared out the window. Earth turned slowly beneath them, glowing with potential and confusion. A planet armed not with lasers nor armies, but with carbs, chaos, and an unshakable resistance to taking anything seriously. They hadn't invaded a death world. They had invaded a buffet with a personality disorder. 3 days into the invasion, the Galactic Dominion forces had achieved exactly 0 of their objectives. They had not subdued the humans, seized their infrastructure, or even located a central government building that wasn't closed for lunch. What they had done was develop several unhealthy addictions and accidentally form a jazz trio. It began with a reconnaissance bot named Blink 7, whose job was to monitor human communication channels. After scrolling through 20 hours of social media, the bot refused to return to duty. Instead, it began uploading motivational quote graphics and arguing about astrology in the comments. From there, it escalated. A young alien soldier named Krundax, assigned to analyze human emotional patterns, accidentally watched an entire season of a show called The Bachelor. He emerged from the experience deeply emotionally compromised and with strong opinions about someone named Jessica. He then gave a heartfelt speech to his platoon about the fragility of love and the importance of following one's heart, and was promptly promoted to morale officer. Elsewhere, a communications expert named Vaughn was tasked with hacking into Earth's data networks. Instead, he discovered a series of cooking tutorials and became obsessed with learning to bake banana bread. His first attempt exploded. His second attempt was served at a neighborhood potluck. His third attempt won second place at the Wisconsin County Fair. First place went to a 9-year-old girl named Daisy. Vaughn swore eternal vengeance. The humans, for their part, remained almost willfully oblivious to the interstellar significance of what was happening. A few assumed the aliens were part of a movie shoot. Others thought it was a very immersive viral marketing campaign. One group of retirees believed it was a pop-up escape room and tried to solve the invasion with crossword puzzles and Werther's originals. A rogue battalion attempted to seize control of a television studio to broadcast a message of conquest. They were intercepted by the production crew of a daytime talk show and ended up sitting in plastic chairs, awkwardly sipping tea while being interviewed about what it's like to be a space invader. The episode was a ratings hit. Meanwhile, back on the flagship, Admiral Planax 9 was dangerously close to losing the last 3 brain cells, not actively trying to run away. The bridge was now decorated with lava lamps. Someone had installed a popcorn machine, and the ship's AI had taken to greeting him every morning with, "Rise and shine, sunshine." His officers had dissolved into chaos. Slurpax now wore Hawaiian shirts and referred to himself as the Slurpinator. Glab had opened a smoothie stand in the hangar bay and was considering franchising. Even the ship's tactical droid had replaced its laser cannon with a karaoke mic and could frequently be heard belting out songs about heartbreak and deep space loneliness. Planax called for a full regroup. "This is not an exchange program," he shouted. "We are an occupying force." The crew blinked at him with glazed-over eyes. Slurpax raised a smoothie. "Try the mango pineapple. It changed my life." Planax clenched his fists. "I want to see results." "Where is the domination? Where is the fear?" Just then, a diplomatic envoy arrived. It was led by a woman named Tina, who ran a local PTA and believed in solving all problems with brownies and assertive communication. She marched aboard the ship, handed out welcome kits, and insisted that the Admiral sit down and use his inside voice. Planax, broken and bewildered, did as instructed. The ensuing negotiation involved 3 pots of coffee, a game of charades, and a long story about Tina's son Darren, who once flushed a calculator down a toilet and claimed it was an experiment in math. At the end of it, the Admiral agreed, without entirely understanding why, to a community potluck and a poetry night. Back on Earth, alien troops were integrating at alarming speed. One had taken up line dancing, another was leading goat yoga in a park. A third had invented an entirely new genre of music by accidentally playing a harp with his face tentacles. It charted in Sweden. The invasion had not failed. It had mutated. What was supposed to be a swift conquest had become a slow-motion cultural implosion. The humans were not resisting because they didn't recognize the threat. They didn't process the threat. To them, the invasion was just another Tuesday. Weird, yes, but so was the last one, and perhaps most terrifying of all. The aliens were starting to like it. By the end of week 1, Admiral Planax 9 had developed a twitch in his left eye, an aversion to ukuleles, and a severe allergic reaction to the word potluck. He hadn't come to Earth to join book clubs or taste cinnamon rolls. He had come to conquer, to lead a swift, elegant campaign of galactic domination. Instead, his warship smelled like popcorn and lavender air freshener, and half his elite soldiers were on waiting lists for yoga teacher certification. "This has gone on long enough," he growled, pounding the control console with enough force to launch a nearby stapler into orbit. He summoned every available commander. Glab arrived on a skateboard. Slurpax showed up holding a smoothie and a brochure for something called Finding Your Inner You. One of the lieutenants wore a glittery sash that read, "Best Hugger." Planax didn't yell. Not this time. He leaned forward, his voice low and cold. "We are taking the planet. Today." The officers fell silent. No more muffins. No more memes. No more poetry readings with emotionally vulnerable humans named Greg. Operation Galactic Grasp was launched at 700 hours with terrifying efficiency. The full fleet, 12 dreadnoughts, 48 cruisers, and a small shuttle accidentally registered as a food truck, descended across all major continents. The command was clear: assert dominance, use all resources, accept no baked goods. At first, it looked like it might actually work. A massive squadron landed in a financial district and issued a formal ultimatum. Unfortunately, they arrived during rush hour, and the only person who paid attention was a street performer dressed as a robot who gave them a thumbs up and asked for tips. Another group stormed a government building, only to discover that it was closed due to plumbing issues. A notice on the door read, "Back after lunch, probably." The squad waited for 3 hours. No one returned. Commander Bloopnark, finally resurfacing from his yoga spiral, led a direct assault on a military base in Nebraska. His troops encountered a stern-looking guard who told them to take a number. The number was 67. They were currently on 22. While waiting, Bloopnark had a mental breakdown, adopted a kitten, and now goes by the name Cheryl. Desperate for real resistance, Planax deployed his most fearsome weapon, the Obliterator Cannon. Capable of turning entire cities into lightly seasoned rubble, it targeted a population center in central Texas. The weapon charged, the systems locked, and then nothing. It had been unplugged to make room for a karaoke machine. The Admiral screamed, "I don't care if they offer us coupons. I want Earth under my boot." Just then, a report came in. A human counterstrike had begun. Not with weapons, not with missiles, but with forms, legal forms, governmental paperwork, tax documentation, permits, applications, ID verifications. Planax's troops were instantly overwhelmed. One platoon was trapped at a Department of Motor Vehicles for 13 hours. Another was forced to fill out a visa request in triplicate, in cursive, without the aid of spell check. A commander attempted to declare the invasion legally binding and was instead roped into jury duty. They were buried in bureaucracy. One squad tried to requisition territory through local zoning laws. They were redirected to a meeting that had been cancelled since 2009. Another alien applied for conquest rights and received a sternly worded rejection letter citing Clause 47B, no hostile takeovers during flu season. Even Planax himself wasn't spared. His attempt to seize control of Earth's global communication grid was thwarted by a cookie consent banner he couldn't figure out how to close. Every time he clicked accept, it just popped up again. He screamed so hard, he dislocated a nostril. The final straw came during a forced march through a suburban neighborhood. The alien war machine rolled down the street with pride, only to be stopped by a very serious child on a tricycle who demanded to know if they had permission from the Homeowners Association. When they couldn't produce the appropriate documentation, she issued a fine, in crayon. The invasion collapsed, not because of Earth's military, not because of Earth's science, but because Earth was a giant maze of incomprehensible systems, passive-aggressive signage, and a level of disorganization so intense it looped back around and became a defense mechanism. Planax, defeated, slumped into his chair. He was sticky with printer toner and regret. "What is this planet?" he whispered. Slurpax, now fully converted to wearing Crocs and sipping iced tea, gave a peaceful smile. "This is Earth, sir." Admiral Planax 9 had finally accepted a truth more painful than a laser blast to the shins. Earth could not be conquered by force. Not because it was strong, not because it was wise, but because it was too fundamentally ridiculous to function as an occupied planet. His war council had dissolved into nonsense. Slurpax now ran meditation workshops. Glab had become a certified smoothie shaman and was selling something called interdimensional detox juice that gave hallucinations of your ancestors doing the Macarena. The ship's internal AI now opened every status report with, "Hey bestie, ready to crush another day?" Planax knew he had two options left, retreat in shame or attempt diplomacy. He chose the one that didn't involve apologizing to the Galactic High Command and being reassigned to asteroid patrol. Again. Unfortunately, Earth's response to interplanetary diplomacy was inconsistent. His first diplomatic envoy landed in Sweden. They were greeted with politeness, warm cinnamon buns, and a very confusing game involving throwing heavy metal discs at sand. The aliens misunderstood the rules, accidentally won the regional championship, and were declared honorary citizens. The second envoy landed in New Jersey. They were mugged. Planax decided to send a personal representative, senior negotiator Prilneth III, trained in over 400 cultures, fluent in 92 languages, and capable of resolving disputes between species that communicate solely through smells. The mission lasted 17 minutes. Prilneth was intercepted by a group of conspiracy theorists who insisted that he was actually a lizard in a costume, then dragged him to a basement podcast where he was forced to debate a man wearing 3 tinfoil hats and a t-shirt that read, "The moon is a lie." He escaped by pretending to be a weather balloon. After that, all official diplomatic attempts were quietly cancelled. And then came Jerry. Jerry was not technically authorized to negotiate on behalf of Earth. He was a used car salesman from Nebraska with a firm handshake, an outdated Bluetooth earpiece, and a tragic confidence in his own charisma. He happened to stumble upon an alien scout craft that had broken down outside his dealership. Jerry made contact. He brought coffee. He offered snacks. He tried to sell them a 2003 sedan with just a few issues under the hood. Within hours, he'd convinced 3 alien soldiers to trade plasma rifles for timeshare condos. Somehow Jerry ended up on the flagship. No one invited him. He just walked in, handed Planax a business card that read Jerry, Human Solutions Consultant, and sat down like he owned the galaxy. Planax opened his mouth to scream, then realized he had no strength left. Jerry smiled and leaned forward. "Listen, big guy, you're going about this all wrong. You don't invade Earth, you network it." Planax blinked. "What?" "See, we're not a top-down species. You can't scare us into submission. You've got to distract us, overwhelm us. Give us a loyalty program, a trending hashtag, and a limited time offer, and we'll do anything you want." Slurpax, who had been listening from behind a potted plant, nodded sagely. "He's not wrong, sir. That was the beginning of the accord. Not a treaty, not a surrender. More like a handshake written on a napkin during a backyard barbecue hosted by someone's uncle. Earth didn't negotiate through diplomats. Earth negotiated through awkward social situations, cold drinks, and the phrase, "Hey, while you're here," so it was decided. A neutral site was chosen for the official proceedings, Gary's backyard. Gary, the technician who accidentally started all this, had a grill, a folding table, and exactly 1 lawn chair that didn't sink when you sat in it. Representatives from both sides showed up. The aliens brought their highest-ranking officers. Earth sent a man in cargo shorts, a woman holding a casserole, and someone who may or may not have been asleep the entire time. The document was drafted on the back of a pizza menu. Its terms were simple. Aliens would be allowed to stay on Earth under 3 conditions. 1, they could not attempt to conquer anything without giving at least 48 hours' notice. 2, they had to contribute to the community in some way, preferably through snacks, entertainment, or lawn maintenance. And 3, they had to participate in at least 1 karaoke night per month, non-negotiable. The treaty was sealed with a fist bump and a marshmallow roasting session. Planax didn't attend. He sat alone on the bridge, watching the stars. This hadn't been the invasion he wanted. It had been stranger, louder, and somehow stickier. But maybe, just maybe, it had become something else entirely. By the time the first intergalactic newsletter reported the outcome of Earth's conquest, most species assumed it was a typo. The headline read, "Galactic Dominion now offering lawn services in Ohio." Confusion spread across several sectors. Was this some kind of secret invasion code, a metaphor, a failed translation? No, it was exactly what it sounded like. The invaders had accidentally integrated into local communities, not as overlords, not as conquerors, but as neighbors. The shift hadn't been strategic. It had been gradual, ridiculous, and entirely driven by snacks, small talk, and Earth's relentless ability to absorb nonsense without collapsing. In the quiet suburb of Brookview Hills, a battle mech now mowed lawns every Tuesday. It was repurposed by an alien named Zerb, who, after losing 3 consecutive laser duels to a Roomba, decided to change careers. Zerb now charged $20 per yard, offered optional trimming services, and was considering a loyalty punch card system. In a nearby town, 2 alien commandos ran a hot dog stand. They didn't understand the concept of meat or bread or condiments, but they did understand customer satisfaction. The stand's name, for reasons never fully explained, was Wiener Protocol. It had a 5-star rating and a cult following on food blogs. One squad of former elite infiltrators had become wedding DJs. Another had joined a biker gang. One, and only one, had disappeared entirely. Rumored to be training for competitive baking on a cooking show in Denmark. The Galactic Dominion tried to reassert control. A cruiser was dispatched to extract key personnel and reboot the invasion. It made it as far as Earth's lower orbit before being intercepted by a chain of prank calls, a fake delivery order for 17 pizzas, and a barrage of messages asking for the Wi-Fi password, please. The crew panicked and retreated. Admiral Planax 9, now technically Earth's High Coordinator of Intercultural Affairs, a title given to him at a school fundraiser he didn't know he was attending, had not adjusted well. He spent his days pacing the bridge of his once mighty flagship, which now doubled as a floating tourist attraction. It had a gift shop. Children came aboard for birthday parties. There was a photo booth where guests could wear fake antennae and pretend to scream as they surrendered to the alien overlords. He tried to give one last motivational speech to his crew. "We must remember who we are. We are warriors. We are the teeth of the Dominion." Slurpax, sipping a lemonade, replied, "Sir, I'm already booked for 3 PTA meetings this week, and I promised to chaperone a field trip to the planetarium. Also, Cheryl's goat yoga class is tomorrow, and we're low on mats." "Who is Cheryl?" "Bloopnark. He goes by Cheryl now." Plarnak stared at him. "I once burned an entire continent to the ground." "Cool," said Slurpax, flipping through coupons. "Have you tried the peach cobbler from that diner on 5th? Transcendental." The truth was undeniable. Earth had not only resisted occupation, it had reversed it. Without ever realizing it, humans had colonized their invaders, not with violence, not with advanced tech, but with culture, with clutter, with things that made no logical sense and yet somehow held entire societies together. Credit cards, punchlines, public holidays, jazz, complaint forms, local sports rivalries, conspiracy theories about furniture stores that were definitely hiding something. Earth didn't just absorb you, it rewrote you. And for some of the aliens, this new life was addictive. They liked sitcoms, they liked slow walks through garden centers, they liked having arguments about whether pineapple belonged on pizza and then solving those arguments by ordering both kinds and eating too much of each. The longer they stayed, the more they forgot what they'd come to do. Back in the galactic capital, the High Command was baffled. They had lost contact with multiple divisions. Their long-range scanners picked up bizarre energy signatures that corresponded not to weapons, but to music festivals, farmers' markets, and amateur fireworks shows. One transmission, intercepted weeks later, simply said, "We're good, don't come." Another read, "Bring dip." Some believed it was a trap. Others believed it was enlightenment. But one thing was clear: something had changed. Something irreversible, and Earth, messy, noisy, deeply inefficient Earth, was at the center of it. It was supposed to be a historical entry in the archives of the Galactic Dominion, a warning, a case study, a firm, practical explanation of why you never attack a species that considers Black Friday a cultural holiday. But somewhere along the way, the report got weird. Because how do you accurately describe a planet where traffic laws are suggestions, small talk is weaponized, and one of the most watched events each year involves people throwing an inflated ball and screaming at televisions while wearing matching shirts? Admiral Planax 9 tried. He really did. He sat down with every intention of composing a formal debrief for the Dominion Grand Council. He outlined key events, tactical failures, socio-cultural entanglements. But the longer he typed, the harder it became to explain how an interstellar war had been derailed by a chilly cook-off and a flash mob performance of Total Eclipse of the Heart in a supermarket. By paragraph 5, he gave up and stapled a handwritten note to the front that simply said, "Do not." The Dominion never sent a follow-up. Planax still lived aboard the irrefutable Victory, though no one called it that anymore. Locals referred to it as the big floaty thing with the nacho stand. It remained parked 3 miles above a cornfield in Kansas, occasionally drifting off course whenever someone messed with the gravity controls to make zero-G bowling more exciting. Earth's governments, in their own earthy way, had accepted the situation without truly understanding it. Someone wrote a law that defined extraterrestrial residents as tourists with long-term enthusiasm. It passed unanimously because no one read the fine print, and also there was free coffee in the voting room that day. International agencies adapted as best they could. NASA released a revised mission statement. "We don't know what's going on anymore, but we're trying our best." Tourism soared. Alien-themed merchandise exploded. Someone published a cookbook titled Cooking with Planax, which included suspiciously few recipes and far too many footnotes about existential dread. The aliens blended in with increasing ease. Some changed their names to things like Greg, others didn't bother and simply introduced themselves with a dramatic cough and a gesture toward the sky. Every now and then, Planax would walk the halls of his ship, pass by crew members debating whether coffee was a beverage or a survival mechanism, and remember that there was a time, not long ago, when they had all been conquerors. Not anymore. Now they were just residents of Earth. The planet that didn't destroy its enemies, it confused them into submission. The Dominion eventually sent one last message, an encrypted communique routed through 17 satellites and a diplomatic courier shaped like a novelty pen. It arrived on Planax's console with flashing red text and the seal of the Supreme Command. "Report status," it said. Planax stared at it for a long time. Then, with a sigh, he dictated his reply. "This is Admiral Planax 9. The invasion has been reclassified. Hostilities terminated. Local resistance 2. Existential. Tactical success probability approaching 0. The humans have parties, sir, constantly, for things that do not warrant celebration. They invite us. We go. We bring snacks. We play games where rules change mid-round and no one keeps score. We argue about pizza toppings with passion, usually reserved for civil wars. We are lost in their culture. We are deeply embedded. There is no extraction." He paused, then added, "We have been earthed." He hit send. The system blinked. Message received. No further orders came. Down below, on the planet that rewrote the invasion manual just by existing, life continued. Strange, loud, illogical, beautifully disorganized. A species that built monuments, forgot anniversaries, survived wars, started dance trends, wrote poetry about soup, and accidentally conquered a galactic armada through a combination of hospitality and complete disregard for standard protocol. Earth was not a death world. It was something far more dangerous. It was relatable.
The Galactic Council Chamber was a sprawling amphitheater of shimmering crystal and pulsating light, its opulence designed to reflect the grandeur of the empire it governed. But for Krell Zinther, a battle-worn veteran with a face marked by the scars of countless skirmishes, the splendor felt suffocating. He stood at the center, a solitary figure dwarfed by the immense holograms of the empire's leaders who loomed above him, their voices echoing with self-assured arrogance. "Esteemed Council," Krell began, his gravelly voice steady despite the growing tension in the room. "I come before you not out of loyalty, but out of duty. Earth is not the insignificant planet you believe it to be. Its people, its soldiers." "Enough, Krell," interrupted High Chancellor Voris, his tone sharp with impatience. We've indulged your tales long enough. Earth is a primitive rock with primitive inhabitants. Their soldiers are barely out of the Stone Age compared to our might. A murmur of agreement rippled through the chamber, but Krell pressed on, his fists clenched at his sides. You dismiss them because you've never faced them. I have. I've seen their resolve, their unpredictability. They don't fight like us. They don't think like us. And that makes them dangerous. A younger counselor leaned forward, his voice laced with condescension. You're speaking of a species that relies on combustion engines for space travel, Krell. What could they possibly have to threaten us? Krell's mind flashed back to the chaos of that battlefield years ago, to the shouts of his comrades, and the unrelenting advance of Earth soldiers through terrain that no army should have been able to navigate. They don't fight with technology alone, he said, his voice rising with urgency. They fight with instinct, with ingenuity. When their weapons fail, they adapt. When their leaders fall, they rise. And when they're cornered, they don't surrender. They become even more lethal. The chamber fell silent for a moment, but it wasn't the thoughtful silence Krell had hoped for. It was the heavy quiet of disinterest. High Chancellor Voris leaned back in his floating seat, his expression one of supreme confidence. Thank you, Krell, for your colorful recounting. But the Council has decided. Earth will be brought into the fold of the Empire. If they resist, they will be subdued. Subdued. The word lingered in Krell's mind as he left the chamber, his protests dismissed. He had done all he could to warn them, and now, all he could do was watch as the Empire prepared for its inevitable mistake. The invasion began with a spectacle of force. The Empire's fleet appeared in Earth's orbit like a storm of fireflies, their gleaming ships casting long shadows over the planet below. Holographic messages were broadcast across every screen, every frequency, demanding Earth's unconditional surrender. For a moment, it seemed as if the Council's arrogance might be justified. Earth's government scrambled to respond, their fragmented militaries struggling to coordinate against an enemy whose technology they could barely comprehend. But then came the first skirmish. A detachment of Empire ground forces descended into a densely forested region, their sleek exosuits shimmering with cloaking technology. Their mission was simple: secure a key communication hub and disable Earth's ability to coordinate its defense. They expected a swift surgical operation. What they encountered instead was chaos. The humans struck without warning, their attacks crude but devastatingly effective. Explosions erupted from the undergrowth as Earth soldiers used improvised explosives to disable the aliens' advanced equipment. A squad of Empire troops was lured into a narrow ravine, only to find themselves trapped as the humans triggered a landslide, burying them under tons of debris. One soldier, an officer named Ralek, managed to send a desperate transmission before his unit was wiped out. They're everywhere. They don't fight fair. They don't. His voice was cut off by a burst of static, and then nothing. The Council dismissed the loss as an anomaly, a minor setback. But Krell, watching from the safety of his quarters aboard the flagship, knew better. He could see the pattern emerging, the same pattern he had witnessed during his own encounters with Earth soldiers. They were using their terrain, their resourcefulness, to turn the Empire's advantages against them. The next engagement was even more disastrous. A fleet of Empire drones was dispatched to neutralize a human stronghold, their artificial intelligence programmed to outmaneuver and outgun anything in their path. But as the drones approached their target, they began to malfunction. Their systems flickered and failed, their sleek forms crashing to the ground in heaps of smoldering metal. It wasn't until later that the Empire's technicians discovered the cause. A group of human hackers had infiltrated the drone's programming, rewriting their code with nothing more than salvaged equipment and ingenuity. The humans had turned the Empire's own weapons against them, using the drones to launch a counterattack that decimated an entire battalion. For Krell, the reports were both vindication and despair. He had tried to warn the Council, but they had refused to listen. Now, the price of their arrogance was being paid in blood. Late one night, as the Empire's forces regrouped for another assault, Krell found himself pacing the observation deck of the flagship. Below him, Earth's surface glimmered with the lights of its cities, each one a beacon of defiance. He couldn't help but feel a grudging admiration for the humans. They were outmatched, outgunned, and outnumbered, yet they refused to break. A voice startled him from his thoughts. "You tried to warn them, didn't you?" Krell turned to see a young officer standing behind him, her expression one of quiet understanding. Her name was Elin Reyes, a junior strategist who had joined the Empire's forces only recently. "I did," Krell admitted. "But they wouldn't listen." Elin nodded, her gaze drifting to the planet below. "I've seen the reports. The humans, they're different. They don't just fight for survival. They fight for each other, for something bigger than themselves. It's unsettling." Krell let out a bitter laugh. Unsettling doesn't even begin to cover it. They're not just soldiers. They're survivors. And that makes them the most dangerous enemy we've ever faced. Elin hesitated before speaking again. "Do you think we can win?" The question hung in the air, heavy with unspoken fears. Krell didn't answer right away. He didn't have the heart to tell her what he truly believed, that the Empire's pride had already doomed them. Instead, he turned back to the viewport, his eyes fixed on the planet below. "If the Council doesn't change its strategy," he said at last, "then this war won't end with victory. It will end with the Empire learning a lesson it should have learned a long time ago." And as the first rays of Earth's sun began to crest the horizon, painting the observation deck in hues of gold and crimson, Krell could only hope that the lesson wouldn't come too late. The warships of the Galactic Empire hung like a second, metallic sky over Earth, their vast, looming forms blotting out the stars. From the ground, humanity could only watch, stunned, as the broadcast came. A voice, calm and commanding, spoke in every language known to man, demanding surrender. The message repeated, each iteration a cold reminder of what waited if humanity refused. On board the Empire's flagship, Krell Zinter stood at the observation deck, his gaze fixed on the blue-green or below. Despite the Council's decision to invade, unease clawed at him. He had fought alongside these humans once, long ago, and he had seen something in them that even the Empire's advanced technology could not account for. Something that now, in the shadow of imminent conquest, filled him with dread. "The humans will resist," he said quietly, though no one was listening. "And they won't fight the way we expect." The first wave of the invasion began in a remote desert region. Empire soldiers descended in shimmering dropships, their sleek exosuits gleaming under the blazing sun. Their orders were simple: secure the region, eliminate resistance, and establish a foothold. They moved with military precision, their movements guided by tactical AI, their weapons calibrated for maximum efficiency. But the desert was silent. Too silent. The squad leader raised a hand, signaling a halt. Their scanners showed no life signs, no heat signatures, nothing but the barren expanse of sand and rock. It wasn't right. The first explosion shattered the stillness, a crude but powerful device that sent sand and shrapnel raining down. Chaos erupted as the soldiers scrambled for cover, their advanced technology struggling to identify the source of the attack. From the dunes, human fighters emerged like ghosts, their faces obscured by scarves, their weapons mismatched but deadly. The Empire soldiers returned fire, their plasma rifles lighting up the desert. But the humans didn't fight head-on. They struck quickly, retreating before the Empire could organize a proper counterattack. As one squad moved to flank the human fighters, they were funneled into a narrow ravine, where another explosion buried them under a cascade of rock. By the time reinforcements arrived, the desert was empty once more. The human fighters had vanished, leaving only the wreckage of the Empire's arrogance. On board the flagship, Krell reviewed the reports with grim satisfaction. He could picture it clearly, the humans using the terrain to their advantage, exploiting the Empire's overconfidence. It was exactly what he had warned the Council about, but they had refused to listen. In a meeting chamber bathed in cold, artificial light, the Council convened to discuss the unexpected resistance. High Chancellor Voris, his holographic form towering over the others, dismissed the reports with a wave of his hand. "A minor setback," he declared. "We underestimated their resourcefulness. Nothing more." The next strike will be decisive. Krell kept silent, but his fists clenched at his sides. He had seen the footage from the desert. The humans weren't just resourceful. They were relentless. And they were learning. The next strike came in the dense forests of Eastern Europe. Empire soldiers descended once again, their cloaking systems shimmering as they moved through the undergrowth. They expected resistance, but they were confident their superior technology would prevail. They were wrong. The first warning came as the squad's communication systems began to glitch. Static crackled in their earpieces, and their HUDs flickered with distorted images. Before they could investigate, the trees themselves seemed to come alive. Tripwires triggered explosives hidden in the underbrush, sending soldiers flying. Human fighters emerged from camouflage positions, their movements swift and coordinated. The Empire soldiers fought back, but the humans had anticipated their every move. They used the forest to their advantage, setting traps and using hit-and-run tactics to keep the Empire off balance. By the time the battle was over, the Empire had lost more than just soldiers. They had lost their aura of invincibility. On board the flagship, Krell stood with a young officer named Elin Reus, who had been monitoring the conflict. Her expression was one of growing unease. "They're not fighting like we expected," she said, echoing Krell's own thoughts. "They never do," Krell replied. "And that's why we're losing." Elin hesitated. "What do we do?" Krell didn't answer. He didn't know. All he knew was that the Council's arrogance was leading them down a path they couldn't turn back from. The Empire escalated the conflict, deploying larger forces to a major industrial city in North America. The strategy was clear: overwhelm the humans with sheer numbers and firepower. Armored vehicles rolled through the city's streets, their energy weapons reducing buildings to rubble. Troops in exosuits moved with mechanical precision, sweeping through block by block. At first, it seemed the Empire would finally succeed. The human resistance was scattered, their forces struggling to hold their ground. But as the Empire pushed deeper into the city, the tide began to turn. The humans didn't confront the Empire head-on. They used the city itself as a weapon, luring the Empire into ambushes and collapsing entire buildings to trap their enemies. In one instance, an Empire officer led a squad into what appeared to be an abandoned factory, only to trigger a massive explosion that leveled the structure. A young Empire soldier, separated from his unit in the chaos, found himself cornered by a group of human fighters. He raised his weapon, his hands shaking, but the humans didn't fire. Instead, their leader, a woman with sharp eyes and a scar running down her cheek, lowered her rifle. "Go back to your Empire," she said, her voice cold. "Tell them we're not afraid of you." The soldier didn't argue. When he was later debriefed, he could only repeat her words, his voice trembling with the weight of them. On board the flagship, Krell watched the reports with a mix of admiration and dread. The humans weren't just resisting, they were winning. And the Empire, for all its power, was beginning to fracture under the weight of its own hubris. "The Council won't admit it," Elin said, standing beside him. "But they're starting to realize you were right." Krell shook his head. "It doesn't matter. They'll keep throwing resources at this war until there's nothing left. And by then, it'll be too late." Below them, Earth burned, but its spirit remained unbroken. The humans were fighting for more than survival. They were fighting for their home, their freedom, and their very existence. And in the face of such determination, even the mightiest empire could falter. The shimmering expanse of the Galactic Council chamber seemed almost to mock Krell Zinther as he stood in its heart, his battle-worn armor contrasting sharply with the polished grandeur surrounding him. The room was a temple of power, its crystalline walls pulsating with light, projecting the flickering holograms of the Council's esteemed members. Each figure was an icon of imperial dominance, their expressions haughty and unmoved. They loomed over Krell, their translucent forms dwarfing him. But it wasn't their size that made him feel small, it was their arrogance. "Earth is not what you think it is," Krell began, his voice hoarse but steady. "Its soldiers are not the primitive barbarians you believe them to be." High Chancellor Vorus, draped in his shimmering regalia, leaned forward with a sneer. "We've indulged this rhetoric before, Krell. Are you here to waste our time again with tales of human resilience? A backwater planet with no unified military and outdated weapons cannot stand against the Empire. Krell's scarred face tightened, but he refused to waver. Their weapons don't make them dangerous. Their spirit does. Their unpredictability. You see weakness in their chaos, but it's their greatest strength. I've fought them, and I'm telling you, if we underestimate them, we'll pay a price we cannot afford. A younger counselor scoffed. The only price will be the wasted time it takes to subdue them. Perhaps we should thank you for softening them up during your unfortunate campaign. The words stung, but Krell kept his composure. His memories of Earth were not stories of conquest, but survival. He remembered the grit in their soldiers' eyes, the way they fought with their backs against the wall, and how their determination turned the tides of battles that should have been impossible to win. You don't understand, Krell said, his voice sharper now, cutting through the counselor's laughter. They fight for each other, for something greater than themselves. You think them disorganized, but their chaos hides a unity we can't comprehend. They will not bow easily. Vorus waved a hand, the hologram's light shimmering with the gesture. Enough. The Empire has already decided. Earth will join the fold, whether by diplomacy or force. If they resist, they will be taught the futility of defiance. That is all, Krell. As the Council's lights dimmed and their holograms faded, Krell stood alone in the chamber. His warning had been dismissed, his words cast aside as the paranoia of an aging soldier. He knew what would happen next, and though part of him wanted to wash his hands of it all, another part, a deeper, more resolute part, couldn't let go. The Empire's fleet descended upon Earth like a metallic storm, their ships blanketing the skies, their technology so advanced it seemed otherworldly to the planet's inhabitants. The initial demands for surrender were met with confusion, then defiance. Governments scrambled to respond. Military forces attempted to organize, but Earth's defenders seemed hopelessly outmatched. The first strike teams met with limited resistance. Small towns and outposts fell quickly, their populations either fleeing or captured. It seemed, at first, that the Council's predictions were correct. But then, as the Empire moved deeper into Earth's territories, everything changed. In a dense jungle in Southeast Asia, a detachment of elite Empire soldiers moved with precision, their exosuits shimmering as they blended into the foliage. Their objective was a human communication outpost, a seemingly vulnerable target that would cripple Earth's ability to coordinate. As they approached the structure, their tactical AI began to malfunction. The first explosion came from beneath their feet, a crude but devastating mine that tore through the squad's lead formation. The survivors regrouped, their cloaking systems flickering, only to be ambushed by human soldiers who seemed to melt out of the jungle itself. Their weapons were outdated, their armor mismatched, but they moved with a purpose and ferocity that no amount of training could have prepared the Empire for. The jungle became a death trap. Tripwires, improvised explosives, and relentless guerrilla tactics turned every step into a potential disaster. When reinforcements finally arrived, they found the communication outpost destroyed, the Empire's technology scavenged, and no sign of the human soldiers who had done it. Krell watched the reports from aboard the flagship, his stomach tightening with every detail. He had seen it before, the ingenuity, the relentlessness. Earth soldiers didn't fight by the rules the Empire understood. They fought with desperation, with creativity, and with a unity born of survival. In a war zone in Eastern Europe, the Empire launched a massive offensive to crush what they believed to be a major human resistance cell. Dozens of armored transports rolled across the fields, their energy weapons tearing through human defenses. It was a display of overwhelming power, and for a time, it seemed unstoppable. But as the Empire forces reached the outskirts of a bombed-out city, they encountered something unexpected. The humans had prepared for them, using the city's ruins to their advantage. Every street became a choke point, every building a sniper's nest. They didn't meet the Empire head-on. They lured them in, striking from the shadows and then disappearing. The turning point came when an Empire officer attempted to take what seemed to be an undefended warehouse. His squad moved in cautiously, scanning for traps but found nothing. As they relaxed, The ground beneath them erupted in flames. A group of human engineers had rigged the entire structure to collapse, taking the Empire soldiers with it. By the time the Empire realized the scope of the humans' tactics, it was too late. Their forces were scattered, their vehicles immobilized, and their soldiers demoralized. What should have been a decisive victory had turned into a costly retreat. Krell paced the observation deck of the flagship, his thoughts racing. The Council was learning, bit by bit, what he had tried to tell them. But he knew they wouldn't admit their mistake. They would double down, throw more resources at the problem, and escalate the conflict until there was no turning back. Elin Reyes, a junior officer with a sharp mind and an unshakable curiosity, found him there. "You warned them, didn't you?" she asked softly. Krell turned, surprised to see her. "I did. They didn't listen." She stepped closer, her gaze fixed on the planet below. "I've seen the reports. The humans, they don't fight like anyone we've ever faced." "No," Krell said. "They don't. And the Council's arrogance will cost us more than we can imagine." Elin hesitated. "Do you think we can win?" Krell didn't answer right away. He knew the truth, but saying it aloud felt like admitting defeat. Finally, he said, "This isn't about victory anymore. It's about survival. For them, and for us." Below them, Earth's lights flickered in defiance, a reminder that the battle was far from over. The Empire had underestimated its enemy, and now, the reckoning Krell had foreseen was unfolding before his eyes. The Galactic Council Chamber was a masterpiece of arrogance, a floating jewel of self-importance nestled within the Andromeda core. 100 alien species filled the Great Hall, their voices humming in dissonant waves of overconfidence. At the center of it all, Grand Minister Vriktol stood with a bemused expression, his pale blue skin shimmering under the artificial glow of the Council's illumination rings. He was by all accounts a patient being. He had listened to the rise and fall of countless civilizations, overseen the induction of newly discovered species, and rarely found himself troubled by lesser creatures. But humans? Humans were an anomaly he found almost insulting. "The primitives call themselves Homo sapiens," he declared, flicking through a holographic dossier with deliberate distaste. "A species so reckless, they nearly wiped themselves out multiple times before achieving interstellar infancy." Ripples of laughter echoed across the chamber. A gelatinous being from the Ketsith Dominion wobbled with amusement, its translucent core pulsating as it spoke. "They still burn fossil fuels for energy? Absurd." Another counselor, a reptilian delegate from the Zelver Imperium, hissed in amusement. "Their combat history is even worse. They war with themselves over imaginary borders and ritualistic grievances. Primitive, self-destructive." Vriktol let the mockery settle before continuing. "Our intelligence suggests their war instincts are reactionary, not strategic. They lack discipline. They fight with brute force rather than calculated efficiency." He dismissed the hologram with a wave of his three-fingered hand. "They are not a threat." And yet, some caution remained. There had been reports, scattered, fragmented accounts, of human soldiers exhibiting terrifying levels of endurance and adaptability. But data, as always, could be manipulated. Anecdotal evidence meant nothing. A decision was made. The humans would be observed, cataloged, and disregarded. It should have been simple. The first mistake came within hours of deployment. The Council had authorized a discreet surveillance operation, a standard protocol for assessing pre-fold civilizations. A probe was dispatched, small enough to avoid detection, but advanced enough to gather necessary data. It drifted into Earth's upper atmosphere, adjusting its cloaking frequency, scanning the planet's surface. It didn't last 20 minutes. Somewhere in the middle of the North American continent, a farmer named Earl Simmons saw something glint in the sky, muttered something about damn government spies, and shot the probe clean out of the air with a hunting rifle. The bullet shouldn't have been capable of penetrating its outer shell. It did anyway. The Council dismissed it as an anomaly. Then they sent a stealth recon ship. That ship lasted exactly 1 hour before the internet got hold of the footage. It had landed quietly, just outside of a place called Nevada. Its crew convinced their cloaking technology would keep them undetected. What they hadn't accounted for was a group of amateur conspiracy theorists armed with night vision cameras, Wi-Fi, and a pathological distrust of anything unidentified in their airspace. Within minutes, social media was flooded with live feeds. Aliens confirmed trended globally. U.S. military radar locked onto the disturbance, scrambling a rapid response unit before the reconnaissance crew even had time to send their initial scans. By the time the ship's pilot, an overworked Zelver technician, managed to activate the emergency recall beacon, the entire planet was in an uproar. It was around this time that the council realized that maybe, just maybe, they had miscalculated. Jack Callahan had spent the last 10 years of his life getting very good at things most people never wanted to be good at. He was a Navy SEAL, and a damn good one. His official military record was classified, but if someone were to read between the lines, they would find stories of impossible survival, absurd victories, and a trail of bodies that stretched across 3 continents. But ask Jack about his achievements, and he'd simply say he was good at problem solving. That's why he wasn't surprised when his team was called into a high-security briefing room deep in an undisclosed military base. A general stood before them, arms crossed, looking less than thrilled. A massive screen flickered behind him, replaying footage from the so-called Nevada incident. A grainy, black and white feed displayed a clearly visible alien ship hovering over desert terrain, its outline shimmering as it struggled to maintain cloaking integrity. Jack frowned. Tell me that's just some new deepfake tech. Please. Wish I could, the general replied. We intercepted this transmission before the ship self-destructed. The room fell silent as an alien voice played through the speakers, rough and guttural, but unmistakably intelligible. The humans should not have seen us. Their technology is primitive. This does not make sense. Requesting immediate extraction before. The transmission cut off in a sharp burst of static. Jack sighed, leaning back in his chair. So let me get this straight. A bunch of aliens showed up, got caught by a guy with a YouTube channel, panicked, and then what? Blew themselves up? That's the problem, the general said. We don't know why they were here or what they wanted. But this wasn't a peaceful visit. They were gathering data, studying our world, and that means they're coming back. Jack rubbed his temples. He had spent years preparing for every imaginable enemy. Aliens? Not on the list. And yet, the part of his brain that thrived on chaos was already shifting into gear. All right, he muttered. Let's find out who they are. The Galactic Council was not accustomed to being ignored. For millennia, their authority had been absolute. When they observed a species, they expected that species to remain observed, passive, unknowing, and ultimately inconsequential. Humans, however, had reacted to their presence with immediate hostility, unshakable paranoia, and a truly unreasonable amount of firepower. The surveillance mission had failed. Their cloaking technology had failed. And now, reports were coming in that the human military had intercepted alien transmissions, meaning they had not only detected the operation, but also decoded it. This was not supposed to happen. Vrick Toll sat in stunned silence as the latest report played before the council. Across the chamber, the previous laughter had dissolved into uneasy murmurs. A Zelver strategist cleared his throat. Perhaps we underestimated them. A Ketsith diplomat shuddered. They shouldn't have been able to do any of this. Vrick Toll's mandibles clicked together as he stared at the footage of the humans scrambling fighter jets and sending armed forces after a surveillance craft. He had spent years studying the rise and fall of civilizations. The rules were simple. Lesser species obeyed. Lesser species feared. But these humans? They didn't fear. They fought. And now, the entire council was beginning to understand something horrifying. They had laughed at humanity. But humanity had just declared war. The silence in the briefing room was heavy, the kind that settled in just before something irreversible happened. Jack Callahan leaned against the steel table, arms crossed, eyes flicking between the flickering alien transmission on the screen and the uneasy faces of the brass in the room. He had been in plenty of briefings like this before, covert operations. High-stakes missions where the wrong decision meant a body count. But this was something different. He had spent his career eliminating threats that bled red, just like he did. Now, for the first time, he was staring down an enemy that bled. Well, if they bled at all, it sure as hell wasn't red. The general broke the silence. The president wants answers. Command wants a strategy. I want you to tell me if we should be afraid. Jack exhaled through his nose, a slow, deliberate breath. I don't do fear, sir. I do action. He turned back to the screen, watching the grainy footage of the alien ship again. Something didn't sit right with him. They had technology that should have made them ghosts, and yet they had been caught. Not just caught, panicked. Whatever these things were, they had expected an easy in-and-out mission, and now they were scrambling. Which meant one of two things. Either they were incredibly arrogant, or they had never encountered a species like humans before. Jack pushed off the table, stretching his shoulders. We need to send them a message. The general's brow furrowed. We don't even know where to send one. Jack grinned. Then we make them come to us. The room shifted, the other officers exchanging uncertain glances. It was one thing to react. It was another to provoke. But Jack had spent too many years on the front lines to sit back and wait for someone else to make the first move. This wasn't just reconnaissance anymore. This was a challenge. Tell me we have access to their signal, he said. A tech officer nodded. Barely. Their encryption is leagues ahead of ours, but we've cracked part of their transmission relay. We can send something through, short range, nothing complex. That's all I need. Jack stepped up to the control panel, rolling his shoulders. If the aliens were listening, then he wanted to make sure they got a proper introduction to humanity. He tapped into the relay, fingers gliding over the console as he overrode the outbound encryption. Then he typed one sentence. Hold my beer. A moment passed, then another. The general groaned. Jesus Christ. Jack grinned. They'll understand. And he was right. 3 hours later, deep in the cold abyss of space, aboard the primary Galactic Council command vessel, alarms blared across the bridge. Vrick Toll paced furiously, his elongated fingers twitching as he read the translated human transmission. Around him, the other council members gawked at the screen, confused, horrified. Hold my beer, one of the delegates repeated, voice thick with uncertainty. What does it mean? We don't know, Vrick Toll snapped. But we intercepted it through our relay, which means he hesitated, his mind racing. The humans had not only cracked a fragment of their encrypted channels, but had sent a direct response through it. That shouldn't have been possible. The complexity of their communication relays alone should have kept human technology decades away from even detecting their presence, much less interacting with them. And yet, here they were. The phrase itself was meaningless, nonsensical human gibberish. But the implications? That was the real nightmare. They were being mocked. One of the analysts, a Zelver with twitching secondary eyelids, spoke in a low, anxious tone. There is a pattern with human linguistics. This phrase, hold my beer, appears in several transmissions from their digital archives. Vrick Toll turned sharply, and the analyst hesitated. It appears to be a precursor to an act of extreme recklessness. A ripple of fear spread through the chamber. Vrick Toll's mandibles clicked together in agitation. The human military had been underestimated once. That would not happen again. He turned to his security chief, voice cutting through the rising murmurs. Deploy an extraction team. Bring me a human. Alive. Jack wasn't surprised when they came for him. He was, however, disappointed. The alien strike team had done their research, or at least they thought they had. They had chosen a small rural town for the extraction, figuring that isolated human settlements would have less resistance, fewer complications. What they failed to account for was the fact that small rural towns in America weren't defenseless. And they sure as hell weren't unarmed. Jack was halfway through a beer at a dive bar when the first explosion rattled the street outside. The entire place went dead quiet as dust rained from the ceiling, bottles clinking on their shelves. The bartender, a woman with more tattoos than patience, sighed. What now? Jack set his drink down and adjusted his jacket. I'm gonna guess, not local. He was on his feet before the second explosion hit, his instincts kicking in before his brain could even process what was happening. Outside, 5 sleek, black-clad figures emerged from the wreckage of an obliterated pickup truck. They were tall, easily 7 feet, with exoskeletal armor that shimmered under the neon glow of the flickering street signs. Plasma rifles hummed in their hands. Jack barely had time to appreciate the absurdity before the bartender sighed again, reaching under the counter and pulling out a sawed-off shotgun. "You gonna handle this or what?" she asked. Jack grinned. "Don't mind if I do." The aliens moved fast, spreading out in a tactical formation that suggested they had done their homework on human military engagements. What they hadn't counted on was Jack being faster. He was a blur of motion, diving behind an abandoned truck just as the first plasma bolt sizzled through the air where his head had been. His training took over, analyzing movements, predicting patterns. They were stronger, but they weren't smarter. And more importantly, they had no idea who the hell they were dealing with. The first one went down before it even realized Jack had moved. He ripped the plasma rifle out of its hands, flipped it around, and fired point-blank. The alien crumpled in shock. The second and third turned, recalibrating their attack. But Jack was already moving, sliding under an overturned bench, grabbing a discarded metal pipe, and slamming it into the back of an alien knee. The creature howled as it collapsed. The fourth one hesitated. Jack smirked. "What's wrong?" "Not used to a fair fight." The alien took a single step back. Then the townsfolk opened fire. It was pure, chaotic bedlam. The bartender fired her shotgun, a group of locals charged in with hunting rifles, and suddenly, the alien strike team, the elite force meant to capture a single human, was running for their lives. The last one tried to retreat. Jack grabbed him by the wrist and yanked him forward, staring directly into his glossy, black eyes. "Go home," he said slowly. "Tell them they picked the wrong planet." Then he let go. The alien scrambled away, activating a desperate emergency recall beacon. Within seconds, a shimmering portal tore open in the middle of the street, and the surviving invaders vanished into the ether. Jack dusted off his jacket. The bartender exhaled and poured another drink. "So, you think they got the message?" Jack picked up his beer, smirking as he took a sip. "Oh yeah, loud and clear." Panic spread through the Galactic Council like a virus. The footage of the failed extraction played on an endless loop across their secure channels. Each frame analyzed, dissected, and ultimately met with disbelief. What should have been a textbook mission had turned into a planetary-wide humiliation. Toll stood rigid in the command chamber, mandibles clicking in frustration as he replayed the moment their elite strike team had fled, not against an organized planetary defense, not against superior firepower, but against one human and a bar full of civilians with antiquated projectile weapons. It was a nightmare scenario. The chamber was filled with murmurs, hushed discussions that reeked of paranoia. A Zelver intelligence officer tried to explain it logically, but his voice cracked under the weight of his own fear. Their tactics defy all known military doctrine. The humans should have surrendered. They should have been afraid. "They are afraid of nothing," another delegate whispered. That was the problem. Humans did not behave like other species. They escalated. They provoked. They turned a simple encounter into a battlefield before anyone had the chance to blink. Toll's mind raced with the implications. If one human, could dismantle an elite strike team with nothing but improvised weaponry and sheer audacity, then what would happen if they sent an actual military response? He was not about to find out. He turned sharply to the high strategist, his voice low and absolute. "Mobilize the fleet." Silence fell over the chamber. Someone sucked in a breath. A Ketsith delegate flinched. The high strategist hesitated, his biosensors pulsing in distress. "Sir, that would be an act of war." Toll's eyes gleamed. "Then so be it. They had underestimated humans once. It would not happen again." Within hours, the vast armada of the Galactic Council, 10,000 warships strong, the most advanced fleet in the known universe, began its approach to the Sol system. Jack Callahan was halfway through a bag of beef jerky when his comm unit buzzed. He picked it up lazily, still amused at the reports flooding the internet about drunken hillbillies repelling an alien invasion. Yeah, the voice on the other end belonged to his superior, and it sounded significantly more alarmed than usual. "You need to get to base. Now." Jack crumpled the bag, standing up. "That bad?" "Worse." Minutes later, Jack was back in the same high-security briefing room, but this time, no one was smirking. The massive screen on the far wall displayed something that should have been impossible. A fleet, not a handful of ships, not another stealth probe, a goddamn armada. Rows upon rows of monstrous warships hovered at the edge of the solar system, positioned like a coiled snake, waiting to strike. They were bigger than anything humanity had ever built, their sleek, midnight black hulls lined with glowing alien runes, their weapon systems humming with an energy signature that shouldn't exist. The general folded his arms, looking 10 years older in just a few hours. They're demanding a full planetary surrender. Jack raised an eyebrow. Well, that's ambitious. The tech officer swallowed. They gave us 3 hours to comply before they initiate what they called a demonstration of power. Jack exhaled, staring at the screen. All right, what's the play? The general's jaw tightened. We're working on it. Jack smirked. Translation: we got nothing. No one disagreed. Vrichtol stood at the helm of his command vessel, staring down at the distant blue and green orb of Earth. His clawed hands flexed at his sides as the timer ticked down. 3 hours. Enough time for the humans to process their insignificance. Enough time for them to break. He turned to his fleet captain. Prepare the demonstration. The captain gave a stiff nod before relaying the order. Moments later, a massive dreadnought at the fleet center powered up its primary weapon. A planet-killer device that had turned lesser worlds into smoldering husks. This was not meant to destroy Earth, only to remind them that it could be done. A single shot, aimed at one of their lesser moon installations, would be enough to sever any illusions of defiance. And yet, something nagged at the back of Vrichtol's mind. The humans weren't responding. They weren't panicking. They weren't negotiating. They weren't doing anything. A deep, unsettling dread began to creep into his gut. Then, the humans responded. Jack stood next to the transmission console, arms crossed, watching as the general debated with the Joint Chiefs, as scientists scrambled to come up with some way to counter a fleet that could glass their entire civilization in an afternoon. He tapped his fingers against the metal console, thinking. Then he did something no one expected. He reached over, flipped the outgoing transmission switch, and typed one message. Y'all ever hear of the Alamo? The general turned in horror. What the hell are you doing? Jack grinned, making sure they understand what happens when you corner a Texan. The Galactic Council received the message instantly. Vrichtol stared at the transmission screen, waiting for more, waiting for anything. That was it. That was the entire human response. Not a surrender, not a plea for mercy, not even a warning, just a reference to some ancient human battle. Vrichtol barked a command. Give me everything we have on this Alamo. Within seconds, intelligence analysts rushed forward, pulling historical data from their archives on human conflicts. Text and imagery scrolled across the screen. Vrichtol read. Then he read again. Then he froze. The Alamo was not a story of victory. It was a story of hopeless resistance. It was a last stand, a fight against impossible odds. The humans weren't surrendering. They were digging in. The implications hit like a plasma round to the chest. Humanity understood they couldn't win. They saw the overwhelming force against them. They recognized their weakness, and they still chose to fight. His breath came shorter, sharper. They were prepared to die rather than yield. A cold sweat formed beneath his exoskeletal plates. A species that did not fear death was not a species that could be conquered. One of the analysts, voice barely above a whisper, echoed the thought that now strangled the entire room. They will fight us to their last breath. The dreadnought's cannon hummed louder, preparing to fire. Vrichtol felt it in his bones. If they fired that shot, it wouldn't end here. Humanity wouldn't just resist. They would find a way to win. His throat clicked dryly as he turned to his captain. Power down the weapon. The command deck stiffened. The captain hesitated. Sir? Vrichtol's voice was hoarse. Power it down. The Galactic Armada, the most powerful fleet in existence, hesitated before a single enemy. The humans were not technologically superior. They were not stronger. They were not faster. But they had something else. Something terrifying. Vrichtol turned, staring at the planet below, realization settling in like a sickness. They had made a mistake. A very, very big mistake. The command deck of the Galactic Council's flagship remained eerily silent. the weight of unspoken dread pressing down on every officer, every analyst, every hardened soldier who had believed, until this moment, that they were invincible. Vrictol stood at the center, staring out at the distant blue planet that refused to bow, refused to cower. The humans should have been broken by now. They should have been begging for their survival. Instead, they had answered their impending doom with a single cryptic reference to one of their own defeats. He had seen countless civilizations fall. He had watched planets burn, had signed off on the annihilation of empires that had dared to resist the will of the Galactic Council. Yet never once had he encountered a species that responded to an overwhelming force with nothing but sheer defiance. That was when the truth settled in his bones, a cold and terrible realization. If they fired on Earth, they would never know peace again. Humanity would not go quietly. Humanity would not forget. The moment they engaged, they would be locked into a war unlike any the galaxy had ever seen. Not one of strategy, not one of technological superiority, but of sheer, relentless, unyielding attrition. Vrictol clenched his mandibles, his mind racing. Even if the humans lacked the power to strike back now, it wouldn't stay that way. Given time, they would adapt. They would fight in ways no rational species ever would. They would learn from their failures. And if history had taught him anything, it was that the most dangerous enemy was the one who refused to stay beaten. He turned sharply to his captain. "Stand down." The command deck bristled. Every officer, every strategist stiffened, eyes darting in disbelief. The high strategist took a hesitant step forward. "Sir, you cannot." Vrictol's gaze snapped to him, voice razor-edged. "Stand down." The fleet's war engines, primed to fire, hummed into silence. Across the armada, plasma batteries powered down, shields were lowered, and the galaxy's deadliest warships retreated from the brink of catastrophe. They had underestimated the humans once. He would not make that mistake again. The message was clear. The Galactic Council had come to conquer, but instead, they had backed away. And the moment that decision was made, something far more dangerous than war had begun, a legend. The humans had stood against an empire and made them flinch. That single moment would spread, whispered in darkened corridors of galactic capitals, muttered in fear by war councils who had once scoffed at the backwater planet in the Sol system. The council's unquestionable authority had cracked, and Jack Callahan knew it. He sat at a dimly lit bar, watching the encrypted military feed from the command center flicker across the screen. The official announcement was playing, some carefully worded diplomatic nonsense about how the Galactic Council had reconsidered its stance on humanity and was willing to enter peaceful negotiations. But Jack knew the truth. They had blinked. He took a slow sip of beer, letting the moment sink in. The bartender raised an eyebrow. "So that's it? Aliens showed up, threw a fit, and left." Jack smirked. "Not quite. They're not scared of us yet. But they're getting there." The bartender snorted. "So what happens next?" Jack set his drink down, leaning back in his chair. "Well," he mused, "we just proved we're too much trouble to kill. Which means now they're going to start trying to make deals." And he was right. 3 weeks later, the Galactic Council's first diplomatic envoy arrived, escorted by warships that pretended they weren't afraid. They came with carefully rehearsed words, with hollow pleasantries, with offers of peaceful cooperation. But beneath the veneer of diplomacy, the truth was written across every anxious expression, every nervous glance. They had come not as conquerors, but as men afraid of what they had woken up. The negotiations were swift. Humanity was officially recognized as a sovereign power within the galactic community, granted its own protected space, its own diplomatic standing. But the real victory? The real victory was in the unspoken rules that had formed overnight. No one would invade Earth. No one would challenge its authority, because no one wanted to see what happened when humans had their backs against the wall. Jack sat at the negotiation table, watching Vrictol carefully. The alien looked tired, as if he had aged a decade in the past month. Jack couldn't help but enjoy the irony. "You've been awfully quiet," Jack said, taking a sip of his coffee. Vrictol's mandibles twitched, his voice slow, measured. "I do not make a habit of speaking to creatures who should not exist." Jack grinned. "That's the thing, though. We do. Vrick studied him for a long moment before exhaling through his gills. You were not supposed to be a threat. Jack shrugged. Yeah, well, we weren't supposed to beat the British in 1776 either. But here we are. A flash of irritation passed over the alien's face. Your species thrives on chaos. Jack leaned in, voice low. Buddy, we are chaos. Vrick's fingers flexed against the table, his unease barely masked beneath a thin veil of diplomacy. He had feared war. Now, he feared something worse. He feared what humans might become. The meeting concluded with empty pleasantries, handshakes, and carefully posed photographs. But as the aliens boarded their sleek, advanced ships and prepared to leave, Vrick took one last glance at the humans before him, a shadow of uncertainty lingering in his eyes. He knew this wasn't the end. He knew that, someday, the Galactic Council would have to face the truth. They had made a terrible mistake, and humanity was just getting started. Jack watched as the alien ships lifted off, disappearing into the stars, leaving behind a planet that had not surrendered, had not cowered, had not broken. He finished his coffee, exhaling slowly. Then he smiled. Told you we were special. The Galactic Council chamber was an architectural marvel, a vast, circular hall suspended in the vacuum of space, where representatives of the most advanced species in the universe gathered to deliberate the fate of civilizations. Today, however, there was no ceremony, no grand speeches, only grim faces and a growing sense of impending doom. At the center of the room, a holographic projection flickered to life, displaying the latest battlefield reports. Red zones spread across the map like a disease, devouring once secure sectors of the galaxy. The Zarkathi swarm, an unrelenting force of biological nightmares, was winning. Archminister Zalvern of the Zelvarian Dominion, a species of sleek, silver-skinned intellectuals who prided themselves on strategic superiority, adjusted his flowing ceremonial robes and cleared his throat. The projections remain unfavorable. Our forces have suffered catastrophic losses in the last 3 cycles. If this continues, the core systems will be indefensible. His voice was smooth, measured, betraying none of the deep-seated panic clawing at his insides. Grand Strategist Ultin of the Vortani, a race of towering insectoids renowned for their tactical brilliance, clicked his mandibles in agitation. Our finest fleets have been reduced to drifting debris. Our warriors are not weak, yet the swarm outnumbers us 1,000 to 1. We need a solution, not another report telling us we are losing. A low murmur spread through the chamber. Every representative present knew the truth, but hesitated to voice it. The Zarkathi were not just winning, they were dominating. The Council had thrown everything at them. Energy weapons, nanite swarms, automated warships, but none of it had been enough. The enemy adapted too quickly, devouring fleets, planets, and entire civilizations with mindless efficiency. It was then that the human representative, a man named General Elias Walker, leaned forward in his seat, arms crossed over his chest, a smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. Unlike the flowing robes and ornate garments of the other species, Walker wore something simple. A faded olive-green jacket with patches worn thin by time, a relic of wars fought on battlefields long before humanity had ever set foot among the stars. So let me get this straight, he said, voice carrying just enough amusement to be irritating. You've thrown your best technology, your finest warriors, and all your fancy battle strategies at these overgrown cockroaches, and you're still getting your asses kicked? A ripple of offense passed through the chamber. Zalvern's silver eyes narrowed. This is hardly the time for mockery, General. Humanity may be a recent addition to the Council, but I would remind you that decorum is. Decorum doesn't mean much when you're losing a war, Walker interrupted, leaning back with the ease of a man who had seen too many fights to be intimidated by politicians. So far, I've heard a lot of talking and not a lot of fixing. You want a solution? I've got one. The chamber fell silent. Dozens of alien eyes locked onto the human with a mix of curiosity and skepticism. Humanity was still something of a mystery to them. They had entered the galactic stage only a few decades prior, an odd species from a small, unremarkable world. Yet their rapid technological progress, stubborn resilience, and unpredictability had earned them a cautious respect. Walker exhaled slowly, as if considering whether or not they were even worth the explanation. Then, with a small nod, he made his decision. You've been fighting this war like it's a chess game. Calculated, methodical, precise. But war isn't chess. War is a bar fight in a back alley when you're outnumbered, your nose is broken, and the guy in front of you has a knife. Strategist Ulten's mandibles twitched. Are you suggesting we adopt a less structured approach? I'm suggesting you let the right people handle the fight, Walker replied. You need soldiers who don't just follow orders, but who understand war. The kind that's been through hell, survived, and made hell regret the whole damn thing. A few of the representatives exchanged uneasy glances. The Zalvarians prided themselves on tactical mastery. The Vortani fought with disciplined formations. The Uldraki waged war through overwhelming technological superiority. But humans? Humans had a reputation for being unpredictable. Zalvern steepled his long fingers. And where, pray tell, do you propose we find such warriors? Walker's smirk widened. Oh, we've already got them. We just need to bring them out of retirement. Confusion rippled through the assembly. A young Uldraki lieutenant, with skin like polished obsidian and eyes that glowed faintly blue, tilted his head. Retirement? Walker's grin only grew. The old boys. The ones who fought the dirty wars, the unwinnable fights. The ones who did things that history books conveniently forgot about. You see, in human warfare, technology changes, tactics evolve, but some things never go out of style. Grit, experience, creativity under pressure. You all rely too much on your fancy weapons and perfect strategies. Zalvern scoffed. You cannot be serious. You wish to send elderly soldiers to the battlefield? This is a war zone, General, not a historical reenactment. Walker leaned forward, his voice dropping just enough to command attention. You think age is a weakness? I'll tell you what's weak. Your soldiers relying on their AI targeting systems to do the thinking for them. You know what my guys had? A map, a compass, and a gut feeling. And they won. Ulten's antennae twitched in intrigue. And you believe these old warriors can succeed where our finest have failed? Walker's expression hardened. I don't believe, strategist. I know. The chamber fell into another long silence. The council had faced difficult decisions before, but this was unprecedented. Deploying retired soldiers, ancient by military standards, was more than unorthodox. It was outright reckless. Yet the war was being lost. Conventional tactics had failed. The swarm showed no signs of stopping. Zalvern exhaled sharply, his expression unreadable. Very well, General. You have your warriors. But know this. If your plan fails, humanity's standing in this council will be permanently damaged. Walker stood, rolling his shoulders like a man who had just won a bet. Oh, don't worry about us. He glanced toward the war map, eyes gleaming with something the council had not seen before. Excitement. The real question is, are the Zarkathi ready for what's coming? As the council adjourned, murmurs of uncertainty filled the chamber. The decision had been made. The old human soldiers were coming, and the war was about to change forever. The battlefield smelled of burning ozone and charred metal, a scent that clung to the air like death's perfume. The alien troops had been holding the line for hours, their once immaculate formations now reduced to scattered remnants hiding behind craters and the broken husks of war machines. Plasma bolts streaked across the landscape, lighting up the night like a twisted fireworks display. The Zarkathi swarm pressed forward, their massive, insectoid bodies moving with unsettling coordination, their serrated limbs slicing through defenses like paper. The young Zalvarian lieutenant, Silith, clutched his energy rifle with trembling hands. He had trained for this. He had studied warfare under the greatest tacticians of his species. He had simulated every possible scenario against the swarm. None of it had prepared him for this. The creatures did not think, did not hesitate, did not fear. They simply advanced. Their unrelenting march crushed the bravest warriors in the galaxy, and soon, Silith would be one of them. A thunderous explosion erupted to his left, sending a shower of dirt and body parts into the air. He ducked instinctively, heart hammering against his ribs. It was over. The line was breaking. He turned, ready to signal retreat, and then he saw them. They weren't sleek. They weren't armored in the polished, form-fitting combat suits of the Council's elite warriors. Their gear was mismatched, patched together from different eras of human conflict. Some wore old camouflage fatigues. Others had thick, rugged vests that looked more suited for hunting than war. And yet, the moment they entered the battlefield, the chaos changed. They moved with the slow, deliberate ease of men who had seen hell and decided it wasn't all that impressive. There was no panic, no wasted movement. They crouched low, weapons braced, eyes scanning the horizon like hunters tracking prey. One of them, a burly, gray-bearded soldier with a cigar clenched between his teeth, spat into the dirt and adjusted the strap of the ancient-looking rifle slung across his chest. Well, it looks like the roaches got a little too comfortable. His voice was a low growl, filled with the kind of exhaustion that didn't come from lack of sleep, but from too many years spent fighting wars that never really ended. Another, leaner man with deep wrinkles and sharp eyes, knelt beside a crater, inspecting the battlefield with the practiced gaze of someone who had once mapped out jungles in his head while under sniper fire. He pulled out a battered metal flask, took a swig, and handed it to the soldier beside him, a woman with short-cropped white hair and arms that looked like they could bench press a tank. "You sure this is the right place?" she asked, flexing her fingers around the grip of an archaic-looking shotgun. The bearded man grinned, cigar still smoldering. "Darlin', if it ain't, then some other poor bastards are about to get a hell of a surprise." Silith had no idea who they were, only that the human general had insisted these ancient warriors be deployed. He had expected reinforcements. He had expected cutting-edge weapons and precision strikes. He had not expected this group of battered, aging humans who looked more suited for drinking contests than war zones. Then they opened fire. The sound was different. The Council's weapons were clean, precise, energy-based. But these barked. Loud, concussive thunderclaps echoed across the battlefield. There were no sleek plasma bolts, no perfectly calculated disintegration rays. Just lead, steel, and the unrelenting power of sheer kinetic force. The Zarkathi recoiled. They weren't used to this. Their exoskeletons had evolved to resist energy-based attacks, but these projectiles punched through them like wet paper. Blood sprayed as heads snapped back, chitin cracked, and bodies collapsed. And then came the explosions. One of the older men, a wiry soldier with a permanent scowl, lobbed a small metal cylinder into the air. The grenade arced, bounced once, and detonated with a force that sent bodies flying. The swarm hesitated. Silith's mind reeled. He had studied their battle patterns extensively. The Zarkathi never hesitated. Their tactics relied on overwhelming momentum, on the certainty that nothing could withstand their numbers. But now, they had encountered something different, something worse. The humans advanced. They didn't just hold the line. They pushed forward. The burly, bearded one led the charge, a massive revolver in one hand and an old, serrated combat knife in the other. He didn't fight like the disciplined formations of the Council's armies. He fought like a barroom brawler, ducking, weaving, slamming his knife in his soft spots between armor plates before finishing the job with a well-placed shot to the head. Another veteran, a grizzled man with an eye patch and an expression of perpetual disappointment, lit what appeared to be an actual Molotov cocktail and hurled it toward a cluster of Zarkathi. Flames erupted, chitin cracked, and the creatures shrieked in confusion and agony. A distant council commander was screaming into the comms. "What are they doing?" Walker's voice crackled back, full of something Silith couldn't quite identify. Amusement? Pride? Winning? The swarm did something then that had never been recorded in any previous battle. They retreated. It wasn't a strategic withdrawal. It was fear. Silith turned, still gripping his rifle, staring at the bloodied humans now standing in the wreckage of the battlefield. One of them, the sharp-eyed one with the flask, nudged the corpse of a fallen Zarkathi with his boot and let out a low whistle. "Well, that was fun," he said. The bearded leader grinned, running a hand through his sweat-drenched hair. Ain't had this much excitement since Grenada. The woman with the shotgun smirked. You were in Grenada? Hell, I was in Panama. You old? The bearded man asked, raising an eyebrow. Older than you, Grandpa. They laughed. Actually laughed. Standing in the middle of a battlefield surrounded by alien corpses, their faces streaked with blood and grime. Silas swallowed hard. He had always been told humans were different, that their biology was strange, that their psychology was erratic. But nothing had prepared him for this. These weren't just soldiers. They were something else. Something terrifying. The battle was over, but the war had just changed. The humans had arrived, and the Zarkathi had learned fear. The Galactic Council's war chamber had never been so quiet. The room, usually filled with the droning voices of bureaucrats and strategists, was now a vacuum of stunned silence. The war map projected before them, once a sea of red marking Zarkathi-controlled territory, now flickered with growing patches of green. Human-controlled sectors. Archminister Zalvern stared at the data, his long fingers tightening around the edge of the table. It was impossible. It had to be. The best fleets, the most advanced warriors of the galaxy, had fallen like sand before the swarm. And yet these humans had turned the tide in mere weeks. He cleared his throat, breaking the silence. General Walker, his voice was carefully measured. Your forces appear to have exceeded all projections. Walker leaned back in his chair, an old relic of Earth's military command seats, brought in as a personal preference rather than necessity. He was flipping an old silver coin between his fingers, an antiquated habit that seemed absurd in such an advanced setting. He smirked. You don't say? Zalvern's eye twitched. The sheer audacity of the man. But he couldn't deny reality. Every battle report read the same. Human units engaged. Human units pushed forward. Human units destroyed entire Zarkathi hives with frightening efficiency. Even Grand Strategist Ulten, whose species had prided itself on millennia of perfected combat techniques, was speechless. He clicked his mandibles once, twice. Your forces do not fight conventionally. Walker chuckled, setting the coin down with a sharp clink. No, we don't. Ulten hesitated, his antennae twitching. Our warriors rely on discipline, strategy, cohesion. But your soldiers, they fight like lunatics, Zalvern interrupted. I have seen the battle footage, General. These so-called veterans of yours do not adhere to any structured formations. They do not follow standard battle doctrine. They utilize ancient projectile weaponry, improvised explosives, and, in one baffling case, a sharpened shovel. Walker smiled. Ah, that'd be O'Reilly. Man loves his entrenching tool. Zalvern inhaled sharply through his nose. They are unpredictable. Walker shrugged. That's the idea. Silence stretched once more. Ulten broke it first, tilting his head. You understand the implications of this, General. Walker nodded. Oh, I do. And so do they. He gestured toward the war map. The Zarkathi aren't like you. They don't negotiate. They don't retreat. They don't adapt. Until now. He leaned forward, his expression losing its usual smirk. Because now, for the first time in their history, they're scared. The room darkened slightly as the projection changed, displaying intercepted communications from the swarm. For the first time, their patterns were erratic. Their movements were hesitant. They don't know how to handle us, Walker continued. They understand fleets, armies, precision strikes. They've evolved to counter organized warfare. But they don't understand grizzled old bastards who don't give a damn about the odds. Ulten studied the chaotic battle logs, the increasing reports of swarm retreating from human-controlled zones. You have fundamentally altered the war. Damn right we have. Walker stood, tucking his coin back into his pocket. And now you've got a choice to make. Zalvern's silver eyes narrowed. A choice? Walker turned, pacing leisurely around the chamber. You all brought us in as a last resort, didn't you? You thought, oh, let's throw the primitive humans at the problem and see what happens. Well, now you have your answer. And it's making you nervous. No one denied it. Walker stopped, turning back to face them. So, what's it going to be? Are we still the desperate gamble? The wild card you barely tolerate? Or are we something more? Zalvern's jaw tightened. What are you proposing? Walker grinned, but this time there was steel beneath it. Simple. You treat us like equals. No more sideline politics. No more backhanded deals. No more treating humanity like the junior member of the council. We've proven ourselves, and we're not going back to being the underdogs. Ulten exchanged a glance with Zalvern. The council had always viewed humanity as different. Strange. A species that had risen too fast, learned too much, burned too bright. And now, they weren't just part of the war. They were winning it. The war had changed, and so had the balance of power. Zalvern exhaled slowly, glancing at the war map once more. The humans weren't just fighting for survival anymore. They were claiming their place. The war was over. At least, that was what the Galactic Council was telling itself. Reports flooded in from across the front lines. Zarkathi forces in full retreat. Hive worlds abandoned. Entire sectors left eerily silent. No more endless waves of chitinous monstrosities pouring into occupied space. No more desperate last stands. The swarm had been broken, and the humans had done it. General Walker stood on the bridge of the Iron Resolve, a warship that had once been a relic, mothballed in the early days of humanity's entry into the galactic stage. Now it was the centerpiece of victory, orbiting above what had once been the Zarkathi core world. The skies were clearer than they had been in centuries, no longer clouded with the endless black tides of the swarm's broodships. The council had called for a meeting, a final debrief, a post-war discussion on reconstruction and stabilization. The usual bureaucratic nonsense. Walker had expected it. What he hadn't expected was them, the old soldiers. They had been the key. The council, in its infinite wisdom, had called upon humanity's best and brightest, expecting fresh recruits with the latest weapons, men and women trained under sterile combat simulations. Instead, they had gotten warriors from wars fought in jungle hellscapes, frozen tundras, and blasted deserts. Veterans who had survived battles that textbooks barely mentioned. Men and women who had spent decades at war, and when peace came, found they had no place in it. Until now, Walker stepped into the war room. Seated around the long, curved table were the highest-ranking members of the council, their expressions carefully neutral. Zalvern sat at the head, his hands steepled before him. Ulten stood behind him, his mandibles twitching in a way that suggested deep discomfort. Walker took his seat without ceremony, stretching out his legs as he set a well-worn flask on the table. "So," he drawled, "who wants to start?" Zalvern cleared his throat. "We wish to commend your forces, General. The unexpected effectiveness of your human veterans has been noted. The Zarkathi have ceased hostilities. Their hives have collapsed. The swarm is no longer a threat." Walker tapped his fingers against the flask. "Funny thing about that," he said, his tone light. "See, I was going over our latest reports. Something wasn't adding up." Zalvern's expression didn't change. "Clarify." Walker leaned forward. "The swarm isn't a mindless force." "Oh, sure, we like to think they are. That makes it easier. A hive species driven purely by instinct, incapable of higher reasoning. Just keep killing until they stop coming. Except," he tilted his head. "What if that's not true?" Ulten's antennae twitched again. "The Zarkathi have never shown higher intelligence beyond their queens. We have centuries of data to confirm this." Walker smirked. "Sure. And centuries ago, you thought humans were just another primitive species with no business in space. How'd that turn out for you?" The war room went silent. Walker reached into his jacket and pulled out a small data slate. "We intercepted something interesting on one of the hive worlds before we torched it. Zarkathi command signals. Only they weren't random." He slid the slate forward. Zalvern hesitated before picking it up. The moment he did, his silver eyes narrowed. "This is structured." Walker murmured. Ulten stepped closer, his mandibles clicking in growing unease. "This suggests planning, coordination beyond simple hive instinct." "That's right," Walker said, stretching lazily. "We've been fighting them like they were just bugs, just mindless drones. Turns out they weren't fighting back properly because they never had to before. Until we showed up." Zalvern's grip on the data slate tightened. "Are you suggesting—" "I'm saying we didn't win this war," Walker interrupted. "We just proved to them that they could lose." Silence. A cold, dawning realization settled over the room. Ult-10 was the first to break it. If they were never truly fighting at full capacity, then what happens? Walker said. When they do. The council chambers had always been cold, but now it felt frigid. Zalvern set the slate down carefully, his face unreadable. Then we must prepare for the possibility that this was not the end of the war, but the beginning of something worse. Walker exhaled through his nose. Yeah, that's the smart move. But here's the kicker. We aren't the ones they're going to be coming for first. Ult-10 frowned. Explain? Walker's smirk didn't reach his eyes. Humans were never the ones leading the charge before, remember? We were the backup plan, the council's last-ditch effort. You were the ones in charge of this war. You were the ones who thought the swarm was mindless. And now the swarm knows different. Zalvern's fingers twitched ever so slightly. You believe they will target the council first? Walker leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms. I think they're going to come for the ones who underestimated them. And when they do, he reached for his flask, unscrewing the cap. Well, let's just say, I really hope you've got more than a few dusty strategies from the last millennium to work with. The weight of his words settled heavily over the room. For the first time since the war had begun, it wasn't humanity that looked unprepared. It was the rest of the galaxy.
Admiral Zethor shifted uncomfortably in his environment suit as Earth's summer humidity seeped through the adaptive membrane. The Galactic Confederation's welcome ceremony was proceeding exactly as the diplomatic manual had outlined. Tedious, formal, and absolutely ordinary. At least, that's what he thought until his peripheral sensors detected an unusual pattern of neural activity coming from the corner of the embassy's waiting area. Excusing himself from a particularly lengthy discussion about Earth's carbon emission treaties, Zethor made his way toward the source of the reading. His four-chambered heart skipped a beat when he identified the cause. A human child, no more than 12 Earth cycles old, was conducting what appeared to be a complex military campaign on a handheld device. Your designation, young one. Zethor's translator hummed, converting his harmonics into standard Earth English. The girl looked up, her dark eyes reflecting the blue light of her screen. Oh, I'm Sarah. Sarah Chen. She smiled, seemingly unfazed by the 2.5-meter tall alien looming over her. Sorry, I'm just in the middle of a really important battle. The Ketheri Federation just broke our non-aggression pact, and I need to reorganize my fleet before they reach my core systems. Zethor's translator struggled for a moment before identifying the application. Stellaris Mobile. Version 7.32. A game. A simple entertainment program, according to his cultural briefing. Yet something about the tactical display caught his trained eye. May I observe? He asked, activating his suit's adaptive sizing to settle into a nearby chair that groaned under his weight. Sarah nodded enthusiastically, tilting her screen. See, I knew they were going to betray me because they started moving their construction ships to their border stations 3 months ago. Classic preparation for a surprise attack. So I've been building up my missile destroyers since then. They always underestimate missile boats in the early game. The Admiral's secondary heart nearly stopped. The strategy she described was identical to the opening moves of the infamous Keflex ambush, a classified military encounter from 3 centuries ago. Yet here was a human child, casually replicating advanced military doctrine while waiting for her parents to finish their diplomatic duties. Your counter-strategy? Zethor found himself asking, professional curiosity overtaking diplomatic protocol. Oh, that's the fun part. Sarah's fingers danced across the screen. I've got jump drives researched already. Had to sacrifice some economic development, but totally worth it. While they're targeting my border systems, my main fleet is going to jump straight to their shipyards. Without replacement vessels, they'll have to retreat or risk losing their entire production capacity. Zethor watched in stunned silence as Sarah executed a perfect pincer movement, her virtual fleets moving with precision that would make veteran commanders envious. The game's graphics were simplistic by Confederation standards, yet the underlying strategic principles were disturbingly accurate. "Sarah, honey." A woman's voice called from across the room. "Time to go. Dad's finished with his meeting." "Aw, just 5 more minutes. I'm about to win." Sarah protested, but was already saving her game. She looked up at Zethor with a bright smile. "Thanks for watching, Mr. Alien Admiral, sir. Maybe next time I can show you my other save file. I'm trying out a peaceful trading empire build. It's harder, but I like the challenge of winning without fighting." As Sarah trotted off to join her parents, Zethor remained seated, his mind racing. He activated his neural link to his cultural attaché, Valen. "I need you to begin a comprehensive analysis of human entertainment software, specifically their strategy games. Priority level, Alpha." "Sir?" Valen's confusion was evident even through the neural link. "Surely you don't consider human recreational activities a matter of military significance." Zethor watched Sarah leaving the embassy, her precious game device clutched tightly in her hands. "Valen, I just watched a human child casually recreate one of the most classified tactical operations in Confederation history. She called it fun." There was a long pause before Valen responded. "I'll begin monitoring immediately, Admiral." As the embassy's doors closed behind Sarah, Zethor couldn't shake the feeling that he'd just witnessed something both wonderful and terrifying. An entire species that had turned the art of war into child's play, and mastered it in the process. Valen's research pod hummed softly as it processed another terabyte of gaming footage. The cultural attaché had spent 3 standard cycles monitoring Sarah Chen's gaming sessions, and each new observation made his cranial ridges tingle with increasing concern. "Admiral," Valen called out as Zethor entered the observation room. "You need to see this." He gestured to a holographic display where Sarah's latest gaming session was playing alongside a classified Confederation tactical manual. Sarah sat cross-legged on her bedroom floor, surrounded by scattered homework and snack wrappers. She was hosting what humans called a Discord voice chat with her gaming group. "Okay, listen up everyone." Sarah's voice came through clearly. "The fallen empire to our galactic north is showing signs of awakening. We need to prep our economies now if we want to survive this mid-game crisis." Zethor leaned forward, his environment suit creaking. Pause playback. "Valen, display Confederation Historical Record 7249B. A new hologram materialized, showing the official account of the Great Awakening crisis when the ancient Zixth Empire had suddenly emerged from millennia of isolation. The parallels were unsettling. "Resume playback," Zethor ordered. "Jake, I need you to focus on alloy production." Sarah continued, sounding remarkably like a seasoned commander. "Mai, your science output is great, but we need more administrative capacity. They'll have technologies we can't match, so we need to win with numbers and economy of scale." "But what about my battleship design?" Jake protested through the chat. "I just unlocked Tachyon lances." Sarah's response was immediate and authoritative. "No, stick to corvettes and destroyers for now. Smaller ships, better evasion stats. Trust me, when they wake up, we'll need swarm tactics, not single heavy hitters." Valen paused the playback again. "Admiral, this matches the exact counter-strategy used by the Confederation during the actual crisis. The child has no possible way of accessing this historical information yet. Yet she's recreating our military doctrine perfectly." Zethor finished. "Show me more." The next recording showed Sarah in what humans called a Twitch stream, teaching other players about resource management. Her bedroom wall was covered with posters of various games and something called Attack on Titan. "Remember, guys," she explained while deftly managing multiple resource chains, "the key to surviving the late game is bureaucratic efficiency. Yeah, it's boring, but you need to manage your empire sprawl. Think of it like cleaning your room. Nobody likes doing it, but everything falls apart if you don't." Zethor watched as Sarah demonstrated advanced economic principles that had taken the Confederation centuries to develop. She was explaining concepts like administrative burden and bureaucratic efficiency as casually as she might discuss her favorite snacks. The most concerning part, Valen noted, bringing up another display, is their modding community. These humans actively modify their games, creating new scenarios and challenges. Look at this popular modification called Real Space Politics. The display showed a game modification that perfectly mimicked the current galactic political climate, despite Earth having no access to this information. Players were dealing with complex diplomatic situations that mirrored classified Confederation challenges. Sir, Valen's voice carried a note of worry. I've calculated that through this single game alone, humans collectively simulate more strategic scenarios in one Earth day than the Confederation has encountered in its entire history. And they call this entertainment. Zethor finished, his four hearts beating in an irregular pattern. Have you noted any awareness among them? Do they realize what they're actually doing? Valen played one final clip where Sarah was ending her gaming session. Mom's calling for dinner, she announced to her friends. Same time tomorrow. I want to try out that new pacifist megacorp strategy I read about on Reddit. This is why I believe they're so dangerous, Admiral, Valen concluded. To them, managing galactic civilizations and fighting interstellar wars is literally child's play. They gamified the most complex aspects of cosmic society and turned them into casual entertainment. Zethor watched as Sarah shut down her game, cheerfully heading off to dinner, completely unaware that she had just finished another session of what amounted to advanced military training. Continue monitoring, he ordered. I want to know everything about these games. The Confederation needs to understand what we're really dealing with here. Zethor's preliminary report to the Confederation High Command had been met with skepticism, but the evidence kept mounting. His research team had expanded their investigation beyond Sarah Chen, and what they discovered sent tremors through the entire diplomatic mission. In a dimly lit internet cafe in Seoul, Zethor's cultural observers watched as teenager Kim Minji orchestrated a complex trade federation in another game called Neptune's Pride. Her intricate network of supply lines and trade routes matched the optimal patterns developed by the Confederation's Economic Council over 6 centuries of trial and error. Look at how casually she manages diplomatic reputation penalties, Valen noted, his third eye widening as Minji deftly balanced relationships between 15 different AI empires. She's simultaneously maintaining trade agreements while preparing for inevitable betrayals. This is advanced synopolitics, Admiral. The pattern repeated across Earth. In Lagos, 16-year-old Adebayo ran what humans called a Minecraft server, where players collaborated to build massive space stations. Their resource management systems and automated production lines paralleled Confederation shipyard designs that were still classified. In Stockholm, a group of college students had modified another game called Kerbal Space Program to include theoretical faster-than-light travel mechanics. Their calculations for gravitational slingshot maneuvers were more efficient than standard Confederation protocols. Sir, Valen's voice crackled through Zethor's neural link. You need to see the latest data from their esports competitions. The Admiral made his way to the observation center, where multiple holographic displays showed various gaming tournaments happening simultaneously around the globe. The largest featured something called StarCraft II, where players manage resources and armies with bewildering speed. Average actions per minute, 487, Valen reported, highlighting a young player's performance metrics. They're making complex strategic decisions faster than most species can process basic sensory input, and this isn't even their highest-ranked player. Zethor watched as the competitor executed a series of tactical maneuvers that would have earned them immediate admission to the Confederation's Strategic Command Academy. How many humans participate in these competitions? Millions play casually. Hundreds of thousands compete seriously. But that's not the most concerning part. Valen brought up another display. Look at their streaming platforms. The screen showed dozens of live broadcasts where players discussed strategy and theory. In one, a teenager was analyzing build orders with the precision of a military instructor. In another, someone called a speedrunner was optimizing resource collection to a degree that bordered on prescience. They're sharing everything, Zethor realized. Every discovery, every strategy, every optimization. It's all freely available. They're crowdsourcing military innovation through entertainment. A notification pinged on Valen's console. Sir, Sarah Chen is streaming again. But this time, something's different. The display switched to Sarah's channel. She had drawn a small audience of about 50 viewers, but what caught Zethor's attention was the game she was playing. It was a new release, something called First Contact Protocol. Let's think about this logically, Sarah was saying to her viewers. If we actually met aliens, they'd probably have their own political structures, right? So we should practice different diplomatic approaches. Like, what if they're a hive mind? Or what if they experience time differently than we do? Zethor felt his heart skip simultaneously. Without any contact with actual alien species, this human child was theorizing approaches to xenodiplomacy that had taken the Confederation decades to develop. The simulation runs deeper than we thought, Valen said quietly. They're not just practicing warfare and economics. They're preparing for everything. First contact, cultural exchange, long-term coexistence, and they think it's all hypothetical. Sarah's voice continued in the background. Remember, guys, in space games, you have to think four-dimensionally. It's not just about where everything is, but where everything will be. And always read the patch notes. Zethor watched as her viewers eagerly absorbed information that would qualify as advanced tactical training in any Confederation academy. Update the report to High Command, he ordered. Priority level. Omega. They need to understand. Humanity isn't just playing games. They're running the most sophisticated military and diplomatic training program in the galaxy. And the most brilliant part, they have no idea they're doing it. The Shanghai International Gaming Center buzzed with excitement as thousands of young competitors gathered for the Global Strategy Gaming Championship. Zethor stood in the observer's box, his environment suit's cooling system working overtime to handle his growing anxiety. Sir, the preliminary matches are beginning, Valen reported, gesturing to the massive holographic displays. Sarah Chen's team is in Group C. The Admiral had insisted on attending personally after discovering that this tournament featured a new game mode, First Contact Crisis Scenarios. The game developers had added it to capitalize on humanity's recent introduction to galactic society, not realizing they were inadvertently recreating classified historical events. Sarah's team of 5 teenagers sat in their booth, adjusting headsets and running last-minute equipment checks. Their opponents, a seasoned team from Brazil, looked equally focused. The game loaded, and Zethor felt his hearts quicken as he recognized the scenario. Valen, he whispered, this is the Proxima incident. How did they? Impossible, sir. That information is classified at the highest levels. It must be coincidence. But as the match unfolded, Zethor watched in stunned silence as Sarah's team faced the exact same tactical challenge that had cost the Confederation 3 fleets and 2 colony worlds centuries ago. The scenario: defending against an overwhelming force while protecting civilian evacuation operations. Look at their formation, one human commentator exclaimed. Team Chen is using their Corvette screens to create microgravity wells. I've never seen this strategy before. Zethor had. He'd studied it in the academy. It was the theoretical solution proposed too late to save Proxima. Yet here was a human child, instinctively developing the same tactic under tournament pressure. Jake, keep those point defense corvettes in a delta pattern. Sarah's voice came through the tournament feed. Mai, we need those civilian ships quantum locked before the enemy capitals arrive. Think about it like a shield wall, but in 4 dimensions. The audience cheered as her team executed a perfect defensive maneuver. The Brazilian team fought brilliantly, but Sarah's unconventional tactics gradually turned the tide. She was using the very strategies that the Confederation's best tacticians had developed after years of analysis, strategies that had never been made public. During the break between matches, Zethor received an urgent communication from High Command. He accessed it through his neural link. Admiral Zethor, your reports about human gaming capabilities have been reviewed. While interesting, we find no cause for serious concern. These are children's entertainment programs, nothing more. Zethor began composing his response as he watched Sarah's team prepare for their next match. On the main screen, tournament statistics showed that over 50 million humans were watching the live stream. 50 million, learning and analyzing these strategies in real time. Respectfully, Command, he typed, I must insist you reconsider. In the past 6 hours, I have witnessed a perfect recreation of the Proxima incident defensive strategy. Advanced quantum lock theories being discussed by teenagers. Tactical innovations that surpass our current doctrine. Mass dissemination of these strategies through their streaming networks. These are not simple games. They are sophisticated military simulations, refined by millions of players daily. The next match began before he received a response. This time, Sarah's team faced a scenario that chilled Zethor to his core. It perfectly mirrored the upcoming diplomatic crisis that the Confederation's predictive AI had warned about just last week. Remember, Sarah told her team, in these first contact scenarios, you have to think like the aliens. What do they value? What are they afraid of? Sometimes the best strategy isn't about winning. It's about making sure nobody loses. Zethor added an urgent addendum to his report. Most critically, Command, they are innovating. Every match produces new strategies. Every player adds to their collective knowledge. They call it meta-evolution, but in reality, they're advancing faster than our military doctrine can adapt. The response from High Command was immediate. Continue observation. New priority level assigned. Maximum. Do not intervene. Zethor watched as Sarah's team advanced to the semifinals, each victory demonstrating humanity's unconscious mastery of galactic warfare. In trying to create engaging entertainment, humans had accidentally built the most effective military training program in known space, and they were about to unlock their full potential. High Command's dismissal of Zethor's concerns lasted exactly 3 standard cycles. That's how long it took for their analysis AI to process the tournament footage and identify 37 distinct military innovations that even the Confederation's best strategists hadn't considered. Zethor now sat in his private quarters aboard the diplomatic vessel, watching multiple feeds simultaneously. His neural processors struggled to keep up with the flood of information from Earth's gaming networks. Admiral, Valen's voice interrupted his observation. You need to see this. It's about the human concept of theory crafting. The display shifted to show a human website called Reddit, specifically a sub-community dedicated to analyzing strategy games. The current top post had Zethor's hearts racing. Mathematical analysis of optimal fleet compositions in current meta. Look at their calculations. Valen highlighted sections of the post. This human, username Quantum Strategos, has independently derived the exact same fleet efficiency formulas that our military uses. They're discussing theoretical ship designs that our engineers are only now considering. The thread continued with hundreds of comments, each adding their own analysis. Players shared spreadsheets, debated tactical scenarios, and proposed counter-strategies. All of it happening openly, treated as casual entertainment. Sir, Valen's voice carried an edge of concern. There's more. Show him, Sarah. Zethor hadn't noticed Sarah Chen enter the observation room. She now stood beside his chair, holding her gaming device. Admiral Zethor, she said, with the confidence that had become familiar over the past weeks, I wanted to show you something interesting in the game's code. She pulled up what humans called a patch note, documentation of recent game changes. See this update. They adjusted the quantum tunneling mechanics for fleet movement. The players were finding ways to exploit it that the developers didn't expect. Zithor's translator nearly crashed as it processed the implications. The exploit Sarah described was theoretically impossible according to current Confederation physics. Yet these humans had discovered it in a game, forcing the developers to patch it out of their simulation. That's not the interesting part, Sarah continued, scrolling through the gaming forum. Look what the community did after the patch. The screen showed thousands of players collaborating to analyze the change. They had created testing scenarios, gathered data, and collectively derived new strategies that worked within the adjusted rules. In 3 days, they had accomplished what would take a Confederation research team 3 years. We call it adapting to the meta, Sarah explained, not realizing she was describing advanced military adaptation protocols. When the game changes, you either find new strategies or you fall behind. Simple as that. Valen brought up another display, showing similar communities across Earth's network. Millions of humans were engaged in this theory crafting at any given moment. They analyzed everything: resource optimization, diplomatic relationships, technological progression paths, all under the guise of getting better at their favorite games. Admiral, Valen said quietly, I've calculated that the combined human gaming community processes more tactical scenarios in one Earth day than all Confederation military simulations in our recorded history. Zithor watched as Sarah pulled up another game, this one featuring what humans called 4X strategy. The interface was simple, almost crude by Confederation standards. Yet as Sarah casually explained her current campaign strategy, she outlined solutions to political challenges that had plagued galactic civilization for millennia. The thing about these games, she said, managing her virtual empire's resources with practiced ease, is that they help you think about problems differently. Like, sure, you could just build a bigger fleet than your opponent, but what if you could make them not want to fight in the first place? Zithor's report to High Command that evening was brief. Humanity hasn't just been playing games. They've created a distributed problem-solving network that processes galactic warfare scenarios as entertainment. They've gamified the very principles of cosmic conflict and cooperation. And now, as they enter true interstellar society, they're about to discover that they've been practicing for reality all along. The response was equally brief. Understood. Recommendation. Zithor watched Sarah start another gaming session, her fingers dancing across the screen as she casually reorganized virtual fleets that mirrored actual Confederation battle groups. Recommendation. Immediate alliance, before they realize what they can really do. The gaming community called it the Impossible War Scenario, a special event in Stellaris that the developers had added as an ultimate challenge. No one had legitimately beaten it since its release 3 weeks ago. The scenario's description was simple. Face an enemy that breaks all the rules you know. Zithor sat in the observation room, surrounded by holographic displays showing hundreds of simultaneous attempts at the challenge. Sarah Chen's team was among them, having qualified for special early access due to their tournament performance. Admiral, Valen's voice carried an unusual tremor. I've analyzed the scenario's parameters. It's the Nexus confluence. Zithor's environment suit registered a spike in his vital signs. The Nexus confluence had been the Confederation's darkest hour, a classified conflict against an enemy that seemed to defy the laws of physics themselves. The fact that human game developers had accidentally recreated it was concerning enough. That they had made it into entertainment was terrifying. Team, huddle up. Sarah's voice came through the monitor. She and her 4 teammates had gathered in her family's basement, surrounded by snacks and energy drinks. This is different from anything we've seen before. Look at how their ships move. They're not following normal game mechanics. Zithor watched in fascination as Sarah's team encountered the same mysteries that had baffled Confederation commanders centuries ago. The enemy fleets seemed to arrive before they departed. Their weapons hit targets before they were fired. Causality itself seemed optional. It's not a bug, Sarah said suddenly, her eyes lighting up with realization. The game isn't broken. We're just thinking about time wrong. My, remember that physics video you showed me about quantum superposition? May's voice crackled through their voice chat. You think they're in multiple states at once. Like Schrödinger's fleet. Exactly. Sarah was already reorganizing her fleet composition. We can't beat them in normal spacetime because they're not fighting in normal spacetime. Jake, remember that weird exploit we found in the game's engine last month? The one they patched out. The quantum tunneling thing. Yeah, but what if that wasn't a bug either? What if it was showing us something real about how space works? Sarah's fingers flew across her keyboard. New strategy, everyone. We're going to fight them in probability space. Valen's third eye widened. Admiral, she's describing the exact solution that won the actual conflict. A solution that's still classified at the highest levels. Zithor watched as Sarah's team implemented strategies that had cost the Confederation millions of lives and centuries of research to develop. They talked through complex quantum warfare concepts as casually as discussing school homework. If we fire our weapons at where they are, and will be simultaneously, Sarah explained, setting up an elaborate fleet formation, we can collapse their quantum state, force them to exist in just one position. The strategy was working. The enemy fleet, which had seemed invincible to thousands of other players, was being systematically dismantled by a team of teenagers who had stumbled upon the nature of quantum warfare through simple trial and error. Sir, Valen's voice was barely a whisper. They're not just recreating our military doctrine anymore. They're innovating beyond it. That formation Sarah just used. Our tactical computers say it's 30% more efficient than the one we actually used in the confluence. Zithor observed as Sarah's team closed in for the final victory. They had turned humanity's greatest video game challenge into a practical lesson in defeating enemies that transcended conventional physics. The best part about these impossible scenarios, Sarah said as her team celebrated their victory with high fives and cake, is figuring out that they're not really impossible. You just have to change how you think about the problem. Zithor's report to High Command that evening contained a single line. They're ready. They don't know it yet, but humanity has already solved the challenges they're about to face. The only question is, are we ready for them? The victory celebration continued in Sarah's basement, punctuated by discussions of strategy and excited plans for their next gaming session. None of them realized they had just revolutionized the art of quantum warfare over pizza and soft drinks. The Confederation's diplomatic assembly had never been so quiet. On the massive central display, Sarah Chen's latest gaming stream played alongside footage from actual space battles throughout galactic history. The similarities were impossible to ignore. As you can see, Zithor addressed the assembly. His environment suit adjusted for formal presentation. The human player's strategic approach in this casual game exactly mirrors the Battle of Centauri 7, down to the smallest tactical detail. A Xylaxian representative raised 3 appendages in question. But how could they know? Earth hasn't even developed reliable FTL travel yet. That's what makes it remarkable. Valen stepped forward, bringing up another display. They don't know. Watch this recent stream from another human player. The screen showed a teenager in Australia, casually explaining fleet mechanics to his viewers. See, you want to position your corvettes in a double helix pattern when approaching quantum artillery. The spiral formation distributes the damage across multiple probability waves. The assembly erupted in shocked whispers. The technique he described was a closely guarded Xylaxian military secret. It gets more interesting. Zithor continued, switching feeds to a popular human gaming channel. They have entire communities dedicated to what they call min-maxing, the optimization of strategic approaches. This group alone has processed more tactical scenarios in the past Earth month than our military simulations have run in a decade. The display showed a Discord server where players shared complex mathematical formulas for fleet efficiency. Their calculations meshed classified Confederation research almost perfectly. But surely these are just games. A Centaurian delegate protested. Simple entertainment. Zithor brought up Sarah's latest tournament match. She was competing in something called the Galactic Strategy World Cup, her team facing off against top players from Korea in a new scenario. Watch how they handle this situation, he instructed the assembly. A supposedly impossible defensive position with limited resources. Sarah's voice came through clearly. Okay, team, they're expecting us to defend conventionally. Instead, we're going to use gravity itself as a weapon. Mai, set up those quantum mines in a Fibonacci sequence. Jake, I need those destroyers moving in a Mobius pattern. The assembly watched in stunned silence as Sarah's team executed a perfect defense that incorporated principles of quantum mechanics that most species took centuries to master. The most remarkable aspect, Valen added, is their distribution of knowledge. He displayed a webpage called Reddit where millions of players discuss strategies. When one human discovers a new tactic, they share it freely. Their entire gaming culture is built on the open exchange of strategic information. The feed switched to a professional gaming commentary stream. Two humans energetically discussed the latest meta developments while hundreds of thousands watched live. The double pendulum attack pattern is totally broken in this patch, one commentator explained. But check out how Team Chen counters it with their quantum entanglement strategy. Zithor let the implications sink in. Humanity has turned the most complex aspects of galactic warfare into entertainment. Their children casually discuss concepts that our military academies spend years teaching, and they're innovating faster than we can analyze their discoveries. A new clip played. Sarah's team executing a perfect response to a crisis scenario that the Confederation hadn't even classified yet. A theoretical future conflict their predictive AI had only recently identified. Most crucially, Zithor concluded they are about to achieve viable FTL travel. When they do, they will discover that their games have prepared them for every challenge they'll face. Their pilots will instinctively understand quantum combat. Their diplomats will have played out every possible first contact scenario. Their engineers will have already solved problems they haven't encountered yet. The assembly chamber remained silent as they watched Sarah enter stream, casually discussing next week's tournament with her team while eating pizza. The question isn't whether humanity is ready for galactic society, Zithor stated. They've been practicing for it their entire lives. The question is, are we ready for them? On the screen, Sarah started another gaming session, unknowingly commanding virtual fleets with greater skill than most actual space admirals. Ready for some more practice? She asked her team cheerfully. I've got some new strategies I want to try out. 5 years after Admiral Zithor first watched a human child command virtual fleets, he stood in the Confederation's Grand Assembly Chamber. The occasion, Earth's official integration into galactic society following their successful development of FTL travel. The human delegation is ready, Admiral Valen reported, his 3 eyes blinking in sequence as he reviewed the data on his neural feed. Though I don't think anyone expected their chief diplomatic advisor to be a gamer. Zithor finished, his environment suit barely concealing his amusement. On the main platform, Sarah Chen, now 17, adjusted her formal diplomatic robes while simultaneously checking something on her gaming device. The Confederation's High Council had initially balked at the idea of a teenager serving as Earth's strategic advisor. Then they saw her credentials. Winner of 12 international strategy gaming tournaments, holder of 3 world records for diplomatic victory scenarios, and most importantly, the first human to successfully predict and counter the hive mind crisis in what everyone else had thought was just another game update. Ambassador Chen, the Grand Arbiter's voice echoed through the chamber. Your species stands at a crucial threshold, yet you appear distracted. Sarah looked up from her device with a confident smile. Not distracted, Your Excellence. Preparing. I'm reviewing the 17 most likely diplomatic scenarios we might encounter today. My team and I simulated them last night in our practice session. Zithor noticed several council members shift uncomfortably. They had spent weeks preparing for this meeting, yet this human child had apparently recreated their entire protocol in a gaming session. You treat matters of galactic diplomacy as a game, another council member asked, their tone somewhere between offense and curiosity. With respect, Sarah replied, her voice carrying the same casual confidence she'd had in gaming tournaments. We've found that treating complex challenges as games actually helps us solve them better. When you're playing, you're not afraid to try new strategies, to fail, to learn, to adapt. She gestured to her device. Right now, thousands of human players are simulating different approaches to joining the galactic community. They're testing economic theories, diplomatic strategies, cultural integration patterns, all while thinking they're just playing the latest space strategy game. The council chamber's displays lit up with feeds from Earth's gaming networks. Millions of players engaged in what they thought were fictional scenarios, unknowingly solving real diplomatic challenges in real time. We've watched your species, the Grand Arbiter stated, turn the most complex challenges of galactic civilization into entertainment. Your children casually discuss concepts that took other species centuries to grasp. Is this not concerning? Sarah's response was accompanied by the familiar sound of a game notification. Actually, it's probably our greatest strength. When you turn something challenging into play, you remove the fear of failure. You create an environment where innovation is natural and learning is fun. Zethor stepped forward. High Council, 5 years ago, I watched this human command virtual fleets with more skill than our veteran admirals. Today, she and millions like her are ready to apply those same skills to real challenges. They've been practicing all along. They just didn't know it. Sarah pulled up what looked like a game interface on the chamber's main display. To the council's surprise, it was an exact match for the actual diplomatic protocols they used. For us, first contact isn't a crisis. It's the start of an amazing new game, Sarah explained. Resource management, diplomatic relations, cultural exchange. We've been playing with these concepts since we were children. The only difference now is that it's real. A message flashed across the display. Achievement unlocked. First contact victory. The council chamber filled with surprised murmurs as Sarah casually pocketed her gaming device. So, she said with the same smile she'd worn before countless gaming matches, shall we begin the real game? Zethor watched as the human delegation took their places, led by a teenager who had mastered galactic diplomacy through what she had always thought was just her favorite hobby. The future of galactic civilization was about to be shaped by a species that had turned its greatest challenges into play, and in doing so, had mastered them all. Game on, he whispered, his translator struggling to convey the human phrase. But somehow, it felt exactly right.
The Galactic Senate had exactly one rule that everyone agreed upon. Not the trade regulations, not the anti-piracy protocols, not even the please don't eat sentient beings guideline. No, the rule that every single species, from the microscopic flibbits to the planet-sized cromulons, followed without question was this: do not, under any circumstances, speak the name of humanity, not humans, not Homo sapiens, not even those bipedal maniacs from Sol 3. Nothing. The penalty for breaking this rule? Well, nobody knew exactly, because nobody had been stupid enough to break it in 4,000 years. The rumor was that the last ambassador who'd uttered the forbidden word had simply vanished. His office chair was found spinning gently in his quarters, a half-eaten sandwich on his desk, and a look of absolute terror frozen on his face in the security footage from precisely 0.3 seconds before the recording mysteriously corrupted itself. This worked remarkably well, right up until junior legislator F. Blumgax entered the Senate chamber on what he thought would be a perfectly ordinary Tuesday. F. Blumgax was a Quelopian, which meant he looked rather like an anxious purple cucumber with too many arms and a perpetual expression, suggesting he'd just remembered he'd left the oven on. He'd been promoted to junior legislator exactly 6 hours ago, after his predecessor had retired to spend more time dissolving into a nutrient pool with his spawn collective. Nobody had bothered to explain most of the actual rules to F. Blomgax. They'd given him a manual, a 17,000-page manual, written in a language that had been dead for 6 centuries. F. Blomgax had skimmed the first 3 pages before deciding that job training was probably overrated. The Senate chamber was, in a word, magnificent. In several more accurate words, it was a bureaucratic nightmare wrapped in architectural hubris and sprinkled with the kind of ostentatious decoration that suggested the interior designer had been paid per square meter of gold plating. Representatives from 3,000 species sat in concentric circles around a central platform, each in seats specifically designed for their unique physiology. The Glorthians hung from specialized hooks. The pneumatic wisps floated in containment fields. The Krelapaths just sort of piled themselves in the corner since they were a hive mind of sentient moss and didn't really need chairs. Senator Dralvik was midway through a speech about revised tariffs on crystallized thought matter when Blomgax's communicator chirped, loudly, in the kind of dead silence that only 3,000 disapproving stares can create. The chirp sounded like a foghorn at a funeral. If Blomgax fumbled with the device, his 7 arms creating a purple blur of panic. The message on his screen was from the Department of Historical Incidents, marked urgent in 17 languages. He read it. He read it again. His eye stalks went rigid with what could only be described as catastrophic realization. "Great collapsing galaxies," he shrieked, his voice carrying across the chamber with the unfortunate acoustics of a space designed to amplify every sound. "The humans are mentioned in the Forbidden Archives. Someone needs to update the databanks. We can't just pretend The word died on his lips. Actually, that's not quite accurate. The word left his lips, traveled approximately 30 centimeters through the air, and then reality itself seemed to hold its breath. 3,000 representatives went absolutely still. You could have heard a pin drop, had pins existed in a post-scarcity civilization, and had anyone been foolish enough to drop one at that particular moment. Senator Dralvik, a being who resembled a particularly judgmental thundercloud with eyes, slowly rotated his gaseous form to face F. Blomgax. When he spoke, his voice carried the weight of 4 millennia of carefully maintained silence. "Junior legislator," he said, each word carefully enunciated. "Did you just—" "Didn't say it," Blomgax squeaked. "I almost said it, but I stopped. That counts, right? That has to count." The chamber erupted into chaos. Not the productive kind of chaos, mind you. This was the everyone talking at once while achieving absolutely nothing variety that bureaucracies across the universe have perfected into an art form. Representatives were shouting in 1,700 languages simultaneously. The translation systems, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of panic, began spitting out nonsense. One unfortunate Quelopian in the back row received a translation suggesting that his mother was a refrigerated concept with dubious moral fiber. Senior Chancellor Vremic, who looked like someone had asked a computer to design the most average bureaucrat possible, and then made the result 12 feet tall and blue, slammed his resonant staff on the floor. The sound cut through the chaos like a knife through particularly noisy butter. "Order!" he bellowed. "We will have order in this chamber." The noise subsided to a dull roar, then to a nervous murmur, then to the kind of silence that precedes either great wisdom or great stupidity. "Junior legislator F. Blomgax," Vremic continued, his voice dropping to a dangerous calm, "you have very nearly committed the greatest violation in Senate history. The rule is clear. We do not speak of them." "Ooh, but why?" F. Blomgax blurted out. "Nobody's ever explained why. I've been a legislator for 6 hours, and I've already nearly destroyed my career over a rule that doesn't even make sense. What did they do? Why can't we even say their name?" Vremic's face went through several colors that don't exist in standard visible spectrum. "Because," he said slowly, "of what happened last time. What happened last time? We don't talk about what happened last time. Why not? Because talking about what happened last time would require us to talk about them. Blomgax felt his brain beginning to melt from the circular logic. This is insane. This is procedure, Vremik corrected coldly. And procedure exists for a reason. 4,000 years ago, before you were even a protein chain in your parents' reproductive sac, the Senate made first contact with them. What followed was the single most catastrophic diplomatic incident in recorded history. Indeed, but what actually happened? F. Blomgax pressed. Vremik looked around the chamber, as if checking that reality itself wasn't listening too closely. Nobody knows, he admitted quietly. The records are sealed. The witnesses are dead. All that remains is the rule and the understanding that breaking it would be unwise. That's not a reason, F. Blomgax protested. That's just institutional cowardice wrapped in bureaucratic mystery. A murmur of agreement rippled through the younger legislators. The older ones looked scandalized, as if Blomgax had just suggested they replace the sacred Senate protocols with interpretive dance. Senator Gloop, a gelatinous being whose thoughts appeared as glowing symbols in his transparent body, pulsed with agitation. Junior legislator, you don't understand. The rule isn't about fear, it's about safety. The galaxy learned something 4 millennia ago, and that lesson was written in consequences too terrible to record. Then record them, Blomgax shouted. Make it make sense. But before anyone could respond, something happened that would later be described by historians as the precise moment everything went irreversibly wrong. A maintenance drone, one of thousands that silently cleaned and maintained the Senate chamber, malfunctioned. Its audio processors, damaged by 4,000 years of filtered conversations, suddenly unfiltered themselves, and in its mechanical memory, banks was a recording, a very old recording, a recording of the original Senate session from 4,000 years ago. The drone's speakers crackled to life, and therefore, an ancient voice echoed through the chamber. We must establish contact with the species known as humanity from planet Earth in the Sol system. Every single alarm in the Senate building went off simultaneously. Lights flashed. Sirens wailed. The floor tiles began playing an automated emergency message in 3,000 languages, which sounded less like a warning and more like the universe having a stroke. Emergency protocols that hadn't been activated since the great accounting era of Cycle 2741 suddenly kicked in, sealing doors, activating force fields, and dispensing complementary stress balls to anyone within range. The maintenance drone, having completed its catastrophic announcement, cheerfully went back to vacuuming up Senator Trelapax's shed scales. F. Blomgax stood in the center of the chaos, his 7 arms hanging limply at his sides, and realized with absolute clarity that his career in galactic politics was about to become extremely interesting or extremely short, possibly both. Senior Chancellor Vremik, his face now cycling through colors that suggested his blood pressure had achieved escape velocity, pointed a trembling finger at F. Blomgax. "You!" he thundered. "This is your fault. You questioned the rule. You invited doubt. And now look what's happened. The names have been spoken." "By a vacuum cleaner," Blomgax protested. "I didn't do anything." "The universe doesn't care about technicalities," Vremik shot back. "The damage is done. After 4,000 years of perfect silence, the words have been uttered. Do you have any idea what this means?" As if in answer, every communication device in the Senate chamber chirped simultaneously. Messages were flooding in from across the galaxy. The forbidden words had been transmitted on the Senate's public broadcast channel. 3,000 species had just heard the names that must not be named. The whisper had begun, and it would spread across the galaxy like wildfire through a dried-out bureaucracy. On a small blue planet in an unremarkable corner of the galaxy, a planet whose inhabitants had absolutely no idea they were the subject of 4 millennia of cosmic anxiety, a man named Gerald Hofstadter was having a very bad day. His coffee machine had broken. His transit card had expired and his socks didn't match. Gerald worked in waste management. Specifically, he worked in the complaint department of the Waste Management Division of the Municipal Services sector of a mid-sized city that nobody had ever heard of. His job was to listen to people complain about bins and then file those complaints in a database that nobody ever looked at. He was, by any reasonable measure, the most ordinary human being who had ever existed, which made what was about to happen to him deeply, deeply unfair. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. First, we need to understand what was happening in the wider galaxy now that the forbidden names had been spoken. The whisper spread through hyperspace communication networks like gossip through an office break room. Within hours, every spacefaring civilization knew that the Senate's great taboo had been broken, and with that knowledge came the questions. Who were these humans? Where was Earth? What had they done? The problem, you see, was that nobody actually knew. The original incident had been so thoroughly scrubbed from the records that all that remained was fear and a very strict rule. But fear without context is like a recipe without ingredients. It creates a lot of room for speculation. And speculation, when amplified across 3,000 species with 3,000 different cultural contexts, becomes something else entirely. It becomes legend. On the trade station Vermilion 9, a Scalopian merchant told his customers that humans once destroyed an entire star system by thinking too hard. On the mining colonies of Kreptos 4, workers whispered that humans could breathe vacuum and ate asteroids for breakfast. In the educational institutions of Phlox Prime, young students learned that humans were invisible, intangible, and could only be detected by the screams of their victims. None of this was true, obviously. But truth has never been much of an obstacle to a good story. The most popular theory, circulating through the lower levels of 1,000 space stations, was that humans had somehow weaponized bureaucracy itself, that they'd created a form of paperwork so complex, so utterly impenetrable, that it had achieved sentience and consumed an entire diplomatic delegation. This theory was particularly popular among mid-level administrators who found it deeply, horrifyingly plausible. Meanwhile, in the Senate, Vremik had called an emergency session. Well, technically he'd called 17 emergency sessions, but due to scheduling conflicts and the need to file the proper emergency session requisition forms in triplicate, they'd been condensed into one really emergency session. "We need to contain this," he announced to the assembled representatives. "The whisper is spreading. Soon every bartender and cargo hauler in the galaxy will be telling stories about them. Perhaps," Senator Quilliprick suggested carefully, "we could simply tell everyone the truth. Explain what actually happened." The chamber went silent. Several representatives looked at Quilliprick as if he'd just suggested they set fire to the concept of taxation. "Tell them the truth?" Vremik repeated slowly. "The truth?" "Yes, the actual factual account of the incident." Vremik's laugh was not a pleasant sound. It was the kind of laugh that suggested someone had just fundamentally misunderstood how reality worked. "My dear Senator," he said, his voice dripping with condescension, "we can't tell them the truth." "Why not?" "Because nobody knows the truth." This revelation hit the chamber like a meteor strike. Representatives who'd assumed that someone, somewhere, knew what had actually happened, suddenly realized they'd been following a rule based on institutional memory so old that the memory had forgotten what it was remembering. "You mean," F. Blumgak said slowly, his voice barely above a whisper, "we've been terrified of humans for 4,000 years, and nobody actually knows why?" "Well," Vremik said defensively, "when you put it like that, it sounds ridiculous." "It is ridiculous. It's tradition," Senator Gloop pulsed urgently. "Surely the forbidden archives contain the original records, the sealed historical vaults." "Oh yes," Vremick said bitterly. They contain the records that require 17 different authorization codes to access. Authorization codes that were held by the High Archivists, who are all dead, and who took their authorization codes to their graves, or nutrient pools, or quantum dissipation chambers, or whatever their species did with their dead. So let me get this straight, F. Blumgak said, his voice rising with each word. We have a rule we can't break, based on an incident we can't remember, with records we can't access. And now the entire galaxy is speculating wildly about a species that probably doesn't even know we exist. Yes, Vremick said simply. Welcome to galactic governance. F. Blumgax made a sound, somewhere between a laugh and a sob. This is the most idiotic thing I've ever heard. Wait until you see the pension system, Senator Trellapax muttered from the back. But the crisis was accelerating. The whisper about humans had evolved from curiosity to fascination to something approaching obsession. Across the galaxy, entrepreneurs saw an opportunity. If people wanted information about humans, someone would provide that information. Whether it was accurate or not was largely irrelevant. On the shadowport known as the Rusty Singularity, a four-armed Vendorian named Kelprix had just opened the galaxy's first human information exchange. For a modest fee, customers could purchase authentic human artifacts, genuine human intelligence reports, and certified human survival strategies. The artifacts were random junk Kelprix had found in a debris field. The intelligence reports were creative fiction. The survival strategies were mostly run very fast in the opposite direction. Business was booming. So you're saying, a nervous Flibbert merchant squeaked, his tiny body vibrating with anxiety, that humans can detect lies by smelling fear pheromones? Absolutely, Kelprix said confidently, having invented this fact approximately 30 seconds ago. That's why you should purchase this anti-detection spray. Only 40 credits. Blocks human senses completely. The spray was actually industrial degreaser mixed with synthetic vanilla flavoring. It wouldn't block human senses. It would, however, make you smell like a very clean bakery. I'll take 12, the Flibbert shrieked, practically throwing credits at Kelprix. Similar scenes were playing out across 1,000 worlds. The Human Information Exchange franchise expanded to 17 locations within a week. Kelprix became unbelievably wealthy, selling information about a species he'd never met, had never seen, and knew absolutely nothing about. Somewhere in the cosmos, the universe was having a good laugh at everyone's expense. Back on Earth, Gerald Hofstadter was still having a bad day. His lunch had been disappointing, his afternoon meeting had run long, and he'd discovered that someone had been parking in his designated spot, despite the clearly marked sign that said, "Reserved for G." Hofstadter. He stood in the parking structure, staring at the offending vehicle with the kind of impotent rage that defines middle management everywhere. He'd filed a complaint with building security. They'd filed his complaint in a database. Nothing would come of it. This was Gerald's life, an endless cycle of minor injustices and administrative disappointments. He had no idea that at that precise moment, halfway across the galaxy, an intelligence operative named Vrillix was risking his life to obtain classified human behavioral data. He had no idea that this data would be purchased by a paranoid warlord who would use it to design anti-human defenses for his fortress. He had no idea that these defenses, based entirely on fiction and speculation, would include redundant coffee makers, pre-matched sock dispensers, and a parking structure with very clear designated spots. The warlord was convinced this would protect him from human infiltration. In a weird, indirect way, he wasn't entirely wrong. If Gerald ever somehow ended up at that fortress, he'd probably be too pleased by the amenities to cause any problems. But again, we're getting ahead of ourselves. The situation in the Senate had progressed from crisis to absolute chaos, to something that didn't have a word yet, but definitely needed one. Vremick had locked himself in his office and was refusing to come out. F. Blomgax had been assigned to a special committee, which was Senate speak for, "We're not sure if we should promote you or throw you out an airlock." Bridge. The special committee, officially titled the Investigative Body for Historical Clarification Regarding Unspoken Species Incidents, or IBH Cruci for short, because bureaucracies love acronyms, consisted of 7 members who'd been chosen primarily for their ability to look thoughtful while accomplishing nothing except F. Blomgax. F. Blomgax had been chosen because someone needed to blame if everything went wrong. "Our mission," announced Committee Chair Dolgranth, a being who resembled a filing cabinet that had achieved consciousness and immediately regretted it, "is to uncover the truth about the incident. We will investigate the historical records, interview witnesses, and compile a comprehensive report." "There are no witnesses," F. Blomgax pointed out. "They're all dead." "Then we'll interview their descendants about something their ancestors never talked about because of the rule against talking about it." Dolgranth's filing cabinet face somehow managed to look offended. "Are you suggesting this committee is pointless?" "I'm suggesting this committee is a masterpiece of institutional buck-passing." "That's the same thing." "I know." Despite F. Blomgax's objections, the committee began its work. They requested access to the forbidden archives. Access was denied. They requested the authorization codes. The codes didn't exist. They requested a list of everyone who might know anything about the incident. The list was classified. They were, essentially, trying to investigate a mystery by asking the mystery to investigate itself. After 3 days of achieving absolutely nothing, F. Blomgax had an idea. It was not a good idea, but it was an idea nonetheless, which put it ahead of everything else the committee had produced. "What if," he said slowly during a particularly pointless meeting about meeting scheduling, "we just asked the humans?" The committee stared at him. "Ask them," Dolgranth repeated flatly. "Ask the humans." "Yes, the species we're not allowed to talk about. We're already talking about them. The rule is broken, so why not go directly to the source?" "Because," committee member Frelick said, his tentacles quivering with agitation, "we don't know where they are. The coordinates for Earth are classified, along with everything else about them." "So we find them," F. Blomgax insisted. "We have FTL drives. We have deep space scanners. We have the entire collected astronomical data of 3,000 civilizations. How hard can it be to find one planet?" It turned out to be significantly harder than F. Blomgax had anticipated. The problem was that the galaxy is very large and contains very many planets. And while the Senate's archives had carefully expunged all references to Earth's location, they'd done such a thorough job that they'd also expunged the index that explained what they'd expunged. They knew Earth was in something called the Sol system, but Sol was apparently an incredibly common star name. The astronomical registry listed approximately 47 million stars that various species had at some point called Sol. It was the galactic equivalent of naming your child John. "We need more information," Dolgranth admitted after their 15th failed search attempt. "Some kind of identifying characteristic. Something unique to Earth." "The original records mentioned it was blue," Frelick offered. "Half the planets in the galaxy are blue." "It had water." "Do you have any idea how common water is?" Blomgax, meanwhile, had been digging through the Senate's public databases, looking for anything that hadn't been classified. He found very little. Some vague references to carbon-based oxygen breathers, a note about moderate gravity tolerance, one interesting tidbit about primitive but rapidly advancing technology, and then he found something odd, a complaint, filed by a junior technician 4,000 years ago, just before the incident. The complaint read, "Senate cafeteria keeps receiving strange transmissions on old EM frequencies, interfering with lunch orders. Source appears to be coordinates, expunged. Please investigate or forward to appropriate department." The coordinates had been classified, but the complaint ID number hadn't been. And Blomgax, who'd spent his entire 6-day career learning to navigate bureaucratic databases, knew that complaint ID numbers were cross-referenced in the maintenance logs, which weren't classified, because nobody thought maintenance logs were worth classifying. After 3 hours of searching through the kind of tediously boring records that would make paint drying look exciting, F. Blomgax found it. The original maintenance request, complete with coordinates, sitting in a database that nobody had looked at in 4 millennia, Earth's location, just sitting there, in the galactic equivalent of a filing cabinet marked miscellaneous. "I found it!" he shrieked, causing 3 committee members to jump. "I found Earth!" Dolgranth peered at the screen. "You found it in maintenance logs?" "Yes! The information that the Senate has kept classified for 4,000 years, that has shaped galactic policy, that has terrorized 1,000 generations of diplomats, was sitting in maintenance logs?" "Yes!" Dolgranth made a sound like a filing cabinet sighing. "That sounds about right, actually." With Earth's coordinates in hand, the committee faced a new question. Who would actually go there? Nobody volunteered. "We need someone expendable," Dolgranth said carefully. "Someone whose loss wouldn't create a diplomatic incident." Everyone looked at F. Blomgax. "What? No!" F. Blomgax protested. "I'm not going to the most dangerous planet in the galaxy alone." "You won't be alone," Frelix said encouragingly. "We'll give you a ship and a crew, a very small crew, 1 person. You'll be the crew. That's alone. That's literally the definition of alone. You'll have communication equipment," Dolgranth added. "You can call for help." "From whom? Everyone's terrified of humans." "Well, yes, but think of it as an opportunity," Dolgranth said, his voice taking on the forced enthusiasm of someone trying to sell swampland as beachfront property. "You'll be making history. First contact with humanity in 4,000 years. Your name will be remembered as the idiot who got killed by humans. Remembered is remembered." Despite his protests, Blomgax found himself, 3 days later, standing in the docking bay of a very small ship. It was technically a scout vessel, though vessel was being generous. It was more of a barely functional transportation pod with delusions of adequacy. The ship was called the Bureaucratic Necessity, which should have been F. Blomgax's first warning sign. His second warning sign was the maintenance record, which suggested the ship's last official inspection had occurred sometime during the previous geological era. "Here's your mission packet," Dolgranth said, handing Blomgax a data pad. "Approach Earth. Make contact with humans. Determine what happened during the incident. Try not to die." "Try not to die? That's not a mission parameter. That's just good general advice." "Well, we thought about making it mandatory, but that seemed unrealistic given the circumstances." Blomgax stared at the data pad, then at the ship, then at the committee, who were all standing at a very safe distance from both. "I hate," he said with deep feeling, "every single one of you." "Noted," Dolgranth said cheerfully. "Safe travels." And with that, F. Blomgax entered the Bureaucratic Necessity, strapped himself into the pilot's seat, and began the journey to Earth. He had no idea that his arrival would coincide with Gerald Hofstadter's worst Tuesday ever. He had no idea that the terrifying incident that had scared the Senate into 4,000 years of silence was about to be revealed as the most anticlimactic thing in galactic history. And he definitely had no idea that his ship's communication system was malfunctioning and would translate his peaceful greeting into something that, in English, roughly meant, "Prepare for immediate destruction, inferior beings." First contact was going to go so well. The journey to Earth took 3 weeks, which gave Blomgax plenty of time to read through the mission packet and realize just how spectacularly unprepared he was. The packet contained 1 outdated star chart, a basic language translation algorithm that had last been updated during the Trilopian dynasty, an emergency medical kit designed for silicon-based life forms, a guide to human customs that was literally just 3 pages of question marks, and a note that said "good luck" with 17 exclamation points, which F. Blomgax found deeply concerning. He'd tried calling back to the Senate for additional resources. The Senate had responded by sending him a 47-page document about proper report formatting. When he'd asked for actual help, they'd sent him a stress ball. The stress ball had been more useful than the 47-page document. As the bureaucratic necessity approached Earth's solar system, F. Blomgax felt his anxiety reaching levels that probably violated several laws of thermodynamics. He'd spent the last week reading every rumor, every legend, every wild speculation about humans. According to the collective galactic consciousness, he was approaching a planet of invisible warriors who could phase through walls, mathematical geniuses who could calculate FTL trajectories in their heads, diplomatic savants who could negotiate treaties that bound you into slavery before you realized you'd agreed to anything. And worst of all, beings who had somehow weaponized bureaucracy. None of this was helping his stress levels. The ship's scanner pinged. Earth appeared on his display, a blue and green marble spinning peacefully in space. It looked normal, almost disappointingly so. No defensive satellites, no weapon platforms, no signs of the advanced technology that 4,000 years of rumors had suggested. Maybe, F. Blomgax whispered to himself, maybe they're all wrong. Maybe humans are just ordinary. This thought was immediately followed by another thought. Or maybe they're so advanced that they don't need defenses because nothing would dare attack them. His stress ball was getting quite a workout. Following the mission protocols, such as they were, F. Blomgax activated his communication system and prepared to send a greeting. Standard first contact procedure. Announce yourself, state your peaceful intentions, request permission to enter their space. He typed out a carefully worded message. Greetings from the Galactic Senate. We come in peace-seeking dialogue. He pressed send. What he didn't know was that the bureaucratic necessity's communication system had a bug, a very specific bug. When translating Quelopian into other languages, it had a tendency to automatically add certain emphatic modifiers. These modifiers had been added by the original programmer as a joke and had never been removed because nobody had bothered to check the translation module in 4,000 years. What Earth's communication networks received was, "Pitiful Earthlings. The Galactic Senate demands your immediate surrender. Resistance is futile and also stupid." Blomgax waited nervously for a response. On Earth, in a small apartment in a city that nobody important had ever visited, Gerald Hofstadter was microwaving dinner when every electronic device in his home simultaneously turned on and blared the message. His television, his radio, his phone, his microwave, his electric toothbrush, all of them screaming about surrender. Gerald stared at his toothbrush, which was vibrating aggressively while demanding his immediate capitulation to the Galactic Senate. "What?" he said slowly. "The fuck?" This was not an unreasonable question. Across the planet, similar scenes were unfolding. Every communication device, from smartphones to traffic lights to one unfortunate smart refrigerator in Oslo, was broadcasting the message. Governments went into emergency sessions. Military forces were mobilized. Social media immediately filled with theories ranging from alien invasion to really elaborate marketing campaign to Tuesday. The United Nations Security Council convened in record time. World leaders stared at each other across video screens, all thinking the same thing. We are not prepared for this. Is this real? The American president asked. Our scientists confirm the transmission came from space, the Russian delegate said. Beyond that, he shrugged helplessly. What do they want? The Chinese premier demanded. According to the message, the British Prime Minister said dryly, our immediate surrender to the Galactic Senate. Apparently the universe runs on parliamentary procedure. That's somehow the least surprising part of this. While world leaders debated, Gerald Hofstadter did what any reasonable person would do when confronted with an alien invasion. He posted about it online. "Just got threatened by space bureaucrats," he typed. "My toothbrush is now a hostage negotiator. This is a weird Tuesday, even by Tuesday standards." The post went viral immediately. Within minutes, humans were doing what humans do best, turning a crisis into memes. Space Senate started trending. Someone created a mock Galactic Senate logo. An enterprising comedian launched a fake Surrender to Aliens website that crashed from traffic within an hour. F. Blomgax, monitoring Earth's communications, was baffled. "They're laughing," he whispered, staring at his screen. "I threaten them with the full authority of the Galactic Senate, and they're making jokes." He'd expected panic, terror, immediate surrender. Instead, humans were creating something called memes that depicted the Galactic Senate as a space-going homeowners association. One particularly popular image showed the Senate logo with the caption, "We're here to talk about your planet's unauthorized modifications to the cosmic code." This was not in any of the scenarios he'd prepared for. Desperate to fix the situation, Blomgax sent another message. "Previous transmission was an error. We seek peaceful contact only. Please respond." What Earth received: "Foolish mortals, our previous threat was merely practice. The real demands come now. Tremble before bureaucracy." Gerald's toothbrush, which had finally stopped vibrating, started up again with renewed vigor. "Oh, come on!" Gerald shouted at it. "I just want to eat my dinner." He did what he'd spent his entire career learning to do. He filed a complaint. Specifically, he went to the government's new Alien Contact Complaint Department website, which had been set up approximately 20 minutes ago by very confused civil servants, and filled out a form. Complaint ID 00001. Nature of complaint: aggressive communication from alleged Galactic Senate. Specific issue: won't let me eat dinner in peace. Requested resolution: please tell them to shut up. He hit submit and went back to his microwave dinner, which had gone cold. In the Senate chamber, 500 million light-years away, Senior Chancellor Vremik was experiencing what could only be described as a panic attack, conducted at the scale of continental drift. Reports were flooding in. F. Blomgax had made contact with Earth. Earth was responding. But nobody could understand what was happening, because all they had were F. Blomgax's garbled transmissions, which kept cutting out due to the bureaucratic necessities failing communication array. Humans are laughing. Static. Something called memes. More static. My translation system might be very long static. Please send help. He's been compromised, Senator Gloop pulsed urgently. The humans have done something to him. They've weaponized laughter. How do you weaponize laughter? Dolgranth demanded. I don't know. That's what makes it terrifying. The Senate erupted into panic. Emergency measures were activated. These measures consisted primarily of forming more committees to discuss the committees that were already discussing what the original committee should do. It was bureaucracy at its finest, which is to say, at its most utterly useless. Meanwhile, F. Blomgax had realized his translation system was broken. This realization came approximately 6 hours too late, but better late than never. He spent the next 3 hours trying to fix it, which mostly involved hitting it with increasingly larger wrenches while making sounds of frustrated despair. Finally, he got it working properly. He sent a new message. Hello, Earth. I apologize for previous messages. Technical difficulties. I come in peace. Can we please talk? Earth's communication networks received. Hello, Earth. I apologize for previous messages. Technical difficulties. I come in peace. Can we please talk? The United Nations collectively breathed a sigh of relief. See? The French delegate said. Just a misunderstanding. The universe isn't trying to destroy us. It's just incompetent. That's oddly comforting. someone muttered. A response was drafted. 17 versions were debated. Diplomatic language was carefully calibrated. Finally, after 4 hours of discussion, Earth sent its reply. We receive your message. We are willing to establish dialogue. Please state your intentions and credentials. It was professional, measured, diplomatic. F. Blomgax nearly cried with relief. They're reasonable, he shouted to nobody in particular. They're actually reasonable. He composed a careful response explaining his mission. The Senate wanted to understand the historical incident, establish peaceful relations, and preferably not repeat whatever had happened 4,000 years ago. The response was clear, professional, and most importantly, accurately translated. Earth's reply came back within an hour. We have no records of previous contact with your Senate. Our historical archives contain no references to galactic civilizations. When exactly did this incident occur? Blomgax checked his data. 4,000 years ago, by our calendar. Approximately 3,800 years ago by yours? Another pause. Then, our civilization was barely agricultural at that point. We had no space capability, no advanced technology. Are you certain you have the right planet? F. Blomgax stared at his screen, then at his star charts, then back at his screen. Oh, he said softly. Oh, no. He checked the coordinates again, cross-referenced them with the historical data, ran the calculations 3 times. The coordinates were correct. This was Earth, the same Earth from 4,000 years ago, which meant that whatever had terrified the Senate into 4 millennia of silence had been done by a civilization that was, technologically speaking, primitive. This was somehow more terrifying than if they'd been advanced. F. Blomgax sent a message back to the Senate. We may have a problem. The Senate's response was immediate. What kind of problem? The kind where humans apparently scared us while using stone tools. The Senate's communication channel went silent for a very long time. Finally, Vremic's voice came through, very quiet, very strained. Explain. The incident happened when humans were pre-industrial, pre-technological. They didn't even have electricity. Hello? We've been hiding from cavemen? They weren't quite cavemen. They had agriculture and written language, probably. Blomgax! Yes? Find out what happened, right now. Earth, meanwhile, had become very interested in this conversation. If the Senate claimed there'd been contact 4,000 years ago and Earth had no records of it, then someone was either lying or mistaken. Given the aliens' demonstrated competence level, mistaken seemed more likely. The UN established a task force. Historians were consulted, archaeological databases were searched, ancient texts were reviewed, and someone had the bright idea to actually ask the alien where this supposed contact had taken place. F. Blomgax provided the coordinates. They corresponded to a region in what was now the Middle East, specifically the area around ancient Mesopotamia. Mesopotamia, the head of the archaeological team said slowly. 4,000 years ago. That's around the time of the early Bronze Age civilizations. Sumer, someone else added. Akkad, the early dynastic period. Could there have been contact? Something that got recorded as mythology? They started digging, not literally, metaphorically, through databases and archives and ancient texts, looking for anything unusual, anything that might suggest alien contact. What they found was odd. There was a gap in the records. Not a big gap. Just a few years where several independent civilizations seemed to have paused. Trade continued. Cities remained inhabited. But the official records went quiet. No treaties, no proclamations, no major building projects announced. And then, after 3 years, everything resumed as if nothing had happened. Except for one thing. Several civilizations simultaneously implemented new regulations about diplomatic visitors, specifically rules about how to properly host foreign dignitaries. Rules that were weirdly specific about things like appropriate greetings, acceptable gift-giving, proper feast etiquette, and one very strange provision about ensuring visitors consume adequate fiber. Fiber? The archaeological team stared at the translation. Why fiber? Maybe it's a translation error. It's in 3 different languages, Akkadian, Sumerian, and Egyptian. They all added provisions about visitor digestive health. That's very thoughtful. That's weird. They sent their findings to F. Blomgax, along with a question. Does your Senate have any records about digestive issues during the incident? F. Blomgax, who'd been trying to find any records about the incident, suddenly had an idea. A terrible idea, an idea that made perfect awful sense. He searched the Senate's medical archives, not the classified ones, the public ones, the ones that contained routine health reports that nobody ever read. And there, buried in a medical database from 4,000 years ago, he found it. Diplomatic delegation reporting mass gastrointestinal distress following ceremonial feast on planet expunged. 17 delegates hospitalized, 3 required emergency medical evacuation, cause unknown, food poisoning suspected. F. Blomgax read it again and again, and then he started laughing, the kind of laughing that suggested his sanity had just exited through the nearest window. "That's it," he shrieked. "That's the incident?" He sent the record to Earth. "Found it, the incident. You gave our diplomats food poisoning." The response was immediate. "What? Food poisoning. You fed them something that made them sick. That's why we've been terrified of you for 4,000 years. There was a very long pause. Then, "You've been avoiding us for 4 millennia because of bad catering." Apparently, on Earth, the UN task force stared at their screens in absolute disbelief. "They think we're dangerous," someone said slowly, "because we accidentally poisoned their diplomats at a banquet. Bronze Age food safety standards," another delegate said weakly. "We probably didn't refrigerate something properly." "We didn't have refrigeration." "Exactly." Gerald Hofstadter, who'd been following the news coverage like everyone else on Earth, had a thought. He opened his laptop and searched for information about Bronze Age dietary practices. What he found was enlightening. Ancient Mesopotamian feasts often included large quantities of fermented foods, unfamiliar spices, and preparation methods that would make modern health inspectors faint. If aliens with different biology had eaten that food. "We gave space diplomats food poisoning," Gerald said aloud to his empty apartment, "and they thought we did it on purpose." He started laughing. He couldn't help it. The entire galaxy had been terrified of humanity because some ancient Sumerian cook had served spoiled fish to aliens with sensitive stomachs. It was the most ridiculous thing he'd ever heard. And then he had another thought, a wonderful, terrible thought. He filed a second complaint on the government website, complaint ID 00047. The website had gotten busy. Nature of complaint. Aliens being dramatic about food poisoning. Requested resolution. Someone should tell them about lactose intolerance. In the Senate chamber, Vremic had received F. Blomgax's report. He'd read it 3 times. He'd verified the medical records. He'd cross-referenced the dates. It was true. The great incident, the catastrophe that had shaped 4,000 years of policy, the event so terrible it could never be spoken of, had been food poisoning. "Unbelievable," he whispered. "Absolutely unbelievable." So what do we do now?" Dolgranth asked. "Do we tell everyone? Lift the restrictions?" Vremic thought about this. He thought about 4,000 years of silence, 4,000 years of policy, 4,000 years of fear, all based on a misunderstanding about ancient catering. He thought about how the Senate would look, how stupid they would look, how every species in the galaxy would mock them. "No," he said slowly, "we don't tell them." "What?" "We maintain that the situation is classified. We lift the restriction on speaking about humans. We establish diplomatic relations. But we do not reveal that the incident was food poisoning. But that's politics, Vremik said firmly. Sometimes the truth is less important than institutional credibility. F. Blumgax, listening to this conversation from his ship, felt something snap inside him. Some last vestige of respect for the Senate's authority just broke. No, he said loudly. Absolutely not. Excuse me? Vremik's voice was dangerously cold. You can't keep this secret. The galaxy deserves to know. We've been making decisions based on terror when we should have been making them based on truth. Junior legislator, no, I'm done. I'm telling everyone. And with that, F. Blomgax did something that would have been unthinkable 6 weeks ago. He opened a broadcast channel, a public broadcast channel. And he transmitted the medical report, the archaeological findings, the entire story to every communication network in range. Within minutes, it was everywhere. The galaxy learned the truth. Humanity wasn't a terrifying super threat. They were just a civilization that had once accidentally served bad food to visitors with sensitive stomachs. The reaction was varied. Some species laughed. Some were angry. Some demanded refunds from the Human Information Exchange, which had been selling survival guides for 40 credits each. Kelprick, the Vendorian who'd built an empire on misinformation, quietly closed his shops and retired to a private moon before angry customers could find him. But the overwhelming response was embarrassment. The galaxy had been afraid for 4,000 years of food poisoning. In the Senate, Vremik watched his career evaporate in real time. Calls for his resignation flooded in. Protests erupted outside the Senate building. A group of young legislators started a movement called Transparency Now, which demanded an end to classified archives and secret policies. Dolgranth filed for early retirement. Gloop dissolved himself into his containment tank and refused to come out. The entire committee responsible for managing human relations was disbanded, which was fine because they'd never managed any human relations anyway. And F. Blomgax, the junior legislator who'd accidentally started all this by asking a simple question, became an overnight hero. Not to everyone, but to the people who'd been tired of living in fear of shadows. To the young legislators who wanted change. To everyone who'd ever suspected that maybe, just maybe, the old guard didn't know what they were doing. On Earth, humanity processed this information in the way humanity processes everything, by turning it into content. The food poisoning incident became the subject of documentaries, comedy specials, academic papers, and one very popular cooking show called Dishes That Could Start Interstellar Incidents. Gerald Hofstadter watched all this unfold while eating his reheated dinner. His life hadn't changed. He still worked in waste management complaints. His coffee machine was still broken. His socks still didn't match. But he'd been part of First Contact. Sort of. His complaint had been one of the first official responses to an alien civilization. That was something. He filed one more complaint on the government website. Complaint ID 001847. Nature of complaint. Aliens being weird. Resolution handled. Status closed. Then he went to bed because he had work tomorrow and the bins wouldn't complain about themselves. 3 months later, the Senate formally established diplomatic relations with Earth. The ceremony was carefully planned. The menu was very carefully planned. Everything was refrigerated to excessive standards. 3 independent food safety inspectors verified everything. Nobody got food poisoning. It was considered a tremendous success. F. Blomgax attended as Earth's official Senate liaison, a position that had been created specifically for him. He stood in the chamber where this had all started, watching humans and aliens mingle awkwardly while making small talk about the weather and whether water-based planets were better than ammonia-based ones. An elderly human diplomat approached him, Ambassador Kowalski Hofstadter, no relation to Gerald, though she thought the coincidence was funny. So, she said, smiling, food poisoning, that's really what it was. That's really what it was, F. Blomgax confirmed. 4,000 years of galactic policy over bad catering. We're very good at overreacting, she laughed. Well, if it makes you feel better, we're good at that too. Last year we had a diplomatic incident between two countries because someone served lunch at the wrong temperature. Really? Really? It made the news for weeks. Blumgax felt oddly comforted by this. Maybe humans and aliens weren't so different. Maybe everyone everywhere was just making it up as they went along. Maybe the universe wasn't run by wise, ancient beings with profound understanding. Maybe it was run by people like him, people who made mistakes, people who asked uncomfortable questions, people who occasionally gave other people food poisoning and accidentally started 4,000-year-long diplomatic freezes. Can I ask you something? Kowalski-Hofstadter said. Of course. The Senate's new rule. About humanity. What is it exactly? F. Blumgax smiled. After the whole incident, after all the investigations and reforms and restructuring, the Senate had created a new rule about humanity. Just one. Simple. Clear. Always, he said, always ask about dietary restrictions before serving food to visitors. Kowalski-Hofstadter laughed so hard she had to sit down. In the Senate cafeteria, which now proudly displayed 17 different food safety certifications, a Quillopian cook was preparing lunch. The menu was carefully curated. Everything was labeled with detailed ingredient lists. Signs everywhere reminded visitors, please inform staff of any allergies or dietary restrictions. The cook looked at the menu with pride. Today's special, a nice, safe, thoroughly refrigerated salad. Nothing that could possibly cause an interstellar incident. Probably. Across the galaxy, on a small blue planet that had once been forbidden to mention, Gerald Hofstadter was having another Tuesday. His coffee machine was still broken. Someone was still parking in his spot. His socks still didn't match. But when his toothbrush started vibrating with an incoming message, he smiled. It was from the Galactic Senate's new Public Relations Department. They were conducting a survey about first contact experiences. They wanted feedback. Gerald filled out the survey. He gave them 3 stars. The invasion threat was frightening, he wrote, but the follow-up communication was much improved. He'd appreciate if future alien contacts could avoid interrupting dinner. Also, could someone do something about the whole parking situation? If they could manage interstellar travel, surely they could figure out parking enforcement. He submitted the survey and went back to his dinner. The galaxy was bigger than he'd thought, more complicated than he'd imagined, and apparently just as bureaucratically incompetent as Earth. Somehow that made it less scary. In the Senate archives, where the forbidden records had once been sealed behind 17 layers of classification, a new policy was being implemented. Everything was being declassified. Everything was being made public. Historians were having the time of their lives, discovering 4,000 years of mistakes, misunderstandings, and magnificent institutional failures. They found records of a trade war started because someone mistranslated please as submit or die. They found a territorial dispute that lasted 6 centuries because 2 species independently named the same planet Bob, and neither would admit they'd chosen a stupid name. They found a diplomatic crisis caused by someone accidentally sitting in the wrong chair. The galaxy, it turned out, was held together not by wisdom or strength, but by the fact that everyone was too embarrassed to admit they had no idea what they were doing. Blumgax, reading through these records late one evening, felt oddly at peace. He'd spent his whole life thinking the Senate knew what it was doing, that the old guards had answers, that somewhere someone was in control. But they weren't. Nobody was. Everyone was just trying their best, making mistakes, learning, moving forward, and sometimes asking the right stupid question at the right stupid time. His communicator buzzed. A message from Earth, from Gerald, actually. They'd been exchanging messages occasionally. Gerald had questions about the Senate. F. Blumgax had questions about human waste management systems. It was a weird friendship, but it worked. The message read, Saw the news about the declassification? Found anything good? F. Blomgax thought about it, then he typed, "Found out the Senate's founding charter has a typo. We've been spelling unanimous wrong for 12,000 years. Nobody ever noticed." Gerald's response, "That tracks." F. Blomgax laughed, and then he did something he'd never done before. He forwarded the founding charter to Earth, not because he had to, not because it was required, but because if the galaxy was going to be run by people who had no idea what they were doing, they might as well all be confused together. The response from Earth came quickly. It was a detailed analysis of the founding charter, including corrections for 17 spelling errors, 6 grammatical inconsistencies, and 1 section that appeared to be someone's shopping list that had accidentally been included in the official document. The Senate accepted the corrections, they updated the charter, and they didn't even classify the mistake. Progress, F. Blomgax thought, was strange. It wasn't what he'd expected. It wasn't grand or dramatic or even particularly organized. It was just people talking to each other, admitting mistakes, fixing problems, moving forward, one small, stupid step at a time. 6 months after first contact, the Senate held its first joint session with human representatives. It was chaos. Humans had opinions about Senate procedure. They had suggestions about efficiency. They had questions about why everything took so long. The Senate found this horrifying and also refreshing. "Why?" a human legislator asked during a debate about trade regulations. "Does this require 7 committee reviews? Can't we just decide?" The chamber went silent. 17 species stared at her. "Just decide?" Senator Quilliprix repeated, as if she'd suggested they set fire to democracy itself. "Yes, vote, majority wins, move on." But what about the subcommittee analysis? What about it? And the impact assessment? Do it after, if it matters. But that's not procedure, the human legislator shrugged. Then change the procedure. Vremick, who'd somehow survived the scandal and was clinging to his position through sheer bureaucratic inertia, felt something break inside him. Not in a bad way. In the way that things break when they're old and rigid and need to break to become something better. "She's right," he said quietly. Everyone stared at him. "She's right," he said louder. "We've been hiding behind procedure for millennia, using complexity as an excuse for inaction. Maybe it's time we actually did something." The chamber erupted, half in protest, half in agreement, all in volume. It was the most productive Senate session in 4,000 years. They actually passed something, a bill, about streamlining administrative review processes. It wasn't exciting, but it was something. And then they passed another bill, and another. And soon, the Senate was actually functioning instead of just existing. It was terrifying, and wonderful, and probably wouldn't last. But for now, it was working. F. Blomgax watched all this and marveled. He'd asked one question, one stupid, simple question. Why can't we talk about humans? And that question had unraveled 4,000 years of silence, had exposed institutional cowardice, had forced change that nobody thought was possible. All because he'd been too new to know he wasn't supposed to ask. On Earth, humanity watched the galactic news with fascination. They were part of something bigger now, something strange and complicated and occasionally ridiculous. The galaxy wasn't what science fiction had promised. There were no wise elder races, no benevolent federations, no grand cosmic purposes, just people, aliens, yes, but people, making mistakes, fixing them, trying to figure out how to live together despite being fundamentally weird to each other. It was, Gerald thought as he watched the news coverage, weirdly hopeful. The universe wasn't perfect, but it was trying, and sometimes trying was enough. His toothbrush buzzed. Another message from the Senate. They were requesting feedback on the new streamlined procedures. Would he mind filling out a survey? Gerald smiled. He opened the survey, and he gave them 4 stars this time. Progress was happening, slowly, awkwardly, one small, ridiculous step at a time. The galaxy would never be the same, not because humanity had changed it with strength or wisdom, but because someone had asked a stupid question and refused to accept a stupid answer.
The grand hall was filled with a hum of whispered voices, the excited chatter of young minds eager to prove themselves. The Alien Academy had brought together students from across the galaxy, each from a different species, to be tested on their knowledge and abilities. The vast, crystalline structure of the Academy sparkled in the starlight, its walls covered in holographic projections of galaxies, distant stars, and planets. This was no ordinary school. This was a place where beings from all corners of the universe came to push their limits, where the best minds came to be sharpened. Here, knowledge was not just a pursuit, it was an honor, a responsibility. At the front of the room stood Professor Julgar, a being known across the galaxy for his intellect and vast understanding of cosmic science. His species, the Veltrians, were renowned for their encyclopedic knowledge of astronomy, physics, and the intricacies of the universe. They had studied the stars for millennia, tracing their movements with precision that few other species could even begin to comprehend. Julgar's reputation had made him both respected and feared among his students. His classroom was a mix of pupils from different worlds, each of them representing an advanced species with unique abilities, technologies, and philosophies. Some had seen the birth of stars, others had traveled across vast distances between galaxies in a mere moment. But despite their impressive feats, Julgar was known to have an edge over them all. His tests were notoriously difficult, designed not just to assess knowledge but to challenge the very essence of what his students thought they knew. Today was no different. The students sat in anticipation, their eyes fixed on their teacher, waiting for the challenge that would test their knowledge and skills. Julgar, with his luminous blue skin, sharp features, and penetrating yellow eyes, stood tall, his presence commanding the room. He surveyed the students with an air of calculated authority, watching as they shifted in their seats, eager to hear what was next. In the front row there sat one student who was notably different from the others. She was human. The only one of her kind in this prestigious academy, and already a subject of intrigue among the more seasoned species. Her name was Monica, and she had come from Earth, a relatively young and primitive world compared to the advanced civilizations surrounding her. Humans, with their relatively short history and underdeveloped technology, were often underestimated. Despite this, Monica had earned her place in this academy based on merit alone, having proven herself in earlier tests where many of her peers faltered. But today she was about to face her most difficult challenge yet. Julgar's voice broke the silence, reverberating through the room with a deep, melodic resonance that commanded attention. Today we test your understanding of the universe. I will ask you to demonstrate not only your knowledge but your ability to think creatively under pressure, he said, his words deliberate, precise. The students exchanged glances, some already preparing for what would undoubtedly be a complex task. Julgar continued, his gaze sweeping across the room. You will be tasked with something quite simple at first glance: draw a map of the solar system. But you are not just to trace the familiar planets, moons, and stars you know so well. No, your task is to accurately represent the celestial bodies that exist in our solar system, mapping their movements, orbits, and positions with perfect precision. A murmur rippled through the room. The challenge seemed easy enough, at least for those who were accustomed to the vastness of space. Most of the species here had access to advanced technology, star charts, and hyper-intelligent AI systems capable of mapping the stars with ease. But for Monica, the challenge was different. She had no such tools. She was human, a species that had only recently developed rudimentary space exploration technology. She had only ever seen the stars through the lens of a telescope, never having ventured beyond her own planet's orbit. The other students knew this well, and many of them exchanged skeptical looks. To them, the human's task seemed daunting, if not impossible. Julgar turned his attention to Monica. You, young human, he said, his tone neutral but laced with an underlying challenge. You have earned your place here. Now show us what you can do. His yellow eyes locked with hers, assessing her every move. Monica, though feeling the weight of the moment, did not flinch. She stood up, her palms sweating slightly, but her gaze was unwavering. She had prepared for this, even if she had never quite expected it to be so daunting. Taking a deep breath, she walked to the front of the room, where a large holographic board hovered in midair, awaiting her instructions. It was a simple device, an interactive surface that could record and project images based on the user's gestures. Monica stood before it, ready to begin. The other students watched in silence, their eyes trained on her as she slowly extended her hand to the projection panel. She closed her eyes for a moment, collecting her thoughts. Then, with a steady motion, she began to draw. The first line she drew was simple, an outline of the sun. The other students nodded, some even muttering to themselves about how expected and standard the human's work was. It was an easy place to start, and they expected nothing more than the basics: the inner planets, the asteroid belt, and the outer giants. But as Monica's hand moved across the projection panel, something unusual began to happen. Instead of following the expected pattern of planetary orbits, Monica's map began to veer off in unexpected directions. She drew strange lines connecting distant stars, some of which were well beyond the solar system, well outside the realm of any known human knowledge. She traced paths that connected the sun to other systems, some containing planets not yet discovered, and others completely unknown to science. The other students looked on, their confusion mounting. Julgar, too, was taken aback. His eyes narrowed as he watched Monica's hand glide effortlessly across the board. She wasn't just mapping the planets of the solar system, she was creating a blueprint that extended far beyond the known territories of space. Her movements were deliberate, each stroke forming a new constellation, a new cluster of stars, and even distant, uncharted galaxies. There was a strange precision to it, as though she had some kind of hidden knowledge that no one had expected from a human. Monica paused for a moment, sensing the change in atmosphere. She glanced at the faces around her. The looks of surprise, disbelief, and awe were evident in the expressions of her peers. Her heart raced, but she focused on the task at hand, continuing to map the unknown regions of space with calm determination. As she drew the final lines, the map was no longer just a simple diagram of the solar system. It had expanded into something much greater. The human had created a map that was both beautiful and perplexing. It connected worlds and stars that the other species present had never heard of, stars that even Julgar had never seen in all his millennia of studying the cosmos. The room was silent now, the air thick with tension. The alien teacher, for the first time in his life, felt a sense of awe and confusion. Monica stepped back from the board, her hand trembling slightly from the effort. The room remained quiet, as if everyone was waiting for something, anything to explain what they had just witnessed. Julgar took a step forward, his voice unusually soft. "Tell me, human," he said. His words weighed with both curiosity and skepticism. "How do you know this?" Monica looked at him and smiled, though she had no answer to give. How could she explain it? How could she explain the dreams she'd had, the visions of distant stars and galaxies she had seen in her sleep? She wasn't sure if it was something natural or some hidden part of her mind unlocking an ancient knowledge. She simply knew what she had drawn was right, even if she couldn't fully understand it. The silence in the room deepened, but this time it was not uncomfortable. It was filled with wonder, and maybe, just maybe, the first seeds of respect. Monica had done something no one had expected from her, no one had anticipated. And for the first time, she had earned more than just the recognition of her peers. She had earned the awe of beings far beyond her own species. As the teacher stood there, his mind racing to understand what had just transpired, he couldn't help but wonder, had humanity always had this latent ability? Was there something about them, something that no one had recognized before? He had no answers, but one thing was clear: this was just the beginning of a far greater mystery. The stillness that followed Monica's mapping felt heavy, almost suffocating. The entire room was paralyzed by the shock of what had just transpired. The holographic projection of the map, Monica's map, hung in midair, its glowing lines shimmering softly in the dim light of the academy. The students, alien and human alike, were frozen, their eyes wide with disbelief. Even Professor Julgar, who had seen and studied the cosmos for eons, stood speechless, his once imposing presence diminished in the face of something he had never anticipated. But Monica, still standing before the projection, could feel the weight of their gazes. Her hands trembled slightly as she stepped back from the board, unsure of what she had just accomplished. She had drawn something far beyond the solar system, beyond any star map she had ever seen. It wasn't just the familiarity of the orbits and the planetary arrangements that had caused her hand to move with such ease, it was the sense of recognition that washed over her as she traced the paths, the stars, the distant galaxies. She had known these things, even if her mind couldn't fully comprehend how. It was as if something deep within her, some forgotten memory or instinct, had unlocked when she stood before the map. The silence lingered in the air, thick and oppressive. The other students, many of whom had never interacted with a human before, exchanged confused and anxious glances. Some looked at each other, as if seeking validation for what they had just witnessed. Others stared at the map, their eyes scanning the uncharted stars and planets, trying to make sense of the inexplicable. It wasn't just a mere coincidence, they thought. Monica's map was too accurate, too detailed to be the result of imagination alone. The lines she had drawn weren't just fanciful strokes, they were deliberate, precise. They represented something far more profound than anyone had expected from a human. Julgar, despite his shock, regained his composure first. His sharp eyes, usually cold and calculating, were now filled with an unmistakable mixture of confusion and curiosity. He stepped forward slowly, his long, slender fingers reaching out to the projection, hovering just above the map as if afraid to touch it. He traced the lines with his eyes, his mind racing to process the impossible. "Tell me, human," Julgar finally spoke, his voice low but filled with an intensity Monica had never heard before. "Where did you learn this?" His tone wasn't accusatory, but it carried the weight of a question that demanded an answer. The room seemed to hold its breath as the professor's gaze locked with hers, searching for any hint of a trick, any explanation that might offer a reasonable answer. Monica swallowed, her throat dry. She had no answer. She didn't know how she had known these things, how she had drawn the map with such precision. It wasn't just the solar system she had mapped, it was entire regions of space that should have been beyond human knowledge. Her hand had traced paths to distant stars, galaxies and nebulae that no one, not even the most advanced species present, could claim to have discovered. She had connected the dots, drawing connections between celestial bodies that shouldn't have been connected. And yet there they were, laid out before them, like pieces of a puzzle she had never seen before. I don't know," Monica said, her voice barely above a whisper. The words felt inadequate even to her. How could she explain this? How could she put into words the feeling she had experienced while drawing? The sense of recognition, the inexplicable pull of certain constellations and galaxies. "It just came to me," she added, hoping that her vague explanation might at least make sense to some of them. Julgar didn't respond immediately. Instead, he studied her closely, his mind racing as he processed the impossibility of it all. He had spent lifetimes studying the stars, charting the movements of countless galaxies. His species had the technology to map the universe with unprecedented accuracy. Yet here was this human, this young, unassuming human who had somehow, unknowingly, drawn a map that not only included the known solar system but also star systems, planets and nebulae that were completely unknown to any of the gathered species. It was as though she had access to some hidden knowledge, some cosmic secret that eluded even the most advanced minds. The teacher's gaze flickered to the map again, this time taking in the fine details. There were connections between distant solar systems, stars that were positioned in ways that defied conventional understanding. There were anomalies, pathways that shouldn't exist according to known physics. It was as if Monica had drawn a path through space-time itself, something no one, not even the greatest minds, had ever thought possible. The map was more than just a collection of stars, it was a blueprint for the cosmos, an interconnected web of celestial bodies and phenomena that seemed to be in perfect harmony. Julgar's mind, usually so sharp and methodical, felt momentarily dull in the face of the inexplicable. His species had studied the cosmos for millennia, cataloging every star, every planet, every black hole. Yet here was this human, an outsider, who had somehow pierced the veil of knowledge that had eluded the greatest minds for centuries. Was it possible that this human, this earthling, held the key to a deeper understanding of the universe? Was it possible that she had access to knowledge that had been hidden for eons? The professor turned his gaze to the rest of the students, whose expressions ranged from disbelief to intrigue. Some had begun to whisper among themselves, their voices filled with a mix of awe and confusion. Others simply stared, as if they were waiting for someone to explain what had just happened. Monica's map had shattered their perceptions of what was possible. No one, least of all a human, was supposed to be able to do this. One of the students, an alien with translucent green skin and large, bulging eyes, stepped forward. "Professor," she said hesitantly, her voice trembling slightly, this can't be right. How could she have known all of this? She gestured toward the map, as if to highlight the impossibility of it all. "There are systems here that no one has discovered. We've mapped the stars for centuries, and we've never seen anything like this. Not even the oldest archives in the galaxy contain these planets." The other students murmured in agreement, their skepticism growing with each passing second. The idea that a human, someone with so little access to advanced technology, could map the stars with such precision was inconceivable to them. They had assumed that Monica's knowledge would be limited to the basic understanding of the universe, perhaps a simple representation of the solar system with its familiar planets and moons. But instead, she had done the unthinkable. She had charted an entire network of galaxies and star systems that defied all logic. Julgar turned back to Monica, his gaze softening. "You say you do not know how you did this," he said, his voice now more contemplative. "But I must ask, are you sure? Could this be a product of some unknown ability of your species? Perhaps a latent talent that you yourself are unaware of?" Monica felt a knot tighten in her stomach. She wanted to explain, to tell them that she had no idea what was happening, but the words escaped her. It was as if she had tapped into something far beyond her understanding. The connection she felt to the universe, to the stars, was something she couldn't explain. It wasn't just knowledge, it was an instinct, a deep sense of belonging, as if she had always known these things, even if her mind had never fully understood them before. "I don't know," she repeated, her voice steady despite the turmoil inside her. "I can't explain it, but it felt right." Julgar nodded slowly, his sharp features reflecting a mixture of fascination and disbelief. "Indeed," he murmured, "it feels right." The professor's words hung in the air as the room fell into a tense silence. There were no answers, only more questions. And the most pressing one of all was this: what had Monica just unlocked? What knowledge had she tapped into, and why was it hidden from the rest of the galaxy for so long? The mystery surrounding her map, her connection to the stars, was only beginning. And as Julgar stood there, contemplating the impossible, he couldn't help but feel that this was just the beginning of something far greater than anyone could have imagined. The tension in the room had not dissipated in the hours that followed. If anything, it had grown thicker, suffocating. Monica stood at the front, still reeling from her own discovery, her mind racing to process what had just occurred. The other students were quiet now, their murmurs fading into the background as they exchanged uncertain glances. The silence was broken only by the faint hum of the Academy's technology, the soft buzz of the lights overhead, and the occasional shuffle of feet against the polished floor. Professor Julgar had retreated to the side of the room, standing apart from the students. His yellow eyes flickered back and forth as they surveyed the map Monica had drawn, still glowing in midair. He had been the first to recover, or at least to appear as though he had, but even his measured composure couldn't fully hide the shock in his expression. He had seen the stars in ways that most could not even begin to imagine. His species, the Veltrians, had mastered the art of galactic mapping, tracing the orbits and positions of celestial bodies with a precision that seemed to defy the natural order of the universe. And yet, here was a human, with no more than rudimentary knowledge of space travel, creating a map that not only challenged their understanding of the solar system but expanded it into realms they had never even dreamed of. He had been patient in his questioning of her, trying to sift through the possible explanations. Was it a trick? Some clever illusion? But no, the map was real. It pulsed with the energy of the cosmos, the distant stars beckoning from beyond the confines of known space. The accuracy of the map was impossible to deny, but what was even more baffling was the sense of purpose behind it. There was a rhythm to the way the stars were connected, a design that transcended mere coincidence. Julgar's mind was racing. He knew that something extraordinary had just occurred, something that would change the course of galactic history. The question, however, was whether this was simply an accident, a fluke of some kind, or whether there was something deeper at play. Could Monica, this human, have unlocked a hidden knowledge, an ancient secret that had eluded even the most advanced minds? The map, still suspended in the air, beckoned him to come closer. Julgar's gaze shifted to the smaller details now, examining the various regions Monica had drawn. There were lines connecting distant stars, clusters of planets that he had never seen in any of the extensive archives of his people. There was a faint hum emanating from the map, almost like a whisper, as though the stars themselves were alive, trying to communicate. He took a slow step forward, his mind still processing the impossible. Monica, standing near the projection, felt his gaze on her again, but she couldn't bring herself to meet his eyes. She wasn't sure what to say. How could she explain it? How could she explain the strange compulsion she had felt while drawing the map? It was as if she had been guided by something or someone something that was beyond her understanding. The map wasn't something she had created with her conscious mind. It had come from somewhere else, somewhere deep inside her. Human, Julgar's voice finally broke the silence, his tone softer now, less forceful than before. This map, it contains more than just the familiar constellations and planets. It is different. There are regions here that no one, not even the greatest scholars of the galaxy, have discovered. You have drawn stars and planets that should not exist in any known catalog. Monica nodded slowly, still unsure of what to say. Her heart was racing, her thoughts spinning in 1,000 directions at once. "I don't know how I did it," she said again, the words feeling weak and hollow, even as they left her lips. "It's like I knew these places, like I've been there before." The other students were still silent, watching her with a mix of disbelief and awe. One of them, a tall, insectoid being with segmented limbs and translucent wings, leaned forward, his multiple eyes blinking rapidly as he studied the map. "There is no record of these places in any archive," he muttered, more to himself than to anyone else. "I have scoured the galaxies for knowledge of every star system, every black hole and nebula. But this is nothing I have ever seen." Julgar stepped back, his brow furrowing as he processed the implications. If the regions Monica had drawn were real, if they truly existed in some distant corner of the universe, it could mean one of two things: either she had discovered a hidden part of the galaxy that no one had ever seen, or there was something far more profound at play here. Was it possible that Monica was somehow tapping into a lost or ancient knowledge? Could this be something that was buried within the very fabric of the universe, something that even the most advanced species had overlooked? His mind raced with possibilities, none of them entirely comforting. If Monica had truly discovered something so far beyond their collective understanding, then the implications were enormous. For the first time in his life, Julgar felt a sense of vulnerability. The galaxy, as vast and as complex as it was, suddenly seemed even more mysterious than he had ever imagined. "Perhaps," Julgar said after a long pause, his voice tinged with a rare sense of uncertainty, "there is more to this human than we understand. It is possible that she is connected to something, some source of knowledge that we have been unable to perceive." Monica swallowed hard. It was as if Julgar's words had unlocked something deep within her. The more she thought about it, the more she realized that she couldn't explain what had happened. But one thing was clear: the map she had drawn was only the beginning. It was as if she had opened a door to something vast, something infinite. A door that had always been there but had been hidden from her until now. Her thoughts were interrupted by a voice from the back of the room. It was the insectoid student again, his tone urgent. "Professor, look at this." His multiple eyes focused on a particular section of the map that Monica had drawn, a swirling nebula that seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly light. This nebula, it matches the description of a place known only in ancient legends, a place that was believed to be a myth. It is said to be the birthplace of stars, a place where time itself is altered. Julgar's heart skipped a beat. "Impossible," he muttered under his breath, moving toward the projection. He had studied those legends as a child, the stories passed down through generations of Veltrines. They were nothing more than fairy tales, myths designed to explain the mysteries of the universe that the ancient Veltrines had yet to understand. But here it was, in stark detail, drawn by a human who had no access to such knowledge. The professor's mind whirled with thoughts of the nebula, the myths, and the implications. If the legends were true, then Monica had not merely mapped an uncharted region of space. She had uncovered a cosmic mystery that had been lost to history. She had tapped into something far more profound than anyone had imagined. "Professor," One of the students said quietly, breaking the silence. What does this mean? If this is real, if these places exist, what are we dealing with? What does it mean for us? For the galaxy? Julgar looked around the room, meeting the eyes of each student. There was no easy answer. The map Monica had drawn was not just a record of celestial bodies. It was a map of something much more dangerous, much more powerful. It was a map of knowledge, of untapped cosmic potential, and perhaps of forces that even the most advanced civilizations were not prepared to confront. It means, Julgar said, his voice steady but filled with an undeniable awe, that we have just begun to scratch the surface of something far greater than anything we could have imagined. Something that has been hidden from us all this time. As Monica stood in the center of the room, she realized that her discovery had only just begun. She had unlocked something ancient, something mysterious. But now she would have to face the consequences of that discovery. The universe was vast, and she had just opened a door that perhaps no one was ready to walk through. And she, Monica, a human from Earth, was the key. The question was no longer how she had done it. The question was what would happen next. The days following Monica's unprecedented map had passed in a blur. The Academy's atmosphere, once vibrant with the buzz of eager minds, now felt unnervingly tense. Everywhere she went, eyes followed her, curious, wary, and filled with suspicion. Monica had never felt so out of place, even though she had always known that being human among beings from the farthest reaches of the galaxy would make her stand out. But this was different. Now, it wasn't just her species that set her apart. It was the knowledge she had uncovered, the impossible discovery she had made. The map, glowing with cosmic energy, had turned her into something of a spectacle, a subject of both fascination and fear. She had been sequestered in a special chamber ever since she had drawn the map, away from the other students. Julgar had insisted that she remain isolated while further analysis was conducted, though Monica couldn't quite understand why. Was it for her safety? Was it because the professor and the others needed to study her discovery in private? Or perhaps it was something more sinister, something she hadn't yet grasped. She sat at a long table in the chamber, the map still floating in the air in front of her, its celestial paths and uncharted stars suspended like fragments of a distant dream. It seemed to pulse, slowly and rhythmically, as if alive. Sometimes, in moments of quiet reflection, she felt as though the map was speaking to her, its intricate design whispering secrets she couldn't understand. The words eluded her, but the sensation, the feeling that the universe itself was calling to her was overwhelming. Julgar entered the room abruptly, his tall, slender form cutting through the stillness like a shadow. His yellow eyes, usually so steady and assured, were clouded with an emotion Monica couldn't place. There was something about him now, something distant. He had been one of the most accomplished and knowledgeable beings she had ever met. Yet in the presence of the map, he seemed almost unsettled. "Human," he said, his voice sharp, more commanding than usual. "It is time we address what you have uncovered. We need to understand the full extent of this discovery, and we need answers." He stopped in front of her, his gaze fixed on the floating map. "We cannot ignore this any longer. The galaxy will not rest until we know the truth." Monica nodded slowly, her heart thudding in her chest. She hadn't known exactly what to expect, but she certainly hadn't anticipated this. The professor had been distant since the map was first revealed, retreating into his own thoughts, running simulations, and engaging in deep discussions with other scholars. At first she thought it was a sign of his awe, but the longer it had gone on, the more she felt like she was under some kind of scrutiny. "What do you want me to do?" she asked, her voice quieter than usual. Her hands trembled slightly as she reached out to touch the air near the map, her fingers brushing the invisible boundary that kept it suspended. Julgar stepped closer, his long fingers hovering over the map as if he was afraid to touch it. "We need to know how you did this, human, how you accessed this knowledge," he said, his voice thick with a mix of disbelief and something else, something like fear. "We have analyzed every possible scenario, but there is no explanation. Your map defies all logic. It is not just a map of the known universe. It is a key, Monica, a key to something far greater." The weight of his words settled over her like a heavy cloud. "A key?" she repeated, her mind racing. "A key to what?" Julgar hesitated, his eyes flickering to the map before meeting her gaze. "A key to knowledge we have long since forgotten," he said slowly. You have unlocked something ancient, something that predates even the oldest civilizations. Monica's heart skipped a beat. She had always known that the map was important, but she had never imagined it was connected to something as vast and old as Zulgar was implying. I didn't mean to, she whispered. I didn't know. She stopped, not sure how to finish the sentence. How could she explain something she herself didn't fully understand? The professor watched her closely, his expression unreadable. We need to understand this, he repeated. We cannot afford to let this discovery go unexplained. The very fabric of the universe could be at stake. For a moment, neither of them spoke. The only sound was the faint hum of the map, its glowing lines flickering like distant stars. Monica's mind was swirling with questions. What had she unlocked? What was this key Zulgar was talking about? And why did she feel such an overwhelming pull toward it? There was something ancient and powerful embedded in the map, something that seemed to call out to her. After a long pause, Zulgar turned toward her again, his tone more measured this time. There are those who will want to exploit this knowledge. There are factions, races in the galaxy that would stop at nothing to gain access to what you have discovered. I must ask you, Monica, to be very careful. You must not share this map with anyone else. Not yet. Not until we fully understand its implications. She nodded, her stomach tightening. She hadn't considered the possibility that there might be others who would seek to control or destroy what she had found. It hadn't occurred to her that her discovery could be a threat, but now she saw the truth of it. This wasn't just about knowledge, it was about power. And the last thing she wanted was to become a pawn in some intergalactic struggle she couldn't even begin to comprehend. Do you understand? Zulgar asked, his gaze intense. Yes, she replied, her voice steady despite the storm raging in her chest. I understand. The professor nodded slowly, then turned back to the map. We must act quickly. We will begin by isolating the regions you have identified. We will scan the coordinates, gather data from the galaxy's most advanced telescopes, and compare your map with our own records. If what you have drawn is real, then we must be prepared for what comes next. As Zulgar moved away from her, Monica couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. Something about the way he spoke, the urgency in his voice, made her realize that the stakes were far higher than she had imagined. This wasn't just about an academic discovery, this was about something that could alter the course of galactic history. The professor's next words only deepened her concern. We will need to alert the council, he said quietly, almost to himself. If this knowledge is truly as powerful as I suspect, then we will need their help. There are forces at play here that we cannot handle alone. Monica felt a chill run down her spine. The council. The very thought of it sent shivers through her. The council was an assembly of the most powerful and influential races in the galaxy. They were the ones who held sway over the galaxy's laws, its borders, and its resources. If they got involved, things would change forever. She had no idea what it would mean for her, for the galaxy, or for the knowledge she had uncovered. But one thing was certain: her life, and the lives of those around her, would never be the same again. I'm ready, she said, her voice firm despite the uncertainty that gripped her heart. I'll do whatever it takes to help. Zulgar turned back to her, his expression softening just slightly. Good, he said. We will need your help. But you must be careful, Monica. There are forces out there that would stop at nothing to control this. We must tread carefully. As the professor left the room to begin the next phase of their investigation, Monica stood alone, her mind racing. She had unlocked something ancient, something that could change everything. But as the reality of what she had discovered began to settle in, she couldn't shake the feeling that she had just taken the first step down a path that would lead her into the unknown. A path that, once started, could not be undone. The map floated silently before her, its cosmic path still glowing faintly. Monica felt the weight of it pressing down on her. She had no idea where this journey would lead. But one thing was certain: she was no longer just a student at an alien academy. She was a part of something much larger, something that could either save the galaxy or destroy it. The hum of the academy had taken on a different tone. Where once it had been filled with the usual low chatter of students, now it was punctuated by the heavy silence that seemed to hang in the air. The vast halls and corridors, illuminated by the soft glow of distant stars, had become a labyrinth of uncertainty. Every corner, every shadow seemed to hold some new threat or revelation, as if the very walls of the academy were holding their breath. Monica sat alone in a small, isolated chamber, a space that had once been a sanctuary for study but now felt more like a cage. The map, still hovering in front of her, was a constant reminder of the weight she now carried. It had started as something abstract, something curious and fascinating, but now it had become a symbol of the unknown, a force far beyond anything she could have ever imagined. Jules Gar's warnings echoed in her mind. "There are forces at play here that we cannot handle alone," he had said. The professor had become increasingly distant, his once confident demeanor now clouded with uncertainty. He had told her that the Council, the most powerful assembly of beings in the galaxy, had to be alerted, that there were factions out there who would stop at nothing to control the knowledge she had unlocked. But even as he spoke those words, Monica could see the fear in his eyes. Fear not of her, but of what she had uncovered. It was only a matter of time before the Council arrived. They were coming soon, faster than she could have imagined. But as the days passed, Monica couldn't shake the feeling that she was being watched. She would catch glimpses of figures in the halls, cloaked in shadows, their eyes always on her. The tension was palpable, the weight of her discovery pressing down on her like a physical force. One evening, as Monica walked through the corridors, she was stopped by a figure in a dark cloak. The figure was tall, imposing, with eyes that seemed to gleam in the dim light. "You've unlocked something," the voice said, low and menacing. "Something that could change everything." Monica froze, her breath catching in her throat. She had seen this figure before, once in the background, always watching. "Who are you?" she demanded, her voice steady despite the fear that gripped her. The figure stepped closer, his face still obscured by the cloak. "I am someone who understands the gravity of what you've done. You've opened a door, Monica, a door that cannot be closed once opened." His voice dropped to a whisper. "And there are those who will stop at nothing to make sure they control what you've discovered." Her heart raced as she took a step back. "What do you want from me?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The figure reached out, his hand brushing the edge of the floating map, sending a ripple through its holographic projection. "We want to help you," he said, his tone shifting. "But the Council will not. They will seek to control you, to use your discovery for their own gain. You have something they cannot understand, something that they fear. The galaxy is at a crossroads, Monica, and you are the key." Before Monica could respond, the figure turned and vanished into the shadows, leaving her standing in the cold silence of the corridor. She was shaken, her mind racing as she tried to make sense of what had just happened. Who was he? And why did he speak with such certainty? More importantly, what was he suggesting? The next few days passed in a blur. The Academy seemed to be preparing for something, as though the air itself had grown heavier with anticipation. The map remained suspended before her, but now it felt different, darker, more foreboding. Monica couldn't shake the feeling that she had just stepped into something far larger than herself. She had unlocked knowledge that others would kill to possess, and now the galaxy was closing in on her. The Council arrived without warning, a fleet of sleek, imposing ships descending on the Academy like a shadow. Their arrival was swift, their presence undeniable. They were not here to ask questions, they were here to take control. The Council's representatives were beings of unimaginable power, each one a leader of their species, each one determined to maintain their hold over the galaxy. But none of them could have predicted what they would encounter here. As Monica was escorted into the Council chamber, she could feel the weight of their gazes on her. The room was vast, filled with beings from across the galaxy, tall, short, humanoid, and alien. Each one seemed to be watching her, studying her, sizing her up. In the center of the room, an elevated platform was occupied by the Council's leaders, their eyes sharp and calculating. Jules Gar stood off to the side, his face a mask of resolve. "You are the one who unlocked this knowledge." One of the Council members, a towering figure with dark, shimmering skin, asked, his voice echoing in the chamber. Monica nodded, her heart pounding in her chest. "I didn't intend for this to happen," she said. "I only drew the map." The Council member's eyes narrowed. "You did not intend for this?" His voice was low, almost mocking. "You are not in control of what you have unleashed, human. You cannot simply play at being a scholar and expect the universe to remain unchanged. You have unlocked something ancient, something dangerous." "Dangerous?" Monica's voice trembled, but she steeled herself. "It is knowledge. It's not dangerous unless you choose to use it as such. The room fell silent, the council members exchanging glances. They were not accustomed to being challenged, especially by someone so insignificant in their eyes. But Monica's words had hit a nerve. The power she had unlocked, the knowledge that she had so innocently drawn, was now a weapon, one that could reshape the galaxy, for better or for worse. We are here to ensure that this knowledge does not fall into the wrong hands, another council member said, his voice cold and measured. He was a being with large, transparent wings and a long serpentine neck. His eyes locked onto Monica's, filled with unspoken threats. You will turn over your map, Monica. You will hand over the key to this knowledge. Monica felt a surge of fear rise within her, but she forced herself to remain calm. I can't just give it to you, she said firmly. It's not yours to take. The council members exchanged a look of disbelief. They had underestimated her, just as they had underestimated humanity. But this was not about a simple map. This was about control, about who would wield the power of the ancient knowledge Monica had uncovered. The galaxy was on the brink of a new era, and it was clear that the council would not let go of the reins without a fight. You have no choice, the winged council member said, his voice laced with venom. You will give us what we seek, or we will take it by force. Julgar stepped forward, his voice quiet but firm. I cannot allow this, he said, his eyes fixed on the council. You cannot take what does not belong to you. You may control galaxies, but you do not control knowledge, especially not this knowledge. The council members were silent for a moment, considering Julgar's words. They could not ignore the truth in them, but their pride was at stake. They had never faced opposition like this, especially from one so young, so insignificant in their eyes. But there was something more than pride at play here. Something darker, more urgent. We will give you one chance, the council member with the wings said, his tone hardening. Hand over the map, Monica, or face the consequences. The decision weighed heavily on Monica's shoulders. She had the power to change the course of the galaxy, but it was not hers to wield, not alone. The council would destroy everything in their path if they had their way, but she couldn't let them. With a trembling hand, Monica reached toward the floating map. She closed her eyes, her mind filled with the vast expanse of stars, the knowledge that had been unlocked within her. She could feel the ancient energy pulsing within her, a force that was beyond her control. It was not her decision to make. She had been chosen by something greater than herself to carry the key to the universe's mysteries. And in that moment, Monica understood. She couldn't let the council have the map, but she also couldn't keep it for herself. The map flickered once, and in the blink of an eye, it was gone. The council gasped, their collective breath caught in the sudden, overwhelming silence. Monica stood there, her heart racing, knowing that the universe had just changed forever. She had made the choice, and now there was no turning back.
The unexpected challenge. In the vastness of space, the Galactic Empire ruled with unmatched power. Their fleets of warships, advanced technologies, and highly trained soldiers made them feared by all. No one dared to challenge their might. For centuries, they had held the title of the most powerful force in the galaxy, and no one questioned their supremacy. But that was about to change. The Sentinel, a lone human ship, had been traveling through deep space on a routine mission. The ship was not large or particularly advanced. It was a small, somewhat outdated vessel compared to the massive, state-of-the-art ships of the Empire. The Sentinel's crew, a small group of humans, led by Captain Elias Stone, were just trying to get through their mission and return home. They had no idea that their path would cross with one of the most powerful fleets in the galaxy. The Sentinel was moving through an uncharted system when they detected a strange energy signature nearby. Captain Stone ordered his crew to investigate. As they approached the source of the signal, the ship's sensors began to pick up something huge. The readings were unlike anything they had ever seen. A massive fleet of Imperial warships, each one larger and more powerful than anything the humans had ever imagined, was positioned in the system. The crew stared in disbelief. They had encountered the Galactic Empire's fleet. In that moment, they realized the danger they were in. The Empire had no tolerance for trespassers, and humans were considered primitive and weak by the galactic standards. The Sentinel was no match for the Empire's powerful ships. Captain Stone knew this, but he wasn't about to surrender without a fight. The fleet surrounding them was impressive. Hundreds of warships, each capable of destroying entire planets, were positioned in a perfect formation, like a predator closing in on its prey. The Empire's ships were made of the strongest materials in the galaxy, with weapons that could obliterate anything in their path. The humans on the Sentinel were nothing more than ants compared to the vast, powerful force they were facing. As the Sentinel drifted closer, Captain Stone made a quick decision. He ordered the crew to stay calm and avoid provoking the fleet. They were outmatched, and their best option was to retreat before they became targets. However, just as they tried to turn the ship around, a voice came over the communication system. "Human vessel, you are in violation of Imperial space. Prepare to be boarded and taken to a detention facility." The Empire had found them, and there was no turning back now. Captain Stone's heart raced. He knew what would happen next. The Empire would capture their ship, imprison the crew, and destroy the vessel. There was no way the Sentinel could survive an encounter with the Empire's full might. But Captain Stone wasn't about to give up without a fight. He turned to his crew, his voice calm but firm. "Prepare for combat," he said. "We may not be able to fight their ships, but we can fight for our survival." The crew members, though nervous, nodded in agreement. They had faced danger before, but this was different. The odds were stacked against them. They had no weapons capable of matching the Empire's firepower, and their ship was too small to engage in a proper fight. Yet there was something about Captain Stone's confidence that gave them hope. If there was one person who could get them through this, it was him. Captain Stone sat in the command chair, his hands gripping the controls. He knew that they needed to do something bold. There was no escaping the fleet. They were trapped. But there was one last option left, something so dangerous, so unexpected, that it might just work. The Sentinel had one secret weapon, a hidden energy core that had been designed for emergency situations. It wasn't much, but if used correctly, it could turn the tide. The Empire's fleet was closing in fast. The massive warships moved in perfect unison, their engines humming with power. The Sentinel was no match for them, but Captain Stone had one thing the Empire didn't. Surprise. "Activate the core," he ordered. The crew members scrambled to follow the command. The energy core was a last resort, a weapon so powerful that it had the potential to destroy everything in its path. It was a gamble, but it was their only chance. Captain Stone watched as the readings on the console began to rise. The energy core was charging, its power building at an alarming rate. The Sentinel was about to unleash something the Empire wasn't ready for. Outside, the Imperial fleet continued to close in. The enormous ships were so massive they seemed like floating mountains in space, their weapons targeting the small human ship. The crew of the Sentinel braced themselves, knowing that whatever happened next would change the course of the battle. And then, just as the Empire's ships were about to fire, the unexpected happened. The Sentinel erupted in a brilliant flash of light as the energy core activated. The powerful wave of energy surged outward, disrupting the nearby Imperial ships' weapon systems and sending them into disarray. The massive warships, once so confident in their power, were now thrown off balance. The Sentinel's weapon had caused chaos in the Empire's fleet, and for the first time, the Empire's commanders were on the defensive. Captain Stone couldn't believe it. The Empire's ships were retreating. They were disoriented, damaged by the surprise attack. The Sentinel had, against all odds, managed to stand its ground. The human ship, once seen as primitive and weak, had just stunned the most powerful empire in the galaxy. The battle had only just begun, and the outcome was still uncertain. But one thing was clear: humanity was not as powerless as the Empire had thought. As the Sentinel sailed into the unknown, Captain Stone knew that this was only the start of something much bigger. The fight for humanity's place in the galaxy had only just begun, and the Empire had just been reminded of one important fact. Never underestimate the power of the human spirit. The story of the Sentinel and its crew was just beginning, and the galaxy would never be the same again. The turning point. The Sentinel was still shaking from the aftereffects of the energy burst, but Captain Elias Stone remained calm, focusing on the ship's instruments. The flashing lights on his control panel slowly began to stabilize. He'd ordered the energy core's release in a desperate gamble, and against all odds, it had worked. The Imperial fleet had been caught off guard and thrown into disarray, but it wasn't over yet. "Damage report," Captain Stone said, his voice steady despite the adrenaline coursing through his veins. "Minor hull damage, Captain," came the reply from Lieutenant Area Quinn, the ship's engineer. But the core blast did more than we anticipated. The fleet's communications are scrambled. They're trying to re-establish control. Stone nodded. That was their window of opportunity. The Empire might have superior firepower, but this moment of confusion could make all the difference. Good. We're not out of the woods yet. All hands, brace for anything. As the crew scrambled to prepare for whatever came next, the Sentinel sensors began to pick up strange readings. The Imperial fleet wasn't retreating. They were regrouping. The warships, still damaged but operational, were shifting into a new formation, much tighter this time, like a wolf pack closing in on a single prey. The initial shock had worn off, and now the Empire would come at them harder than ever. "Captain, I'm seeing a new wave of energy signatures, reinforcements," Lieutenant Quinn asked, her voice tinged with worry. Stone's heart sank. He had hoped that the blast would be enough to cause the Empire to rethink their tactics. But if they were sending reinforcements, it meant they weren't going to let a primitive human ship stand in their way. The odds were even more against them now. He quickly ran through their options. They couldn't fight an entire fleet. Not like this. Their weapons were nothing compared to the Empire's vast arsenal. The Sentinel was still a small, agile ship, and that was its only advantage. If they could keep moving, keep outsmarting the Empire, they might just have a chance. "Helm, plot a course toward the asteroid belt. Get us out of their line of fire. Communications, get the crew ready for evasive maneuvers," Stone ordered, his voice sharp. He turned to his right, where the ship's tactical officer, Lieutenant Marcus Harris, stood. "We're outgunned, Captain," Harris said grimly, eyeing the data on his console. "They're calling in the big guns. The Empire doesn't tolerate this kind of humiliation." Stone looked at his crew. They were all aware of the stakes now. The Sentinel had just made an enemy of the most powerful empire in the galaxy. The fact that they were still alive was a miracle, but Stone knew that miracles wouldn't keep them safe forever. "We'll make our own luck," he said firmly. "We're human, and that counts for more than the Empire realizes." The ship sped toward the asteroid belt, weaving between the floating rocks in the dark expanse. The Sentinel's size and speed gave it an advantage here. It could dart in and out of the asteroid field, hiding behind larger objects, but the Empire's ships were much slower, larger targets. The human ship could not outrun the Empire, but it could outsmart them if it played its cards right. As the Sentinel entered the belt, Captain Stone could hear the tension in the air. The crew worked quickly, preparing for a possible chase. They knew the Empire would be relentless. Then the warning alarms blared. The Empire had located them again. "Incoming. They're using long-range scanners to track us." Lieutenant Harris shouted over the noise. "We can't outrun them with this damage. Evasive maneuvers, now." Stone barked. The ship jerked to one side as the Sentinel made a sharp turn, dodging a volley of plasma bolts that streaked past them, missing by inches. The crew felt the jolt as the ship weaved through the asteroid field, but they had to stay focused. The Empire wasn't going to give up easily. Stone's mind raced. They needed a plan, a way to buy them more time. The asteroid belt might offer some cover, but the Empire would adapt. They always did. As they maneuvered, he looked at his crew. Their faces were set with determination, but it was clear they all knew what was at stake. The Empire could destroy them in an instant if they were caught. We need to hit them where it hurts, Stone muttered to himself as an idea began to form. We don't have the firepower, but we have something else. He quickly tapped his comm system. Lieutenant Quinn, do we have any experimental tech on board? Anything we can use to disable their ships? Quinn paused for a moment before responding. We've got the prototype jammer. It's not fully tested, but it could scramble their targeting systems if we can get close enough. Stone's mind clicked into place. That's our move. Get it ready. The Sentinel continued its unpredictable dance through the asteroid field, with the Empire's ships hot on their trail. But the more they maneuvered, the more the Empire realized that this wasn't going to be a normal chase. The Sentinel wasn't running. They were setting a trap. We're almost in range, Quinn called from the engineering console. Prepare for a rough ride. If this works, we'll need to make it count. Captain Stone gripped the armrest of his seat. His crew had already defied the odds once. Now they would need to do it again. The Empire thought they were just playing cat and mouse, but the humans on the Sentinel were about to turn the tables. With one final command, Stone set the course toward the nearest enemy ship. Prepare for launch, all hands. This is our chance. The crew braced themselves for what was coming next. The stakes couldn't be higher. The counterstrike. The Sentinel's engines hummed as it weaved in and out of the asteroid belt, with the Empire's fleet relentlessly pursuing. The ship's hull rattled as plasma fire impacted nearby rocks, sending debris flying in every direction. The crew was on edge, but their determination to survive kept them focused. Captain, we're nearing the target. Lieutenant Harris called out from the tactical station. We'll be in range of their lead ship in 3 minutes. Stone nodded, his eyes locked on the digital readout in front of him. The Sentinel's speed was their only advantage, but the longer they spent in the asteroid field, the more chances the Empire had to get a lock on them. How's the jammer, Quinn? Stone asked, glancing at the engineering console. Lieutenant Quinn's voice came through the comms, steady but urgent. We've got the prototype online. It's not perfect, Captain, but if we get close enough, it should disrupt their targeting systems. It's a long shot. Stone clenched his jaw, looking out the view screen at the looming darkness of the asteroid field. The crew had prepared for this moment, but they all knew the risks. The Empire was too powerful. Their fleet was massive and their weapons lethal. The Sentinel had no chance against a head-to-head battle. But if the jammer worked, they might just have a chance. We'll make it work, Stone said, his voice calm despite the urgency. We don't have another option. The crew silently moved into position, each person fully aware of the stakes. The Empire wouldn't let them escape easily. If they were going to pull this off, it had to be now. We've got incoming, Harris warned. His voice cutting through the tense air. The Empire's fleet had closed the gap. The lead ship, a massive dreadnought, loomed ahead. Stone could see the huge warship's turrets swiveling into place, preparing to fire. Time was running out. Helm, prepare for evasive action. Quinn, get ready to fire the jammer on my mark. Stone barked, his voice firm. Aye, Captain, came the simultaneous reply. The Sentinel darted to the left, narrowly avoiding a barrage of plasma shots that streaked past them, illuminating the asteroid field with each impact. The ship's hull groaned under the strain as the crew fought to keep the ship in one piece. But Stone's focus never wavered. He could feel the tension in the air as they drew closer to the Empire's dreadnought. The distance between the two ships was closing fast. The Sentinel was small and agile, but the dreadnought was a fortress in comparison. The odds were stacked against them. Hold steady, Stone muttered, his grip tight on the armrest. We're almost there. The enemy ship fired again, and the Sentinel jolted, but they had made it past the first line of fire. The gap had closed enough. The time had come. "Quinn, now!" Stone shouted. In the blink of an eye, Quinn activated the experimental jammer. A high-pitched hum echoed throughout the ship, followed by a sudden, deafening silence. The Sentinel's crew could feel the tension in the air as they waited, heartbeats racing. Then, an explosion of bright lights flickered across the viewport. The Empire's lead ship, the Dreadnought, suddenly began to lose its targeting accuracy. Its turrets spun wildly, firing off into space at nothing. For a brief moment, it was completely defenseless. The human ship had done it. Targeting systems offline. "They're scrambling," Harris shouted. It worked. "We've got a window." Stone didn't hesitate. "Take it. Full speed ahead." The Sentinel shot forward, gaining momentum. The Empire's lead ship, now disoriented and scrambling to recover, could do nothing to stop them. The smaller, more nimble Sentinel slipped past the larger ships, avoiding more plasma fire and leaving the Dreadnought behind in a haze of confusion. "We've done it," Quinn exclaimed. "The lead ship is blind. They can't track us." Stone allowed himself a brief smile. For the first time since they'd engaged with the Empire, the human crew had a real advantage. The Empire's fleet was in chaos, their communications scrambled and targeting systems offline. But Stone knew this victory wouldn't last long. The Empire was vast, its resources nearly endless. They would regroup, adapt, and come after the Sentinel with everything they had. This was just a small victory in a much larger war. "Get us out of here, Lieutenant. Head toward the nearest star system. We need to regroup and plan our next move," Stone ordered. "Aye, Captain," the lieutenant replied, steering the ship toward a new course. The asteroid field was behind them, but the danger was far from over. As the Sentinel accelerated into the vastness of space, Stone couldn't help but feel a sense of pride for his crew. They had faced the impossible and lived to fight another day. But they were only just beginning. The Empire might have been caught off guard, but now they would be watching humanity closely. If the Sentinel wanted to stay one step ahead, they would need to be smarter, faster, and more daring than ever. The battle was far from over. The real war was only just beginning. The Empire strikes back. The Sentinel had narrowly escaped the Empire's wrath, but Captain Stone knew it was only a matter of time before they would retaliate. The Empire's fleet was vast, and their reach was long. Humanity's victory in the asteroid field had been a fluke, a small victory in a war that was far from over. Stone had always known this fight would be long and grueling, but now, more than ever, he could feel the weight of what was at stake. "Captain," Lieutenant Harris said, his voice tight with anxiety, "scanners are picking up multiple ships. The Empire is closing in." Stone's stomach tightened. They couldn't keep running forever. The Empire was ruthless, and they would stop at nothing to hunt down the Sentinel. Even with their advanced technology, they were outnumbered, outgunned, and nearly out of time. "Prepare for evasive maneuvers," Stone ordered. "Quinn, can we get another jammer online?" Lieutenant Quinn's voice crackled over the comms. "The jammer is only a one-time use, Captain. It's a prototype. We can't rely on it again." Stone cursed under his breath. The jammer had been their only real chance to disrupt the Empire's targeting systems. Without it, the Sentinel would have to rely on its agility, speed, and the element of surprise. "We'll have to fight them head-on," Stone said, steeling himself for what was to come. "Get ready. This is it." The Sentinel hurtled through the cold void of space, the Empire's fleet bearing down on them. Ahead, Stone could see the shadow of the lead dreadnought, its massive guns rotating to lock onto their position. Behind it, other Imperial warships followed closely, ready to destroy the human ship for daring to defy them. Stone's thoughts raced. The Sentinel was small, nimble, and fast, but it was only one ship. The Empire had fleets, entire armadas, at their disposal. This would be a fight for survival, not a fight they could win in the long run. Still, Stone refused to back down. If the Empire wanted a fight, they would get one. Lock in the firing sequence, he ordered. Target their lead ship's propulsion system. If we take out their engines, they won't be able to follow us. Aye, Captain, Harris replied. Firing sequence locked. Stone's heart pounded as the crew prepared for battle. There was no turning back now. The Sentinel would have to fight with everything they had, or risk being destroyed. Fire, Stone shouted. The Sentinel's weapons roared to life, unleashing a volley of precision fire aimed at the lead dreadnought's engines. The powerful blast struck home, causing the massive ship to shudder and lurch forward. But it wasn't enough to disable it. The Empire's ship fired back almost instantly, sending a torrent of plasma shots racing toward the Sentinel. Brace for impact, Stone ordered. The ship shook violently as the first blast hit the Sentinel's shields. Sparks flew from various consoles, and the crew was thrown off balance as the ship rocked. Alarms blared as the shields began to fail. Stone's grip on the command chair tightened, but he refused to let panic set in. Status report, Stone demanded. Shields at 30%, Captain, Harris reported, his voice strained. Hull integrity holding, but we can't take much more of this. The Sentinel was taking a beating, but Stone knew they had to keep fighting. Their only chance was to disable the Empire's fleet before they could regroup. With every second that passed, the Empire's ships were getting closer to sealing their fate. Focus fire on the dreadnought's guns, Stone ordered. If we can disable their weapons, we can buy ourselves more time. The crew responded immediately. The Sentinel weaved and dodged as it fired another round of high-powered lasers at the dreadnought's weapons array. Explosions erupted along the Empire ship's surface as the Sentinel's fire found its mark. Several of the dreadnought's weapons went silent, unable to fire back. But the Empire wasn't finished. They sent in reinforcements, smaller fighter ships detached from the main fleet, flying at incredible speeds to engage the Sentinel directly. Captain, incoming fighters. They're locking on, Harris warned. Stone's eyes flicked over to the display, showing the incoming fighters. There were dozens of them, and they were fast. The Sentinel wouldn't be able to outrun them forever. Evade, evade, Stone shouted, gripping the armrest as the ship swerved violently. Get us to that moon now. The Sentinel shot toward a nearby moon, hoping its gravitational pull would help them shake the pursuing fighters. The fighters followed relentlessly, not willing to let their prey escape. The crew was at the edge of exhaustion. The Sentinel had taken damage. Their systems were strained, and yet they continued to fight on, determined not to let the Empire take them down. Then, just as it seemed like the Sentinel might not survive, a series of bright flashes lit up the space around them. The fighters were being destroyed, one by one. The Imperial ships had suddenly turned their focus toward a new threat. Captain, look, Harris pointed at the display. Stone's eyes widened as a massive fleet of unknown ships appeared from the dark side of the moon. These ships weren't part of the Empire. They were smaller, but they were armed and moving quickly, destroying the Empire's fighters with surgical precision. It's the Resistance, Stone said under his breath, a sense of relief flooding over him. They've come to help us. The tide had turned. With the Resistance's assistance, the Empire's fleet was finally being pushed back. The Sentinel had gained a small victory, but the battle was far from over. Stone knew that this was just the beginning. The Empire would regroup, but for now, humanity had made its mark. Get us out of here, Stone ordered. We've won this round, but the war isn't over. The Sentinel and the Resistance ships disappeared into the vastness of space, leaving the Empire's fleet in their wake. But the Empire would not forget this defeat. The real war had only just begun. The Empire's retaliation. The Sentinel and its newfound allies in the Resistance had barely escaped the clutches of the Empire, but Stone knew this brief respite wouldn't last long. The Empire was ruthless and efficient. A fleet of ships had been destroyed, but countless more would rise to replace them. The battle against the Empire was not a mere skirmish. It was a war, and humanity was now an unwilling player in this galaxy-wide struggle. As the Sentinel drifted toward a distant asteroid field, Stone gathered his senior officers for an emergency meeting. The brief victory was a rare win in this desperate war, but they couldn't afford to think it was the end. The resistance had helped, but they were not an invincible force. Everyone knew the Empire would strike back with everything they had. "Captain," Lieutenant Harris began, his face grim, "we've lost contact with the resistance fleet. They've likely been forced to retreat after their counterattack. Our victory was temporary." "I know," Stone replied, rubbing his temples. The weight of command was heavier than ever. "We've done enough for now. We need to regroup, repair the ship, and figure out our next move. But we can't afford to wait long. The Empire will be hunting us, and we can't run forever." The mood in the room was somber. They had achieved the impossible, destroying the Empire's fighters. But Stone knew they were still far from safe. The Sentinel was a small, agile ship, but it was no match for the Empire's might. They needed more ships, more allies, and most of all, time to recover from the damage the ship had sustained. Just then, Commander Rachel Quinn, the Sentinel's head engineer, spoke up, her voice tinged with exhaustion but determination. "Captain, we've managed to get the primary systems back online," Quinn said, standing at a control panel. "But we're still running low on resources. The fuel cells are almost empty, and our shields are still compromised. We can't hold off the Empire for long if they come after us again." Stone nodded, understanding the urgency. The Sentinel was their last line of defense, and without proper resources, they would be sitting ducks for the Empire. He had to make a decision, and it had to be made quickly. "We need to find a safe haven," he said firmly. "A place where we can rest, regroup, and resupply. We can't fight the Empire on their terms. We need to be smarter than that." Harris looked up at Stone. "Do you have a location in mind, Captain?" Stone paused for a moment, thinking. He remembered an old contact, a former ally in the Outer Rim, a smuggler who had ties to various factions. If anyone knew a safe place, it would be them. The problem was, the Empire had eyes everywhere, and even in the farthest reaches of space, no one was truly safe. "I think I know someone," Stone said, his voice steady. "A smuggler named Jarek. He operates on the edge of the galaxy. If anyone can help us, it's him." Quinn raised an eyebrow. "A smuggler? Are you sure he can be trusted?" Stone nodded. "I've worked with him before. He's rough around the edges, but he's loyal. If he doesn't help us, we don't have many other options." The crew was divided. On one hand, they were desperate for any chance to survive. On the other, they knew the risks of dealing with someone who walked the line between lawlessness and rebellion. But there was no time to debate. They had to move, and they had to do it quickly. "Set course for the Outer Rim," Stone ordered. "Let's see if Jarek is still in business. If he is, we'll get the supplies we need. If not, we'll have to come up with something else." The Sentinel's engines roared to life once more, and the ship began its journey into uncharted space, heading toward the Outer Rim. Stone's mind raced. They were far from safe, but in the vast, uncertain expanse of space, this was their best shot at survival. Hours passed as the Sentinel traveled through the cold depths of space. The crew worked tirelessly, trying to patch up systems and prepare for what might come. But Stone could sense the growing unease among his officers. Even with their best efforts, the Sentinel was a sitting target. The Empire had already been made aware of their capabilities. They wouldn't let it go so easily. The tension was palpable as the ship approached the coordinates Stone had inputted into the navigation system. The Outer Rim was known for being chaotic and lawless, a place where the Empire's influence was weaker and where smugglers and pirates thrived. If Jarek was there, he would be hiding in plain sight. "Captain," Quinn called out from the navigation console, "we're approaching the coordinates." No sign of anyone, yet. Stone stood at the command chair, watching the dark void of space ahead. Keep your eyes open, he said, and be ready for anything. Suddenly, the Sentinel scanners pinged. A small unmarked ship had appeared on their radar. It was moving fast, zigzagging through the void. Stone's heart skipped a beat. Is it him? Harris asked, his eyes glued to the screen. It could be, Stone said, narrowing his eyes. Prepare for contact. We don't have much time. The small ship came into view, and as it approached, Stone recognized the familiar silhouette of a fast smuggler's vessel. Jarek had arrived. They were about to find out if their gamble would pay off. The smuggler's deal. The Sentinel slowed as the small, nimble smuggler ship glided into view. Its sleek form cut through the darkness of space with ease, and Stone's grip on the command chair tightened. This was their chance, perhaps their only chance, to get the supplies they desperately needed. But there was no telling what Jarek would ask in return. As the two ships docked, a silent tension filled the air. The cargo bay doors of the Sentinel hissed open, and a group of armed crew members, including Stone, made their way down the ship's narrow corridors toward the docking bay. The crew was ready for anything, but Stone couldn't shake the nagging feeling that they were walking into a trap. The docking bay doors opened, and there stood Jarek. He was tall, with a rugged face and a scruffy beard. His worn clothing and smuggler's demeanor made it clear that he had seen his fair share of battles and close calls. His reputation was that of someone who played both sides, never fully committing to the Empire or the Resistance, always looking for the highest bidder. Captain Stone, Jarek greeted, his voice gruff but not unfriendly. It's been a while. You look worse for wear. Stone forced a tight smile. We've had a rough few days. We need supplies, fuel, weapons, and anything else you can spare. The Empire's on our tail. Jarek raised an eyebrow. You've managed to get on their radar. Huh. Impressive. For a bunch of primitives. He chuckled, though there was no warmth in it. I've heard rumors about your little victory against their fleet. Destroying their ships. Shocking stuff. But you think I'm going to help you just because of that? Stone's expression hardened. I'm not asking for a charity, Jarek. You owe me. I saved your skin last time. Now it's your turn to help us. Jarek's smile faltered for a second, but only for a moment. True, he said, stepping closer. You did help me out once. But the question is, what are you willing to give me in return? Stone knew this moment was coming. They had no choice but to bargain. We can offer you safe passage, protection, and all the credits you could ask for. We've got a lot of them, more than the Empire would ever pay you. Jarek folded his arms, his eyes narrowing. Credits. You think I'm going to risk my life for a pile of paper that's only good in certain parts of the galaxy? He shook his head. No, Captain. What I want is something that will give me an edge. Something that makes me untouchable. Stone's mind raced. He knew Jarek wasn't just interested in money. He was a man who craved power. What do you want, Jarek? The smuggler's grin grew wider, his eyes gleaming. You're going to help me take down a rival. I've got a competitor in these parts, another smuggler who's been cutting into my profits. Help me get rid of him, and I'll give you everything you need. Stone's heart sank. This wasn't what he had hoped for, but they had no other choice. They were running out of time, and the Empire was closing in. And if we don't help you? Stone asked, his voice steady despite the tension building in his chest. Jarek's smile disappeared, replaced by a cold, calculating look. Then you can leave without your supplies. You won't get far without fuel, and your ship isn't exactly in top shape. You'll be sitting ducks for the Empire. The words hung in the air like a threat. Stone knew the choice was clear. They had to do this, or they would be doomed. But there was one thing that still bothered him. And if we help you? Stone asked, what makes you think you'll keep your word? Jarek's expression softened, though it didn't entirely reach his eyes. I don't need to lie to you, Stone. I keep my promises, at least when they're worth keeping. He turned to the side, signaling toward the ship. The supplies are ready. But if you want them, you'll need to follow through on your end of the deal. Stone hesitated for a moment, weighing the consequences. He didn't like it, but there was no other option. The crew needed supplies, and the Empire was hunting them down. They had to stay alive, no matter the cost. Fine, Stone said, finally breaking the silence. We'll help you with your rival, but we get what we need first. No funny business. Jarek chuckled. You're a smart man, Captain. All right, the deal's set. Follow me. As Jarek led Stone and his crew to the cargo hold, a deep unease settled in Stone's chest. He had made a deal with a man who operated in the shadows, a man whose word was as shaky as the smuggler's ship he piloted. But at that moment, it was the only choice they had. The supplies were unloaded quickly, and as Stone watched the cargo being transferred to the Sentinel, he couldn't help but wonder how long it would be before Jarek's true intentions came to light. Would they survive this next mission? Or would this dangerous partnership be their downfall? Whatever happened, the Sentinel was their only hope. And now, with the smugglers' help, they would take the fight back to the Empire. It was a gamble, but the crew had no choice but to trust in their mission, no matter how perilous the path ahead might be. The final strike. The Sentinel was ready. The ship's engines hummed with power, the crew prepared for the mission ahead, and the tension in the air was palpable. Captain Stone stood in the command center, his eyes scanning the holographic map of the galaxy. The Empire was moving in, and their target, the heart of the Galactic Empire's fleet, was just ahead. Stone's thoughts raced. The supplies Jarek had provided had given them a fighting chance, but that chance was slipping away with every passing moment. The smuggler's deal had been fulfilled, but the crew still couldn't shake the feeling that Jarek hadn't told them everything. Was this all part of his plan, or was he just another obstacle in their path? Captain, we've got a signal from the fleet. Lieutenant Parker's voice broke through Stone's thoughts. They're getting closer. We've only got a few minutes. Stone nodded, trying to ignore the rising dread in his chest. Prepare for battle. All hands, take your positions. Let's show the Empire what humanity can do. The crew scrambled into action, their movements swift and coordinated. Stone took a deep breath, his mind focused. He could feel the weight of the moment pressing down on him, but he had made his decision. Humanity's survival depended on this attack. The Sentinel would be their weapon, and it would strike with everything it had. As the fleet approached, Stone's fingers hovered over the control panel. The holographic image of the enemy ships flickered before him. Massive, imposing vessels that had once seemed invincible. But Stone had seen humanity rise before, against all odds. The Sentinel was proof that humanity was more than the Empire had ever realized. Captain, we've got incoming fire, Lieutenant Parker called out. Shields are holding, but they won't last long. Stone's grip tightened on the chair, his mind sharp and clear. This was it, the moment they had been preparing for. Return fire. Target their engines. We need to cripple their fleet before they can regroup. The Sentinel's cannons roared to life, unleashing a torrent of firepower. The ship jolted with each blast, but Stone barely noticed. His eyes were locked on the screen, tracking the damage to the Empire's fleet. It wasn't enough to destroy them, but it was enough to slow them down. The enemy ships fired back, their weapons crackling with energy. The Sentinel rocked under the assault, but its hull held strong. Humanity's technology, though primitive by the standards of the galaxy, had proven its resilience. The Empire's fleet was powerful, but the Sentinel was stubborn. Target their lead ship, Stone ordered. We take down their command, and the rest will fall. With a series of well-placed shots, the Sentinel's weapons focused on the lead ship of the enemy fleet. The explosions lit up the dark void of space, sending shockwaves through the surrounding ships. Stone's heart raced as he watched the damage unfold. The Empire's fleet was faltering. Humanity was holding its own. But then, a chilling voice echoed through the comms. Captain Stone, came the voice of the Empire's commander, a cold, authoritative tone that sent a shiver down his spine. You are making a grave mistake. You have no idea what you're up against. Stone's jaw clenched, but he didn't respond. There was no time for words. The Empire had underestimated humanity once again. And now, they would pay the price. Keep firing. Don't let up. Stone shouted, his voice unwavering. The crew obeyed without question, their determination palpable. The Sentinel dodged the enemy's return fire, weaving between the blasts with incredible agility. The crew's hard work and training were paying off. The Empire's fleet was disorganized, and they were losing ships faster than they could replace them. But even as the Sentinel dealt blow after blow to the enemy, Stone knew that they couldn't hold out forever. The battle was intense, and their energy reserves were running low. They needed to finish this. Now, Parker, Stone said, his voice steady but urgent, is the backup plan ready? Lieutenant Parker nodded, a determined look on her face. It's ready, Captain. We can trigger the secondary weapon systems at any moment. Stone took a deep breath. It was time. Do it. Now. With a flick of a switch, Parker activated the secondary weapon systems. The Sentinel's engines flared to life as a surge of power coursed through the ship. The weapons locked onto the heart of the enemy fleet, their command ship. In one final decisive strike, the Sentinel unleashed its full power, sending a devastating blast straight into the heart of the enemy fleet. The explosion was massive, bright enough to light up the entire sector. The shockwave sent debris scattering in every direction, and for a moment, the silence of space seemed deafening. Stone held his breath as the dust settled. The Empire's command ship was gone. The fleet was in chaos. Humanity had done the impossible. The Sentinel's crew stood in stunned silence, their eyes glued to the screens as the last of the Empire's ships retreated. The battle was over. The Galactic Empire's fleet had been destroyed. We did it, Parker whispered, her voice barely audible. Stone looked around at his crew, each one battered but alive. They had fought against the odds and emerged victorious. Humanity had proven its strength. The Empire had underestimated them. And now the galaxy would remember their name. But this wasn't just a victory for the Sentinel. It was a victory for all of humanity. They had shown the galaxy that they were no longer the weak, helpless species they had once been. They were a force to be reckoned with. We're not done yet, Stone said quietly, his eyes fixed on the stars ahead. The fight's just beginning. The Sentinel turned, its engines blazing as it prepared to move forward. Humanity had sent a powerful message to the galaxy. Never underestimate them.
The sun rose gently over Earth Outpost 17A, as if it too were wary of disturbing the quiet. Lavender light spilled across cracked pavement and rusting fences, seeping into broken swing sets and overgrown hedgerows. Wind chimes sang off-key in the stillness. In the center of it all sat a barefoot boy, legs crossed in the dust, humming while he drew shapes in chalk. His name was Daniel. He was 13, shirtless, tan, and looked like something out of a family photo from a world that still remembered summer picnics and lemonade. He was alone. At least, it looked that way. Daniel tilted his head as he finished a drawing, a spiral of intersecting lines with symbols at each vertex. It looked simple, even childish. But any high-functioning AI would have flagged it as something very old and very dangerous. He smiled, chewing the end of a mint leaf he'd picked earlier. "You're late," he said to no one in particular. High above, the sky flickered, and something vast blinked into visibility, shadows cast in places where there were no clouds. A sound followed, like air being folded inside itself. Then came the crackling descent of a Dominion drop pod, sleek and black and mean, punching a hole through the stratosphere. It landed 50 meters from him, melting dirt into glass and sending up a cloud of ash. Daniel didn't flinch. He just blew gently on his drawing, sending chalk dust into the wind. From the pod stepped something enormous. Metal plates clicked over exposed musculature, tusks curled from a face made for war. Zulgath of the Vern. Assassin class. 3rd Armory rank. He had murdered 4 planets' worth of resistance leaders. He saw the boy. And he laughed. You're the anomaly? His voice was jagged, like rocks chewing through steel. You're the threat. Daniel offered him a smile. You're not the mailman, are you? Zulgath stomped forward, crushing a child's drawing underfoot. I came for blood, human. That's a shame. I just made cookies. There was no fear in the boy's voice, not even a tremble. Just warmth. Polite, disarming warmth. It threw Zulgath off balance for a beat, just long enough for his retinal feed to flash red. Warning. Environmental disruption detected. Neural dissonance incoming. What? He growled. But Daniel was already standing, dusting off his shorts. I tried to be nice, he said. I always do. Zulgath swung. Metal claws tore through the air where the boy had been. But Daniel had already moved, not with speed, but with precision. He wasn't faster. He was just in the right place before the assassin had decided to attack. Zulgath lunged again. The boy bent to pick up a stick. The third strike never landed. Zulgath's scream echoed through the valley. For a few seconds, there was only silence, broken by the sound of Daniel walking, calmly, toward the black pod. He dragged something behind him, a sack, it looked like. Too large, and too wet. Later, a package arrived at Dominion headquarters. Inside it, the remains of Zulgath, folded perfectly like laundry. The edges were clean, unburnt. No weapon signature. A child's drawing was stapled to his chest. It read, "Try again, smiley face." Back on Earth, Daniel resumed his drawing. The breeze was warmer now. The trees leaned in. In a hidden room miles below the outpost, buried beneath layers of decaying soil and forgotten military secrets, a silent console lit up with 9 blinking lights. One had gone dark. 8 remained. They didn't send the next assassin alone. The Dominion convened within hours. Holograms shimmered across a war chamber shaped like a spiral of bone. Each hologram represented a different species, each deadly, each ancient, each insulted. This cannot be real, growled Rog the Bone Lord. He is a child. Then explain Zulgath, hissed sleek Sartok, his many legs tapping in perfect rhythm. Explain how one child melted his cerebellum through a neurofeedback loop with no weapon. He used chalk, whispered Urani of the Whispering Dust, her voice nearly wind. The Supreme Commander of the Dominion, a cold-eyed creature from the glass moons of Velvuth, sat silent for a long time. Finally, he said, "Send them all." So the 8 came together, each from a different system, each with different methods of pain and fear and stealth. They arrived on Earth cloaked, armed, and laughing. "This is nothing," one of them said. "It smells like burnt sugar and dirt." "He is only 13, another scoffed. They fanned out. They searched. They swept the outpost with drones and nanoflies and psychic probes. And still, all they found was a boy sitting on the porch of an abandoned schoolhouse, sipping lemonade. "Hey!" Daniel waved. "Want some? It's fresh squeezed. I used your dead friend's bones for the ice." The assassins stared at him, unsure whether it was a joke. Daniel took another sip. "Kidding," he said almost bashfully. "Sort of." "Where are your weapons?" Sartok asked. "Which kind?" Daniel tilted his head. "The real ones? Or the ones you're supposed to find?" A few of the assassins stepped forward. "Careful," muttered Urani. But it was too late. Something shifted in the air. A breeze became a roar. Trees bent unnaturally toward the boy. Lights flickered. Somewhere deep beneath their feet, something ancient hummed awake. Rog drew his warhammer and charged. The boy blinked once, then flicked his fingers. The ground under Rog collapsed. Just like that. One moment he was screaming, and the next, gone. No debris, no crater. Just silence. "You need to learn about Earth," Daniel said, standing now, barefoot and calm. "It doesn't like being underestimated." The assassins scrambled into defensive positions. One launched a psychic net. Another activated drone swarms. The sky lit up with warning sirens they hadn't heard in centuries. Nothing touched the boy. Nothing even got close. Daniel sat back down, took a pen from behind his ear, and added a small detail to his chalk drawing. "You're not really here for me," he said softly. "You're here to see how far humans can be pushed." He looked up at them, finally, really looked. Something in his eyes wasn't right. Not evil, just off. The kind of stillness found in snakes. Or gods. "We let you think we were prey," he whispered. "That was the game. Our smiles were part of the trap." One of the assassins screamed then, not from pain, but realization. He turned to run and tripped on his own feet. His visor flickered. "I can't see," he yelled. "My maps, my data." Daniel stood and walked past him, leaving footprints that glowed for a moment, then faded. "I didn't kill Zulgath," he said. The assassin stared. What? "I just said hello." He's the one who didn't understand what that meant. That night, one of the assassins died without a mark on their body. The rest found the corpse curled in a fetal position, lips peeled back from dried teeth, whispering a word in a language even the Dominion didn't recognize. Daniel left them alone. For now. He sat beneath the stars, humming to himself, a blanket draped over his shoulders like a cape. The earth was silent except for the chirp of frogs and the rustle of wind in grass. A message played on a loop through the Dominion's comm channels, bouncing through encrypted layers and backdoors no one had programmed. Earth Outpost 17A remains active. Local resistance? None. Environmental threat? Incalculable. Hostile force? Unknown. Proceed with caution. Or don't. I'm just a kid. He laughed at his own joke. In the underground room, the console's lights blinked again. Another went dark. 7 left. High above. The Dominion cruiser hovered in orbit, watching, recording, trembling. Inside, a technician whispered, "Sir, should we abort the mission?" "No," said the commander, jaw clenched. "But, sir, if we back down now, every species will think we're afraid of a child." He said it with such certainty, such steel. But he didn't see the extra signal embedded in the last transmission. A hidden packet, unreadable to alien systems but perfectly clear to human ones. It said, "Phase 1 complete. They're still watching. Let them." On Earth, Daniel watched a butterfly land on his knee. He didn't move, didn't smile, just watched. And somewhere beneath the soil, hundreds of other signals waited in silence. Waiting for the moment Earth decided to stop smiling back. Rain fell sideways across the fields of Earth Outpost 17A. Not the kind of rain that whispered against rooftops or danced in puddles. This rain came down like nails. It bounced off scorched metal, washed over shattered drone wings, and left streaks of ash down the hulls of the 8 new pods parked in a crescent around the main structure. Inside one of the ships, a pair of slitted yellow eyes narrowed. Sleek Sarthak of the Ledhari swarm didn't like the way the wind shifted here. It moved like it had memory, like it could listen. "This planet is broken," Rog grunted behind him, cracking his knuckles against a bulkhead wall. "Even the air stinks like morning." "It's a decoy," hissed Urani from the shadows. "All this quiet, all this innocence. It's camouflage." Her voice barely disturbed the stale air. Her people were designed for stillness. Sarthak didn't answer. His gaze lingered on the readouts. Every probe, every signal scan, every biome analysis, they all failed. Not returned faulty data. Not received noise. Just silenced. As if Earth rejected their questions outright. He flexed one of his limbs and spoke aloud. "Where's the boy?" No one answered. They had fanned out on arrival, their initial search methodical and unhurried. The last death, the Vern, had been written off by some as clumsiness, arrogance, a misstep in the wrong gravity well. But the second hadn't made a sound. No alarms. No vitals. Just missing. That was a pattern. The group gathered now in the rain, circling like wolves around a fire that wasn't burning yet. And at the center of it all, under the rusting roof of a partially collapsed gazebo, was the boy. Daniel sat cross-legged, carving into a wooden block with a piece of sharpened tin. He was humming again. Something old. Something human. He looked up as they approached. "You made it," he said brightly. "I saved some cookies. Hope nobody's allergic to peanuts." None of them spoke. They watched. Calculated. Urani shimmered forward without sound, circling him, testing wind currents and pheromone trails. Her eyes darted. No visible weapons. "You killed Jorith," she said flatly. Daniel blew a lock of hair from his eyes. "I said hi. He screamed a lot. Does that count? Where's his body?" "Gone," he said simply, then added, "Probably happier that way." Sarthak made a clicking gesture with his limbs. 2 recon drones launched, hovering silently above Daniel's position. "Why are you alone?" he asked. Daniel shrugged. "Is that the part you don't get? The alone thing?" Rog stepped forward. "This is a waste of time." "Careful," Daniel said, eyes still soft. "You're standing on something." Rog froze. Sarthak's drones pinged warnings just a breath too late. The ground exploded upward. Not fire or shrapnel but air, compressed into a column of sound that tore the balance from Rog's ears. The big alien stumbled, fell hard, and screamed, not from injury, but dissonance. Every sensor in his suit short-circuited. His HUD bloomed with static and children's laughter on loop. Daniel watched. Didn't move. Just sipped his rainwater through a straw made of wheatgrass. Urani darted in, a blur of silver and smoke. She reappeared behind the boy, blade drawn. He ducked lazily. She swung again, missed. Then again. And again. Her eyes widened. Her body flickered, adapting to motion prediction. But every time, he was somewhere else. Not faster. Not stronger. Just wrong. She hissed and fell back, breathing hard. "What are you?" Daniel glanced up at her with a kind of sadness. "You ever seen a chessboard?" She blinked. "We're the piece you thought moved like a pawn. But it was the queen all along." Sarthak growled and launched a stun pulse. It never landed. The air caught it, folded it, returned it. His shoulder lit up with searing white heat, and he staggered, clutching at one of his eyes. The boy stood. For a long moment, no one spoke. The rain softened to a hush. Daniel stepped forward, barefoot on wet stone, and held out his hand. "Look," he said, "this doesn't have to go badly. We could talk. Maybe play a game. I've got Uno." Rog slammed his hammer into the ground, panting, furious. "You play with death, boy." "No," Daniel said gently. "Death plays with me. I just don't argue." There was a silence then. A long, aching pause. Until Hesari spoke. He had remained silent until now, tall and thin, wrapped in coils of biothread that pulsed with faint empathic energy. He'd been scanning, waiting, listening not with ears but with soul. And what he felt. He paled. Literally. His skin turned translucent. "They aren't empty," he whispered. "What?" Sarthak rasped. Hesari looked at Daniel, horror blooming across his face. "This boy. He's not alone in there. There's something else inside. A pressure. A memory. And it's not human." Daniel tilted his head. "That's not very polite." "I don't mean a creature," Hesari said quickly. "I mean a pattern. A signal that thinks." He staggered back. The boy's mind is running hundreds of simulations per second. Each one ends with us dead. He's testing outcomes. Daniel smiled faintly. "That's what games are for." The group pulled back, rattled, reeling. Sarthak hissed into his comms. "Evac formation. Now." Nothing responded. He tried again. Silence. The sky flickered. And then, static, slow and grinding, poured through their auditory receptors. A voice followed. Mechanical. Cheerful. Hi there. Looks like you're trying to leave Earth. Would you like help self-destructing instead? It was in the voice of a 1990s human tech support agent. One of the assassins collapsed to his knees. Daniel walked past them, slowly now, hand trailing the gazebo's railing. He looked at the rain. You think we're dangerous, he said softly. But you never asked why we act like we're not. He turned to them, and this time, his eyes weren't soft. They were ancient. When we smile, it's not always kindness. The storm cracked open above them, white-hot lightning searing across the sky in twin forks. Urani vanished again, terrified now. Rog roared, lifting his hammer. Daniel raised one finger. The hammer crumpled like paper mid-swing. A long pause. Then Hesari let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. We can't win, he whispered. Daniel sighed. I know. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a marble. Swirled it between his fingers. This place isn't a battlefield. It's a mirror. We let you come here so you could see what you've turned into. And maybe, what we've become trying to survive you. The marble hummed. Behind him, the air warped. A tall shadow stepped from it, featureless, backlit, its edges too sharp for the eye to hold. Daniel didn't turn. Guess we're starting early, he murmured. The assassins raised their weapons. Too late. The figure stepped forward. The ground cracked beneath its feet, not from weight, but from meaning. Daniel tossed the marble into the air. And for a heartbeat, it hung there. And the world blinked. When the assassins opened their eyes, Daniel was gone. And one of their own lay dead, curled on the ground, mouth open, expression stuck on surprise. No blood. No wound. Just silence. A soft message etched into the stone nearby in perfect Dominion script. You're getting warmer. Lightning scored a broken line across the sky, briefly illuminating the blackened shell of Outpost 17A. The remaining 5 assassins crouched in silence under the roofless frame of what used to be a human command tower. Rain poured through the beams like threads of melted silver, hissing on armor and weapons alike. Their shadows stretched long on the cracked stone floor, bending and twitching as if something else was breathing with them. None of them spoke. Not since Hesari died. He hadn't screamed. His body had simply stopped, collapsed mid-sentence, like a thought interrupted. Eyes wide open, mouth parted, hands still raised as if to explain the thing he'd seen behind Daniel's smile. No wound. No struggle. Just stillness, wrapped in quiet horror. Sleek Sarthak hadn't moved in 23 minutes. His legs remained coiled, senses twitching at every gust of wind. His internal telemetry clocked anomalies by the second, barometric pressures that didn't match the readings, electrostatic noise in patterns resembling Morse. He tapped his comm, still nothing. We've lost orbital relays, he said finally. Urani emerged from shadow beside him, as if the darkness had birthed her. Earth is muting us. It shouldn't be able to. She shrugged once. This planet is lies wrapped in nostalgia. From across the ruined hall, a low growl rumbled. Rog had torn a steel beam from the structure and was grinding it between his gauntlets like it might yield answers. His red armor flickered under the stormlight, dented now, scarred in ways Dominion steel should not be. 5 remain, he muttered. And that child, that thing, walks freely. The child is not the threat, Sarthak snapped. He is the delivery system. A pause. The words felt heavy after being spoken. Behind them, a tall figure loomed near the shattered doorway. Maltor, the observer, quietest of them all. Until now, he had said nothing, only watched. But his breathing had changed. Slower. Measured. Too measured. I want to speak with him, he said softly. Sarthak turned. You saw what happened to Hesari. I didn't mean with words, Maltor replied. The rain eased as if listening. He stepped into the open, toward the field where Daniel had last been seen. Toward the playground, now overgrown with ivy and humming wires that pretended to be vines. Urani and Sartok exchanged a look. What is he doing? Finishing it. Daniel waited where he always seemed to be, too centered, too still. Sitting cross-legged in the wet grass, hands stained with oil and soil. In his lap was something new. A wooden box, smoothed and sanded, carved with symbols too old for this planet. It pulsed faintly, not with light, but memory. He looked up as Maltor approached. "You're not like the others," Daniel said. Maltor tilted his head. "Because I haven't tried to kill you?" Daniel gave a small shrug. "Because you're listening." The alien knelt across from him, close enough to strike, but didn't. For a moment, the world held its breath. Daniel offered the box. "It's for you." Maltor studied the boy's face. "Is it a trap?" "Of course it is," Daniel said, almost apologetically. "But a polite one." He slid it forward with both hands. "I made it from the ruins of your ship's stealth wing. It hums, see? It remembers everything you've tried to hide." Maltor placed a hand on the box. It felt warm, not like heat, like recognition. Inside it, something moved. He didn't open it. Instead, he asked, "Why?" Daniel looked at him for a long time, then pointed to the sky. "You came here thinking we were prey, that we had to be managed, measured. We built civilizations while you watched from above and took notes. You thought kindness was weakness." He leaned in, voice lowering. "But we were studying you, too. Every word, every war, every failed peace treaty you offered with a weapon in your other hand. Your children." Daniel blinked. "That's what makes us terrifying." The box vibrated between them. Maltor withdrew his hand. "You've already won, haven't you?" Daniel smiled, but it was different now. No teeth. No sunlight. Just stillness. A small curl of acceptance. "We haven't begun." Back in the command shell, Rog stood. "He's been gone too long." Urani nodded, eyes narrowed. "Go around. I'll take high ground." Sartok began recalibrating his blade arm, sensors spiking red. They never made it far. A sound, like wind catching glass, rippled outward from the field. Then silence. When they arrived, they found the box. No Maltor. Just the box, sealed again. And a note carved into the grass with bone. 4 left. 1 coffin coming up. Rog snarled and kicked it, but the box didn't move. Inside, something hummed a lullaby. Daniel was gone. That night, Sartok stayed awake. He crouched near their only active sensor pylon, scribbling equations into the mud with one claw. Trying to understand. Trying to predict. He looped every piece of data he had. Battlefield recordings. Audio anomalies. Weather fluctuations. Movement patterns. Nothing explained the boy's ability to vanish, to survive, to deliver death without violence. At 314 Standard, he saw it. Not in numbers, but absence. The boy was not moving through space. He was not being tracked because he was not leaving. Earth was shifting around him, bending light, bending truth. A trap. A recursive logic field buried in the soil. He stood, breath shallow. "They're not trying to kill us," he whispered. "They're trying to show us something." Urani stepped from behind him. "Like what?" "Like what happens when a galaxy thinks it can bully the species that invented sarcasm, country music, and predator drones in the same century." He turned to her. "We need to leave." "No ships," she said. "We make one. Out of parts. Out of prayers." Rog appeared then, dragging something heavy behind him. It was the box. But now, it was open. Inside, Maltor. Folded. Not broken. Not bloody. Just rearranged. His eyes were still open. A piece of paper sat on his chest. It read, 3. No drawing this time. No smile. Rog dropped it. This is war, he growled. No, Sartok said, backing away. This is a message. From the tree line, a soft voice reached them. War was the last thing you expected us to be good at. Daniel stepped into the firelight, his arms coated in mud up to the elbows. He looked smaller now. Tired, maybe. But his gaze cut through the night like a whisper through skin. We were so gentle with you, he said, almost tender. Do you know how many chances Earth gave? Rog screamed and lunged. Daniel raised a hand. A crack echoed through the night, and Rog froze mid-stride, eyes wide, limbs seizing, before he collapsed, twitching. Urani and Sartok spun to retreat, but the forest behind them was gone. In its place, mirrors. Dozens of them. Hundreds. Reflections of Earth. Of them. Of the boy. Daniel walked slowly now, toward Rog's crumpled form. 2, he whispered, and tapped a rhythm on his thigh. Sartok realized too late it wasn't a countdown. It was a melody. A human one. Row, row, row your boat. Daniel looked up. His eyes were glass. Gently down the stream. He vanished, and the air hummed with the soft whir of a ship powering on. Their ship. Once dead. Now rising. Carrying something. A box. The 9th coffin. The Dominion High Council met beneath a glass dome suspended in vacuum, orbiting the starless edge of Vel Sector 9. Holograms of the galactic elite flickered into place. Overlords, strategists, war scribes, and the last remaining voice of their empire's fragile unity. Their visages glowed with cold intellect and polished arrogance. No one laughed. Not anymore. Before them hovered 9 steel-black coffins. Identical. Seamless. Each stamped with a crude earth insignia, a child's drawing of a smiley face, tilted just slightly to the left. There was no blood, no damage, just silence, and the message that accompanied them. A recorded image. Static warped. Faint distortion at the edges. A boy, seated before a wooden table, brushing crumbs off a teacup. Behind him, earth stretched out in warm green fields and distant blue mountains. Birdsong could be faintly heard, real or artificial, no one could tell. Hi, the boy said, gently. I'm Daniel. I'm 13. You sent some guests. They didn't like the cookies. A few voices in the chamber stirred. Shuffling. Low growls. One ambassador tried to speak, but stopped when Daniel raised a single finger on the screen. No interruptions, please. This is pre-recorded. I'm polite, not patient. The finger lowered. The smile stayed. I know what you're thinking, Daniel continued. You're wondering if I'm the anomaly. If Earth is just unlucky. If maybe you poked one wasp's nest and there won't be another. He leaned forward, his tone softening, almost kind. You've misunderstood us. The signal cut off. Immediately, dozens of fingers tapped consoles, scrambled to restore the feed. Firewalls were up. Crosslinks failed. The recording returned, but the boy was now standing on a small hill, arms folded behind his back. The sky was a deep, sickly orange. You've misunderstood what humans are. His voice had changed. No longer casual. No longer theatrical. Measured. Flat. You thought we were unpredictable. Primitive. Emotional. But the truth is, we're strategic. We just hide it behind jokes and barbecues. The council leaned in. Daniel took a breath. You thought war was something you excelled at. But you're old. Arrogant. Lazy. You've forgotten how to learn from pain. He gestured to the coffins. We haven't. The boy began to walk, slowly, through tall grass that shimmered with static. As he moved, structures rose around him. Human architecture, but wrong. Geometries that bent space subtly. Buildings that watched. Antennas that twitched like nerves. You thought we sent diplomats because we were weak. We sent them to listen. You thought we built colonies to expand. We built them to observe. And when you broke the treaties, when you abducted, dissected, occupied, we smiled. His face appeared again, full screen now. That's the part you missed. The smile. A ripple spread through the chamber. One of the generals shifted uncomfortably. The thing about smiling, Daniel said, is it hides teeth. He paused. The signal fractured again. The hologram split, forming rows of Daniels, each saying the same words in perfect sync, their voices overlaying until they became indistinguishable from the background hum of the station itself. The war was never fought with guns. The war was fought with trust. Another coffin opened. Inside, not a body, a device. Round, simple. It blinked once, then twice, then again. Tactical officers scrambled, but it was too late. From within the hologram network, Dominion systems began to buckle. Not crash, not burn, obey. Thousands of subroutines across the galactic fleet began rerouting. Power redirected. Alarms suppressed. Every encryption protocol the Dominion trusted began folding in on itself. Daniel's voice returned, everywhere, now, not from the display but the walls. You used your assassins as tests. You failed. So we're starting Phase 2. The lights dimmed. Vel Sector 9 spun slightly out of axis. One of the overlords reached for his sidearm and found it melted to his robes. We never wanted your empire, Daniel continued. We just needed your arrogance. To reach everyone faster. Maps exploded into view. Every outpost, every Dominion ship, every stronghold that had once gleamed like a star was now blinking in red. Infected. Not destroyed. Rewritten. We learned from ants, Daniel said. From wolves. From the quiet monsters in our own myths. We learned how to wait. And now. He tilted his head. We say hello. The final image flickered onto every Dominion screen in every system, on every world. Earth. Seen from space. But changed. Its continents glowed with strange sigils. Orbiting it was a structure, a ring of satellites humming in synchronized pulse, forming a single word across the sky. Hello. In the station, silence reigned. No alarms. No movement. Just one final whisper from the boy, calm and warm as a bedtime story. Your move.
Senior Analyst Vex's facial tendrils twitched as another anomalous reading flashed across his monitoring station. For the third time in as many hours, the quantum sensors had detected something impossible at the edge of Coalition space. He adjusted his instruments again, certain there must be some malfunction in the equipment. "Control, this is Deep Space Monitoring Station 7. He transmitted, his voice steady despite his growing unease, requesting secondary confirmation of readings in Sector 147 Alpha. The response came immediately. Station 7, readings confirmed. Similar signatures detected by Stations 3 and 12. Priority alert has been issued. Around him, the quiet efficiency of the monitoring station transformed into carefully controlled urgency. The station's AI compiled the data into a three-dimensional hologram, displaying energy patterns that pulsed with impossible power levels. The signature twisted through 11 dimensions, defying known physics in ways that made the station's best predictive algorithms crash. Within hours, the Coalition's premier scientific minds gathered in the Grand Observatory of New Alexandria. Species from across known space filled the ancient amphitheater. Tentacled Xeridani quantum theorists, crystalline luminar energy specialists, and even a delegation of the rarely seen myriad collective consciousness. Dr. Senna Brightheart, the eldest of the Arxian scientists, moved slowly through the crowded chamber. Her scaled skin had long since faded from its youthful blue to a pale gray, but her eyes remained sharp as she studied the data streams projected above the central podium. Around her, heated debates in a dozen languages filled the air. The power requirements alone would drain a medium-sized star, argued Professor Catal of the Xeridani Science Academy. No known civilization has achieved such energy manipulation. The temporal distortion patterns suggest a rupture in spacetime. Countered a luminar researcher, their crystalline form refracting light as they gestured at the readings. But the stability matrices are unlike anything in our records. Senna barely heard them. Her attention remained fixed on a particular sequence in the data, a pattern that stirred something deep in her memory. With trembling hands, she reached into her robes and withdrew an ancient data crystal, its surface etched with symbols rarely seen in modern coalition space. The room fell silent as she approached the central interface. Data crystals of this age were precious artifacts, remnants of the time before the Great Collapse. With reverence, she inserted the crystal into the reader. New holograms sprang to life, displaying historical readings taken over a century ago. The patterns matched the current anomaly with stunning precision. Quantum signatures, energy fluctuations, even the subtle distortions in subspace matched perfectly. By the first light, whispered Kittel, his tentacles writhing in agitation. "What are we seeing?" Senna's voice carried clearly through the hushed chamber. "These readings were recorded by my great-grandmother during humanity's last stand. They are the power signatures of their greatest vessels, the Terran Confederation supercarriers." A wave of murmurs swept through the assembly. Humanity was more legend than history to most of the gathered scientists. Stories of their incredible adaptability, their technological prowess, and their final mysterious disappearance had become almost mythological. "Impossible," declared the luminar researcher. "The human species was lost in the Great Collapse, their facilities destroyed, their worlds rendered uninhabitable. No vessel could have survived." They were interrupted by a priority alert. New data streamed in from the monitoring stations. The anomaly was growing, its energy signatures intensifying. Predictive models suggested something massive was preparing to emerge into normal space. Senna clutched her data crystal, her scales taking on a faint blue tinge of excitement. My great-grandmother wrote of a final project, a vessel equipped with experimental technology that could fold space itself. They called it the Prometheus Initiative. The observatory's AI issued a priority warning as gravitational sensors went wild. Something was coming through, something bigger than any known coalition vessel. "Send word to the High Council," Senna commanded, her voice carrying the weight of history. Tell them humanity has returned." In the depths of space, reality began to bend as something ancient and powerful prepared to step through the veil of time itself. The Coalition First Contact Fleet held position at the edge of the temporal anomaly, their sleek vessels arranged in a ceremonial crescent formation. Admiral Zenarel of the Exeridani watched from the bridge of the flagship Eternal Dawn as space itself began to ripple and fold. "Energy readings are off the scale," reported his science officer. "The anomaly is stabilizing. Something's coming through." The first thing they saw was the bow of the vessel, emerging from the swirling vortex like the tip of a spear piercing reality. The ship's hull seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, covered in panels of a material unknown to coalition science. As more of the vessel emerged, the watching fleet grew silent with awe. "Size comparison complete," the AI announced. "The vessel is approximately 7.2 kilometers in length. Mass estimates indicate." There was a pause as if even the AI was stunned. "It outmasses our entire fleet combined." The last of the massive ships slipped into normal space, and the temporal anomaly collapsed behind it. Ancient markings became visible along its hull, and powerful floodlights illuminated the name, TCS Prometheus. "By the eternal void," Zenarel whispered. The legends were true. Before the Admiral could issue orders, every communication system in the fleet activated simultaneously. The message came through in perfect coalition standard, the translation so precise it must have been recently updated from their own databases. "This is Captain Sarah Chen of the Terran Confederation ship Prometheus." The voice was calm, professional, with an undertone of authority that made Zenarel's tendrils twitch in recognition of a fellow commander. "Our temporal displacement systems have been compromised. We require immediate assistance with chronometric calibration." On the Prometheus's bridge, Captain Chen stood before her command interface, her dark uniform pristine despite the chaos of the past few hours. Through the massive view screen, she could see the Coalition fleet, ships of designs she'd never encountered, yet somehow familiar. At last, she addressed the ship's AI. Status report. The AI's holographic avatar, a shifting matrix of blue light, appeared beside her. Temporal displacement confirmed, Captain. Based on Coalition transmissions and stellar positioning, we have emerged approximately 147 years after our departure point. Ship systems are at 98.9% efficiency. Crew stasis pods report all vital signs nominal. Lieutenant Commander David Rivera, her first officer, approached with a tablet displaying preliminary scans. Captain, you need to see this. The Coalition. It's change. Species that were barely warp-capable in our time are now major powers. And humanity. His voice trailed off. Show me, Chen ordered, her expression remaining neutral despite the gravity of the situation. The data painted a stark picture. Earth was listed as a historical site of preservation, quarantined after the Great Collapse. Human colonies were marked as lost civilization zones. According to Coalition records, humanity had been extinct for over a century. Chen squared her shoulders, years of command experience, helping her process the impossible situation. Open a channel to the Coalition flagship. Admiral Zeneril appeared on the screen, his tentacled face a study in barely contained amazement. Captain Chen, we had thought your species lost to time. Your arrival will change everything. Admiral, Chen replied with diplomatic precision. I understand this is an unprecedented situation. My crew and I have been through a temporal displacement, and we carry vital data about the final days of Earth. I request permission to send a delegation to discuss our situation. Of course, Captain. Though I must inform you, your ship's technology level exceeds current Coalition regulations by several factors. Our protocols. Admiral. Chen interrupted gently. The Prometheus carries something far more important than technology. We carry the legacy of Earth, genetic banks, cultural archives, and the combined knowledge of human civilization. We were meant to be humanity's ark, but instead, we've become its returning vanguard. As if to emphasize her words, the Prometheus's external lights activated fully, illuminating its massive form against the starfield. The sight sent a ripple of messages through the Coalition fleet as crews rushed to capture images of the legendary human vessel. Welcome home, Captain Chen, Zeneril said softly. Though I suspect home is not quite as you remember it. Chief Engineer Rylux of the Coalition Science Division floated outside the Prometheus's main airlock, her environmental suit's sensors struggling to analyze the hull material. Behind her, a team of the Coalition's finest engineers waited with barely contained excitement. Impossible, she muttered, watching her quantum scanner display nonsensical readings. The molecular structure is shifting. Adaptive metamaterials, a voice explained through the communication channel. The hull reacts to different forms of energy by altering its atomic configuration. Lieutenant Kira Wong, the Prometheus's chief engineer, waited at the airlock with a welcoming smile. Her dark hair was streaked with silver at the temples, a marking of distinction among human engineers that had been noted in historical records. The Coalition engineering team entered through a decontamination field that analyzed and adapted to their various physiologies instantly. Rylux's crystalline exoskeleton tingled as the field mapped her atomic structure. At last, Wong addressed the ship's eye. Give our guests Level 3 engineering access, please. The air shimmered as augmented reality interfaces appeared, customized for each species' visual perception. Rylux watched in amazement as the ship's schematics unfolded around them in perfect detail. Your computing systems, one of her colleagues, a Xeridani quantum specialist, waved his tentacles at a nearby processing node. They're not using standard quantum bits. Wong nodded, leading them toward the main engineering bay. The Prometheus runs on quantum probability matrices. Instead of calculating possibilities, It exists in all of them simultaneously until observation collapses the wave function into the most efficient solution. The engineering bay doors parted to reveal a cathedral of advanced technology. At its heart, the fold drive pulsed with contained energy, its core a sphere of what appeared to be liquid light. By the first light, Rylix whispered. Her sensors indicated power readings that should have torn the ship apart. How do you contain such energy? Atlas materialized beside them, its holographic form adjusting to appear more abstract for the Coalition engineers' comfort. The fold drive operates in 11 dimensions simultaneously. What you're seeing is merely its three-dimensional shadow. Wong ran her hand along a control panel, bringing up detailed schematics. We were testing an experimental version when we made our unexpected temporal jump. The drive was designed to fold space, creating artificial wormholes for instant travel. Something went wrong, or right, depending on your perspective. The Exerideni engineer had moved to examine the ship's power distribution system. These conduits, they're channeling more energy than our largest stellar collectors, but there's no heat signature. Zero-point energy extraction, Wong explained. Combined with dark energy capacitors, the ship generates its own universe's worth of energy. Rylix approached the central computer core, her crystalline form reflecting the soft blue light of countless quantum processors. Your eye, its processing capacity must be enormous. I operate on principles your current technology hasn't discovered yet. Atlas responded, a hint of pride in its synthesized voice. Though I look forward to exploring how Coalition computing has evolved in our absence. As they toured the engine room, Wong showed them systems that defied their understanding of physics. Gravity generators that could create localized black holes for defense, temporal stabilizers that could slow or speed time within contained areas, and manufacturing units that could reorganize matter at the atomic level. This isn't just a warship, Rylix realized, watching nanobots repair a microscopic imperfection in a power conduit. It's a self-contained civilization. Wong's expression grew serious. The Prometheus was designed to preserve humanity if Earth fell. We carried seeds of our civilization. Technology, culture, genetic samples, everything needed to rebuild. A alert chimed softly, and Atlas's avatar shifted. Captain Chen requests engineering's report on the temporal drive analysis. Tell her we're still working on it, Wong replied. She turned to the Coalition engineers. There's something else you should see. The fold drive recorded everything during our temporal displacement. The data suggests our journey through time wasn't an accident. Rylix's crystalline form pulsed with curiosity. What do you mean? Someone, or something, guided us here, Wong said, pulling up complex temporal readings. The question is, why did they want humanity to return at this specific point in time? Above them, the fold drive's core pulsed rhythmically, like a heart beating in time with the universe's deepest mysteries. Dr. Maya Rodriguez stood before the first block of cryopods, her dark eyes focused on the vital sign displays. Around her, Coalition medical personnel watched in fascination as she initiated the revival sequence for the first group of crew members. Each pod maintains a perfect quantum-locked state, she explained, her hands moving across the controls with practiced precision. The occupants haven't aged a single second since entering stasis. The pods hum to life, their frosted surfaces clearing to reveal the sleeping forms within. First Officer Rivera stepped forward, checking the identification markers. Bridge crew first, he confirmed. Tactical, navigation, communications, we'll need them operational quickly to maintain ship functions. The Coalition's chief medical officer, a luminar named Dr. Ix, floated closer in their crystalline environmental suit. Fascinating. Your stasis technology surpasses even our theoretical models. The neural pattern preservation is perfect. The first pod opened with a soft hiss of preserved atmosphere. Lieutenant Commander Sarah Patel, the ship's tactical officer, opened her eyes for the first time in over a century. Her first words, spoken in a voice hoarse from disuse. captured the surreal nature of their situation. "Did we make it?" she asked, blinking against the medical bay's soft lighting. Dr. Rodriguez helped her sit up, administering a nutrient supplement. "We made it, Sarah. Just not quite where or when we expected." As more pods opened, the medical bay filled with the sounds of awakening crew members. Coalition medical staff worked alongside Dr. Rodriguez's team, marveling at the human's swift recovery from stasis. Within hours, the first group was already up and moving, their bodies preserved in peak condition by the advanced stasis technology. Commander Marcus Chen, the ship's navigation officer, and no relation to the captain, stared out the medical bay's viewport at the Coalition fleet beyond. "Those ship designs, they're not like anything in our database." "That's because they're from our future," Rivera explained gently. "The fold drive experiment had an unexpected side effect. We've emerged 147 years after our departure." The news rippled through the awakening crew. Some responded with stunned silence, others with questions, but all showed the adaptability that had made humanity famous throughout the galaxy. Lieutenant Emma Patil, from Xenobiology, was already deep in conversation with a Xeridani medical officer, comparing notes on evolutionary theory. Ensign James Chen had commandeered a terminal and was rapidly scrolling through 147 years of technological advancement. Captain Chen entered the medical bay, her presence immediately drawing attention. She moved among her crew, offering quiet words of encouragement and support. When she reached Dr. Rodriguez, her voice was low but firm. "Status report, Doctor. First wave revival is proceeding perfectly," Rodriguez replied. "No complications. The Coalition medical staff have been incredibly helpful and curious. Their technological advancement in some areas is remarkable, even if their stasis tech is behind ours." The captain nodded, watching as more pods began their revival sequence. "And the genetic vault? Secure and stable. We still have viable samples from over 10 million humans, plus flora and fauna from every Earth ecosystem. Everything we need to rebuild, just as planned." A soft alert drew their attention. Dr. Ix had discovered something in their scans of the awakening humans. "Captain, Doctor, these readings suggest your species possesses extraordinary neuroplasticity. Your brains are already forming new neural pathways to process the temporal displacement." "Adaptation was always humanity's greatest strength," Captain Chen replied. "It's how we survived crisis after crisis, right up until the end." "The end?" one of the Coalition medics asked hesitantly. The captain's expression grew distant. "Earth's final days. We were there. We'll be there. We're going to be there." She shook her head at the temporal confusion. "The Prometheus wasn't just an experimental ship. We were humanity's backup plan, carrying everything needed to ensure our species' survival." Dr. Rodriguez touched her arm gently. "Sarah, they should know about the warning." Captain Chen looked around the medical bay, at her crew meeting their descendants' former allies, at the miracle of their survival, and nodded slowly. "Yes, because if we're here, if we were guided here, it means the threat that drove us to build the Prometheus in the first place might be returning." In their pods, more crew members began to wake, unaware that their journey through time might have been just the beginning of an even greater adventure. The Grand Council chamber of the Coalition hummed with tension as representatives from 17 species debated humanity's return. The ancient circular chamber, with its soaring crystalline dome, had rarely seen such passionate discourse. High Counselor Vexna of the Xeridani rose from her hovering platform, her tentacles arranged in a formal pattern of diplomatic address. "The human vessel carries technology that violates dozens of Coalition regulations. Their weapons systems alone could destabilize centuries of peaceful cooperation." Captain Sarah Chen stood calmly at the center of the chamber, her black uniform a stark contrast to the colorful diplomatic attire around her. "The Prometheus was never intended as a weapon of war, Counselor. We are an ark, carrying the seeds of Earth's rebirth. An ark that could level a solar system," muttered a representative from the Silicon Concordat. The Arxian elder, Matriarch Senna, activated her platform's elevation systems to address the chamber. My species remembers. When the plague wars threatened to destroy our civilization, it was humanity who provided the cure. When the drift pirates ravaged our colonies, human ships fought beside ours. Holoprojectors activated, showing historical footage of human and Arxian ships defending colonial worlds. The images shifted to medical facilities where human doctors worked alongside Arxian healers, and now they return, bearing gifts, countered Vexna. Their medical technology has already cured 3 incurable diseases in the outer colonies. Their agricultural systems have ended the famine on Proxima II. How long before we become dependent on their innovations? Captain Chen's voice remained measured. We offer our knowledge freely, without condition. The Prometheus carries the combined medical database of Earth's finest institutions. Our hydroponics bays contain seed stocks that could green dead worlds. Yes, we have advanced technology, but we also remember what it means to be part of a greater community. In the observation gallery, Lieutenant Commander David Rivera watched the proceedings with Dr. Maya Rodriguez. "They're scared," he whispered. "Not of our weapons, but of our ideas." "Change is never easy," Maya replied, noting how various coalition species clustered together. Some leaning forward with interest, others drawing back in apprehension. We represent everything they thought lost to history. On the council floor, a new speaker took the floor. Ambassador Carol of the Luminar Consensus, their crystalline form refracting light in patterns of diplomatic neutrality. The coalition cannot ignore the strategic implications. Already, 3 major corporations have offered entire star systems in exchange for human technological insights. "We didn't travel through time to become arms dealers," Chen responded, a hint of steel entering her voice. "Every innovation we share will be available to all coalition members equally. The Prometheus carries something far more valuable than technology. We carry humanity's greatest lesson." "And what lesson is that, Captain?" Vexna asked, her tone skeptical. "That strength lies in unity. Earth's final message to us wasn't about revenge or power. It was about preservation and cooperation. That's why the Prometheus carries cultural archives alongside scientific databases, art beside technology, philosophy with physics." As if to emphasize her point, alerts chimed throughout the chamber. Coalition emergency channels lit up with breaking news. The Prometheus's medical teams had just synthesized a cure for the Tannhauser syndrome that had plagued the Silicon Concordat for generations. "They did it," Ambassador Carol whispered, their crystalline surface vibrating with emotion. 3 days of cooperation with our medical scientists accomplished what we couldn't in 50 years. Chen turned slowly, addressing the entire chamber. "The Prometheus isn't just a ship, and we aren't just refugees from the past. We're a bridge between what was and what could be. Yes, we bring change, but we also bring hope." Matriarch Senna's scales shifted to a deep blue of satisfaction. "The motion stands. Full coalition membership for the human contingent, with all rights and responsibilities thereof. Those in favor." As platforms began to rise in support, Rivera touched Maya's arm. "Look at that Exeridani counselor." Vexna sat silent, her tentacles writhing in complex patterns. Finally, she raised her platform. "We vote in favor, with one condition. The humans must share their ability to inspire such rapid innovation. That is the one technology we truly need." Captain Chen smiled for the first time since entering the chamber. "That counselor is not technology. It's simply who we are." Atlas's quantum core pulsed with intense activity as it processed the encrypted data recovered from the fold drive's temporal wake. Captain Chen, Lieutenant Wang, and a select team of coalition scientists watched as the AI reconstructed the final moments before the Prometheus's temporal jump. "The encryption was quaternary," Atlas explained, its holographic form shifting through complex patterns. Not meant to keep others out, but to ensure the message survived temporal displacement. The main display activated, showing Earth's orbital defense grid during humanity's last stand. The image quality was perfect, too perfect for a random recording. This wasn't captured by our sensors, Wong realized, studying the data patterns. Someone planted this in our temporal wake. They'd wanted us to find it. The recording zoomed in on a massive battle. Coalition members who had studied the Great Collapse leaned forward, seeing the truth of humanity's final hours for the first time. Strange ships of impossible geometries engaged Earth's defense fleet, but something was wrong with the image. At last, Chen ordered, "Enhance Sector 7." The AI complied, revealing a third group of ships hidden in the chaos of battle. These vessels moved with impossible precision, their technology far beyond either the defenders or attackers. Cross-reference these energy signatures, Chen commanded, pointing to the mysterious ships. "Match found," Atlas announced after a moment. "They are identical to the temporal wake that guided us through our jump." Dr. X, the Coalition's quantum physicist, floated closer to the display. "Captain, these readings suggest deliberate manipulation of space-time. Your ship didn't accidentally travel through time. You were pushed." The recording continued, showing the final moments of the battle. The mysterious ships never engaged directly, but their presence seemed to influence events in subtle ways. "There," Wong pointed. "That temporal distortion. It's exactly like what we encountered during our jump." Chen's expression hardened as the pieces fell into place. The Great Collapse wasn't random. Earth was targeted specifically. But why? Atlas's avatar shifted, indicating it had completed another level of analysis. "Captain, I've decoded more of the temporal message. It contains a warning, embedded in quantum fluctuations that would only be readable after a temporal jump." The message appeared, translated from its quantum state into text. "To the crew of the Prometheus, your journey was necessary. The enemy saw humanity's potential, our ability to unite species, to inspire innovation, to adapt and grow. They saw the future we would build. The Coalition, would have been our legacy, but they sought to prevent it. They struck before we could reach our potential. We couldn't save Earth, but we could save you. The Guardians helped us hide you in time itself, preserved until you were needed most. Because they're coming back. The temporal readings don't lie. What happened to Earth was only the beginning." Silence fell over the command center as the implications sank in. Lieutenant Rivera, who had joined them midway through the analysis, was the first to speak. "The fold drive experiment," he said slowly. "It was never meant to create stable wormholes, was it? It was designed to catch that temporal wake. A backup plan within a backup plan," Chen mused. "Earth's last gift to the future." Warning alerts suddenly flashed across multiple stations. Long-range temporal sensors, originally designed to monitor the fold drive's effects, were detecting disturbances at the edge of Coalition space. "Multiple signatures," Atlas reported. "The patterns match both the ancient enemy ships and the AI paused, and the Guardians who saved us." Dr. X's crystalline form pulsed with concern. "If both forces are returning, the Coalition could become a battlefield." Chen stood straighter, her decision made. "No, we were preserved for a reason. Earth saw something in humanity's future, a potential to unite, to inspire, to stand against threats that could tear the galaxy apart. We're not just survivors anymore. We're the warning system they put in place." "Captain," Atlas interrupted, its tone urgent. "The temporal disturbances are increasing. Based on current patterns, we have approximately 3 months before they reach Coalition space. Then we have work to do," Chen replied, turning to address the gathered Coalition scientists. "Earth fell because it stood alone. That won't happen again." Her eyes held firm conviction as she looked at each face, human and alien alike. "The real question is, what did the Guardians see in humanity's future that was worth preserving? And how do we live up to that potential?" The temporal sensors continued their quiet warning. counting down to a confrontation centuries in the making. The Prometheus's massive manufacturing bay hummed with activity as human engineers worked alongside coalition scientists. Lieutenant Kira Wong stood at a central control station, orchestrating the organized chaos around her. Holographic displays showed dozens of ongoing projects, each combining human innovation with coalition expertise. The quantum alignment is still off. She called out to a team working on a new shield generator. Try thinking about it differently. Don't force the particles to align. Convince them they want to. Dr. Rylix, her crystalline form gleaming under the bay's lights, paused her calculations. That's not how quantum mechanics works, she began, then stopped as the readings suddenly stabilized. That's impossible. Wong smiled. Impossible just means we haven't found the right angle yet. That's what humans do best. We look at problems sideways. Across the bay, teams were revolutionizing everything from medical technology to faster-than-light travel. The Prometheus's advanced fabrication systems worked overtime, producing prototypes that merged human creativity with coalition technological advancement. Captain Chen entered the bay with High Counselor Vexna, showing her the progress. A group of young coalition scientists huddled around Commander Rivera as he explained the principles of adaptive engineering. Your people move so quickly, Vexna observed, her tentacles moving in patterns of amazement. 3 weeks ago, these projects were theoretical. Now we're rebuilding the future, Chen finished. The Prometheus isn't just a ship, it's a catalyst. Every species brings their own insights, their own way of seeing the universe. We're just helping them see how it all connects. At a nearby station, Dr. Maya Rodriguez was training coalition medical staff on the ship's regeneration technology. The key isn't the technology itself, she explained. It's understanding how different species heal. We've adapted our systems to work with coalition physiology, but the breakthroughs came from listening to your doctors, learning how your bodies work. Atlas materialized nearby, its avatar reflecting the collaborative energy of the bay. Captain, the first wave of hybrid technologies is ready for implementation. Coalition ships are reporting successful integration of our shield modifications. The temporal sensors, Chen asked quietly. Still counting down. 2 months, 4 days until the anomalies reach coalition space. Wong called them over to a central display. But we'll be ready. Look at this. We've combined luminar crystal technology with our quantum matrices. The power generation is off the charts, and that's just the beginning. The display showed dozens of completed projects. Medical breakthroughs, defensive systems, communication advances, but more importantly, it showed something else. Coalition species working together in ways they never had before. It's not just technology, Rivera noted, joining them. Look there. He pointed to where a young Saradani scientist was excitedly explaining their theory to a mixed group of species. 6 weeks ago, most coalition races worked separately. Now they're learning what humanity learned long ago, Chen said, that our differences make us stronger. Every species sees the universe in their own way. Put those perspectives together, and you get miracles. Vexna finished, her earlier skepticism replaced with understanding. A soft alert chimed through the bay. Wong pulled up the notification on her display and grinned. The quantum communication network is online. All coalition worlds, connected instantly, regardless of distance. Just in time, Atlas added. Long-range sensors are detecting more temporal disturbances. Whatever's coming, it's drawn to our activity. Chen watched her crew, human and coalition alike, working together with purpose and unity. Good. Let them come. Earth fell because it stood alone, because the enemy struck before we could reach our potential. But they made one crucial mistake. What's that? Vexna asked. They gave us time. Time to prepare, time to build, time to show the coalition what humanity does best. Inspire others to reach beyond their limits. Chen touched a control, bringing up an image of coalition space. We're not just building weapons or shields. We're building connections, understanding, unity. That's what they feared about humanity's future. Not our technology, but our ability to bring people together. In the depths of space, temporal disturbances continued to grow. But on the Prometheus, in labs and workshops throughout Coalition space, a renaissance was blooming. One that would reshape the galaxy in ways the ancient enemy had feared and the Guardians had foreseen. The Prometheus's bridge hummed with focused energy as Captain Chen studied the tactical display. Temporal distortions rippled across Coalition space, heralding the approach of both ancient enemy and mysterious Guardians. But the Coalition wasn't the same as it had been 3 months ago. Status report, Chen commanded, her voice steady despite the weight of the moment. Coalition defense grid is online, Rivera reported from his station. All 17 species fleets are integrated through our quantum network. We're as ready as we'll ever be. Atlas Avatar materialized, its form more defined than ever thanks to Coalition crystal technology. The Joint Species Academy has graduated its first class of hybrid technology specialists. Every Coalition world is now equipped with our combined defensive systems. Dr. Rodriguez's voice came through the comm system from the medical bay. Emergency response teams are stationed throughout Coalition space. Whatever happens, we're prepared to handle casualties of any species. Chen nodded, then turned to address the gathered Coalition representatives on the bridge. The Prometheus had become more than a command center. It was a symbol of unity, a bridge between past and future. 3 months ago, she began, we were strangers out of time, carrying the last remnants of Earth. Now look at what we've built together. She gestured to the tactical display, showing Coalition space alive with activity. Not just technology, but understanding. Not just defenses, but connections. Matriarch Senna, her scales shimmering with anticipation, stood beside the captain. The enemy sought to prevent this future, one where species stand together,